Upon awakening, Lin Yu discovered that he had transformed into a coffin. Measuring 7 feet 3 inches, as dark as deep ink, adorned with carvings of ancient pines and celestial cranes, concealing within it the withered bones of an old man. Was he to quietly slumber beneath the earth, destined to become dust after a century? Or would he defy fate, embody the demon emperor, surveying all beings with disdain? He chose the latter. When one gazes into the abyss gazes back. Yet he was no longer merely gazing, for he was the abyss itself. Awakening from the confines of Coffin, he began to absorb resentment, refine the essence of death, and nurture his own intellect. He traversed the boundary between life and death, conjuring ethereal storms, awakening the long-buried souls and demons of antiquity. He was the resting place for the deceased, yet also the nightmare of the living. He was the sealed taboo and the impending sovereign of a new era. Chapter 1. The Black Coffin. Outside the mountain god temple, in the desolate graveyard, flickering phosphorescent flames danced intermittently. The mountain winds stirred, causing the pine forest to emit fragmented sounds. In a secluded corner of this graveyard, a freshly mounded grave glimmered with an eerie, nebulous glow beneath the phosphorescence. I have actually become a coffin. 3 meters underground, within the black coffin buried in the earth, a faint sound was barely perceptible. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Yu realized he had reincarnated into this inanimate object coffin. 7 feet 3 inches long, freshly painted in ink. Adorned with carvings of ancient pines and celestial cranes, it contained the corpse of a white-haired old man. Accompanying him were numerous burial artifacts, jars and vases, among which were treasures of gold and silver. Transitioning from a human being to such a coffin, Lin Yu felt no particular sense of loss or dissatisfaction. In his previous life, plagued by illness, struggling in agony, he found little to lament in this new existence. Moreover, the situation was not entirely grim. Although devoid of visual organs, Lin Yu could perceive everything within a 10-meter radius around him. From the chirping of insects among the graves to the wisps of mist floating between new and old tombs. Even within his own coffin, every sight and sound manifested in his mind as if they were tangible entities. What appeared to be a sinister graveyard felt far more pleasant than the confines of a hospital bed. Listening to the rasping insect calls and the distant, eerie laughter of an owl from an indiscernible tree added a sense of melancholic beauty to the deep night. Where was this place? What time was it? Was he still on the original blue planet? Lin Yu could not ascertain. His limited perception could only indicate that this was not modernity. The attire of the corpse within him was not contemporary, and the artifacts accompanying him hinted at an ancient era. It seemed that upon his reincarnation, time had regressed by countless years. Now, the only company he had was the old man's corpse within the coffin. The night stretched on, and Lin Yu suddenly felt that time moved at an agonizingly slow pace. Surely, the graveyard during the day would offer more amusement than this dark night. Yes, he pondered. He began to perceive the items buried with the corpse: jade, bronze vessels, silks, and treasures of gold and silver. Such a lavish assortment could hardly be overlooked. Lin Yu speculated that the old man must have hailed from a prominent family. However, it was indeed peculiar for someone of such stature to possess so many burial goods. How affluent he must have been. Yet, these items held no value for Lin Yu. Once again, he examined the old man's corpse. Clad in plain garments, the deceased's face was a pallid shade of blue, marked by numerous wrinkles, yet bore a serene expression. It appeared he had died a natural death. Am I to witness this old man's corpse decay within the confines of his coffin? Lin Yu mused. Yet, such is the function of a coffin, to house the remains of the deceased, nestled within a realm of auspiciousness, bestowing blessings upon future generations. However, Lin Yu was not inclined to accept this fate. Who relishes the thought of a corpse slowly decomposing within their own being, ultimately reducing to mere bones? At that moment, he noticed a faint blue luminescence emanating from the old man's body. He felt a momentary daze, and then scenes from the old man's life unfolded in a series of vivid images within his consciousness. What is this? A lantern show? The old man's life, from youth to death, flashed before him. In his youth, he had mastered a skill, deftly manipulating puppets to earn a living in a bustling city, and after amassing sufficient wealth, He returned home to marry and raise a family, passing away with a smile at the age of 80. Indeed, a commendable life. Yet, why was Lin Yu privy to such visions? Just then, he sensed that the once pallid and rigid visage of the old man was gradually becoming gaunt and withered. Eventually, the skin tightened over the skeletal frame, leaving no trace of flesh or blood, transforming the body into a desiccated corpse. Before him, two lines of glowing text flickered like a brand. Blood-flesh absorption puppet manipulation technique. Blood-flesh absorption, puppet manipulation. Below them, additional lines of text shimmered. Absorb blood-flesh. Spirit energy enters body control puppets as the heart desires. Lin Yu is astonished. A lantern show, blood-flesh absorption, puppet manipulation as rewards. Could this be an external aid? In his previous life, Lin Yu understood all too well what this signified. As a coffin, buried deep within the earth, unable to move or do anything, he could only sense the desiccated corpse within him, which was rather tedious. He had contemplated ways to alter his predicament, yet this body was powerless. The emergence of this external aid, however, kindled a flicker of hope. If he could absorb the corpse's blood flesh, would he not acquire abilities? Lin Yu once more focused on the lines of glowing text in his mind. This appeared to be a potential means to change his circumstances. The ability to manipulate puppets likely stemmed from the old man's life, as he had once thrived by controlling puppets for a living. What could this ability accomplish? Puppets could be manipulated for his own purposes. Commands could be issued at will. However, he had no puppets at his disposal. Scanning the burial goods, he found nothing resembling a puppet. Would this hard-earned ability be rendered useless? He meticulously sensed the offerings within the coffin. Suddenly, a sharp sound broke the silence as a burial vase toppled over, spilling its contents of grains across the coffin. How could it have fallen? Lin Yu was taken aback. At that moment, he suddenly realized that during his intense focus, the bottle seemed to come to life, swaying from side to side. In an instant, Lin Yu understood. Turn left, he thought, and indeed, the bottle obediently spun to the left. Turn right, he directed, and the bottle complied once more, rotating to the right. As for the gold and silver artifacts, they danced up and down, responding to his whims. Thus it was revealed. The so-called puppetry was not confined to mere marionettes. Anything lifeless within his sight could be manipulated as a puppet. This ability was truly remarkable. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel at it. He then proceeded to toy with the accompanying burial items once again, ultimately setting his sights on the corpse of the old man. After a moment of concentration, the old man's body appeared to animate, rolling over, raising its arms and legs, producing creaking sounds. Were it not for the fact that it was nothing more than skin and bones, utterly rigid, Lin Yu felt that given the space, it would not be difficult for the corpse to dance. In addition to this puppetry technique, a mysterious essence, akin to smoke, began to seep from the old man's body into the coffin. Was this energy? Or perhaps it held some special significance? He pondered deeply. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual sound emanating from not far away. His heightened sensitivity was due to the fact that in this graveyard, aside from the rustling of pine trees in the wind, the chirping of insects, and the occasional calls of owls and rats, there had been no other sounds. At least, not since he had gained consciousness. The strange noises gradually transitioned from a blur to clarity, and within his perceptive range, Lin Yu was able to discern everything. The crackling of burning torches, the clinking of metal colliding, hushed whispers, and the heavy, disordered breaths of men. There were two individuals. What do they possibly want at this late hour? As Lin Yu speculated, they finally approached a position very close to the grave, right behind the mound. One was tall and the other short, both clad in dark clothing. The taller one held a torch and a burlap sack, while the shorter one carried a shovel. Third brother, are we really going to dig this up? Won't we face retribution? The taller one stammered, his face as pale as a ghost. Leave off the nonsense. Fortune favors the bold. Do you want your life or your money? Money. I'm in hot water over gambling debts. I can't afford to worry about that now. The shorter one snapped hoarsely, throwing the shovel to the ground with a clatter. Let's get to it. I'm not afraid. There's no time to hesitate now. The gambling den has been blocking my door all day. The tall one hesitated for a moment, realizing that indeed, there was no turning back now. Third brother, how much treasure do you think is in old Liu's coffin? Old Lu put on such a grand affair, his son is dutiful. So he must have been buried with plenty of gold and silver. If there's a lot, well, be rich. Silly Wu, lower the flame. The short one rubbed his hands together, his face filled with greed. Silly Wu was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a foolish grin. Gold, lower the flame. Do you hear me? Do you want to be seen? Hurry up and start digging. In the graveyard, a somber mist enveloped the scene. The sound of their shovels digging into the earth echoed through the darkness. Lin Yu was enlightened. This is a Tomb Raider. Chapter 2. The Perils of Greed Under the Dim, ethereal moonlight filtering through wispy clouds. The desolate shrine of the mountain god lay shrouded in an unsettling stillness. The mountain breeze had ceased, and the trees stood in solemn silence. The sporadic chirping of insects and the intermittent hooting of an owl wove a haunting melody among the gravestones, akin to a mournful air tune that intensified the eerie atmosphere of the already sinister graveyard. At this moment, the once mighty mound of earth had been breached by two perspiring individuals who were embarking on this endeavor for the first time, devoid of any prior experience. The soil, though soft, had resisted their efforts for nearly half an hour. Ghostly flames. It's coming closer. Stupid Wu exclaimed, terror-stricken as another flickering light approached them, causing their hearts to race. Cease your wailing and resume your labor. Guo-san, though slightly emboldened, could not withstand the repeated apparitions of the spectral fire, his face paling with dread. The tales of ghostly flames pursuing the living were well known, but who had ever heard of them circling about? Such occurrences had become too frequent. With the hairs on their necks standing on end and an array of unsettling sounds echoing around them, the duo continued to dig. Their nerves frayed as they resembled startled birds. Eureka! A sharp sound broke the silence, halting their toil as Guo-san gasped, both of them widening their eyes in astonishment. The dim glow revealed a corner of the coffin, its inky darkness igniting a rush of excitement within them. Stupid Wu, shine the light this way. Guo-san inhaled deeply, rubbed his hands together, and with a shovel, excavated more earth from around the tomb. However, as the spade struck the coffin lid, sparks erupted. Isn't this a wooden coffin? It's coming out. Stupid Wu whispered in awe, his earlier fear overshadowed by exhilaration. Guo-san's hesitation was swiftly eclipsed by Stupid Wu's fervent tremors of anticipation. They began to brush away the loose soil atop the coffin lid, revealing its entirety beneath the flickering light. Inscribed upon the lid were two characters, Fu above and Shou below, bound together by 5 leather straps of varying lengths. The two exchanged a glance, their hearts racing with the thrill of discovery. If they could merely lift the lid, the treasures within would surely enrich their pockets. They could sell the contents in the neighboring county, undetected by any spirit. At this moment, even Stupid Wu, who had previously trembled at every shadow and muttered superstitions, held his breath, his mouth agape in silence. Wealth does not come without risk, and fortune favors the daring. With the elder Lu's extravagant funeral, it was only natural that the coffin contained valuable items. With a decisive strike of the shovel, they severed the 5 leather straps, exchanging a conspiratorial glance. All that remained was to pry the lid open with force. Yet, just as the shovel found the crevice and was poised to exert pressure, the coffin lid unexpectedly tilted to one side, revealing a gaping opening. This startling turn of events sent both men tumbling to the ground in terror. Did you just apply force? Guo-san wiped the cold sweat that had suddenly appeared on his brow, his neck stiff as he turned to Stupid Wu. I think I might have forgotten, Stupid Wu replied, his face a portrait of confusion. Guo-san spat, contemplating the strange occurrences of the day. He endeavored to calm his nerves and pushed the coffin lid aside. Enough dawdling, lend a hand. This place is too bizarre. Let us be swift. Both men, still trembling with fear, were driven by the allure of treasure before them, momentarily forgetting their trepidation. As they lifted the coffin lid, the sight within was revealed to them. Instantly, they gasped in horror, collapsing backward onto the ground. Ghost! Ghost! The voice of Shao came out in a rasp, as if someone were choking him. Guo-san's face turned pale, rendering him speechless. For within the coffin lay the recently buried old Lu's corpse, resembling a desiccated body wrapped in human skin, with sunken eye sockets and a skull-like head. Their scalps prickled, and beads of sweat drenched their bodies. How could a body look so ghastly so soon after burial? Suddenly, several bats swooped overhead, causing both men to scream and huddle on the ground, paralyzed with fear. After a brief interval, they managed to rise, though they dared not glance at the corpse again. How can it still be moving in such a state? Shao Wu, bring the light closer. After a moment of deep breathing, Guisan regained his composure and peered into the coffin once more. To his astonishment, he noticed a jar tipped over inside, with a few golden objects scattered beside it. Gold, Guisan whispered excitedly, prompting Xiaowu to rush over. Good heavens, there truly is gold. Xiaowu swiftly picked up a piece, examining it closely. Was it not gold? They exchanged gleeful glances. They were about to strike it rich. The earlier fear was cast aside, as the prospect of fortune overshadowed all else. Who would have imagined that old Lu's coffin contained such treasures? Wealth? With this gold, they could clear their debts and still have plenty left over. With such riches, what could they not acquire? The terror of the corpse faded into oblivion. The presence of crows, bats, and ghostly apparitions became inconsequential. What mattered most now was how much gold and silver lay within the jar and what valuable burial items old Lu might still possess. For eager hands plunged into the coffin, faces alight with exhilaration. However, at that very moment, a pair of ashen hands suddenly seized each of their arms. Before they could utter a sound, old Lu's corpse rose from the coffin, toppling the two bewildered men to the ground. A chilling scream echoed in unison. Mother! Ghost! It's risen! Ah! Xiaowu fell unconscious, frothing at the mouth, while Guisan, in a panic, drew a machete from his waist and swung wildly, unexpectedly striking something exceedingly hard. His arm slackened instantly. His head buzzed with confusion, and he forgot everything else. Fleeing like a headless chicken in a frenzy, the graveyard soon returned to its former silence, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Lin Yu sensed everything within a 10-meter radius, simultaneously honing in on the figure slumped against the coffin's edge. The visage was grotesque, with a pallid complexion and bloodshot eyes, embodying sheer terror. To his astonishment, the individual had literally been scared to death. The earlier flickering ghostly flames in the shifting coffin lid had all served as ominous warnings. These two timid souls, driven by avarice, had persisted until the end, attempting to pry open the coffin in a bid to abscond with the burial treasures. In response, Lin Yu resorted to manipulating the corpse of the old man, employing this terrifying tactic to frighten the intruders away. The outcome was one dead from fright and one who fled. It was, in a sense, a fair trade. The escape of the other was less than ideal. Lin Yu reflected that excessive greed was not a virtue. It was unlikely that fortune would be so generous as to allow both to fall into his grasp at once. His current abilities were rather limited, and managing to retain even one was commendable. Moreover, the fellow who had not taken the burial items was likely to return. With thoughts of greed leading to demise swirling in his mind, Lin Yu activated his puppet manipulation technique, positioning the corpse of Xiaowu atop that of the old man. His intention was to absorb the flesh and blood, just as he had done before. Flickering specks of light emerged, and Lin Yu, much like before, found his consciousness ensnared within the vivid memories of Xiaowu. Both Xiaowu and Guisan hailed from impoverished backgrounds, neglected by their parents from birth, and had idled away their youth in frivolity. Each foray into gambling left them destitute. The two brothers, burdened by insurmountable debts, had fortuitously encountered the Lu family mourning in the county, learning that old Lu had been interred in this very location. This ignited a nefarious scheme within them. Armed with tools, they had resolved to raid the grave under the cover of night, hoping to exchange the burial goods for money to settle their debts, envisioning a chance to recoup their losses. Alas, their lives were abruptly halted in this graveyard. The corpse of Xiaowu rapidly disintegrated, transforming into a mere skeleton devoid of flesh. Simultaneously, as a wisp of grayish energy permeated the coffin, Lin Yu discovered a line of glowing text materializing in his mind. Digging Shovel, Chapter 3, The Art of Puppetry, the Shovel of Excavation. This does not appear to be a reward at all, judging solely by its name. It pales in comparison to the arts of puppetry and flesh absorption. Moreover, taken literally, is it not just a shovel for digging? At that moment, beneath the flickering luminescent text in his mind, a new line appeared. Shovel of Excavation can be repaired and restored. Ah, how fortunate. The ability to repair means he need not worry about this tool shattering unexpectedly. After all, it can be mended, right? However, what can a mere shovel accomplish? It seems its sole purpose is to excavate. No matter how Lin Yu contemplated, he perceived it as limited to this function. Besides, prying open a coffin lid might also be a viable use. Lin Yu remained noncommittal. Even if it were indestructible, the shovel appeared to lack significant utility. Surely, it could not serve as a weapon. Its lethality is insufficient. Nonetheless, existence implies significance. Thus, he decided to utilize this ability. Some matters are only revealed through experimentation. Moreover, Having acquired this ability with such difficulty, it must be put to good use. Is practice not the sole criterion for testing truth? With a thought, Lin Yu activated this ability. Simultaneously, beside the grave, a shovel identical to the two adjacent suddenly materialized, approximately 4 feet in length, with a wooden handle and a metallic tip. Visually, it seemed indistinguishable. If placed together, Lin Yu might struggle to tell them apart. What else could this shovel accomplish? Lin Yu directed the shovel into the soil. Then suddenly, a substantial clump of earth was effortlessly sliced through and lifted as if it were soft tofu. Remarkable. Lin Yu genuinely did not anticipate this. Initially, he believed this item merely functioned as a shovel with infinite durability. Now it appeared that the practicality was significantly enhanced. However, one must admit, its appearance is exceedingly mundane. Should he truly control this to dig holes everywhere? That is not out of the question. Yet, there exists another application. He activated his ability and promptly employed the art of puppetry to extract the corpse of the foolish Wu along with that of the old man Lu. At this moment, he noticed that the old man Lu's body had suffered a gruesome fate. Half of his head was missing due to a retaliatory strike when that Guisan was captured, rendering it quite horrific. This did not concern him, as it did not hinder his ability to manipulate it. Furthermore, Lin Yu discovered a peculiar transformation within himself. After absorbing the gray energy from Wu's corpse, his perception range nearly doubled. It now seemed to extend to a radius of approximately 20 meters. Within this radius, he could vividly construct a one-to-one representation of everything in his mind, just as before. This also confirmed that by absorbing more gray energy from corpses, his perception range would continue to expand. As for the source of the corpses, Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings. This place, however, is a graveyard. A desolate expanse of tombs. Aside from coffins, there are merely corpses. Lin Yu can scarcely concern himself with the morality of grave robbing. He has already become akin to a coffin, no longer a human being. Why should he worry about such trivialities? Lin Yu remains lucid. He understands that if he adheres to the conventional thoughts of humanity, he shall forever be a decaying coffin, unsure of when his demise will arrive. If he were to linger on this and that, he might have already been shattered by those two boys and scattered throughout this cemetery. With the prospect of acquiring strength through such a shortcut, he has no reason to let it slip away. Now, within this vicinity, he has discovered 5 graves, both new and old. The remains within these graves vary. Some have turned to brittle bones, their coffins having long since collapsed, while others have not entirely decomposed. What if he were to absorb all of them into his own coffin? Would he not swiftly acquire an array of abilities and simultaneously expand his perceptual range? Moreover, with 2 desiccated corpses at his disposal, his power would be greatly amplified. However, as Lin Yu maneuvered the corpse of the foolish Wu into an upright position and attempted to do the same with the deceased old Lu, Wu's body suddenly collapsed onto the ground. When he tried to elevate Wu again, Lu's corpse fell over instead. What was happening? Was it impossible to control 2 puppets simultaneously? As Lin Yu focused on Wu while also manipulating the shovel, it was evident that Wu fell once more. Thus, it became clear that the ability of puppet manipulation does indeed possess certain limitations. It appears that, at his current strength, he can only control one corpse or one object at a time. Any attempt to exert control over more than that is futile. Reflecting on earlier experiences, whether he was toying with that jar or sending ghostly flames to swirl around the 2 tomb raiders, it seems he was only ever manipulating a singular entity. Furthermore, Lin Yu endeavored to control himself. Logically, he too is a lifeless entity, in every sense of the word. Yet, despite his efforts, he was unable to move even an inch, which was perplexing. Otherwise, he could soar across the world at will, traversing to any place he desired. It seems that the capacity of puppet manipulation does indeed have its constraints. Otherwise, he could command hundreds or even thousands of objects to flit about from the very beginning. However, this limitation is not insurmountable. Lin Yu has conceived that this ability could be adapted for easier multiple control. He once again commanded Wu, guiding him to the shovel. To his delight, he witnessed Wu pick up the shovel under his command. Indeed, while the puppet manipulation technique has a limit on the number of controlled entities, it does not restrict those entities from utilizing tools. Thus, the next step is straightforward. Lin Yu directed Wu to an adjacent ancient grave, where the mound had eroded over time, losing all semblance of its original shape. "Let me excavate the earth," Lin Yu mused, with a shovel in hand. He commanded the lifeless and rigid figure of the foolish Wu, drained of vitality, to unearth the decaying coffin from its grave. Lin Yu suddenly realized that he bore a resemblance to a grave robber. Yet, unlike those thieves of tombs, His desire lay not in the grave goods, but in the corpse contained within the coffin. At present, the burial offerings held little value. Money, in essence, served humanity. And for him, the coffin might find even a stone of greater worth. As Lin Yu gently pried open the rotting coffin lid with a shovel, a resounding crack echoed, sending splinters flying, and the occupant of the tomb was unveiled to the world once more. Upon gazing into the coffin, he beheld a skeleton devoid of flesh, its remains reduced to mere bones. The garments that once adorned the corpse had deteriorated beyond recognition, tattered and fragile, threatening to disintegrate at any moment. It appeared that this individual had lain here for an exceedingly long time. There was no tombstone, and the wood of the coffin was of the poorest quality, with only a few jars as burial objects. As Wu collapsed, Lin Yu seamlessly took command of the skeletal remains, effortlessly relocating them into the coffin. With the decayed body now inside, Lin Yu felt no discomfort or unease. It seemed he had developed a peculiar fastidiousness towards coffins. Next, he awaited the familiar sensation that had become routine. What kind of vivid imagery would this bony frame conjure? The absorption of flesh. However, after some time, the anticipated feeling did not return. The wind rustled, crickets chirped, and phosphorescent lights flickered. Lin Yu suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. Where had he gone awry? Wait a moment. For the absorption of flesh, he glanced at the ancient corpse. Where was the flesh? It was merely a structure of bones. This would not suffice. A corpse with flesh was essential. This was indeed a setback. Yet, it swiftly clarified the specifications for the bodies he would seek in the future. Better to err early than to exacerbate the situation. Lin Yu once again surveyed the remaining 8 graves in the vicinity. Among them, only 2 contained corpses that had not entirely succumbed to decay. The rest were in a state as dismal as the one he had just encountered. Thus, it seemed that only these 2 remained viable. He looked at Wu, now resembling a mere skeleton. It appeared that this one would need to exert himself once more. Chapter 4. Shadows in the mist. As dawn broke in the east, the remnants of stars faded into obscurity. In the cemetery, a grayish-white fog enveloped the ground, resembling delicate veils or billowing drapes. Amidst the desolate graves, wild grass grew untamed. Yet, in this realm that should have been shrouded in silence, the sound of earth being shoveled echoed ominously. Within the mist, a ghastly cadaver was laboriously excavating a grave, a sight both eerie and peculiar. At this moment, the once living Shiwa, now a mere desiccated corpse, continued to toil under Lin Yu's command, diligently performing his tasks. Centered around Lin Yu, within a 20-meter radius, all graves except one had been unearthed by Shiwa, exposing the coffins to the air. Among them, for skeletal remains lay neatly beside the disturbed earth. The dawn arrived far too early. As Lin Yu sensed the light gradually brightening, he couldn't help but lament the fleeting night. He had scarcely begun his endeavors, and already the darkness had dissipated. For him, the night was indeed the opportune time to labor in his coffin's guise. After all, should anyone witness his puppet-controlling abilities in broad daylight, the consequences would be dire. Both Shiwa and the old man Lu were but lifeless husks. Their current appearances would undoubtedly instill terror in any onlooker. Should they be discovered, it would surely incite grave panic. Whispers of zombies haunting the living would spread through nearby villages, prompting the arrival of shamans and priests to exorcise the malevolent spirits. At that point, his coffin would likely be unearthed and used as firewood. Such a scenario was untenable. Lin Yu recognized his limited capabilities. He had yet to evolve into a formidable force capable of stirring up significant turmoil. Even a mere gathering of villagers could easily overwhelm him. The previous night's triumph of scaring one to death and sending another fleeing might not yield the same results against a crowd. Thus, he resolved to remain inconspicuous. In more eloquent terms, he embraced the notion of prudence. Carefully plotting his moves, he opted for a low-profile approach, nurturing a steady and gradual development. Currently, his strength was feeble, and his options were indeed limited. It was imperative to remain concealed, avoiding detection until he could assert himself with confidence. However, an unpredictable variable loomed, one named Guisan, the grave robber. Despite having frightened Shiwa to death, Guisan remained safe outside. Should he return with reinforcements for a counterattack, the situation could turn precarious. While managing 1 or 2 adversaries was feasible, a multitude posed a different challenge altogether. Therefore, Lin Yu concluded that his immediate goal was to rapidly enhance his strength while diligently attending to the tasks at hand. As for the tasks at hand, they were rather straightforward, digging pits and burying the dead. Earlier, after placing the 2 partially decomposed bodies from the neighboring grave into the coffin, Lin Yu had not witnessed the flickering lanterns come to life, nor had he glimpsed the deceased's past as he had before. Yet, he ultimately absorbed the two streams of gray energy into his body. Lin Yu surmised that this was likely due to the corpse having been buried for a considerable duration, having decayed substantially. However, it was not without its rewards. The enhancement in his abilities granted him the capacity to sense all entities within a radius of 30 meters from himself. 30 meters, neither excessively long nor particularly short. While it may not seem overwhelmingly powerful, the expanded range allowed him to perceive graves that were farther away, thereby providing greater utility for his other abilities. The puppet manipulation technique enabled him to control any single entity or corpse at will, with the radius now extending to 30 meters. Lin Yu could direct the simple-minded Shi Wu to utilize a spade to excavate additional graves, unrestricted by the previous limitations. As the range grew further, he detected several new graves, 9 in total. Lin Yu sensed that 3 of the corpses within the coffins had not completely decomposed, and remarkably, 1 had only recently been interred. His fortune was significantly better than before, which brought him a sense of joy. However, one must ponder, how vast is this cemetery? How many graves remain? Within the current 30-meter radius, including his own, there were a total of 15 graves. What lies beyond this 30-meter boundary? How expansive is this world? Lin Yu found himself in ignorance, or rather, he lacked the capacity to uncover further knowledge. The mist gradually dissipated, thinning with each passing moment. As the 5th grave was unearthed and the withered bones were gently placed beside the grave, he decided it was time to pause his work, not out of desire to cease, but due to necessity. The sky grew brighter. Shi Wu, wielding the spade, stood amidst the thin mist, his skin a ghastly gray and shriveled, presenting a rather eerie and fearsome sight. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly noticed a change in the glowing text within his mind. Unbeknownst to him, following the puppet manipulation technique, an additional line had appeared. Puppet manipulation technique 2nd tier. 2nd tier? What could this possibly mean? However, after a brief contemplation, he quickly understood. Levels. Indeed, such a thing exists. Gazing back at the spade, he saw the designation of the 1st tier appear. Wait a moment, if the levels increment sequentially, then this 1st tier must be the basic level. Quite underwhelming, he mused. This starkly illustrated just how weak he truly was. Nevertheless, this was not entirely a misfortune. At the very least, it possessed considerable potential, did it not? If he could elevate this ability to its pinnacle, would he not become extraordinarily formidable? Furthermore, with the advancement of the puppet manipulation technique, what would its effects entail? As he activated his abilities, Lin Yu commanded Shi Wu while simultaneously exerting control over the corpse of old Lu, who, despite having lost half his head, abruptly straightened up. Once again, the power surged forth, and a skeletal figure beside the coffin abruptly rose. Lin Yu felt a surge of joy within, continuing to channel his ability. However, attempting to control a 4th entity proved entirely futile. Nevertheless, the achievement of commanding 3 was indeed a remarkable advancement. If this ability were to be further enhanced, might he not one day command legions? The thought was not entirely far-fetched. As he sensed the 9 graves surrounding him, Lin Yu suddenly realized that the path to strength may not be as arduous as he once believed. At that moment, a gentle breeze began to stir, and the mist receded slightly. The distance to the nearby village was uncertain, as was the likelihood of visitors coming to pay their respects during the day. These remained ambiguous matters. The 5 graves around him had already been unearthed. It would not do to have anyone witness this. With deft control, he directed the 3 corpses to grasp shovels and laboriously scoop up the earth. In a short while, the 5 mounds were restored, with the 5 corpses, including the foolish 5th, buried once more within. As for the old man, Lin Yu chose to let him remain undisturbed, commanding the shovel to neatly pile the soil back over the grave before activating his ability to render himself unseen. The cemetery returned to its former, desolate silence. Chapter 5. Su Taoist. As the sun rose high in the sky, within a dilapidated thatched cottage, Guo-san sat wide-eyed on a tattered straw mat, muttering incoherently. Despite the sweltering heat outside, he felt as if this ramshackle abode resembled an ice cellar. His teeth chattered, and beads of cold sweat soaked through his ragged shirt, while his right arm bore the unmistakable bruises of 5 fingers. The events of the previous night were not a mere figment of his imagination. As the saying goes, those who commit wrongful acts fear the haunting of spirits. The sinister happenings he encountered in the cemetery on the western outskirts of the city were enough to terrify him into silence, even if he had tenfold courage. He dared not mention that his companion, the simple-minded Wu, remained there. After all, what they had engaged in was grave robbing, according to the laws of the Great Alliance. Such an offense could lead to banishment to the frontier or, in more severe cases, execution. Petty theft might result in a few days in jail and a few lashes. But grave robbing was an entirely different matter. Just days prior, debt collectors had cornered him at his doorstep, and both Guisan and Wu were in a desperate situation. In a moment of reckless abandon, they had stumbled upon a funeral feast at the Liu family residence in the southern part of the city and indulged in a hearty meal. Emboldened by the drink, they set out with shovels and burlap sacks for the cemetery 4 miles west of the city, hoping to unearth gold and silver treasures, to be discreetly sold in a neighboring county to settle their debts. However, fate had other plans. They encountered a ghostly presence. Had Guisan not managed to strike the corpse of old Liu with his crowbar, he might not have escaped with his life. In a panic, he stumbled into a nearby cornfield, where he inadvertently fell and lost consciousness. When daylight broke, he awoke, having narrowly escaped death, and rushed home in a state of despair. Wu, of course, had not returned, and Guisan could easily surmise what had transpired. In this world, death was commonplace. Even if Wu had perished, no one would inquire. Sanna? Sanner. A voice, harsh and grating, called from outside, and upon receiving no response, the door was pushed open. Why are you silent at home? Where's Wu? Oh, right, Sanner, a new gambling den has opened. Are you interested? Zheng Pongzi surveyed the room and fixed his gaze on the ashen-faced Guisan. What happened to you? Have you encountered a spirit? At the mention of the word spirit, Guisan's head rang. What? Where? I merely drank too much yesterday. My head aches, he deflected. Sanner, if something troubles you, do not hold back. If you seek to exorcise spirits, your brother Pongzi knows a fortune teller, Su Banzian. Su Banzian. Guisan hesitated, glancing at the bruise on his arm, swallowing hard. After hastily dismissing Zheng Pongzi, he stepped out onto the street, shivering as he hugged his arms. Guisan resolved to seek out a means of exorcism. Otherwise, every time he closed his eyes, he would be haunted by the withered visage of old Liu's corpse, a sight no one could bear. Guisan, known for his unruly behavior, was infamous in the town of Xiaohu. Whenever he strolled through the streets, people would deliberately avoid him, eager to distance themselves from this harbinger of misfortune. However, today, passers-by on the street observed a man who appeared as if he were afflicted by a grave illness, struggling to take each step, his face pallid. Following the directions provided by Zhang, Guisan meandered through the alleys and soon discovered a fortune-telling stall in a shady spot. At the stall sat a man of approximately 40, sporting a catfish-like beard and clad in a black robe adorned with the Bagua symbols, perched upon a stone stool. His eyes closed as he swayed his head rhythmically. With the knowledge of yin and yang, I discern the 5 elements, I assess the winds and investigate the universe. Guisan surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching before he approached. The fortune teller, with one eye slightly ajar, recognized Guisan as the day's main patron. In the realms of yin and yang, all is known. The fortunes and misfortunes of life are evident. My dear patron, I observe your brow darkening. It appears you may soon encounter a calamity. Before Guisan could articulate his inquiry, the fortune teller, Su Banjian, interjected, causing him to gasp and step back. Under ordinary circumstances, had he encountered a fortune teller making such ominous declarations, he would have slapped the man. Yet, after the unsettling events of the previous day, where old Liu was buried only to rise as a corpse and seize others, who could dismiss the uncanny? Nonetheless, the matter of grave robbing must remain undisclosed. If this fortune teller were to speak indiscreetly, Guisan's life would be in jeopardy. Master, I have a friend who is facing a dilemma, Guisan said, rubbing his hands and settling into a seat across from the fortune teller. Su Banjian thought to himself, this friend is undoubtedly you. He cleared his throat, stating, life is fraught with unexpected turns. A fortune can be foretold for 10 coins, if it proves inaccurate. You owe me double. Now, let us draw a fortune. During this exchange, the fortune teller scrutinized Guisan. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, his eyes were encircled with darkness, and the whites of his eyes were bloodshot. His attire seemed to be shedding 2 pounds of dirt with every tremor. Moreover, the bruises resembling human fingerprints were starkly visible on his concealed right arm. Su Banjian's heart raced. This man was indeed beset by malevolence and had encountered sinister occurrences. Moreover, the scent of incense emanating from Guisan further piqued Su Banjian's interest. He stroked his beard, piecing together the unfolding narrative. It seemed this young man had not engaged in virtuous deeds. With a clatter, Guasan shook the fortune sticks. A single stick fell onto the table with a thud. Upon flipping it over, he beheld the ominous character for death inscribed in bold ink. Death. Guasan stumbled backward, nearly fainting. The fortune teller's eyelids flickered. He discerned the truth. This young man had indeed done something nefarious, or he wouldn't be so terrified. It was not surprising that over half of the sticks in the container bore the character for death. Half a master. Save me. Save me. Guasan could no longer contain his panic, producing all his money from his pocket and slamming it onto the table, pushing it toward the fortune teller, his voice trembling. It's not difficult. I have 3 talismans. Su Banjian discreetly accepted the money, reassuring Guasan to consume the talisman water at dawn, midday, and dusk, and hastily dispatched the young man. His left eyelid twitched vigorously. Wealth. Su Banjian could scent the money, and with the dirt on the clothing, the lingering scent of incense. In a sleepless night, Guasan had certainly not engaged in virtuous conduct. Su Taoist stroked his beard, pondering the recent events in Lake City concerning death. The Liu family in the southern part of the city had organized a funeral that stirred the entire town. Being affluent, the Liu family spared no expense on the occasion, keeping the body on display for 3 days. Old Liu was laid to rest just yesterday, interred in a cemetery 4 miles west of the city. Connecting this with the appearance of Guasan, Su Taoist came to a realization. Guasan had ventured to the grave. Judging by Guasan's demeanor, it seemed he had not succeeded in his endeavor. Otherwise, he would have already taken his share of money and indulged in pleasure, rather than returning with a visage of fear. As for fortune-telling, it requires not only learning but also observation and contemplation. Su Taoist considered himself a genius in this field, having acquired half of his knowledge from an old master, sufficient for his sustenance. He possessed an acute awareness, capable of discerning the secrets embedded in a person's fleeting glance or subtle gesture. As for contemplation, it was all about the mind, without a sharp intellect. One could not excel in this craft. Convinced that Guasan had indeed attempted to visit the grave, Su Taoist inferred from his expression that he must have been frightened by something within, prompting him to seek out exorcism. The question lingered. What treasures accompanied old Liu in the grave? At this moment, Su Taoist found himself in dire need of funds, a substantial sum, to facilitate his departure from Jiang and to the frigid northern lands for a while. The earnings from fortune-telling were woefully inadequate. With a flicker of thought, he made a decision. Su Taoist closed his stall and made his way to the iron shop in the east of the city. Boss, I require a shovel. Ah, a rare customer. Guasan and his foolish brother were here yesterday, and this is the last one. Very well. Su Taoist wrapped the shovel in burlap, also purchasing a torch, candles, and night clothing, before heading to a small tavern to fill his belly and await the fall of night. Chapter 6. Where the yellow earth does not burrow the dead. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the light gradually waned. The lengthy day had finally come to a close. During this time, Lin Yu found himself with scant opportunities to direct the foolish who to excavate graves. Why? This burial ground was far too bustling. With mourners, those paying respects, and even coffin bearers, it was a veritable hive of activity. Lin Yu sensed countless individuals traversing this space, perceiving it less as a cemetery and more akin to a marketplace. This incessant commotion rendered it nearly impossible for him to command the digging shovel. He had hoped to utilize the daylight, when grand actions were unfeasible, to hone this ability, aspiring to elevate its level. After all, the digging shovel was merely at the first tier. According to the progression rules of puppet manipulation, frequent usage was essential for enhancement. Regrettably, during the day, controlling the shovel to scrape about was utterly improbable. As for the puppet manipulation ability, it could be employed at any time. Even moving pebbles or manipulating soil constituted training. Although the duration and frequency required for advancement to the next level remained elusive, during the day, he was unable to engage in any other activities. Despite the throngs of people, there was little suspicion directed towards Lin Yu or the nearby graves regarding any changes. After filling the grave soil and mounding the burial site in the morning, Lin Yu was not entirely idle. He employed puppet manipulation to repair the soil above him and the 5 graves surrounding him, striving to make them appear more natural. Throughout the daylight hours, Lin Yu did glean some insights. Presently, it was the 31st year of the Hongwu era under the Great Alliance. Observing the attire of the comers and goers, it was evident they donned ancient garb, akin to the corpses within the coffins and reminiscent of the 2 individuals from the previous night. This starkly contrasted with the modernity of Blue Star prior to his arrival. Moreover, unlike the united peace and development of the Great Alliance era on Blue Star, here, there seemed to be an abundance of factors that had never existed before. For instance, demons, monsters, ghosts, and peculiar beings. These entities, which ought to reside solely in legends and folklore, were undeniably present in this great alliance. At least, they were spoken of in the accounts of the worshippers. Whispers of a two-tailed fox in the far north, a giant bird with a human face dwelling within a mountain, or a three-headed serpent, were recounted with fervor. There were also tales of haunted locations, man-eating fiends, and individuals capable of transmuting stone into gold or soaring through the skies. However, these remained mere rumors or even legends. At present, the only anomalous entity Lin Yu had encountered was his own conscious Coffin. As for the existence of those demons, spirits, and strange phenomena, Lin Yu deemed it inconsequential. After all, he was oblivious to what lay 30 meters away and had neither the time nor inclination to ponder such matters. Instead of dwelling on these tales, it was far more prudent to contemplate how to cultivate greater strength in a tangible manner. Lin Yu gathered from the mouths of the locals that this place, known as Xiahu City, is a relatively prosperous small county along the southeastern coast. The graveyard where he found himself lay 4 miles from Xiahu City, and its expanse seemed quite considerable. This site was not favored by the affluent or the powerful. Rather, it served as a resting place for common folk. Nevertheless, it appeared that several families possessed ancestral graves here, albeit situated at a distance, certainly beyond a 30-meter radius from where he stood. Individuals like Old Liu, who had achieved success later in life, found themselves interred alongside other ordinary citizens. Lin Yu was not well versed in the principles of feng shui, yet he understood that as long as he was present, any corpse within this graveyard would undergo a process of being exhumed, reburied, and utilized by him. He firmly believed that his mastery of puppet manipulation would evolve and ascend to higher levels with continued practice. In the future, he might be able to control not just 1 or 2, but potentially hundreds or even more. At that time, every inhabitant of this graveyard would become his possession. His choice to command these bodies and skeletal remains stemmed from their humanoid forms. Entities with human shapes were far superior to mere stones or branches. They possessed limbs, could walk, and grasp objects. Additionally, they carried an aura of intimidation over the living. Just imagine, if he could acquire weapons in this era where cold steel still dominated. His skeletal army would become a formidable force. When that day arrived, he would no longer need to fear being unearthed and used as firewood. However, this was merely the beginning. Achieving such a goal required both planning and effort. The path of the rogue was inherently fraught with challenges, yet he had no choice but to tread this route. Furthermore, relying solely on puppet manipulation and a shovel felt precarious. Who knew if the rumors circulating outside held any truth? Were there hidden masters or rare beasts that had attained sentience? To be overly optimistic was not wise. While enhancing his abilities, he needed to establish a solid foundation, which explained why he commanded the simple-minded Shawa to excavate the remains from 5 graves. Both Shawa and Old Liu, who was missing half of his head, along with the ancient corpses resting in nearby graves, would serve as his initial fighting force. However, without the infusion of fresh corpses, Lin Yu felt that his abilities were woefully insufficient. To believe that he could achieve victory relying solely on these 2 skills was rather naive. After all, despite the chaos outside, the corpses of Xiahu City would not arrive for burial every day. He could not witness more of life's fleeting moments, nor could he gain additional abilities. Moreover, what if the new abilities proved ineffective? Wouldn't he that impede his overall growth and future aspirations? Even if he thoroughly searched the entire graveyard, relying solely on the Underlake City was far too slow. Was there not a more efficient method to acquire fresher corpses? Without deep contemplation, Lin Yu was aware of a feasible approach. However, it required a timely opportunity, one akin to the circumstances of last night. At this moment, as the final rays of sunlight faded away, the night descended completely. The graveyard gradually fell into desolation, with a deathly silence occasionally interrupted by the chirping of insects. After sensing the surroundings for a while and confirming the absence of any living souls, Lin Yu summoned the shovel once more. With nightfall, it was now his turn. He intended to follow through with his plan and strive to elevate the levels of his 2 abilities further on this very night. Both the puppet manipulation and the digging technique needed to grow stronger. Just as Lin Yu contemplated this and prepared to use the shovel to unearth the foolish Wu, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching. He immediately sensed that a figure clad in a peculiar robe, carrying a sack and a shovel, was swiftly nearing his location. Were Tomb Raiders returning? Or perhaps it was a remnant of Guasan's attack from yesterday. Indeed, it seemed that what one wishes for often comes to pass. Lin Yu did not make the shovel vanish. Instead, He concealed it behind a gravestone, out of sight from the approaching figure, regardless of who it was. Since they had come today, they would not depart easily. Let them stay, let them stay. No earth shall be left unturned. Chapter 7. Exorcism and Grave Robbers. This occurrence has happened twice consecutively. Lin Yu does not harbor any disdain for these individuals. In fact, he finds their presence rather welcome. After all, the opportunity to acquire a fresh corpse is undeniably enticing. Previously, when he controlled the body of that old Lu, scaring a living person to death, though it was merely an accident, this transgressed the fundamental principles of human conduct. However, Lin Yu has come to a realization. What are these individuals engaged in? They are grave robbers, desecrating tombs. To put it bluntly, they are here to disturb the dead. And he, at this moment, embodies a coffin. Their objective lies within the treasures of gold and silver contained in his very being. Had he not possessed certain abilities, those two lads would have looted the burial artifacts from inside him last night. If they had been particularly exuberant, they might have even smashed the coffin with a shovel. After all, prying open a coffin inherently incurs some damage. In light of this, anyone who comes to rob a grave becomes his adversary. Between enemies, what need is there for compassion or morality? If that were the case, he might as well dig up the grave himself and toss the coffin lid aside. Welcoming the grave robbers with open arms, Lin Yu firmly believes in a saying, treat your enemies with the coldness of winter. Yet he feels this is insufficient. What he intends to deliver to his foes is a chill akin to absolute zero. It seems improbable for this grave robber to leave here alive today. What he is destined to leave behind is his very life. Allowing Guisan to escape yesterday was a grave miscalculation. As long as that fellow remains alive, he might attract formidable foes in the future, starting with this strangely robed individual. Lin Yu is resolute. Every individual who harbors ill intentions toward him must pay with their life. For the sake of wealth, men perish. For sustenance, birds meet their demise. Lin Yu intends to make these individuals understand that this phrase is not a jest. At this moment, the grave robber has arrived at the edge of the grave. Under the faint starlight, he gasps for breath, tossing aside a sack while clutching a shovel in his hand and mumbling to himself. It seems Guisan indeed dug up old Lu's grave. The soil is freshly turned. The man's voice is somewhat aged as he spits and rubs his hands together. Lin Yu cannot help but chuckle. So, Guisan returned alive, and this person is also after old Lu's burial treasures, possibly with a connection to Guisan. The item should remain untouched. Otherwise, he has no desire to engage in any head-chopping work. The man mutters to himself again, sitting cross-legged and raising two fingers of his right hand in front of him. The way of heaven is complete. 3 to 5 form, sun and moon together emerge from the abyss. Suddenly, the grave robber recites a lengthy passage resembling a spell or incantation, which leaves Lin Yu somewhat astonished. What exactly is this individual up to? Do grave robbers now require such scholarly knowledge? Moreover, is beheading a requirement in grave robbing? Lin Yu was beset with numerous questions. The individual then swept something over himself and uttered words in a rapid manner, with Lin Yu catching the tail end of the phrase that included urgent as an edict. In the graveyard, apart from this man's incessant muttering, there was nothing else to be heard. Yet, why did urgent as an edict sound reminiscent of a Taoist? Moreover, his robe indeed resembled that of a Taoist priest. Wait, has even a Taoist descended to the depths of tomb raiding? Perhaps we could refer to him as a grave-robbing priest. Subsequently, this person, holding a dark object, began to circle around the grave, continuing his mumblings as before. Lin Yu felt a twinge of annoyance. When would he make his move? The repetitive chanting was becoming irksome. However, this also subtly indicated that the Taoist seemed exceedingly cautious. Lin Yu refrained from acting immediately, biding his time for an opportunity. He awaited the moment when the man was entirely absorbed in facing the coffin, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Such a tactic was necessitated by the fact that this individual, presumably a Taoist, was on an entirely different level than the previous Guisan and his ilk. Judging by the series of actions, it was evident that this tomb raider was exceptionally vigilant. Lin Yu was resolute. Prudence was paramount, especially in such circumstances. Should a surprise attack fail and allow the Taoist to escape, the situation could become far more complicated than he anticipated. It was imperative to ensure a complete assurance of success before attempting to eliminate him. The opportune moment would arise when the Taoist unearthed this coffin and reached inside to retrieve the treasures, particularly when he was least guarded. However, to execute this without arousing suspicion required some cleverness. Controlling old Lu's corpse, he would stretch its arms upwards and manipulate the container of gold and silver to spill some of its contents. simulating a scenario where old Lu suddenly arose from the dead. Once all was set, he would wait for the Taoist to take the bait. However, hold on. If Guisan had already excavated the site, who had piled the grave back? If it was Guisan, had he already taken the accompanying burial items? The man muttered to himself, abruptly ceasing his shoveling. Lin Yu's mind raced. Was he truly this cautious? Yet, how could one know without trying? Moreover, the recent divination had not been entirely unfavorable. The Taoist resumed with his shovel. After a few strokes, the shovel struck something solid, black lacquered with golden characters. Long life and prosperity, devoid of bindings. A coffin. It appears to have been opened before. The Taoist spat, crouched down, and retrieved a small brush from his robe, carefully sweeping away the dust from the coffin lid. Next, he used the shovel to excavate a few gaps around the coffin, then inserted the shovel into the crevice between the coffin lid and the coffin itself. With a clatter. Is there something or nothing? One cannot discern without a look. The coffin lid slid aside with remarkable smoothness, and the Taoist, undeterred by this, eagerly thrust his torch inside. The flickering flames illuminated the interior of the coffin, causing him to involuntarily gasp in shock. Good heavens! The Taoist exclaimed in surprise, retreating a step and sitting down to catch his breath, before breaking into a grin. I knew it. Guisan hardly looks like someone who has stumbled upon treasure. Before him, a withered corpse lay with its arms raised, as if attempting to grasp something. It was a sight reminiscent of a corpse rising from the grave. Anyone witnessing this in broad daylight would surely lose their wits. Yet, amidst the firelight, several gleaming specks of gold shimmered beside the old corpse. Clearly, they were gold particles. So, it was the sight of this rising corpse that had startled him. The Taoist chuckled. Evidently, the treasures had not yet been taken. Just as he retrieved a yellow talisman from his pocket, preparing to affix it to the old corpse's forehead, his arm suddenly froze in mid-motion. Frowning, he realized something was amiss. Why was the body in the coffin a mere skeleton? Hadn't old Lu just been buried? And what was with the missing half of its head? Wait a moment. Who had buried this grave? Any ordinary person witnessing the sight of a corpse with its arms raised as if rising from the grave would instinctively flee, not attempt to rebury it. The Taoist's mind buzzed with confusion. Something was terribly wrong. At that moment, the compass in his possession also shattered with a resounding crack. His heart raced as he instinctively reached for his belongings, swiftly turning to flee. Bang! A dull thud reverberated as a shovel struck the back of his head, penetrating several inches deep. Blood and brain matter spilled forth. The Taoist couldn't even let out a scream, tumbling into the coffin instead. He convulsed for a moment before finally lying still. At last, it was resolved. Lin Yu mused that this Taoist was quite a formidable opponent. His extreme caution made him rather difficult to deal with, although Lin Yu had no insight into what thoughts raced through the Taoist's mind in those fleeting seconds. The sequence of his actions indicated he had sensed something amiss. Otherwise, with such treasures before him, who would dare to flee? Nonetheless, this fellow was ultimately vanquished by Lin Yu. Thus, the next steps became straightforward, the absorption of flesh and blood. Subsequently, the revolving lantern he observed on the Taoist body left Lin Yu astounded. Could it truly be like this? Chapter 8, The Otherness in a Moment of Reverie. Lin Yu's mind was flooded with the life experiences of the Taoist. This individual, gifted with remarkable intellect in his youth, was taken by an old Taoist from a humble background to the lofty Tianzhu Peak for cultivation. However, due to his excessive caution and meticulousness towards his fellow disciples, he became an object of disdain among his peers and eventually left in anger over trivial disputes. Upon returning home, he found himself bereft of land and family, as both parents had passed away. The Taoist then wandered to distant lands, utilizing the skills he acquired on the mountain to establish a fortune-telling booth, earning the moniker Su Banzian and gaining considerable renown in Hangzhou. Not long ago, he encountered a fellow disciple but, filled with trepidation, chose to hide. He returned to Lower Huxian, resuming his former profession for several months. Subsequently, he crossed paths with Guisan, the fortune-teller, who, with keen insight, discerned that Guisan's grave-seeking endeavors bore no fruit. This prompted the Taoist to resolve to return to tomb raiding. After extensive preparations, which included chanting exorcism spells and conducting divinations, he ultimately met his demise within the graveyard. As the reverie abruptly ceased, the information Lin Yu gleaned was monumental. As the Taoist remained transformed into a desiccated corpse, a surge of gray energy permeated Lin Yu's body, and a new line of luminous text appeared in his mind. Perception of danger. Following this, another line of text emerged. Awareness of peril, prevention of minor issues. This marked the acquisition of Lin Yu's fourth ability, seemingly enabling him to sense impending danger and prepare accordingly. However, Lin Yu did not linger on exploring the practical application of this newfound power. Instead, he reflected upon the astonishing scenes witnessed in the Taoist life. Within the Taoist temple atop Tianzhu Peak, both the elder Taoist and his fellow disciples possessed extraordinary abilities. Some could breathe fire or summon water, others conjured ice spikes out of thin air, soared through the clouds, or transformed into giants, and so forth. The elder Taoist could even shape-shift into any creature, indistinguishable from reality. Lin Yu believed that the visions in a person's reverie were undoubtedly genuine. Although the Su Taoist lacked extraordinary powers, those he encountered in the temple were undeniably exceptional individuals. Moreover, as per Su Taoist recollections, he had once joined his brothers in arms to exorcise and slay rare and bizarre beasts that possessed similar abilities. Previously, Lin Yu had regarded the strange tales recounted by visitors during the day as mere unfounded rumors. However, he now held an entirely different perspective. The era he inhabited was fundamentally distinct from the one he had known. Among humanity, there existed those endowed with extraordinary powers, while beasts and birds could transform into malevolent entities. The very air was suffused with an enigmatic essence, harboring exceptionally unique energy. All these revelations instilled a profound sense of crisis within Lin Yu. Perhaps some extraordinary being might descend upon this place, wielding their powers to reduce him to ashes or pierce him with countless ice spikes. Even the mountain demons and wild creatures could emerge from the earth, devouring everything, including wood and nails, leaving nothing behind. The situation, it seems, has taken a dire turn. After all, his initial intention was to develop cautiously, nurturing his own power while biding his time, and once he reached a certain level, to unleash an overwhelming assault upon these utterly insignificant ordinary humans. Eliminating the threat posed by humanity would allow him to live in peace, indulging in a carefree existence. However, everything has changed now. The outside world is far more complex than he had ever imagined. The existence of extraordinary beings and those mutated monsters are challenges he cannot currently confront. Should he foolishly attempt to establish a legion of deathly puppets, he might find himself easily shattered by even a mere novice practitioner, reduced to firewood for their amusement. Lin Yu does not aspire to be a mere pawn on the leveling path of others, nor does he have any interest in becoming the ultimate boss. His ambition is to trample all adversaries beneath his feet, rendering them helpless in the face of his supremacy. Yet, achieving this is no simple feat. He is, after all, exceedingly weak. It has only been 2 days since his rebirth, and he possesses a mere 4 abilities: flesh absorption, puppet manipulation, earth-digging shovel, and the newly acquired danger perception after absorbing that blood and flesh. Each of these 4 abilities has its merits. Flesh absorption allows him to draw energy from the corpses with flesh, and once accumulated to a certain degree, it can expand his range of perception. Puppet manipulation has reached the 1st tier, enabling him to control 3 corpses or objects simultaneously, granting him a degree of freedom in manipulation. The earth-digging shovel is still at its most basic level, possessing reparable properties and the ordinary ability to dig. Danger perception, according to its description, seems to grant him the ability to foresee dangers within a certain vicinity, also at the 1st tier. While these 4 abilities appear promising, Lin Yu is acutely aware that none can be classified as offensive. Just like when that individual attempted to flee, he could only attempt a fatal blow with the earth-digging shovel. Yet, if that strike were not forceful enough or came too late, allowing the individual to evade and escape from his maximum control range, the consequences would be dire. Given that individual's connections, his fellow disciples would undoubtedly seek retribution for the loss of their comrade's life. Lin Yu realizes that his abilities are still woefully insufficient. In any case, attempting to confront numerous opponents with just these 4 abilities would surely lead to his demise. He must absorb more powers to stand a chance. Speaking of which, he has actually taken a life. In his previous existence, even with 100-fold courage, he would not have dared to do so. Yet, after being reborn as a coffin, his mindset and thoughts have undergone a profound transformation. Lin Yu was uncertain whether his rebirth as a non-human being had steered his disposition towards greater coldness and self-interest, or if it was due to some other reason. However, having taken a life, he felt no particular emotion regarding the act. In fact, the notion that those not of his kind must possess different hearts had taken root in him, flourishing like the buds of spring. Within his current thought process, it was imperative to eliminate grave robbers if he wished to survive in this world, if he did not want to be reduced to a mere corpse. When faced with imminent danger, his instinct was to ensure his own safety. Consequently, this necessitated a more extreme approach to certain matters. Consider this: whether it be Guosan Shao or the Taoist Su, they disregarded the coffin's sanctity when desecrating graves, using shovels to dig and pry without hesitation. Such actions were relatively mild compared to those who specialized in tomb raiding. What if they chose not to lift the coffin lid, but instead made an incision from the side? Lin Yu was unaware of how much damage his own coffin could sustain before his psyche began to unravel. Yet, he was acutely aware that allowing these individuals to act with impunity, while remaining passive, would only lead to more frequent and severe transgressions. Who could predict whether Taoist Su would retreat tonight, only to return tomorrow with even more formidable accomplices? Furthermore, none of his senior brothers were to be trifled with. Striking first was a matter of survival. He understood that such decisive thoughts were not misguided. To show mercy to one's enemies was to be cruel to oneself. As Lin Yu pondered these matters, he manipulated Taoist Su, forcing his body to stand upright. At that moment, something clattered to the ground from Taoist Su's bosom. This was Chapter 9, the sin of possessing a treasure. Just as Lin Yu commanded the corpse of Su Daoren to stand upright, a sudden clatter echoed as an object fell to the ground. In an instant, a cold gleam flickered, akin to a silver dragon's flash. Lin Yu focused his senses. This was a sword? The somewhat unrefined scabbard had peeled away partially, revealing a blade that glistened like autumn frost. It was said that a white rainbow could slice through jade, and purple mist could obscure the stars at night. Before him lay a longsword, shimmering with a faint, ethereal glow and cold light, its blade as delicate as a cicada's wing, measuring 3 feet in length. The slender blade was intricately adorned with tiny star-like engravings, which Lin Yu discerned were 7 indented stars, arranged in a formation reminiscent of the Big Dipper. At the junction of the blade and the hilt, he noticed some small inscriptions that read 7-Star Dragon Abyss. The sword seemed to pulsate with life, continuously emanating waves of purple mist, an awe-inspiring sight. The 7-Star Dragon Abyss sword? Lin Yu recognized the significance of this artifact. Merely hearing its name suggested it was undoubtedly a treasure, and the sharpness of the blade hinted at its potential as a formidable weapon. To his astonishment, Su Daoren possessed such a remarkable item. No wonder, when this individual had attempted to flee, he reached into his robe, seemingly to grasp this sword for self-defense. Lin Yu, still intrigued, pondered whether there were any other treasures concealed within the belongings of this transport leader. No, Su Daoren. He searched once more. Ultimately, he found only a book of divination, a broken compass, and an object resembling a duster. These were all trivial items, lacking value, which he gathered along with the burlap sack and placed them in the coffin. Nevertheless, possessing the 7-Star Dragon Abyss sword was indeed a boon. Previously, he felt an absence of offensive capability, yet now he was equipped with one. Su Daoren was a benevolent soul, bestowing upon him not only a skill but also a sword, along with his own life. With precise care, Lin Yu fitted the sword into Su Daoren's grasp. As he contemplated finding an object to test the sharpness of the 7-Star Dragon Abyss sword, he suddenly noticed that at that very moment, the sword vanished. Vanished? However, as Lin Yu searched for the sword, ceasing his control over Su Daoren, another clang resounded, and the sword reappeared, crashing to the ground. He instructed Su Daoren to pick it up, and the sword disappeared once more. Releasing his hold caused it to materialize again. Ah, so that was it. Lin Yu comprehended that this sword seemed to possess the ability to become invisible. He decided to let Su Daoren remain aside while he manipulated the 7-Star Dragon Abyss sword alone. The sword soared through the air like a swimming dragon, its sound ringing clear. Although the starlight was dim, the silvery brilliance on the blade intensified. Conceal. With a thought, the sword suddenly vanished into thin air. Reveal. The longsword re-emerged. Lin Yu guided it back into Su Daoren's grasp, only for the sword to vanish once more. Lin Yu understood. As long as it is not actively manipulated, it will become transparent. Lin Yu controlled Su Daoren, and as he wielded the sword, despite its transparent body, the sharp blade effortlessly cleaved the air into sword chi, neatly slicing through a dense cluster of weeds several meters away. This sword is indeed remarkable. Its invisibility is at one's command, striking unexpectedly. Although there are currently no more objects available to test the sharpness of the 7-Star Dragon Abyss sword, it has undoubtedly become Lin Yu's concealed weapon of mass destruction. At the very least, should anyone attempt to covet the burial goods within his coffin again, this sword would serve as a perfect instrument of retaliation. Is it not far more enticing than a mere shovel? Just think. To take a life with this weapon is exceedingly simple. Its intangible form makes it nearly impossible to defend against, does it not? Coupled with Lin Yu's adept control, whatever comes shall be severed. However, Lin Yu harbored no desire to stab a passerby during the day. After all, his awareness extended merely to a radius of 30 meters. Should anyone beyond that distance witness the act, they would undoubtedly spread the news far and wide, bringing forth a cascade of troubles that would leave him ensnared within his immobile coffin. Indeed, while the 7 stars Dragon Abyss sword is formidable, it is not something Lin Yu could brandish openly, let alone with arrogance during daylight. If those possessing extraordinary powers outside were to catch wind of it, he would find no solace, not only with the sword, but even with his very coffin. Moreover, upon further contemplation, why did Su Daoran possess such a divine artifact? So significant that he carried it with him at all times? Reflecting on Su Daoran's past, Lin Yu pondered deeply. Did this individual truly depart from the Taoist temple over trivial matters? Instead of developing in the bustling city of Hangzhou, he retreated to the obscure Xiaohu city, merely because he chanced upon an old acquaintance. Wait a moment. Could it be that this 7 stars Dragon Abyss sword was, in fact, a sacred relic of that temple, and Su Daoran's departure was due to the theft of this very object? In that case, his hasty retreat upon encountering an old companion makes perfect sense. Now that Lin Yu has acquired this sword and eliminated Su Daoran, it is highly likely that he will soon encounter Su Daoran's former allies. After all, they are all tirelessly searching for the 7 stars Dragon Abyss sword and Su Daoran. An innocent man is guilty for possessing a jewel. Lin Yu has come to understand the meaning of this phrase, while Su Daoran has found liberation. It seems the trouble has now shifted to his coffin. A coffin should remain inconspicuous. Yet, given that Su Daoran could deduce from Guosan's few words that the tomb of old Lu still contained treasures, it is likely that his fellow disciples will eventually find their way here. A chill coursed through him. Lin Yu was acutely aware that with such a looming threat, he would have no time to be at ease in the future. Should an imposing group approach with fierce intent, Lin Yu harbored no certainty of vanquishing such threats. In fact, one could argue he lacked even the faintest glimmer of hope. The reason was simple. He was exceedingly weak. While he could easily contend with ordinary individuals, even those as formidable as Su Daoran, the prospect of facing this assembly of extraordinary beings left him devoid of any odds in his favor. As he pondered this, the elation from recently acquiring the divine sword evaporated entirely. What now consumed his thoughts was a deep-seated anxiety for the future, coupled with an insatiable yearning for strength. Sensing his surroundings, he detected no trace of human presence, and his newly acquired ability to sense danger offered no warnings. Lin Yu once again exerted control over Su Daoran. It was imperative that he seize the moment to enhance his abilities further, whether it was the puppetry technique, the excavation shovel, or the danger sensing. His levels were woefully inadequate. Soon, under Lin Yu's command, Su Daoran's lifeless form grasped the excavation shovel and began to unearth the grave adjacent to Lin Yu's, where the remains of the foolish Wu lay hidden. As for Old Sun, Lin Yu did not neglect him either. The decayed corpse, missing half its cranium, rose from its coffin, seized the iron shovel left behind by Su Daoran, and joined the excavation efforts. With one control slot remaining, Lin Yu was not idle. The divine artifact, the 7 star Dragon Abyss sword, obediently joined in the task of shoveling dirt from the grave. Lin Yu mused that it was perhaps the first time he had employed this sword for such a purpose. However, it was equally unprecedented for the sword's master to be a mere coffin. The path to strength was arduous and fraught with challenges. Lin Yu lamented as he continued his control. Before long, the level of the excavation shovel in his mind ascended to the 2nd tier. Just as Lin Yu was marveling at this progress, he suddenly noticed a peculiar transformation. How could the excavation shovel have changed in such a manner? Chapter 10. The ominous hexagram at Wuyan Mountain. Beneath the towering Tianzhu Peak, outside the purple mystic palace, a young Taoist gazed into the distance, his brow furrowed in concern. Moments ago, their master had unleashed a torrent of fury before the 19 disciples. One of the reasons for this outburst was the persistent absence of any news regarding the treasured 7 stars Long Yuan sword, which remained shrouded in mystery. Over the past 3 years, each time they descended the mountain on their master's orders, they had searched relentlessly, yet they had not unearthed even the faintest trace. Within the temple, it was common knowledge that the 7 stars Long Yuan sword had vanished simultaneously with their senior brother, Xianfeng, who had left in a fit of anger 3 years prior due to a minor dispute with senior brothers Xianlin and others. Undoubtedly, the sword had been taken by Xianfeng, with no other possibility existing. However, despite their exhaustive efforts to scour every corner of the Great Alliance, they had failed to uncover even a whisper of Xuanfeng's whereabouts. It was as if he had dissolved into thin air, disappearing along with the sword. Now, their master had once again commanded him and several senior brothers to descend the mountain, this time to search for Xianfeng in the Jiangnan region. This was a direct order that could not be disregarded. Yet, how could such a task be so straightforward? Last month, Their master had engaged in a fierce battle against the formidable Flaming Boar King in Beishuang City, a conflict that had severely drained his vitality. His already fragile health had deteriorated further. The disciples were filled with anxiety, acutely aware that their master's time might be limited while still preoccupied with the fate of the ancestral treasure. Each one yearned to be the one to locate the 7 stars Longyuan sword. For their master had proclaimed that whoever found it would inherit the position of the next sect leader. This motivation drove them, even amidst their frustrations, to put forth their utmost effort with each descent. Particularly concerning was their master's deteriorating condition, with his primordial essence significantly diminished and his body visibly weakening. One could only dread the day when. The young Taoist shook his head. Such thoughts were unthinkable. Their master was a revered third-tier sage, a being at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. Since the upheaval of the world and the emergence of extraordinary beings, he had been one of the most powerful figures in the Great Alliance. If anything were to befall their master, the Tianzhu Peak and its celestial observatory would likely lose its standing in this era brimming with spiritual prodigies, gradually being relegated to obscurity. This was not mere alarmism. As the young Taoist gazed into the distant peaks, he recalled a certain piece of information regarding Xianfeng. There had been reports of a fortune-teller in Hangzhou, Jiang'an, who bore a striking resemblance to Xianfeng. However, when the brothers hastily rushed to investigate, they found only a man who bore a resemblance, yet their efforts proved fruitless. In the end, they had been embroiled in trivial disputes with the monks of Yong'an Temple on the outskirts of Hangzhou for an extended period. Moreover, their junior brother, Xiantong, had even sustained a wound to his arm from a monk's wind blade, necessitating several months of recuperation before he fully recovered. Xianfeng, once the most favored disciple before the master, was renowned for his intelligence and caution. He always considered 3 steps ahead in his endeavors, ensuring that every task he undertook was executed with meticulous precision. This diligence earned him the master's trust, and he was entrusted with the management of the treasure pavilion. Unlike his fellow disciples, Xianfeng lacked the ability to wield the elemental forces of fire, water, thunder, and earth, nor did he possess the immense strength to vanquish ferocious beasts. This deficiency bred resentment within him, leading to frequent conflicts with others. Ultimately, he committed the grave error of stealing the 7 stars Dragon Abyss sword. The young Taoist sighed deeply, pondering that perhaps it was the disparity in abilities between them and Xianfeng that led to such dire consequences. After all, ordinary cultivators existed in a realm entirely separate from those who could command the mystical power of spiritual energy. The latter could harness their entire essence to manipulate the 5 elemental forces and many other extraordinary abilities, setting them apart from common folk. With their powers, they could achieve anything they desired. However, the master had always emphasized that such abilities must be wielded with a heart dedicated to the welfare of all beings, with the sacred duty of vanquishing demons and monsters, and must never be abused. Now, after 3 decades since the establishment of the Grand Alliance, the realm had gradually stabilized, and the Northern Empire had been driven to the frigid wastelands, no longer posing a threat to the Central Plains. Yet, for reasons unknown, in recent years, enormous beasts with capabilities and ferocity unlike any seen before had begun to emerge from mountains, forests, lakes, and seas, some even possessing the power to manipulate the 5 elements. They ravaged the common folk, destroyed cities, and roamed freely, wreaking havoc upon the world. Concurrently, a considerable number of individuals endowed with extraordinary powers began to surface among the cultivators and throughout the Grand Alliance, plunging the hard-won peace into chaos once more. The master was among the earliest to awaken and stood as one of the most formidable. According to him, this was the dawn of the awakening of spiritual energy in the Grand Alliance, where all of creation was nourished by this essence, allowing it to be harnessed for personal gain. The path of cultivation was classified into 9 celestial realms. The first stage was the middle heaven, followed by the envious heaven, the compliant heaven, the greater heaven, the radiant heaven, the vast heaven, the salty heaven, the profound heaven, and finally, the completed heaven. These stages were derived from the 9 heavens of the Taishin Sutra, though it seemed that few had ever reached beyond the 4th stage. Most of the disciples, including Xianfeng, were at the mid-level of the 2nd stage, envious heaven, while the youngest disciple had just attained the pinnacle of the 1st stage, middle heaven. It was said that over a dozen individuals, like the master, had reached the 3rd stage, compliant heaven, or even the 4th stage, greater heaven, each guarding the borders of the Grand Alliance. As for those in the 2nd and 1st stages, they could easily take on 100 ordinary people. Humans became extraordinary, while beings of nature transformed into remarkable entities. However, The extraordinary and the entities of nature were fundamentally different. Many, upon acquiring their powers, lost their sense of self, indulging in their abilities without restraint, committing acts of arson, murder, and plunder, leaving a trail of malevolence in their wake. Over the years, the master has led him and his fellow disciples to various places to eradicate such extraordinary individuals. After all, those monstrous beasts have already caused chaos in the world. If these extraordinary beings were to further disturb the mortal realm, it could lead to disasters that would render the populace destitute. The young Taoist shook his head once more, realizing that his capabilities were exceedingly limited. Consequently, he could not continue searching for Brother Xianfeng alongside his fellow disciples, but rather had to heed the master's command to journey to Nanxiu to subdue a two-tailed demon that posed a threat there. This undertaking, fraught with peril, would entail a long and arduous trek. Should the two-tailed creature transform into a three-tailed one, even he would be unable to vanquish it. Among his brethren, perhaps only Brother Xianlei, at the pinnacle of the second-tier Xiantian realm, could contend with it, albeit with great difficulty. Brother Xianyuan, when do you plan to depart? From behind. Brother Xianlei appeared quietly, his complexion pale and marked with concern. Xianyuan noticed that Brother Xuanlei's satchel was already prepared, indicating that he intended to descend the mountain immediately. Brother, are you leaving now? Xianyuan exclaimed in surprise. We are all well aware of the master's condition. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Brother Xianlei sighed heavily, his grizzled beard fluttering in the wind. That traitor has concealed himself too effectively. Despite our search over the past 3 years, we have yet to locate him. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. The net we have cast is not without merit. As long as he is alive, he must be hiding somewhere in the Jiangnan region. Xianyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, although Brother Xianfeng lacked abilities, he was exceptionally cautious, always leaving himself an escape route. Otherwise, they would not have searched for so many years without success. Brother Xianlei and his party of 15 would be dispersing to scour the Jiangnan area, laying down a celestial net to capture Brother Xianfeng. It would merely be a matter of time. Brother, I shall swiftly eradicate that two-tailed demon and then join you in Jiangnan. Xianyuan understood the urgency of the situation. Opportunities wait for no one. Brother Xianlei gazed silently at the distant mountains, shaking his head and sighing once more. It is time to depart. As he floated down the mountain, he cast one last glance at Xianyuan. There was something he chose not to voice. Just moments ago, several of them had consulted the oracle, and the result was dire. Chapter 11. The living dead. Lin Yu had never anticipated that the shovel, upon upgrading from the first to the second tier, would undergo an unexpected transformation. It resembled something akin to self-replication, as with a resounding clang, a new shovel materialized from its original position. One became two. This is quite remarkable. 2 shovels. Double the joy. The upgrade path of this shovel, leaning towards quantity, was not something Lin Yu had considered. Initially, he assumed the shovel would enhance in strength or undergo a significant aesthetic transformation, perhaps turning into a golden or silver tool, or even possessing the capability to excavate a cubic meter of soil with a single thrust. However, in this nascent stage of growth, the increase in quantity proved to be far more advantageous for him. After all, he was in dire need of tools. Guosan, Shawu, and the Taoist Su each brought along a shovel. These 3 shovels bore identical appearances, crafted from scrap metal combined with mulberry wood and iron nails. Their quality was indeed questionable. It was likely that the trio had procured them from the same blacksmith shop and had fallen victim to the same unscrupulous merchant. Particularly concerning was the shovel brought by Guosan, which had been in constant use. Its long mulberry wood handle now marred by several deep cracks. It was estimated that it would shatter within a day or 2 of continued use. The remaining 2 shovels, given Lin Yu's current rate of usage, were destined for a similarly brief lifespan, as the shovel heads, made from inferior metal, were not far from breaking. At this moment, the superiority of the upgraded shovel became evident. With its full durability and ability to self-repair, it could withstand any manner of exertion. Within approximately 10 minutes, it could be restored to its original state. One could only imagine the prowess this shovel would exhibit once it evolved into dozens of replicas in the future. Lin Yu envisioned the possibility of turning over the entire graveyard within a single night. However, to reach such a level would require considerable accumulation of experience. Both the puppet control technique and the shovel's capabilities relied on continuous use for upgrading. As the saying goes, this was a matter of proficiency. With sufficient proficiency, levels would naturally rise. This meant that he would need to continually manipulate those corpses or bones and exert himself diligently in wielding the shovel. Presently, this was the only method Lin Yu could conceive to enhance his strength. His situation was far from favorable, or rather, it was utterly dire. The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, a treasure of great worth, had initially brought him joy, but that excitement was swiftly overshadowed by the imminent dangers to his life. No one could find amusement in such a predicament. Not to mention, he was trapped within a coffin, utterly immobilized, making any action exceedingly difficult. What Lin Yu could do was twofold: to solidify his existing abilities and to develop new ones. He would undoubtedly focus on fortifying his current skills, while the development of new capabilities would rely solely on the company of the deceased residing in the surrounding graves. Now, endowed with the ability to perceive within a 30-meter radius, he finds himself surrounded by 9 graves that require his attention. Among these 9, only one has recently received a burial, while 2 others have yet to fully decompose. The remainder consists of either desiccated corpses or mere skeletal remains. These dry corpses and bones hold no utility for his enhancement. They offer not even a trace of the grayish essence he seeks. Their sole contribution lies in enabling the foolish Wu and Taoist Su to excavate the graves, subsequently surrendering the accompanying relics as a form of protection fee. For Lin Yu, these burial goods possessed no intrinsic value. As a coffin, treasures of gold and silver, as well as ancient coins, are utterly inconsequential. He requires neither sustenance nor the breath of air. Being a coffin indeed offers numerous advantages. In essence, these burial items are less significant than a mere stone. However, in another sense, these relics serve as formidable weapons. Consider this. Why did Guisan, Wu, and Taoist Su venture into this desolate wilderness, even at the cost of their lives? For wealth. Men perish for riches, and birds for food. Apart from Guisan, who has yet to arrive, the other 2 have truly met their demise. The allure of the burial goods entices these avaricious individuals, revealing their profound significance. Who does not covet money? Especially for those with such ambitions, these burial items are undoubtedly lethal weapons. Imagine, prior to a confrontation, a formidable adversary suddenly spots a few pieces of gold and silver ahead, hesitates, and bends down to retrieve them. In that instant, the concealed 7-star Longwan sword could claim his life. Even a moment's hesitation in battle can prove fatal. Lin Yu would not overlook any opportunity. Should a truly powerful foe approach, he would exert every effort to confront them. Even these burial goods, which he may undervalue, could transform into his prized weapon. Currently, he has indeed unearthed a few burial items from the 5 surrounding graves, though most consist of mere copper coins. The most valuable is the accumulation from the coffin of old Lu. Now, all these have been gathered together by Lin Yu. While not abundant, they are satisfactory nonetheless. As Taoist Su wields his shovel and old Lu employs another digging spade, Wu is swiftly excavated from the adjacent grave. This night, 3 corpses would labor throughout the hours. With 2 shovels, the pace of excavation is indeed commendable. However, this is not a moment for reflection. Every moment must be seized to grow stronger. Lin Yu commands the 3 corpses, directing them to excavate unturned graves. This serves 2 purposes: to further hone the proficiency of his puppet control technique and to expand his territory. A 30-meter radius may still feel somewhat limited. Yet the surrounding resources remain promising. Within these 9 graves, both the corpses and burial items hold potential for utilization. Lin Yu believed that by continuing to absorb that peculiar gray energy, his range of perception and control would expand even further. Beneath the dim starlight, a veil-like mist gradually ascended within the graveyard. Wisps of ghostly flames occasionally drifted past, accompanied by the distant whimpering of wild dogs from an unknown location. Lin Yu focused intently on controlling 3 corpses, meticulously excavating the mounds of earth from the graves, uncovering the coffins hidden beneath. The coffins were laid bare to the air once more, and the bodies within were about to be retrieved one by one. Notably, there was one recently interred, along with 2 others that had not yet fully decomposed. According to his previous experiences, these 3 targets would yield 3 portions of gray energy. Would these 3, combined with the one from the Taoist Su, enable him to enhance his range of perception once again? Lin Yu recalled that initially, his perception spanned 10 meters. After absorbing the gray energy emanating from old Lu and the foolish Wu-esque corpses, it expanded to 20 meters. Subsequently, after absorbing 3 additional portions from nearby graves, his range reached 30 meters. If one were to discern a pattern, it seemed to follow a sequence of 2, then 3, and so forth. Lin Yu realized that the next step towards his empowerment, acquiring a broader range of perception and greater control, was already within reach. However, Just as he anticipated the first recently buried body entering his coffin, an unexpected low growl emanated from within it. Almost immediately, the lid of the coffin was propelled into the air as if struck by a cannonball. In the darkness, the corpse within suddenly sat up. The resurrection of the dead. He had not anticipated encountering this phenomenon. Chapter 12. The Malevolent Beasts and the Resurrection of the Dead. The Return of the Deceased. Lin Yu had initially harbored skepticism towards the existence of such phenomena. After all, it seemed utterly absurd. If the supernatural truly existed, then when he first found himself reborn in a coffin, he should have encountered not the lifeless corpse of old Sun, but rather the animated figure of old Sun desperately striving to escape. He recalled having watched similar films during his human existence, where a black cat leaping over a corpse would cause it to rise from the dead, or the classic portrayal of a zombie shambling forward with outstretched arms. A notion so far-fetched. Yet now, at a distance of less than 25 meters, a corpse was pushing open the coffin lid, rising as if it were a living being. Moreover, the guttural growls emanating from its throat, akin to that of a wild beast, attested to its extraordinary nature. Was this a living corpse, or perhaps more accurately, a zombie? Lin Yu sensed no trace of life emanating from this being. Undoubtedly, it was not a fortunate soul who had merely been in a state of suspended animation within the coffin. Furthermore, Lin Yu had previously detected no signs of vitality in this creature. It was indeed a corpse that had returned to life. But could it truly be so? From the tales of Su Daran, he had learned that this world was inhabited by individuals possessing extraordinary powers, as well as magical beasts. He had also discovered that the air was suffused with wondrous energies. Could it be that this corpse, like those extraordinary beings and creatures, had been imbued with this mystical essence, transforming it into something profoundly unique? Was there a possibility for such a phenomenon? Or perhaps there existed an entirely different explanation. Lin Yu pondered these questions, awaiting the next movement of the animated corpse, hoping it might provide clarity. At that moment, he also directed Su Daran, Silly Wu, and Old Lu to swiftly return to his vicinity and lie down. If the three of them continued to confront each other amidst the fog, they might be perceived as the first discovered adversaries and face annihilation. To Lin Yu, the presence of a dried corpse was of significant importance. Unlike mere remnants of bone or those that retained only a semblance of human tissue, a dried corpse, with its desiccated skin clinging to its skeletal frame, required less effort to control than fragile bones that could easily shatter. Though somewhat rigid, it was indeed more manageable. For Lin Yu, these beings represented invaluable assets in battle. Any careless damage could prove disastrous. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed through the air. The animated corpse continued its growls, now having risen from the coffin and leaping to the ground. It seemed to have a predetermined target, turning its head towards Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu regarded this creature with indifference. The reason was simple: the 7-star Long Yuan sword. Even if it possessed a steel-like constitution, this translucent divine sword could cleave it asunder. Yet, Lin Yu was eager to uncover the true nature of this entity. Was it a living corpse or merely under some form of control? To him, a corpse was lifeless, even if it were deemed a living corpse. It could not be considered human or biological. It resembled an ordinary cadaver. Therefore, if it was indeed lifeless, the art of puppet manipulation would undoubtedly be effective. Without hesitation, Lin Yu summoned his abilities to control the living corpse. Instantly, the creature ceased its low growls and halted its advance toward him. In the mist, it stood as an ordinary corpse, completely under Lin Yu's command. Indeed, even if it were genuinely a so-called living corpse, it was still manageable. However, at that moment, Lin Yu suddenly realized he had lost control over it, and the low growling resumed. Resistance? How audacious. Lin Yu attempted to regain control, but soon discovered it had slipped from his grasp once again. This was perplexing. As he sensed the living corpse, he noted that it exhibited no violent movements. When he lost control, it felt as though a switch had been flipped, causing the creature's actions and sounds to alternate between pause and play. Shall I try again? If unsuccessful, he would have no choice but to cleave this entity with the 7 stars Long Yuan sword. After all, it was undeniably strange. It seemed as if the corpse did not wish to move of its own volition, but rather, a piercing low growl suddenly erupted. A shadow darted forth, landing directly atop the living corpse's head, interrupting Lin Yu's attempt to regain control. Simultaneously, the living corpse leaped into the air, heading straight for Lin Yu. However, mid-flight, the shadow abruptly split in two, blood splattering everywhere. The living corpse lost its balance and plummeted from the air. Lin Yu quickly regained control, ensuring it landed gently on the ground, like a puppet standing in the mist. This time, the control remained intact. As for the shadow that had been cleaved in two, it lay lifeless, as though it had never existed. It was not a living corpse. Rather, this body was manipulated by some force. Lin Yu had suspected this possibility from the outset. The shadow, in its desperation to seize control, had recklessly leaped onto the corpse's head. Otherwise, Lin Yu would not have discerned the nature of this entity. From the very beginning, he had no intention of granting the shadow any chance. The transparent 7 stars Long Yuan's sword had long been lying in wait nearby, ready to execute his command. Whether the living corpse turned hostile or some other peculiar entity emerged, the sword would strike swiftly and silently. Observing the shadow once more, Lin Yu rejoined its severed halves and scrutinized its form. It resembled a fox with a plump body, pointed snout, large eyes, short rounded ears, and long fur on its cheeks. This was a badger. In common parlance, it was known as a raccoon. Lin Yu's familiarity with this creature stemmed from the countless documentaries he had watched during his time confined to a hospital bed. However, in his understanding, this raccoon was merely an ordinary small animal, yet now it astonishingly possessed the ability to manipulate corpses. This was evidently abnormal. Nevertheless, no other possibilities remained. Lin Yu once again recalled the scenes from Su Doran's revolving lantern. Everything transforms spiritual energy for its own use. Although he could not perceive where this spiritual energy resided or if it even existed, Lin Yu was aware that this energy was what had transformed the raccoon into a beast capable of controlling corpses. These beasts were beings that had evolved through the absorption of spiritual energy. Lin Yu had previously pondered when he would first encounter such a creature. Yet, he never anticipated it would happen so soon. While its strength appeared unimpressive, merely allowing it to manipulate corpses, who could say what it might become if it were to grow stronger? Lin Yu was determined not to underestimate any adversary's power, for such complacency could lead to a swift demise. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this unexpected incident had been resolved. Thus, he should proceed with the original plan too. Wait, could this raccoon be absorbed? Lin Yu attempted to place it within the coffin. Hundreds of meters away, on a narrow path, a slender shadow suddenly halted. The raccoon's presence had vanished. What was happening? Wait, could it be? Chapter 13. Unrestrained at this moment, the raccoon, almost evenly bisected, lay quietly within Lin Yu's coffin. Despite its body continuously oozing blood, which pooled around the interior of the coffin, Lin Yu remained utterly unfazed by this grim spectacle. Instead, he reveled in the exhilarating sensation of his powers intensifying further. Initially, he had merely sought to test whether he could absorb the essence emanating from the raccoon, yet unexpectedly, he glimpsed fleeting visions of the creature's life, ultimately succeeding in internalizing its energy. However, the hue of this energy diverged from that of the corpses he had encountered. While the essence drawn from the deceased was a dreary gray, the vitality extracted from the raccoon shimmered in vibrant green. Lin Yu quickly comprehended that this verdant essence was significantly more potent than the gray counterpart. He soon discerned that his perceptive range had expanded from 30 meters to an impressive 50 meters. Moreover, the level of his puppetry manipulation technique surged to the 3rd tier. Such rapid enhancement took Lin Yu entirely by surprise. Yet, this reality undeniably affirmed that the green essence of the raccoon surpassed the gray essence in potency. Gradually regaining his composure, Lin Yu recognized the unexpected nature of the raccoon's appearance. According to the visions of Su Doran, entities such as these beasts were not rampant in their presence. Typically, they thrived in the remote, secluded depths of the mountains, seldom venturing into densely populated areas. Should they appear in such locales, they would swiftly be eradicated by individuals wielding extraordinary powers, like Su Doran's formidable peers. It was unlikely that another raccoon of this kind would manifest anytime soon. Should that occur, the situation would undoubtedly become more perilous and dire. After all, Lin Yu's primary threat presently stemmed from Su Doran's brethren, who were in pursuit of the sword. As he pondered these matters, Lin Yu deftly maneuvered the relatively fresh corpse controlled by the raccoon and placed it within the coffin. There were still matters of significance to attend to. However, it was worth noting that this corpse, though somewhat bloated and decomposing, was surprisingly youthful. Lin Yu paid little heed to this detail as the corpse's visions began to unfold. The deceased, named Chinda, had once been a flower vendor, blessed with a beautiful wife, yet he lived a life of modest means. Consumed by the daily grind, he neglected his lovely spouse, who, in turn, found solace in the company of a dashing scholar passing through, a rendezvous that Chinda unwittingly discovered. Naturally incensed at being deceived, he confronted the couple, only to meet a tragic end at their hands, strangled in the dead of night. Indeed, a lamentable fate. After witnessing the brief span of this life, Lin Yu could not help but reflect. Yet, it was of no consequence to him. He was no saint. Nor did he feel compelled to mourn for these souls. In truth, he was not even human at this moment. As a mere vessel, he required no excess of emotion. What he could do next was to turn her into a puppet under his control, becoming a member of the undead team. However, before that, Chen Da's body quickly transformed from swelling and rotting to a desiccated, darkened corpse. As a grayish aura infused his body, a line of small characters appeared in Lin Yu's mind. Cultivation art, another line of small characters followed. Cultivating flowers and grasses, with no restrictions, cultivating flowers? Growing grasses? Ah. Does this mean that he could become a grave gardener, transforming the cemetery into a blossoming spectacle? Or perhaps turn this place into a vast green meadow? This ability, could it be any more useless? After much contemplation, Lin Yu could not discern the utility of this ability. However, sensing the expansive area that had now reached a 50-meter radius, he discovered that the wild grasses and vines in the vicinity were indeed thriving robustly. There were even tree roots extending from an unknown tree, tearing through the soil beneath this cemetery in a haphazard manner. Many patches of land had been upheaved by these roots, creating a bumpy terrain. Aesthetics? Non-existent. This place was synonymous with desolation and disorder. Lin Yu was, in fact, rather dissatisfied with the environment. After all, everyone hopes that the place they inhabit is at least clean and tidy. Overgrown weeds and solitary tombs. It was indeed a chaotic mess, even to the extent that it resembled an unmanaged burial ground. The term tidy had no relevance here. For Lin Yu, if he wished to make the environment a bit more comfortable, this cultivation ability could indeed be put to use. However, if he deliberately made this place excessively tidy, it would draw too much attention. He certainly did not want anyone to perceive this place as unusual. Being conspicuous was the opposite of stealth. In his current state of inadequacy, maintaining a low profile was the prudent course of action. Being ostentatious could easily lead to unwanted confrontations. After considering this, Lin Yu decided to temporarily set this ability aside and refrain from large-scale use. He could practice it a bit now and then, but overall altering the environment was best left untouched. So, should he attempt it? Since it was called cultivating flowers and grasses, it should be possible to simply cover the ground with wild grass and flowers. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yu began to activate his ability. A gentle green light briefly blossomed near a dilapidated grave 20 meters away, and then a few blades of grass emerged from the soil. After that, there was no further movement. Lin Yu observed them. They were no different from the surrounding wild grasses, and they did not exhibit the explosive growth he had feared. But then again, it was reasonable to expect that a first-tier ability would have such limitations. Yet, this ability, what could it truly accomplish? Beyond altering the environment, Lin Yu still could not conceive of how this ability could serve as a means of defense. It seems that this ability is indeed quite useless. After some contemplation, Lin Yu felt a sense of resignation. If any ability could instantly become formidable, then absorbing dozens of corpses would allow him to dominate effortlessly. Such fortune is rarely bestowed. He decided to regard this as merely a consolation prize. With this thought in mind, he summoned the trio Sha Wu, Su Daran, and Old Lu to rise once more. They were to dig graves. Following the recent encounter with the raccoon, Lin Yu's understanding of this world had indeed deepened. It was perilous. One could even say that danger lurked at every turn. Although this raccoon was rather weak, it had undeniably directed the corpse straight towards him. While he could no longer discern its true intent, the threat it posed was undeniably real. The second and third graves were subsequently unearthed, revealing two similarly decayed corpses. After controlling them and placing them within his coffin, two streams of gray energy were absorbed into his being. The path to becoming stronger was just beginning. With this resolve, Lin Yu once again commanded the corpses and directed them towards other graves. Chapter 14. The inexplicable. A thick blanket of dark clouds had, unbeknownst to anyone, completely enveloped the night sky. A gentle drizzle, accompanied by intermittent thunder, swept into the cemetery. As the rain intensified, Lin Yu realized he could no longer allow the foolish ones to continue their excavation. He carefully extracted the burial items, returned the body to its resting place, and meticulously refilled the grave with the earth that had been unearthed. He dared not show even the slightest negligence in these concluding actions. Having absorbed the green essence of the raccoon, Lin Yu's prowess had once again been enhanced. His perceptual radius had expanded to 50 meters, a significant improvement from the beginning. Within this range, he could sense the existence and movements of all entities. Simultaneously, he could control the corpses to a similar extent. Within this 50-meter perimeter, Lin Yu detected the presence of 20 graves. He also discerned the cemetery's boundaries and his own position within it. The expanse of the cemetery appeared quite substantial. Lin Yu found himself at the northwest corner, approximately 40 meters from the outer edge. The northern boundary sloped downward, revealing a narrow path that meandered below. To the west lay a dense thicket of trees. Given Lin Yu's current understanding of the area, it seemed this entire burial ground was situated on a gently rolling hill, scattered with countless graves. In this small section alone, there were 35 graves. Surely, the entire cemetery harbored even more. Moreover, with the increased distance, he perceived an additional 20 graves, 5 of which contained relatively fresh corpses. Lin Yu pondered the oddity of so many recently deceased individuals. Was there some significant event transpiring in Lake City? He resolved to wait until dawn to listen to the visitors or mourners who came to pay their respects. However, Lin Yu was somewhat surprised that his perception had expanded to 50 meters. He had initially believed it would only extend incrementally, 10 meters at a time. Yet now, it seemed to have progressed differently. 10, 20, 30, and then 50. Would the next threshold be 70, or perhaps even greater? Was the green essence indeed responsible for propelling him forward 2 levels? Without a point of reference, it remained mere speculation. Only when he grew stronger and could sense even farther would he be able to draw a definitive conclusion. The expansion of his perceptual range also significantly enhanced his puppet control techniques and his ability to assess danger. 50 meters was quite considerable. The applications of his puppet manipulation, the 7 stars Long Yuan sword, danger assessment, and even his planting techniques all reached this same maximum range of 50 meters. In essence, as his perceptual range broadened, so too did the range of these abilities. They complemented one another, each flourishing in the other's strength. Now, within a radius of 50 meters, any approaching enemy will be promptly alerted by the watchful eye, and the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword can silently eliminate the adversary. Moreover, the puppet manipulation technique allows the fallen foes to be used as mere pawns. As for the art of cultivation, perhaps it could bestow a certain green hue upon the enemy's head? Lin Yu felt a surge of exhilaration within. The enhancement of his abilities is truly exhilarating. Unless the adversary possesses long-range attacks or is unperturbed by the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, within this 50-meter range, Lin Yu is indeed invincible. Wait, such a proclamation may be premature. He quickly regained his composure. Invincible? Perhaps not. In this world, there exist numerous unsolvable mysteries and inscrutable individuals. Lin Yu remained uncertain whether to categorize the extraordinary beings as such or as superhumans. He was entirely ignorant of the extent of their powers and their realms of mastery. When the enemy truly arrives here, what he presently perceives as invincibility may prove utterly inconsequential. It is not a reliable position. Essentially, he is still relatively weak. Hardly anything to boast about. The self-assurance he had just cultivated swiftly became laughable under the weight of his cautious thoughts. No, it is insufficient. I am not strong enough. Despite it being only the second evening and his strength having undergone a significant leap, Lin Yu felt compelled to remain cautious, to continue his stealthy development. Otherwise, he might find himself reduced to mere kindling, with no time to lament. The rain intensified, pattering down and rendering the graveyard damp and muddy. Lin Yu understood that this small town, Lake City, is a part of the Great Alliance's southern territory, nestled near major cities like Sioux City, Hang City, and Jia City, by the sea and adjacent to a river in a vast plain. However, the climate leaves much to be desired. The summer is sweltering, and the winter is humid. In summary, it can be described with 2 words, abundant water. This is hardly advantageous for Lin Yu. Regardless of his indifference, the muddy soil significantly impedes his ability to manipulate corpses and excavate graves. Furthermore, the rain complicates his concealment efforts. No matter how formidable the spade, it cannot mold a puddle of muck into the shape of a grave mound. He hurriedly directed the simple-minded Wu, the elderly son, Taoist Su, and the carpenter Chen to properly bury each grave mound and arrange them meticulously. Finally, he left the spade and the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword in the rain, making adjustments here and filling in there. Although he was uncertain whether the rain would persist until tomorrow or if anyone would come to pay respects or even enter a coffin, his instinct for caution compelled him to ensure this task was executed flawlessly. After all, even a single flaw could prove fatal. Speaking of flaws, Lin Yu was acutely aware that the vulnerabilities he had left behind were indeed considerable. Upon reflection, it boiled down to 2 individuals, Taoist Su and Guosan. Guosan was still alive and well outside because of his fortune-telling, which prompted Taoist Su to entertain dubious notions and venture here to excavate graves. After slaying the Taoist Su, he acquired the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword, simultaneously realizing that this weapon was indeed a perilous possession. The former disciples of Taoist Su were now fervently searching for both the divine sword and its master. These extraordinary individuals, endowed with formidable abilities, were the adversaries Lin you would inevitably confront. This was not a mere exaggeration. Regardless of whether they traced his whereabouts through subtle clues or he inadvertently exposed himself through a lapse, it was only a matter of time before they would converge upon this graveyard. The only variable was the timing of their arrival. Lin Yu understood that he must continue to grow stronger. On another note, it seemed that his puppet manipulation technique had reached the 3rd tier, allowing him to control up to 6 entities, which he had just tested. Perhaps he could experiment with this newfound capacity by controlling the shovels, the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword, and some stones in the rain. This would serve to hone both his puppet manipulation skills and his proficiency with the shovel. While he might not be able to excavate graves, this task was certainly feasible. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu commenced his practice. Amidst the patter of rain, the shovels began to move within the graveyard. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, a pair of bright black eyes in the woods was fixated upon the graveyard, observing the eerie figures that seemed to dance as if suspended by invisible threads. Chapter 15. The Taoist in blue robes. The patter of rain began at dawn and continued unabated throughout the day. By the next morning, there remained no sign of respite. On the eastern side of Lake City, a solitary boat bobbed gently on the Clear Peak River, gradually approaching the shore. A Taoist, with a faintly azure beard, gracefully alighted from the bow of the boat. Clad in a blue robe with a white shirt beneath, he remained entirely dry amidst the relentless downpour. Boatman. Is this Lake City? The Taoist, named Xianming, gazed into the rain at the dilapidated city towers, flicking a fragment of silver from his fingers, which landed perfectly in the outstretched hand of the boatman who had just rushed out. The boatman, astonished to see the Taoist's attire and hair completely unspoiled by the rain, trembled slightly as he held the silver. Why yes, Taoist, this city is called Lake City, part of Songding Prefecture. It is a bustling hub of commerce and trade. Before he could finish, the Taoist had already drifted towards the city gates. Upon reaching the entrance, where the guard seemed little more than a formality, he flicked the dust from his whisk. Looking up, he observed the blue-bricked houses, tightly knit in rows, with shops lining the streets, all bustling with activity despite the rain. Xianming nodded in approval. Though Lake City was modest in size, it bore a striking resemblance to the vibrant city of Hangzhou. After inquiring with a few locals, he had already gleaned the general whereabouts of over a dozen inns and lodgings in Lake City. Would the trader Xianfeng be hiding within the city? Or perhaps in the more distant Jia City? With determination, Xianming strode boldly into the rain, his clothing miraculously untouched by the droplets. Meanwhile, Guisan, having consumed 3 yellow talismans in a concoction of ash water, slept soundly until dawn. After a day of lethargy, he awoke the following morning with an insatiable appetite and a noticeable improvement in his spirits. Especially, the bruise shaped like a finger on his right arm had faded, and the pain had lessened significantly. The Taoist Su was indeed a true deity. It was the first time he had ever felt that the 20 coins spent on the talisman for exorcising evil was worth it. The malevolent energy had been thoroughly dispelled, and the incident of being caught at the graveyard felt like a distant nightmare. As night fell, Guisan remained on his bed. The thought of venturing outside during the rain filled him with dread, as he imagined the gamblers from the previous day would be waiting to collect their debts. Though he did not care much, after all, he could simply endure a beating. He was not inclined to face such consequences at present. However, his companion, Silly Wu, had still not returned. When Zheng Pongzi had visited, he had not even mentioned Silly Wu, suggesting that he had indeed met his end by the grave. Guisan felt no sorrow for Silly Wu's demise, recognizing the indifference of the world. All that mattered was his own survival. Silly Wu is dead? It's not as if I owe the gambling den anything on his behalf. He scoffed. If they come looking for me, I'll simply declare that I do not know him. Resolutely, Guisan sprang from his bed, his spirits buoyed as he rummaged beneath it for a small piece of silver. With renewed vigor, he decided to test his luck at the newly opened gambling house mentioned by Zhang Pongzi. Yet, just as he was about to push the door open, he discovered a figure in a blue robe standing in the rain outside. Who are you, Guisan? The voice of the Taoist echoed in his ears. Who are you? A gust of wind swept by, and as Guisan closed and then opened his eyes, the Taoist voice rang out behind him. Yet outside the door, there was no one in sight. His mind buzzed, and Guisan, upon encountering this formidable figure, held his breath. Tao, Tao, Tao. Turn around. Just as the Taoist's words fell, Guisan found himself inexplicably spinning in place. I ask you, are you Guisan? Xuanming's voice was stern. Tao, esteemed Taoist. I am Guisan. Honored to meet you, Guisan stammered, realizing the Taoist might, trembling like a leaf in the wind as he hastily bowed in respect. Who is this Taoist? Why does he seek me? Was I sent by that grand gambling house? You have not seen this person? Xuanming's voice carried a weary rasp. He had traversed the entirety of Xiahu City that day, visiting over 10 inns, only to find a few Taoists taking refuge there. Yet, without exception, they were not the traitor Xianfeng. After much searching, he stumbled upon a clue in a dilapidated inn located in a remote corner. Indeed, a Taoist resided there. But according to the innkeeper, he had not returned for 2 days, and the room was completely cleared, leaving no trace behind. All that was known was that this Taoist was surnamed Su, called Su Banjian, and was a diviner. After scouring the streets again, Xianming found no further leads and suspected that even if Su Banjian were indeed Xianfeng, he had long since fled to another place. Frustrated in his search, Xianming intended to leave Xiahu City before nightfall to rendezvous with his senior brother Xianlei in Jiaqing. While resting at a tea house, he overheard a plump man at the next table boasting loudly about how Su Daoist had helped his brother exorcise evil spirits with remarkable skill. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired further and learned that this Su Banjian had indeed exorcised a rogue named Gua San 2 days prior. Coincidentally, this was the very day Su Banjian vanished. Xuanming's heart raced. He discreetly asked the man for Gua San's whereabouts, determined to uncover the truth. He felt that Gua San might hold vital information. Moreover, he had shown the plump man an image of Xianfeng, who claimed it bore a striking resemblance to Su Banjian. If one person's words could be doubted, what if 2 or 3 spoke similarly? Especially if this last individual, Gua San, had direct contact with the so-called Su Banjian. If he could provide confirmation. Tao, esteemed Taoist, what person do you speak of? Gua San was momentarily taken aback, swallowing hard as he looked up at the Taoist in the azure robe, who was holding a painting that depicted a Taoist figure. A Taoist? Seeking someone? You are not here to demand money from me, nor to find that fool Wu. Are you? That would be quite fortunate. Gua San felt a wave of relief wash over him, rubbing his hands together as he smiled apologetically. Esteemed Taoist, may I take a closer look? He stepped forward a few paces, leaning in for a better view. Just as Gua San was about to shake his head, a sudden realization struck him. The figure in the painting bore a resemblance to someone. If only the figure had a long beard, would it not be Su Banjian? Gua San blurted out, Su Banjian. Xianming repeated a phrase, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, although I have only met him once. I have encountered numerous Taoist priests throughout my life, and recently, there has been but one. Gua San, reluctant to admit that he sought Su Banjian due to his grave misadventures, hastily replied. Xianming exhaled softly, nodding slightly as he rolled up the portrait and tucked it away. I ask you, do you know where Su Banjian went afterward? The young man genuinely did not know. Su Banjian only instructed him to consume the yellow talisman water thrice a day, morning, noon, and night, to dispel the malevolent force. Gua San swallowed hard, unable to continue. If he spoke further, his grave trespasses would surely be revealed. If this Taoist were to report him, it could lead to execution. Despite the formidable presence of the Taoist, the prospect of death was far more terrifying. Xuanming's brow tightened. The trail had gone cold. While it was certain that this Su Daoist was indeed Xianfeng, the whereabouts of Xianfeng thereafter remained a complete mystery. Must I resort to searching in the nearby towns? 2 days, one could traverse great distances in that time, especially with the flourishing waterways of Xiahu City. He sighed, reflecting on how far things had progressed, still haunted by the presence of that traitor, Xianfeng. Wait a moment. His fellow disciples had not visited Xiahu City. It would be utterly unwise to alert Xianfeng, allowing him to escape. Yet, Xianfeng had fled in haste. Even the most cautious would not retreat so meticulously. Could it be? He glanced at Gua San. Xianfeng had vanished 4 days prior, and Gua San had also sought him out for exorcism on the very same day. Perhaps there was a connection in their conversation. With a flick of his fingers, a flash of green light erupted. With a thunderous roar, Gua San suddenly found 3 deep, arc-shaped chasms appearing on the ground before him. Taoist, let us speak calmly. Please, do not take my life. Gua San immediately wet himself, collapsing in terror. He could not comprehend why the Taoist had suddenly struck. Speak of the malevolent force you sought to dispel, Xianming commanded, his sword pointed at Gua San. Speak, and you shall not meet a gruesome end. Chapter 16. Exorcising evil spirits. Gua San was drenched in sweat, kneeling on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Once a rogue and a scoundrel, he was accustomed to instilling fear in others. Never had anyone dared to frighten him. Yet now, as he gazed at the 3 deep gashes in the earth, resembling the claws of a colossal beast, all arrogance had fled. Master, the exorcist, it's just. Although terror gripped him, he was not foolish enough to reveal his fear. He thought it sufficient to concoct a half-truth to appease the situation. After all, several days had passed, and the incessant rain had washed away any trace of what had transpired. With a shift of his gaze, Guisan decided that a story laced with half-truths would suffice. He had ventured into the graveyard unnoticed, and the only witness, the simpleton Wu, was now deceased. Resolute, he recounted, a few days ago, my friend and I, intoxicated, wandered to the western cemetery, only to encounter a reanimated corpse. I was so frightened that I nearly lost control. Upon my return, I fell ill. I heard from Zheng that a certain Master Su possesses formidable skills, so I sought him out for an exorcism. He provided me with 3 talismans, instructing me to take one each morning, noon, and night. I drank them, and, well, that's the gist of it. Is that all? Xianming inquired patiently. Master, I would never dare to deceive you, Guisan replied, his head bowed, still trembling. Xianming stroked his beard, observing Guisan, whose sharp features did not suggest deceit. Sheathing his sword, he nodded slightly. Do you know where he might be now? On a rainy day. Master Su should be at an inn or someplace. I doubt he is out and about, Guisan answered casually. A heavy stone dropped in Xianming's heart. The trail had come to an abrupt halt. After painstakingly tracking down the traitor, Xianfeng, through leads in the lower lake city, he had hoped to find further revelations with Guisan. Yet, it seemed he had toiled in vain once more. What a predicament, he sighed. Originally, he sought merely to apprehend the traitor Xianfeng, recover the 7 stars dragon abyss sword, and return it to his master atop Tianzhu Peak. Unlike his fellow disciples, he cared little for the position of sect leader. In terms of both strength and connections, he paled in comparison to them. His sole desire was to see the treasured artifact, long lost, restored to its rightful place at Tianzhu Peak. Xianming's skills were no match for those of Master Su. He lacked the acumen for keen observation. Had he possessed such abilities, he would have discerned the discrepancies in Guisan's facial expressions and contradictions in his statements. After all, Guisan's quaking demeanor, coupled with his nonsensical words, raised suspicion. Who, inebriated, would venture to a graveyard several miles away in the dead of night? A reanimated corpse, who would believe such a tale? Master, if you have no further inquiries, I shall take my leave, Guisan said. Noting Xianming's furrowed brow and sighs of frustration, he was eager to extricate himself from any entanglements. It appears that this individual has a prior acquaintance with the immortal Su, having come to the city of Lower Lake in search of something elusive, and thus sought him out. Whether or not Su owes this person money is of no concern to him. He is solely preoccupied with ensuring that his own secrets remain undisclosed. Guisan, have you encountered a malevolent spirit in the graveyard? Xianming suddenly recalled this matter and inquired. Indeed, thanks to Su, there is hardly anything left to worry about. Did you come across a living corpse rising from the grave? Yes, a body crawled out from the grave. Ha. Guisan, filled with trepidation, wondered what this master intended to do. Surely he wouldn't want to investigate. The night had already fallen, and he had no desire to return there. Who knows if that living corpse still remains? Had the grave been filled in? If this master were to uncover anything amiss, it would spell trouble for him. Take me there. We depart at once, Xianming declared, brandishing his whisk and sheathing his sword. Master, it's dark, and that living corpse is quite dangerous. Perhaps we should. Nonsense, Xianming retorted sternly. Exorcising evil and vanquishing demons is our duty. Guisan was flabbergasted. Master, can I opt out? I could find someone else to guide you. Continuous rainfall had transformed the vicinity surrounding the cemetery west of Lower Lake into a marshland. However, the cemetery itself, situated on elevated ground, had remarkably remained unsubmerged. Lin Yu marveled at the wisdom of the people from Lower Lake, while simultaneously expressing his discontent with the incessant rain that had persisted for 2 days. Working in such weather is hardly ideal. Although the area had not been flooded, it was still saturated with water. Digging even a small pit would immediately turn it into a pool. The heavy rain and prolonged duration had deterred anyone from venturing out, granting him ample time to hone his skills. Over these 2 days, although Lin Yu could not command the skeletal remains to dig, he had not idled away his time. The absence of interruptions meant he could practice his puppet control techniques even in broad daylight. Moreover, should anyone approach, his acute senses would not fail him. If anyone were to witness it, they would see 2 shovels and a long sword in the northwest corner of the cemetery, moving rhythmically through the air in a rather grotesque fashion. Such movements could enhance his so-called proficiency. Initially, Lin Yu had merely intended to experiment, but to his surprise, it proved effective. The level of his digging shovel had ascended to the 3rd tier, and he had acquired 3 of them after the upgrade. As for his puppet control technique, it too had reached the 3rd tier, and he felt that further advancement was not far off. He had not entirely neglected his gardening skills either. Out of boredom, he decided to adorn several nearby graves with a layer of green during the torrential downpour, creating a rather pleasing sight. In other areas, he had scattered some seeds, transforming the vicinity into a verdant paradise. However, this ability is evidently not merely a trivial one. He discovered that it not only enables plants to grow rapidly, but also allows him to regulate their further development, particularly with vines. Lin Yu found himself capable of inducing them to sprout and grow to a height of 1 meter in a remarkably short span of time. Initially, Lin Yu regarded this ability as rather useless, but now, it still seemed quite ineffectual. What purpose could it serve? After pondering for a while, Lin Yu was unable to fathom how this peculiar skill could be employed in combat. He certainly could not simply hang it on his adversary. Especially when the opponent was human, at best it might merely obstruct their line of sight. Wait a moment, could this serve as auxiliary support? Particularly during provocations? Humans would hardly relish the thought of having greenery sprouting atop their heads, would they? As his wild imaginings subsided, Lin Yu simultaneously controlled the digging shovel and wielded the 7 stars long yuan sword in the air, taking this opportunity to review his existing abilities. His perception range was approximately 50 meters, a rough estimate derived from the dimensions of his own coffin. Puppet manipulation technique, 3rd tier. Currently enabling control over a maximum of 6 inanimate objects. Digging shovel, 3rd tier, 3 in number, capable of appearing or vanishing at Lin Yu's command. Danger awareness. 1st tier, capable of alerting him to potential threats. Planting art, 1st tier, allowing the cultivation of flowers and grasses. Though the species planted would mirror that of the nearest plant, with the potential for enhanced growth through his control. 7 stars long yuan sword, sharp and formidable, capable of becoming invisible at will. These abilities, along with the operational range of the 7 stars long yuan sword, define the extent of Lin Yu's current sensory capabilities. Moreover, aside from the 7 stars long yuan sword, all his other abilities were survival-oriented. Although he could utilize danger awareness for early warning and render the 7 stars long yuan sword transparent, effectively setting a trap for his enemies. This also implied that should the sword be countered, he would possess no means of offense. This was troubling. Lin Yu suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. Particularly, if those extraordinary individuals were to arrive, this vast radius of 50 meters would seem trivial to them. Furthermore, it was uncertain when they might come. Lin Yu believed that once darkness fell, he would need to hasten to excavate the foolish Taoist and the others, continuing to unearth the yet unexplored graves one by one. He needed to become stronger. Even without acquiring new abilities, he must expand his perception range. Only then could he sense more graves and unlock greater potential for enhancement. Now that the rain had ceased, it was indeed time to commence his labor. Lin Yu directed the digging shovel to unearth the grave beside him, first extracting the Taoist and the foolish 5. The light was already dimming, signaling that it was time to begin work. Each corpse grasped a digging shovel and commenced the excavation. The soil was damp, presenting a certain challenge. Just as Lin Ming contemplated searching for nearby graves with drier earth, a sudden roar echoed from afar. Xie Feng, I never anticipated that you, the traitor, would be here. Come and behold who I am. Chapter 17. The bait. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its lingering rays had yet to dissipate. In the dim light, 2 figures were distinctly discernible before the grave. One of them, clad in a Taoist robe, stood with their back turned, their silhouette emaciated like a withered corpse. It was Su, Taoist Su. Guosan immediately recognized the oddly dressed figure and could not help but exclaim, Taoist Su? Xianming was initially perplexed by the desolate graveyard, wondering how anyone could be present here as darkness approached. He had thought it might be some sort of monster, like the living dead that Guosan had mentioned. Upon hearing Guosan's assertion that it was Taoist Su, he was momentarily taken aback. But soon, he shouted in astonishment, You mean Xianfeng? Indeed, that was correct. It is he. I recall the last time he donned this attire to exorcise evil spirits for me. Guosan's finger trembled as he pointed at the figure in the robe, his conviction unwavering. However, he too was puzzled as to why Taoist Su would be present here. Wait, could it be that Taoist Su had foreseen his venture to the grave? If these 2 Taoists were to drag him to the magistrate, claiming he was grave robbing, his life would surely be forfeit. The more Guosan thought, the more apprehensive he became, instinctively retreating, contemplating that he must flee before it was too late. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon another unmoving silhouette, one that seemed inexplicably familiar. The tattered clothing and that bald head. Could it be none other than Shabi Wu? Guosan gasped in shock, stumbling backward. Shabi Wu had returned from the dead? Was he here to claim his life? Shabi, your demise has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. Guosan called out twice, before convulsing and fainting onto the ground. Xianming Taoist stood in a daze, no longer having the time to concern himself with Guosan's plight. At that moment, his heart raced. His eyes fixated on the indistinct figure. Although the distance was great, obscuring the face, Guosan's confirmation that this person was indeed Taoist Su. The very traitor Xianfeng that he and his fellow disciples had been desperately seeking, surged through his mind. Originally, Xianming intended to leave this desolate Hu city while eliminating any potential threats posed by monsters or the living dead. Yet, unexpectedly, amidst this twist of fate, he had found Xianfeng instead. In an instant, memories of 3 years of relentless searching flooded back, along with thoughts of his increasingly frail master, prompting Xianming to reflect deeply. Indeed, this was a case of the iron shoes were worn in vain, yet the quarry was obtained without effort. Xianfeng, who would have thought that this traitor would be here? Come and see who I am. Xianming let out a long howl, drawing his sword with conviction. At that moment, a silver-gray mist gradually rose over the graveyard. Xianming knew that he must capture the traitor Xianfeng alive. Otherwise, who could ascertain whether the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword remained in his possession? Moreover, returning only Xuanfen's severed head would surely displease his master. Time was of the essence. The 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword must be returned to the Mount Tian Observatory as swiftly as possible. Xianming steadied his grip on the sword, taking a deep breath. Now, with both sides in a standoff, even at a distance of several dozen meters, he was confident that Xianfeng would not escape easily from this encounter. After all, Xianfeng is merely an ordinary individual, fundamentally distinct from someone of his extraordinary caliber. With a mere gesture, Xianfeng could meet his demise in an instant. However, capturing him alive remains a priority. Xianming cast his gaze upon the figure beside Xianfeng, noting the attire, which bore a striking resemblance to that of Guosan. The individual wielded no formidable weaponry, suggesting he posed no significant threat, even if he were to be Xuanfeng's accomplice. Should he dare to intervene or pose a threat, Xianming would not hesitate to take decisive action. Yet, at this moment, Xianming refrained from approaching carelessly. Though Xianfeng lacked the innate prowess that Xianming possessed, he was known to be exceedingly cautious and meticulous, ensuring that he would not allow anyone to draw near easily. An impetuous advance could provoke a desperate response from the opponent, leading them to resort to lethal measures. With one hand raised, Xianming grasped his sword, channeling his spiritual energy. Despite his thunderous shout, Xianfeng remained unperturbed. Perhaps there was indeed something peculiar at play? Meanwhile, the resounding call served as a warning, compelling Lin Yu to cease all actions. Xianfeng? A traitor? Whom did this refer to? Standing within the graveyard were Su Daoran and the foolish Wu. Among them, Su Daoran bore the closest resemblance to Xianfeng. In an instant, Lin Yu comprehended that the approaching adversary was none other than Su Daoran's fellow disciples from Tianju Peak, who sought the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword. These disciples possessed the formidable ability to absorb spiritual energy and transform it into extraordinary power. Lin Yu had anticipated that one day, Su Daoran's companions would trace him through various clues, but he had not expected their arrival to be so swift. Moreover, Lin Yu was utterly unable to perceive the appearance or strength of this individual, nor the number of companions he might bring. Due to the considerable distance separating them, far exceeding his sensory radius of 50 meters, this underscored just how limited and powerless his range of perception truly was. He could only infer that the enemy approached from the southern part of the graveyard, accompanied by what seemed to be blades and swords. The opponent remained largely unknown, complicating matters further. At this moment, neither Su Daoran nor the foolish Wu could be prompted to take action. They could only maintain their current posture, turned away from the unseen foe. With the enemy in plain sight, but himself concealed, he was indeed unable to move. Su Daoran and the foolish Wu, being in a state of decay, would be at a disadvantage if discovered by the adversary. Yet, a sudden realization dawned upon Lin Yu. Something that could have easily been overlooked. He perceived no immediate danger, regardless of how the adversary viewed the situation. Even if they recognized Su Daoran and the foolish Wu as corpses, they would hardly conjecture that there was a coffin buried beneath the grave mound. The worst assumption they might entertain would be the possibility of these two being reanimated, with the enemy visible and himself shrouded in obscurity. Even if the foe were to attack the corpses, Lin Yu would sustain no harm. Realizing this, Lin Yu's mindset underwent a transformation. Simultaneously, his strategy transformed from passive defense to counterattacks and even proactive offensives. Ultimately, however, it was essential to lure the opponent within a 50-meter range. Presently, the only weapon at his disposal, the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword, had found an alternative purpose. The adversary sought Xianfeng, also known as Su Daoren. What was the intent behind this pursuit? They sought the sword. Wasn't the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword the perfect bait to entice the opponent into that 50-meter zone? Initially, Lin Yu intended to conceal the sword near the enemy's vicinity, ready to serve as a hidden strike, catching them off guard. Yet, compared to this, its function as bait clearly held greater significance. Moreover, once the enemy was drawn closer, the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword could still serve as a concealed weapon at any moment. With this thought, Lin Yu deftly maneuvered the currently transparent 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword beside the immobile Su Daoren using puppet manipulation techniques. Then, clang! As the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword materialized, it struck a stone on the ground, producing a crisp sound. The bait was cast. Following this, was that. The 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword. The tremor in the enemy's voice was swiftly perceived by Lin Yu. Chapter 18. Extraordinary power. The darkness of night gradually saturated every breath of air in the graveyard. The faint light cast by the dim starry sky rendered this place, shrouded in a silver-gray mist, even more ominous and terrifying. At this moment, Xuanming's hand, gripping the sword, trembled slightly. Just moments ago, he could not help but exclaim in surprise, for a long sword had suddenly fallen at the feet of Xianfeng, who stood with his back turned to him. The 3-foot-long sword glimmered with a chilling light, its blade as sharp as autumn frost. Xuanming's first instinct was that this was the legendary divine weapon they had sought for 3 long years, the 7 Stars Long Yuan Sword. However, after just a glance, he could not ascertain whether it was indeed the treasured artifact they had longed for. Yet, he hesitated to approach and retrieve it. Who could say if Xianfeng had laid a trap? It might even be a counterfeit. As the night deepened, Xuanfeng's silhouette became increasingly indistinct. Should he venture closer to discern the truth? Xianming found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Remaining too far, even with the light of a torch, would render Xuanfeng's position unclear. Yet, drawing too near could lead him into an ambush. Xianming shook his head. Xianfeng, if you surrender the 7 Stars Long Yuan Sword, I shall let bygones be bygones and spare your life. He called out again, his voice resonating through the stillness. However, he noted that his adversary remained silent. Just as before, in the graveyard, the haunting call of an owl echoed, seemingly emerging from nowhere. Sighing, Xianming took a step forward, then another. He understood that he could not afford to linger any longer. If he could capture Xianfeng and acquire the 7 Stars Long Yuan Sword, he could return to Tianzhu Peak and fulfill his master's vow to assume the position of sect leader. No, the position of sect leader mattered little. With one hand raised in sword stance, and the other holding the torch aloft, Xianming approached Xianfeng with increasing resolve. Both Xianfeng and the sword on the ground became ever clearer. Xianming discerned that the blade bore markings resembling small black dents, visible even in the feeble light. It truly was the 7 Stars Long Yuan Sword. Taking a deep breath, a surge of excitement welled within him. He could not help but stride forward. Just then, a sharp metallic sound sliced through the air, startling him. Indeed, there was an ambush. He suddenly let out a piercing cry. A crack. A sound that should not have emanated from the collision of a digging shovel against something rang out. This was. Lin Yu had envisioned various possibilities. Yet the reality struck him with profound astonishment. Within his perception, a figure clad in a blue robe was enveloped by a wall of mist, which materialized abruptly within half a meter around him. This water wall was a manifestation of elemental power he had once witnessed in Su Daoren's lantern, wielded by one of his fellow disciples. The extraordinary power of water, controlling the water element. He never anticipated encountering an extraordinary being so soon. Lin Yu concealed the shattered digging shovel once more, sensing that the water wall had completely encased the figure in a spherical embrace. The desire for a simple breakthrough appears to be an utterly impossible endeavor. This water wall defense is indeed impenetrable. Xianfeng, what other abilities do you possess? The voice of the man resonated once more. Lin Yu pondered. He was uncertain of Xuanfeng's capabilities, but he certainly had a few tricks up his sleeve. For instance, when that individual crossed the 50-meter mark, his danger-sensing ability activated for the first time. instantly transforming his perception of the entire area into a vivid red. It seemed rather useless. Without this ability, Lin mused, he could still gauge the level of threat posed by the opponent. Nevertheless, this danger-sensing skill had provided Lin Yu with a clearer understanding of the range of his own perceptions. As for other abilities planting seeds, would that old fool care if he sprouted a few green shoots atop his head? Is he too afraid to look back? The man continued to address the Taoist, his long sword slicing through the air, still unwilling to confront his master. Lin Yu thought to himself, he wished for the Taoist to respond, but alas, the man was deceased, his flesh and blood long gone, reduced to a desiccated corpse. And what could a corpse do but instill fear? In any case, the man in the blue robe would never guess that this coffin was the true essence, while the so-called Xianfeng was merely a lifeless body. Thus, why not unleash a flurry of action? Lin Yu swiftly commanded the Taoist and the foolish Wu, propelling them towards the blue-robed man. Under the cover of night, he aimed to startle this blue-robed figure. How audacious! Xianfeng, do you wish to throw away your life? The blue-robed man shouted, hastily retreating 2 steps, pointing at Wu. Hit him. A powerful jet of water materialized from thin air, striking Wu's right leg as he charged forward with his head bowed. With a resounding crash, Wu lost his balance and was sent tumbling through the air. As expected. Lin Yu had anticipated such tactics from the man. It was within his expectations. However, it was rather foolish of the man to hold back. At such a moment, to aim merely to incapacitate rather than eliminate the opponent was beyond Lin Yu's comprehension. The law of the jungle prevails, dear Taoist. This world is indeed brutal. Even though Lin Yu had only recently been reborn as a coffin, he understood this truth well. Spiritual energy, monstrous beings, extraordinary individuals, even an ordinary person wielding a weapon could claim a life in an instant. In this world, what is not dangerous? Surely, this man should be more aware of this reality than his coffin form. A modicum of intelligence would have precluded him from using water jets merely to destabilize an obvious adversary. Crash! At that moment, the blue-robed man unleashed another water jet, causing the Taoist to stumble and fall to the ground. Simultaneously, 3 shovels soared towards him. Crash! 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 The shovels struck the water wall once more, clattering to the ground. Lin Yu commanded the 2 corpses to rise again, propelling them toward the man, only to have them knocked back instantly. As before, the shovels were thwarted by the water wall. Strangely, Lin Yu suddenly discovered that when the digging shovel struck the water wall, the remarkably resilient barrier would indent for a brief period, appearing somewhat diminished, rather than immediately restoring itself. Could this be a flaw? He once again commanded the digging shovel, this time launching 2 successive, forceful strikes at the same spot on the water wall. Although the digging shovel was once more sent flying, Lin Yu distinctly sensed that the area recently impacted had sustained a noticeable breach. Though this gap was swiftly compensated by the adjacent water wall, it became evident to Lin Yu that this was the key to overcoming the barrier, so it was not as indomitable as it seemed. Moreover, Lin Yu unexpectedly perceived a rather peculiar phenomenon. This occurrence, which would typically be disregarded, presented Lin Yu with a fortuitous opportunity to showcase what appeared to be an otherwise ineffective ability. As he maneuvered Su Darn further away from the figure clad in green robes, Lin Yu felt that the moment to determine the victor was approaching. Xianfeng, I harbor no intention of killing you. Cease these tricks and surrender. Lin Yu once again heard the booming voice of the Taoist echoing through the graveyard. How he relished bellowing, as if to summon an audience. If he wished to shout, then perhaps his cries of anguish would be even louder. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than 3 digging shovels surged forth once more from the same direction, charging fiercely at the Taoist. Chapter 19. Infiltrating a series of slicing winds approached with alarming speed, causing Xianming to feel a prickling sensation on his scalp, prompting him to retreat several meters in haste. Simultaneously, he swiftly redirected the spiritual energy within him, releasing it upon the water barrier before him. Following 3 muffled thuds, a crisp crack echoed, remarkably. The sturdy water wall shattered at that moment. In the nick of time, Xianming dropped to the ground, lacking the opportunity to employ his Yubu technique, and rolled to evade this lethal strike. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated the remaining spiritual energy and conjured a new water wall, one significantly thicker than the previous. Moreover, he distinctly heard the sound of blades slicing through the air. The 7-star long yuan sword. Xianming cast a sharp glance toward the location where the sword had once been, only to find it utterly devoid of any presence. Yet, more ominous gusts of wind surged forth, and Xianming inhaled sharply, his feet executing the Yubu technique in a flurry, as he heard a cacophony of thuds beside him. Something was amiss. He performed several more rolls, even discarding his torch into the unknown, returning to his previous position, now covered in dirt. The perilous wind sounds had ceased. However, Xianming was now drenched in layers of cold sweat. A deep sense of confusion enveloped him. When had Xianfeng acquired such prowess? The ability to shatter his water wall and launch relentless assaults with metallic objects, including the 7-star Long Yuan sword, left Xianming, a novice in the second tier of the Xiantian realm, ensnared in a precarious predicament. Was this indeed Xianfeng? Although Xianfeng was known for his cautious nature and penchant for setting traps, the recent occurrences could not merely be attributed to such stratagems. Had Xianfeng awakened extraordinary powers over the past 3 years? No, ordinary cultivators progressed far too slowly to force a second-tier Xiantian master into such a dire situation. I'm Xianming of the Mount Tianju's Mo Xiangguan. I dare to inquire, who among the esteemed is manifesting their divine presence here? Xianming finally steadied his breath and, seeing that his pursuer had not resumed the attack, called out boldly. Yet, the graveyard remained silent, just as it had moments before. Xianming glanced once more at the motionless Xianfeng and the 7-star Long Yuan sword beside him. He retrieved a diamond-shaped, translucent stone from his pocket, placing it in his palm and absorbing the spiritual energy contained within. His fatigue dissipated swiftly, and the previously exhausted spiritual energy surged back to fullness. This time, he absolutely could not return empty-handed. After a strenuous search for Xianfeng and the sighting of the 7-star Long Yuan sword, it was uncertain when he might encounter Xianfeng again. If other disciples seized the opportunity first, Xianming took a deep breath. This unknown master was shrouded in mystery, remaining unresponsive and facing away from him. Judging from the previous exchanges, though the extent of his opponent's strength remained unclear, as long as he continued to fortify his water wall. Even if it were to be shattered, he could endure the onslaught. Moreover, his sole intention was to take away the Xianfeng and the 7-star's Dragon Abyss sword. Since you, esteemed one, remain silent, do not blame me, Xianming, for any offense that may arise. I must take this person, Xianfeng, with me. With a resounding howl, Xianming surged once more towards the direction of Xianfeng. However, a celestial object, resembling a shooting star, descended from the heavens, hurtling into the water barrier with a deafening rush. Effortlessly breaching a section of it, Xianming hastily redirected his spiritual energy to mend the shattered part of the water wall. Just as he intended to press on towards Xianfeng, an unexpected sensation struck him. Something alive had suddenly burrowed into his mouth. The long sword in hand swung down fiercely, and a tangle of vines emerged upon the ground. However, before he had the chance to be astonished, he suddenly felt an explosive pain reverberating through his mouth and mind. Immediately, the endless darkness engulfed his consciousness. Xianming collapsed like a withered tree, and the surrounding water wall cascaded over him, flowing freely. Finally, it was over. Lin Yu couldn't help but reflect. This battle had persisted for an unexpectedly long duration, and the manner of its conclusion was indeed beyond his initial expectations. Nonetheless, he emerged as the ultimate victor. And that sufficed. This was also Lin Yu's first encounter with such an extraordinary individual, and it marked the first time he had vanquished someone endowed with such unfamiliar and formidable abilities. It could hardly be described as effortless, otherwise, it would not have consumed such an extensive amount of time. Moreover, had he not fortuitously discovered that subtle detail, Lin Yu felt he might have engaged in a protracted struggle with this individual. As night deepened, the remnants of the recent battle gradually dissipated amid the silvery fog in the desolate, shadowy graveyard. After sensing for a while and confirming the absence of any other adversaries, Lin Yu directly manipulated the corpse of the self-proclaimed Xianming, guiding it to his vicinity. He then controlled Su Daoren and Shawu to excavate the grave for the umpteenth time, after which the coffin lid opened, welcoming the arrival of Xianming's remains. However, before placing this extraordinary entity into the coffin, Lin Yu had one more task to accomplish, to extract the vines from his mouth. Yet, Lin Yu discovered that the vines were indeed robust enough to nearly dislodge the man's brain in the process. These vines were, in fact, the product of his seemingly useless planting technique, which he had once thought could merely adorn Xianming's head with a splash of color. This planting technique could swiftly induce the growth of various plants at any location within his sensory range. On the surface, this power appeared rather mundane, primarily serving for greening and provocation. However, what if the plants it nurtured were to grow within the orifices of a human? Human beings, even those with sinewy strength and ironclad resilience, are fundamentally composed of flesh. Particularly vulnerable are the 7 orifices: eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, each a delicate point of weakness. What if plants were to infiltrate these openings and penetrate inward? It is remarkably effortless for nature to reach the most vulnerable realm of humanity, the mind. As for the reason why the art of cultivation was able to penetrate the barrier of the watery wall, and why vines erupted from the mouth of the Xianming Taoist, it was due to a detail that Lin Yu had previously observed. This insight prompted him to abandon the strategy of relentlessly attacking a single point with his spade and the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, a tactic aimed at exhausting the Taoist's spiritual energy and physical strength. The water wall of the Xianming Taoist seemingly posed no particular threat or effect on the surrounding flora, failing to keep them at bay. Thus, Lin Yu cleverly drew the Taoist's attention with his spade and sword, allowing a vine to sprout from the Taoist's mouth, rapidly extending towards his brain and trachea. By the time the Xianming Taoist realized what was happening, it was already too late. Although the power of plants may appear modest, when applied correctly, their offensive capability can be formidable. Observing the first-tier level of the cultivation ability, Lin Yu surmised that if this power were to reach a certain threshold, its potency would likely be even more astonishing. This indeed demonstrated that there are no worthless abilities, only methods that have yet to be mastered. The corpse of the old Lu, which had been kept in the coffin, was removed, and Lin Yu placed the body of the Xianming Taoist within. As a faint blue glow began to emanate from the corpse, Lin Yu found himself momentarily entranced, and the lantern of the Xianming Taoist began to spin. Chapter 20. A new ability. The starlight waned, shrouded in a veil of mist. The mournful calls of the night owls resonated, with flickering will-o'-the-wisps wandering through the cemetery. It was a scene marked by desolation and solitude. At this moment, Lin Yu found himself completely immersed in the vivid memories of the Taoist Xuanming's lantern of recollections. From a tender age, Xianming had ascended Tianzhu Mountain to practice the Tao under the guidance of his master. He was a man of few words, disinclined towards companionship, which rendered him unpopular among his peers, leading to his continual marginalization. His master also exhibited a notable indifference towards him. 3 years prior, during an unexpected awakening of extraordinary powers, he gained mastery over the elemental manipulation of water, which filled him with elation. Yet, this newfound ability incited envy and scorn from his fellow disciples. Disheartened, his cultivation slowed, leaving him at the nascent stage of the celestial realm. As his brothers subsequently awakened their own extraordinary powers, many surpassing his own, he found himself further overlooked. Subsequently, a once amicable colleague, Taoist Su, took advantage of his position to abscond with the 7 stars Dragon Abyss sword from the Tianzhu Observatory, vanishing without a trace. Severely injured while vanquishing a formidable demon, Xuanming's master, sensing his impending demise, decreed that whoever captured Xianfeng and returned the sword would ascend as the new leader of their sect. Among the 19 disciples, aside from Xianming, 14 ventured to Jiangnan to hunt down Xianfeng and reclaim the sword, all vying for the coveted position of sect leader. Though Xianming yearned for this title, he maintained a facade of modesty, refraining from contention. His journey to Lower Lake City was coerced upon him by his resentful peers, who deemed it improbable for Taoist Su to be in such a place. However, unbeknownst to them, Xianming exhibited considerable intellect, managing to locate the exorcist Guosan, who had previously aided Taoist Su, within a mere day. Guosan subsequently led him to the cemetery. Despite pushing his abilities to the utmost limits, Xianming ultimately fell short, meeting his demise at the hands of Lin Yu, who had yet to reveal his true form as a coffin during their clash. The lantern of Xuanming's memories extinguished abruptly, yet the information it contained was scarcely less than that of Taoist Su. As the lifeless body of the green-robed Taoist lay still, its flesh and blood fully absorbed, it transformed into a desiccated corpse. A wisp of green energy entered the coffin. Simultaneously, Lin Yu promptly acquired what he had longed for. In his mind, a line of text emanating a blue luminescence quietly materialized. Water Lord. Lin Yu paused, momentarily stunned. After confirming he had not misread, he glanced again. The name of the newly acquired ability was indeed Water Lord. Ah, Water Lord? One might presume the fire element to be akin to the Flame Emperor, and the thunder element to the Thunder God. Such nomenclature felt reminiscent of the classic Pokemon. Just as Lin Yu prepared to voice his thoughts, a subsequent line of explanatory text emerged. Control and manipulate water at will. Though phrased elaborately, it essentially conveyed the mastery over the water element. After all, Taoist Xianming was an adept at water manipulation, capable of conjuring water into walls for defense or transforming it into water projectiles to assail his foes, two distinct manifestations of the water element. In simple terms, It pertains to the dual capabilities of defense and offense. Manipulating water currents to swiftly circulate around oneself forms a protective barrier or shield. Propelling it outward manifests as a water cannon or gun. Yet, if one's thinking is confined to this narrow scope, controlling water might indeed seem trivial. However, what if one were to expand their imagination? Water vapor can obscure vision. Directing water into an adversary's nostrils or mouth could induce suffocation. Transforming water into blades could serve as lethal weapons. Commanding vast quantities of water to create rivers or whirlpools could launch formidable assaults against foes. The methods are indeed numerous. Yet, this Xianming Taoist seems only proficient in the water shield and cannon, a lamentable squandering of such potential. Furthermore, during the recent skirmish, his decision to mercilessly eliminate the seemingly innocuous Shiwu, rather than seeking to assess the unknown strength of his opponent, suggests a naivety unbecoming of one who has purportedly faced beasts of lore. One might even argue that he is overly inexperienced, too innocent. In this unfamiliar territory, where the enemy's strength remains uncertain, the paramount objective should be to eliminate threats swiftly, rather than leaving survivors who may complicate matters. Yet, the Xianming Taoist fails to comprehend this. Hence, he met his demise. The fact that he remained stagnant at the so-called initial stage of the so-called Xiantian realm suggests a correlation with this oversight. From the Xianming Taoist, Lin Yu also gleaned insights into the Nine Heavens realm, a classification akin to levels of mastery. The Nine Heavens realm is divided as follows. First stage Zhangtian, second stage Xiantian, third stage Songtian, fourth stage Gangtian, fifth stage Zuishan, sixth stage Quetian, seventh stage Xiantian, eighth stage Shitian, and ninth stage Chitian, with one being the weakest and nine the strongest. This Xianming Taoist finds himself stuck at the initial stage of the second stage Xiantian, unable to ascend or descend. As for his 18 fellow disciples, most are at the second stage Xiantian, with a few reaching the pinnacle of the first stage Zhongtian. Lin Yu became acquainted with their respective abilities and realms. The so-called Master Tongyu Taoist, gravely injured and desperate to reclaim the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword, resides at the third stage Songtian. These represent the potential adversaries he may encounter at the Tianzhu Peak's Moxiangwen, a clearer picture than the information previously obtained from Su Taoist. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. With this newfound knowledge, Lin Yu can strategize accordingly. His abilities remain relatively feeble, yet his singular advantage lies in his true form, which is not easily discernible, thus evading targeted assaults. The rationale behind this is quite straightforward. Within the Xianming Taoist revelations, Lin Yu also uncovered a crucial piece of information. All the extraordinary beings tasked with eradicating the beasts, or those that have absorbed spiritual energy to become beasts, are not devoid of life. The beasts comprise various creatures: birds, land animals, aquatic turtles, fish, shrimp, insects, and reptiles, all of which are living entities. In contrast, he, with his diverse abilities, remains a unique anomaly, a mere lifeless coffin. This also led to the peculiar circumstance in the battle against Xianming, where Xianming remained oblivious to the identity of his true adversary. It was not Taoist Su, nor was it the foolish Wu, and certainly not the esteemed figure he mentioned. Instead, it was a black lacquered coffin, buried 3 meters underground. It can be asserted that the disparity in information was the pivotal factor governing this confrontation. Whether it was Lin Yu himself being the coffin or the water wall failing to obstruct the plants, this remained true. However, it must be noted that Xianming Taoist's arrival at this grave was facilitated by none other than Guosan, who had previously fled from him. Lin Yu had sensed that Guosan posed a potential threat. Yet he never anticipated that this very hazard could lure such an extraordinary individual as Xianming to this location in such a brief span of time. Had he not observed that detail during the fight, he would indeed have been compelled to exhaust Xuanming's spiritual energy with a shovel and the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword before achieving any semblance of victory. Until Guosan was dealt with, it seemed that this predicament would inevitably resurface. Nonetheless, there was an additional matter that perplexed Lin Yu. It was the fact that Xianming had been driven to the brink of depleting his spiritual energy, only to subsequently revive as if rejuvenated, reassembling his immense spiritual power. What could be the reason behind this phenomenon? Could it be that Xianming had consumed something? As Lin Yu manipulated the withered corpse of Xianming, he gave it a slight shake, and a nearly translucent red stone fell to the ground. Chapter 21. The Birth of Spiritual Energy. The Crimson, Translucent Stone? Lin Yu suddenly found it rather amusing. Why did every human he defeated drop something? The foolish Wu dropped a digging shovel. Su Daoran relinquished the 7 stars Dragon Abyss sword, while Xianming Daoran simply dropped a red stone. Was this akin to slaying monsters for loot? Would future defeats yield items like paralysis rings? However, just as Lin Yu intended to manipulate the red stone for a closer examination, another stone fell from Xianming Daoran's embrace. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yu discovered that although this stone bore an identical shape to the previous one, it was not translucent. It resembled an ordinary rock. How curious. Yet, upon sensing the translucent stone, he was astonished to find an indescribable energy pulsating within, radiating a formidable aura. Just as Lin Yu contemplated delving deeper into this mystery, a surge of green energy suddenly emanated from the stone, directly entering the coffin. Wait, green energy, like the gray energy. Wasn't this the very essence he had extracted from the corpses? Observing the peculiar stone again, he noted that its previous translucence had entirely vanished, reverting to an ordinary stone, indistinguishable from the one beside it. Lin Yu recalled his earlier confusion regarding Xianming Daoran, who, despite expending a significant amount of spiritual energy during their battle, had retreated to an unknown realm only to return with a vast reservoir of spiritual energy. Could it be that he hadn't consumed anything, but rather absorbed the energy from this stone? After a brief reflection, Lin Yu quickly deduced the nature of the stone and the essence of the green-gray energy. Spiritual energy. Spirit stones. Indeed, the gray-green gas he had absorbed from the corpses was none other than spiritual energy. This mysterious substance was responsible for the emergence of extraordinary beings and monstrous entities within this world. Moreover, it continuously expanded his perceptive range, empowering him incessantly. Though uncertain, it seemed likely that ordinary individuals possessed a feeble trace of spiritual energy, represented by the visible gray gas. In contrast, the raccoon he had previously vanquished, Xianming Daoran, and even the spirit stone, all contained substantial amounts of spiritual energy, thus releasing a more potent green energy distinct from the gray gas. As this spiritual energy coursed through him, it induced a phenomenon akin to evolution, amplifying his strength. How enlightening. With one query resolved, Lin Yu felt a surge of exhilaration. Yet, after a moment, he recalled Guo-san. He had been so engrossed in pondering Xianming Daoran's antics and the nature of the spirit stone that he had entirely forgotten about Guo-san. According to the excerpt from the tale of the Xianyuan Taoist, it was Guo-san who led him to this graveyard, after which Guo-san was so terrified that he fainted, lying alone in that place. Lin Yu immediately activated his senses to search for Guo-san's whereabouts, only to discover that although his sensing range had increased somewhat due to the continuous absorption of 2 streams of green energy, it was still limited to approximately 60 meters. At this distance, even recalling the precise direction in which the Xianyuan Taoist had arrived would not suffice to detect Guo-san's location. Is Guo-san still present, or has he already departed? With Lin Yu's current abilities, he could not ascertain the answer, despite Guo-san being merely an ordinary person without any offensive capabilities. He posed a greater threat to Lin Yu than the second-tier extraordinary Xianyuan Taoist. After all, with one Xianyuan Taoist, there were potentially another 14 Taoists behind him. And perhaps even the ailing Master Tongyu Taoist could be summoned. However, this was not entirely negative. Challenges have always accompanied opportunities. If it were possible to completely annihilate the Moxianguan and capture all these extraordinary beings, the quantity of abilities Lin Yu could acquire would significantly increase, elevating his overall strength to an unimaginable height. The control over the water ability, known as Water Lord, obtained from the Xianyuan Taoist, could be continually upgraded. Lin Yu's heart gradually nurtured a burgeoning ambition. With the relentless growth of his powers and his own burgeoning strength, mere survival was no longer satisfactory. He desired to know more, to acquire more, to possess more, and to dominate more. Even a Coffin, who decrees that it cannot become a demon sovereign, who dictates that it cannot rule over a territory and ultimately gaze down upon the world. Yet, Lin Yu quickly regained his composure. In this initial phase of accumulating strength, it was imperative to bide his time wisely. Remaining low-key and developing his capabilities was essential. The day he emerges from his concealment would be the day demons would tilt the world. At this moment, Lin Yu had already defined his existence as a demon. He absorbed spiritual energy and wielded extraordinary power. He was not a living being, yet he bore no greater distinction from those demonic beasts. Though he possessed human thoughts and ideas, along with an array of seemingly trivial knowledge, Lin Yu had completely drawn a line between himself and humanity. As a Coffin, dwelling within the grave, he absorbed flesh and blood, reading the tales of the departed. For the sake of self-preservation, he would not hesitate to eliminate any approaching adversaries. His resolve to kill was unwavering. Lin Yu was uncertain if his actions warranted such a description, but he understood the profound meaning behind the notion that those not of his kind would inevitably harbor different intentions. As long as the people of this world recognized that he, a mere Coffin, wielded the threat and combat prowess akin to that of demonic beasts, they would undoubtedly rush forth to strike him down, reducing him to mere kindling, to be consumed by flames. Fortunately, having slain the Taoist Su and acquired the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword, followed by the demise of the Taoist Xianming, no one remained aware that the true orchestrator behind these events was his very own Coffin. Regardless of what lay ahead, Lin Yu's course of action would remain unchanged from before. At this moment, he once again turned his attention to the Taoist Xianming. This individual, now reduced to a desiccated corpse, would soon join the ranks of his former subordinates, Old Lu, Fu Wu, Taoist Su, and the Gardener Chun, as his latest undead follower. One wonders what sentiments would arise in both Taoist Su and Taoist Xianming, should they be cognizant of their current predicament together. Lin Yu found himself indulging in a touch of dark amusement. However, he saw no alternative. Like moths drawn to a flame, they courted their own destruction. With the bait of Taoist Su and the allure of the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword, it was only a matter of time before those endowed with extraordinary powers would come flocking. At this juncture, Lin Yu observed that although the flesh and bone of Taoist Xianming had withered, water continued to drip incessantly from his garments. This phenomenon arose from the abrupt cessation of his water-controlling abilities upon his untimely death, causing the liquid to cascade down upon him. It appeared he had stumbled upon an opportunity to experiment with his newly acquired powers. Lin Yu gazed at the characters of the Water Lord that danced in his mind, summoning forth his abilities. Chapter 22. The eerie night, a silvery mist swirled amidst the gravestones, while a barely perceptible breeze rustled the leaves in the trees. In the northwestern corner of the cemetery, 5 desiccated corpses stood rigidly. At this moment, Lin Yu was harnessing a newfound ability, the Water Sovereign. The name of this power seemed somewhat theatrical, easily conjuring images of other realms. However, judging by the formidable prowess exhibited by the Xianming Taoist when utilizing this ability, it was evident that the water attribute possessed tremendous potential and considerable might. The strength of a technique ultimately hinges upon the skill of its wielder. Should it be the Xianming Taoist, one might as well declare it futile. His defensive capabilities faltered, and he dared not strike at vital points, rendering it rather ineffective. Yet, in Lin Yu's hands, as Lin Yu activated the Water Sovereign, droplets of water began to coalesce in the air, suspended above the dampened corpse of the Xianming Taoist, forming a sphere of water. However, moments later, this orb slipped from his control and crashed to the ground, splattering water in all directions. A plan began to form in Lin Yu's mind. He then manipulated the puddle, stretching it into a graceful arc. Nevertheless, this watery arc failed to unite into a complete ring and fell apart after nearly 3 seconds. Lin Yu paid it no mind, continuing his experiments by commanding several water spheres, each a few centimeters in diameter, to launch forth like bullets. With a series of splashes, the water spheres struck the ground, creating shallow depressions. He transformed their shape into crescents, and upon launching them, they too resulted in a few small craters. At this juncture, Lin Yu contemplated the first tier of the Water Sovereign ability within his mind, pondering its apparent limitations. Was it somewhat lacking? Initially, he had hoped to showcase the overwhelming effects of this ability, aiming to decisively counter the Xianming Taoist's prior assertions. Yet now, if the Xianming Taoist were conscious, he would surely retort, "Is this all?" Recognizing that the Water Sovereign remained at a nascent stage, Lin Yu understood that this was merely a reflection of its low level, necessitating further training. For the time being, this ability's most significant function appeared to be the separation of wet from dry. Perhaps it could render the garments of these corpses more comfortable or restore the muddy ground of the cemetery to a state of dryness following rainfall, a makeshift coffin dryer, if you will. Despite this, Lin Yu maintained an optimistic outlook regarding the future of this ability. At the very least, it allowed him to resume his long-stalled grave-digging endeavors. There remained 20 graves yet to be excavated, with 5 corpses still not entirely decomposed within. Now, with his perception range extending to 60 meters, Lin Yu discovered 12 additional graves, 2 of which contained corpses that had not fully decayed. In total, there were 32 graves, 7 of which held the potential for him to absorb the gray-black energy. With the Water Sovereign at his disposal, the dilemma of overly soft grave soil caused by rain, making it difficult to restore after excavation, was now effortlessly resolved. Whether this is just right, Lin Yu is uncertain. However, it is indisputable that he is now poised for an exhilarating endeavor. His puppetry manipulation technique has ascended to the third tier, enabling him to control up to 6 corpses or other entities. Aside from corpses, digging shovels, and the 7 stars dragon abyss sword, Lin Yu has indeed experimented with other objects. Yet, he does not possess a clear understanding of this particular aspect. Quantifiable entities, such as stones, coffin boards, or blades of grass, present no difficulties. However, substances like a puddle of water or a handful of soil defy measurement. With Lin Yu's current capabilities, to maintain a count of 6, the size of the soil clumps or water spheres must approximate a diameter of 10 centimeters. Exceeding this threshold results in their collapse, or necessitates a sacrifice in numbers. Conversely, individual soil or water spheres could reach a diameter of about 30 centimeters. If they are not spherical, they become unmanageable. Moreover, it appears that heavier objects are beyond his control. Lin Yu once endeavored to move the unearthed coffins but realized that, akin to his own immobility, he could not shift those coffins. As a compromise, he successfully moved the coffin lids with relative ease. He now suspects this limitation is tied to his current level of mastery. Should he grow stronger, he believes manipulating those burdensome objects would become feasible. At present, he can control 5 corpses: Old Lu, Fool Wu, Daoist Su, Gardener Chen, and Taoist Xiaming. Additionally, there are 13 skeletal remains or nearly decomposed bodies in other graves. This constitutes the total number of humanoid cadavers under Lin Yu's command. For grave digging, he possesses 3 digging shovels and 3 ordinary iron shovels, the latter of which might shatter at any moment, leaving their longevity uncertain. To enhance efficiency, Lin Yu disregards the 14 unexcavated corpses. He intends to have the 5 corpses wield the 3 digging shovels and 2 ordinary iron shovels, allowing them to excavate graves, particularly those containing partially decayed bodies. Subsequently, he plans to absorb the spiritual energy from these endeavors to augment his strength, hoping to extend his perceptual range further. If he can excavate all 32 graves, both his puppetry manipulation technique and the capabilities of the digging shovels could evolve due to increased proficiency. For the remaining controllable slot, Lin Yu has chosen to manipulate the 7 stars dragon abyss sword. This sword can vanish or appear at his mental command and is exceedingly sharp, making it an essential weapon for the old silver coin. Lin Yu, who considers himself akin to an old silver coin, attributes great significance to this divine sword, particularly evident during his recent battle with Taoist Xianming, where the sword's impact was unmistakable. Although the Xianyuan Taoist was not directly slain, the 7 stars dragon abyss sword initially served as both bait and support, fiercely colliding with the water barrier conjured by Xianyuan, successfully drawing considerable attention from the Taoist. For a sword devoid of any inherent abilities, achieving such a feat against a transcendent being capable of manipulating water for defense is nothing short of remarkable. Had it not been for the sudden inspiration to employ vine magic to resolve the situation, Lin Yu firmly believed that ultimately, it would have been the 7 stars dragon abyss sword that forced Xianyuan Taoist into a corner. Unlike other abilities, the 7 stars dragon abyss sword cannot undergo upgrades or evolution. Thus, Lin Yu must seek a method to maximize its potential to bolster his offensive capabilities. The abilities acquired from absorbing corpses do not resemble anything akin to a certain sword manual. Otherwise, he could have focused on developing that aspect in the future. Rustle, rustle. Amidst the thin mist, the sound of earth being turned began to rise. Spheres of water emerged from the grave mounds, cascading to the side. The soil covering the decaying coffins gradually leveled. At this moment, within the dense forest, a shadow observed the eerie scenes illuminated by the faint glow within the graveyard. Trembling with trepidation, this matter must be reported to the sect leader. The shadow flickered and vanished into the night. Chapter 23. The Invitation of Merit. 80 miles south of Lake City, deep within the majestic Zhuke Ridge, a colossal black crow, resembling a mighty eagle, gracefully descended through towering ancient trees, landing lightly atop the highest cedar. Its blood-red eyes fixated intently on the vast expanse of architectural marvels below. With azure tiles and vermilion eaves, the structures rose in layers, a splendid sight to behold. In the heart of this architectural ensemble, within the grand hall, a woman clad in gray knelt reverently upon the ground. Such matters you speak of are utterly implausible. A young man in white robes, holding a paper fan, cast a glance at the gray-clad woman and scoffed disdainfully. Beside him stood a middle-aged man in black, who similarly shook his head in disbelief. Ji Yuan, rise, commanded the elder with a white beard, seated in a grand armchair, his voice resonating like thunder. Yes, The gray-clad woman stood, her head bowed in respectful silence. Is what you claim truly the case? The leader inquired. Master, every word I have spoken is the absolute truth. I would not dare to utter a single falsehood. Ji Yuan replied earnestly. The elder pondered for a moment before shaking his head once more. Ji Yuan, such occurrences are fundamentally impossible. Ji Yuan hesitated, lifting her gaze to clarify, but upon meeting the sharp gaze of the young man in white, she promptly lowered her head again. Master, this matter is of great significance. I would not dare to speak recklessly. Every word is from my own eyes. Do you understand what a demon beast is? The elder interrupted her. Ji Yuan quickly responded. Master, a demon beast is a ferocious creature of the mountains and forests, transformed into a spirit after absorbing spiritual energy. Your answer is correct, the elder nodded. Have you ever seen a demon beast? Master, prior to this, I have only seen illustrations of demon beasts in books. I have not witnessed one with my own eyes. What constitutes a demon beast? Whether it be birds or beasts or even insects, all living creatures are demon beasts. A demon beast is not merely a tool, a weapon, or a lifeless corpse transformed into something else. Do you comprehend this? But, Master, do you still insist that you have indeed seen one? Even if we were to entertain the notion, how could a shovel, a longsword, or a corpse be considered a demon beast? With your cultivation level. If you truly encountered one, it would simply mean your demise, the elder sighed. How could one encounter them repeatedly over several days and escape unscathed without being detected? Ji Yuan, enlighten me. This Ji Yuan was at a loss for words. Indeed, the known demon beasts are all at least at the middle stage of the first rank. Ji Yuan understood that individuals like her, who had just entered the ranks and had yet to reach the middle stage of the first rank, would stand no chance against a demon beast. Even appearing within several kilometers of one would guarantee detection and swift annihilation. Moreover, a demon beast at the middle stage of the first rank is considerably more powerful than an extraordinary being at the same level. They possess larger physiques, more agile movements, and ferocious speed, along with some that can unleash corrosive venom or wield other unfathomable abilities. Moreover, they possess an extraordinarily keen perception of all that bears spiritual energy. Any beast or extraordinary individual within several kilometers of their vicinity is invariably targeted, leading to immediate pursuit and conflict. As creatures native to the forest, their primal instincts and remarkable adaptability to their environment render them formidable adversaries for anyone. Thus, when you speak of the corpses seen in the southwestern part of Lake City, with shovels and swords seemingly engaged in a dance, how could this possibly be the work of a beast? The man in white raised an eyebrow and scoffed, suggesting that you might be attempting to curry favor, hoping for the master to reward you with a piece of spiritual stone. In response, Ji Yuan clarified that she had no such intention. However, upon noticing her master, Protector Yang, intently watching her, and the master himself furrowing his brow, she understood she could not elaborate further. To do so would not only jeopardize any potential reward, but might also invite reprimand. More importantly, the critical intelligence she had yet to report weighed heavily on her mind, but this was not the moment to disclose it, as the master was evidently losing patience. Unaware of the underlying reasons, Ji Yuan took her leave. She bowed respectfully to the master, the left protector, and her teacher before swiftly exiting the grand hall. She recognized the necessity of acquiring concrete evidence to validate her intelligence before the master would acknowledge it. Otherwise, after having reached a bottleneck at the peak of her current stage for an extended period, her urgent need for a spiritual stone to awaken her potential to the mid-tier realm could lead to further stagnation. Observing her fellow disciples, who had once lagged behind her but were now surpassing her after awakening to the mid-tier realm, Ji Yuan could not help but feel anxious. Initially, she had believed that the invaluable information she possessed would garner the master's attention and yield additional spiritual stones as reward. But now it seemed she had been overly optimistic. However, the phenomena she witnessed almost nightly were undeniably real and not mere figments of her imagination. With a solemn expression, Ji Yuan headed back to her quarters. Within the grand hall, the master suddenly inquired of the two individuals beside him, Ji Wen, Yang Yu. What are your thoughts on what Ji Yuan has conveyed? As Ji Yuan distanced herself, Ji Wen replied, Adopted father, I believe this is merely a fabrication from Ji Yuan. The young man in white glanced toward the door before continuing. Since the upheaval of the universe and the resurgence of spiritual energy years ago, the existence of beasts has been established, yet there has never been evidence of inanimate objects transforming into life. If lifeless entities could also manifest spiritual energy, the world would have long descended into chaos. Ji Yuan has been stuck at the peak of her current stage for quite some time. She should have awakened by now, but continuously fails due to a lack of spiritual energy, thus making her need for spiritual stones most pressing. I suspect she is attempting to obscure the truth in her desperation to acquire one. The master nodded slightly and turned to Yang Yu. What is your perspective? To which Yang Yu solemnly replied, Master, I have nothing further to add. I merely wish to acknowledge my shortcomings in disciplining my students and am prepared to accept your reprimand. The leader waved his hand, stating that this matter had yet to reach a conclusion. Ji Yuan is your disciple. How you choose to discipline her is entirely your concern. However, have you considered the possibility that what Ji Yuan spoke of might actually hold truth? Zhou Jiwen and Yang Yu exchanged glances and shook their heads. Adoptive father. I find it exceedingly difficult to fathom. If it were an ancient divine weapon, perhaps I could entertain that notion. But can a mere farming tool, a sword, and a corpse truly absorb spiritual energy and transform into a being akin to a demon? Zhou Jiwen could not comprehend this. My subordinate shares the same sentiment as Brother Zhua. It seems highly improbable, Yang Yu concurred. The leader sighed deeply, refraining from further comment, and leaped gracefully, vanishing from the grand hall. Take care of your disciple, Zhou Jiwen remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Yu before departing with his fan in hand. Yang Yu remained silent, exiting the hall and eventually returning to his quarters. After sitting for a moment in his tiger skin chair, a spectral figure approached. Master, Ji Yuan has brought you shame, she said, bowing her head. Ji Yuan, did you not speak the truth? Every word I uttered was indeed factual, she replied. Very well. Then recount to me what transpired thereafter. Yang Yu sipped his tea, asserting that she had not fully conveyed the events. Yes, master. Ji Yuan promptly rose and recounted in detail how she witnessed the enigmatic Taoist, Xianming, manipulate the 5 elemental waters to arrive at the tomb, engage in battle, and ultimately be slain, becoming a desiccated corpse. She left nothing unspoken, sharing all that she had seen. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu retrieved a half-piece of spiritual stone from his robe and tossed it to her. Inform me of the precise location of that tomb. Yang Yu's mind began to devise a plan. Chapter 24. Awakening from a dream, the light shifted from darkness to brightness and then back again. Unbeknownst to him, another night had fallen. Lin Yu, having exerted control over the corpses the previous night, diligently excavated 20 of the 32 graves. Among these, 7 contained bodies on the verge of decay or not yet fully decomposed, which were prioritized for extraction by the corpses and subsequently transferred to Lin Yu's coffin. However, unlike the unfortunate gardener, these remains did not bestow any special abilities upon him. After absorbing their gray spiritual energy, Lin Yu felt no remarkable change. His perception range remained a mere 60 meters. Truth be told, this was not an advantageous situation. It indicated that he would need to employ alternative methods to absorb more spiritual energy to nourish himself and further expand his perceptual range. Much like the necessity of eliminating outsiders to gain strength, as seen with Sha Wu, Taoist Su, and Taoist Xianming. While Lin Yu initially thought he could only wait passively for opportunities, a thought struck him as he sensed his corpses refilling the graves before dawn. He could only perceive everything within a 60-meter radius centered around himself. But what if he could move? A sudden realization dawned upon him. Although he had previously attempted to use puppet control techniques to shift himself from the earth, he had failed miserably. Yet that did not preclude the possibility of being carried away by the corpses. A vivid image flashed through his mind of several black figures joyfully carrying a coffin to lively music. In the future, there could be black bearers of coffins. In ancient times, why not have corpses do the same? Lin Yu felt a pang of frustration at his delayed understanding. However, it was not too late. Once the corpses filled in the graves and the sun illuminated the earth, he would wait for nightfall. Daytime. The bustling crowd made Lin Yu momentarily forget that this was a cemetery and not a marketplace. People burned paper money, played music, and honored their ancestors. A myriad of individuals congregated in the graveyard, with a constant flow of comings and goings, creating a cacophony of life. It was as if the rain from the past days had compelled them to flock to the gravesite. In such circumstances, Lin Yu found himself unable to take any action. Not even the corpses could lift the coffin. They were limited to the mere movement of small stones or dirt clods. Nevertheless, he was not entirely idle. Through the dialogues and conversations among the ordinary people, he gleaned more information and intelligence than during his previous encounters. Although not particularly significant, there were indeed some noteworthy revelations. For instance, Lin Yu learned of certain details regarding the whereabouts of Guo, who had mysteriously vanished the night before. It was evident that Guo was now the sole individual privy to the secrets of this place, living and aware of everything. It must be said that this individual has undoubtedly brought upon himself a considerable amount of trouble, be it his initial grave-digging escapade with the foolish Wu, or later, when Su Daoran discerned the flaws in his guise and subsequently led Xinming Daoran astray, he has managed to extricate himself unscathed on each occasion, not a hair harmed. One cannot help but regard him as a veritable harbinger of good fortune, once he is dealt with and his flesh and blood absorbed. Might one not acquire a buff akin to an enhancement of luck? According to those who partake in grave visits, Guo purportedly returned to the city last night in a frenzy like a madman. In the realm of Xiaohu City, Guo is somewhat of a figure, albeit notorious primarily for his unruly and brazen demeanor, instilling fear in all who cross his path. The denizens of Xiaohu City are somewhat familiar with him, as he typically bullies others, with no one daring to challenge him. However, upon his tearful return to the city last night, he was reportedly incessantly wailing about the presence of ghosts, only to inadvertently tumble into a cesspit. After considerable effort, he was fished out, yet now he lies at home, burning with fever, his breath shallow and labored. It is likely that he is not far from his demise. The state of Guo poses an ambiguous consequence for Lin Yu. In just the past 2 days, this individual has procured 2 Taoists to serve as his underlings. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yu believes he would be recaptured by the brethren of Xinming Daoran, who would once again enlist him as a guide to lead them this way. On the bright side, this could present Lin Yu with numerous opportunities to enhance his own abilities. Conversely, it could equally mean more troubles and challenges for him. According to the lanterns of Xinming Daoran, among the 15 individuals descending the mountain to Jiangnan, while Xinming may not be the weakest, his strength ranks among the lowest. Notably, among his peers, there exist formidable figures capable of rendering their bodies as resilient as stone or conjuring flames with ease, entities that one can only imagine would be difficult to contend with. Should Lin Yu encounter them prematurely, it would surely not bode well. Furthermore, aside from Xinming, the remaining 14 individuals typically operate in pairs or small groups. Should they indeed arrive, Lin Yu would find himself facing challenges that transcend mere arithmetic, escalating to a matter of compounded difficulties. Such a scenario would undoubtedly spell trouble. Lin Yu hopes that when that group decides to confront him, he will have sufficiently bolstered his own strength to prevail against them. Another piece of news from passers-by, albeit vague and imprecise, holds an uncertain significance. This burial ground is not, in fact, a legitimate cemetery. Initially, Lin Yu presumed it to be the communal graveyard for the common folk of Xiaohu City, hence its vast expanse. However, having acquired further information, he now understands it to be a mass grave. What constitutes a mass grave? A place devoid of management, where, regardless of wealth or the presence of a coffin, anyone can simply dig a pit and inter their deceased. Originally, this place indeed served as the burial ground for the lake city, yet its vast expanse, coupled with its proximity to the dense forest, has rendered it a haven for wild beasts. With persistent rumors of several monstrous creatures roaming freely, the number of visitors to the graves has dwindled significantly. Who would wish to gaze upon the deceased only to risk becoming one themselves? It is rather foolish, is it not? However, it seems that the northwestern corner where Lin Yu resides is devoid of any hasty burials, at least not within his perception. Among the myriad of information, Lin Yu finds himself particularly intrigued by the matter of the monstrous beasts. He has already encountered one, a raccoon capable of controlling corpses. After absorbing its spiritual energy, he did not acquire abilities akin to those of other individuals. Instead, it now resembles a mere spiritual stone. Furthermore, the dried corpse of this raccoon differs from the likes of the foolish ones. It is utterly incapable of action, as its limbs are far too short. At best, it serves as a specimen. One wonders if this raccoon is among the beasts spoken of by the common folk. Should there indeed be more of these creatures, Lin Yu would welcome their arrival, as they would prove far easier to handle than humans. Moreover, he could experiment with the potency of his newly acquired ability, the Water Lord. With these thoughts in mind, the light began to fade. Lin Yu understood that it was time to commence a new round of tireless endeavors with the corpses until dawn. What spectacle might the sight of the corpses lifting the coffin present? Lin Yu finds himself quite eager to witness it. Chapter 25. A road to nowhere. As the last vestiges of light faded away, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Lin Yu remained vigilant for a considerable time, only relaxing once the ominous alert had subsided, allowing him to resume his usual tasks. With the shovel, he unearthed the remains of the foolish fifth, and soon after, Su Daoren, Xianming, Old Lu, and Chun Huajiang emerged sequentially from their graves. They commenced their routine of laboring at sunset and resting at dawn, a life steeped in blessings. However, this time, their objective was not to dig graves as before. They were to lift a coffin. The coffin in question was his own. Although the corpses had stiffened joints and were somewhat constrained in movement, it did not hinder their efforts. If they could excavate graves, lifting a coffin should pose no challenge. Lin Yu was yet to grasp the weight of his own body, but he surmised that a coffin, crafted from solid wood, would not be particularly light. At this moment, the 5 corpses had assembled, standing at the edge of the grave under his command, and began to excavate the earth surrounding the coffin. The soil nearby was notably firmer than the loose earth originally used for filling the grave, having hardened significantly due to rainwater saturation. Lin Yu invoked the abilities of the water sovereign to extract moisture from the soil, rendering it more pliable. Subsequently, with the corpses wielding shovels and spades, it did not take long to excavate a sizable pit, though one of the tools finally succumbed to the prolonged exertion with a resounding snap. Lin Yu stood at the center of this pit, the surrounding recess approximately 30 centimeters lower than the level of his coffin. He had instructed the corpses to create a gentle slope at one end of the pit to facilitate their ascent. Moreover, to alleviate some weight, he had removed the coffin lid and emptied its contents, making ample preparations. Now came the pivotal moment of the corpses lifting the coffin. However, he refrained from having them grasp the 4 corners directly. Such exertion was likely beyond their capabilities due to atrophied muscles. Instead, he employed the 7-star dragon abyss sword to cleave the coffin of an unfortunate soul nearby, shaping it into 2 stout wooden posts. He then fashioned 2 thick ropes from some seemingly intact fabric among the burial goods, threading them through the passage created by the sword beneath the coffin and binding each end to the wooden posts. Lin Yu tightened the ropes to their utmost, thus allowing the corpses to bear the wooden posts upon their shoulders, which he believed would enable them to lift his coffin. The condition was that he was not so heavy as to be unliftable. Directing the corpses into the pit, they positioned themselves at the corners of the coffin, each shouldering one end of the wooden post. The moment of truth had arrived. The corpses were to lift the coffin. Lin Yu commanded 4 of them, and in unison, they attempted to elevate the coffin. Yet, it did not budge an inch. He could only hear the crackling sounds emitted by the 2 wooden stakes, along with the tautness of the ropes. The withered shoulders of the corpses had even been pressed into a pit. What was happening? Were they this heavy? Lin Yu made another effort, even applying this control over himself. However, the result remained unchanged. Just how much did this coffin weigh, that it remained utterly immovable? After numerous attempts, the outcome was still the same. Lin Yu realized that the situation could not unfold as he had envisioned. Initially, he had thought to utilize this method for movement, but it seemed he had underestimated the complexity. Clearly, this method had to be abandoned. The bearers of the coffin must have been carrying a paper replica. Otherwise, how could it have been so effortless? Lin Yu also gained a renewed understanding of his own weight. His original assumptions had been dismissed, yet Lin Yu was not inclined to surrender so easily. He promptly conceived another approach. This involved excavating a long tunnel from the large pit, then laying earth to form a gentle slope. Subsequently, he would place a dozen cylindrical wooden stakes of uniform thickness beneath the coffin, pulling with ropes while continuously inserting the stakes underneath to achieve forward movement. This method, he recalled from a documentary, was how the massive stones were transported for the construction of the pyramids. However, executing this plan required far more than just a trivial amount of effort. It demanded a substantial investment of time, at least 5 or 6 durable shovels, and over a dozen cylindrical wooden stakes of equal thickness. Additionally, he had to remain vigilant against the potential emergence of enemies. Whether they were monstrous beasts or extraordinary individuals, they would pose significant obstacles to this grand undertaking. Contemplating this, Lin Yu recognized that he could not proceed any further. Most of these tasks were beyond his current capabilities. Yet, he could not afford to squander the night. One shovel was broken, leaving him with 2 that were also at risk of failing. Upon inspection, Lin Yu discovered that the broken one was not solely damaged at the handle, the shovel head was also nearly rotted away. A counterfeit product indeed. Lin Yu understood that he needed to upgrade his digging shovel urgently. A typical shovel was merely a consumable item. At this moment, Lin Yu shifted his focus to another direction, the burial goods. The previous night, he had commanded the corpses to accomplish quite a bit. They had not only excavated graves and retrieved the bones within, but had also not overlooked the accompanying artifacts within the coffins. The burial items were not limited to mere coins or pottery. Lin Yu had previously noticed that the people of this city had a penchant for stuffing various trinkets into coffins. Items like fabric, porcelain bowls, and bronze mirrors were not uncommon. He had even seen wooden figurines, jade artifacts, and hammers. Yet, what astonished him most was that he had found 2 long spears and 2 short swords within 2 of the coffins. Although they were somewhat rusted, they were undoubtedly still usable. It is indeed utilized upon these corpses. With the ability to manipulate the undead, Lin Yu could command not only the 4 corpses but also the skeletal remains and the bodies that had yet to succumb to complete decomposition. Although they could not all be deployed as combatants immediately, they represented the foundational accumulation of his necromantic army. During his previous encounter with Xinming, Lin Yu had orchestrated an assault using the 2 corpses, Shawa and Su Daoren. However, at that time, whether employing the spade or the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword, their purpose was merely to create diversions, drawing attention away, and thus posed no genuine threat to Xinming. The effectiveness of Shawa and Su Daoren was even inferior to that of the spade and sword. Had they been armed with weapons, the situation would have been entirely different. Particularly, if they had been equipped with throwable spears or daggers, even if they could not inflict significant harm on Xinming, they would have kept him occupied for a time. Now, with the addition of an ordinary longsword acquired from vanquishing Xinming Daoren, Lin Yu possessed 5 weapons in total. He resolved to arm the corpses with these implements or, during daylight, conceal them near the surface of the earth. Should a sudden conflict arise, he would be able to launch a swift assault with the corpses, rather than merely utilizing them as distractions for the enemy. Presently, Lin Yu adorned 4 of the corpses with the short swords and spears, while also beginning to gather other burial artifacts. Although copper coins, gold, silver, and jade were of little use to Lin Yu, they were of immense value to the human side. In life, one is constantly engaged in the pursuits of existence, be it the daily necessities of life, all of which ultimately revolve around the significance of money. Chapter 26. Ascension and Evolution as an Alternative Weapon. The burial items are indeed quite commendable, or so Lin Yu believes. The copper coins, gold, silver, and jade artifacts interred with the deceased possess considerable allure for any ordinary individual. After all, who does not relish the prospect of acquiring wealth effortlessly? For some extraordinary beings, Lin Yu is convinced that these items should hold some significance as well. While it is true that the Taoists of the Celestial Pillar Peak are likely singularly focused on obtaining the enigmatic phone, also known as Taoists, along with the treasured 7-Star Dragon Abyss sword, capturing these 2 prized possessions would enable one to oust the ailing Taoist Tong Yu and ascend as the new master of the Celestial Pavilion. However, it must be acknowledged that these Taoists are, after all, human and thus susceptible to human frailties. The greatest vulnerability of humankind is arguably avarice. The position of master is a manifestation of greed, and wealth is no different. Lin Yu had contemplated this notion previously, though not with the clarity he possesses now. As a unique weapon, these burial treasures have yet to reveal their potential. In his earlier confrontation with Taoist Xinming, there was simply no opportunity to employ them. Now, having established through recent experimentation that he remains immobile within this tomb, Lin Yu seizes the moment to prepare for the future. He wields a spade, excavating small pits within a 60-meter radius of his maximum perceptual range, covering the northern path and seemingly the entrance to the tomb on the eastern and southern sides with a thin layer of soil approximately 5 to 6 centimeters thick, meticulously smoothing over any traces. Should anyone approach from this direction, Lin Yu can manipulate the earth to unveil the treasures within, thereby captivating their attention. Subsequently, whether he opts to wield the 7-Star Dragon Abyss sword or employ his agricultural skills to eliminate them is entirely at his discretion. Having accomplished this, Lin Yu directs the corpses to resume their labor. Before dawn, they must excavate the remaining 12 graves to bring the current undertaking to a close. At this juncture, Lin Yu realizes the necessity of meticulous planning. Given the established fact that he remains unable to relocate, he must devise a means to augment his strength. Otherwise, he risks relying solely on luck. Presently, his perceptual range extends to 60 meters, encompassing a total of 47 graves. Of these, aside from Old Liu, the rest contain corpses that have largely decayed, as well as those that have completely disintegrated into bone. In total, the largest necromantic legion he can command consists of 4 mummified corpses and 45 ordinary corpses or skeletal remains. However, his puppet control technique currently permits him to command only 6 entities, relegating the remainder to reserve status. He possesses 3 spades, and his agricultural skill remains at the first tier, while his water lord and hazard perception abilities are similarly limited, with the latter showing little utility at present. Both the puppet control technique and the spades, alongside agricultural skills and the water lord, can be enhanced through continuous practice and training. However, at present, the capacity for perception seems to have encountered a temporary and insurmountable bottleneck. The enhancement of this ability necessitates the absorption of spiritual energy. Whether it is the gray spiritual energy derived from the remains of ordinary individuals or the green spiritual energy extracted from the corpses of beasts or extraordinary beings, both can facilitate the advancement of this ability. Lin Yu possesses a discernible standard for evaluating these two types of spiritual energy. Notably, the value of green spiritual energy is significantly greater than that of gray spiritual energy, though he remains uncertain of the precise ratio. Currently, Lin Yu has simultaneously lost access to both sources of spiritual energy. The relatively fresh corpses suitable for absorbing gray spiritual energy have become elusive in the arrival of beasts. Extraordinary individuals, or even ordinary people at night, remains an enigma. He lacks any clues regarding how to acquire the spiritual stones. Must he truly await the arrival of others by the coffin? It appears that there are no alternative paths available. The aspiration to rapidly ascend in strength seems to have reached an impasse. With this contemplation in mind, Lin Yu resolved to engage in other endeavors before returning to the pursuit of a breakthrough. If all else fails, he shall wait until nightfall tomorrow. At that time, he intends to employ the rolling technique, which may yield success. One of the stringent requirements for this method is the enhancement of his excavation shovel and even the capability of puppet manipulation. The advancement of these two skills necessitates his continuous control of the dry corpses wielding the shovel to dig graves and fill them. After all, as the saying goes, graves must be excavated bit by bit, and flesh must be absorbed gradually. Patience is paramount. One must maintain a calm demeanor. Impatience will not vanquish extraordinary beings. Furthermore, no one is compelling him to evolve his strength immediately. Originally, the Taoists who might pose a threat to his skyward view are now those Lin Yu eagerly anticipates. After all, they represent the spiritual energy sources he currently requires. Perhaps he could devise strategies or traps to systematically eliminate these adversaries. However, this remains uncertain. One must proceed step by step. Regardless, it is unlikely that ordinary individuals would conceive that the source of turmoil within the graveyard is not the dry corpses wielding shovels and swords, but rather his own coffin. At this moment, Lin Yu focused intently on directing the dry corpses to excavate graves. In a short span, 5 dry corpses unearthed the remaining 12 graves, swiftly opening the coffins within. Utilizing his manipulation technique, Lin Yu meticulously retrieved the valuable burial items. Discovering 2 more rusted short swords and a nearly intact set of corroded metal armor stripped from a skeletal frame. Weapons, regardless of their condition, are always advantageous. Even rusty ones are acceptable as long as they are functional. As for the armor, this is Lin Yu's first encounter with such an item. Although tattered, it still possesses a degree of defensive capability, especially in an era where firearms wield limited power and have yet to see widespread application. Lin Yu promptly adorned the armor upon the body of Taoist Su. When the Taoist from the Skyward Observatorium arrives here, it is certain that Taoist Su will emerge as a decoy. Perhaps this tattered armor will afford him some measure of protection from mortal wounds. After all, the dried corpses are exceedingly valuable. If an arm goes flying and a leg is lost, it would indeed be a true loss. Without the essentials, one could be rendered less than those withered bones and decayed corpses. Lin Yu diligently gathered some copper coins and other burial artifacts, resealed the coffins, and instructed the dried corpses to restore the grave soil. Subsequently, utilizing his botanical abilities, he spread a sparse layer of green over the recently disturbed earth nearby. Thus, even if someone were to notice something amiss, they would harbor little suspicion. Henceforth, all the coffins within a 60-meter radius had been thoroughly attended to. The harvest was indeed substantial. Whether in burial items or the acquired spiritual energy, he swiftly amassed a considerable amount within these initial days, laying a solid foundation for the future. Next, Lin Yu contemplated the abilities within his mind. Puppet manipulation technique, 4th tier. Excavation shovel, 4th tier. Water sovereign, 2nd tier. All had risen in rank. But to what extent had they strengthened? It seemed that another experiment was in order. Chapter 27. The revival of spiritual energy. As dawn broke, the first light of day pierced through the lingering darkness. In a shadowy alley nestled in the southwestern corner of Guangling City, a wild dog with red eyes and yellow fur was gnawing on the corpse of an elderly woman. Suddenly, it ceased its gruesome feast, bits of flesh falling to the ground. It turned sharply, spotting two Taoist priests clad in blue robes standing several meters away. The wild dog's fiery red eyes burned like flames, its sinister fangs resembling layers of steel. "This vile creature dares to be so audacious," exclaimed the middle-aged Taoist on the left, his white beard quivering with indignation. The wild dog, its fur bristling and claws digging into the earth, emitted a low growl. "Master, there is no need for excessive force. Allow me to handle this," the younger Taoist offered softly. He stepped forward, raising his palm, from which 3 streaks of azure light ascended, transforming midair into crescent shapes. The sound of slicing wind was piercing as the blades of air erupted forth. In an instant, the wild dog was cleaved in 2 before it could react. "Now, the matter is yours," the young Taoist called back to those who approached. A dozen constables, brandishing steel knives, hurriedly approached, bowing in reverence to the 2 priests. However, the thick stench of blood assaulted their senses, provoking bouts of retching among them. One constable approached, stammering, "Excuse me, esteemed Taoists, our governor has summoned you." "Please, you must." "We shall not go," interrupted the white-bearded Taoist, shaking his robes dismissively as he strode away. "This is a troublesome situation to explain. Where is our reward?" the young Taoist inquired with a sly smile, cutting off the constable's throat. A figure behind presented 10 taels of silver, prompting a satisfied nod from the young Taoist. With a flick of his sleeve, he pocketed the silver, saying, "There is no need for further trouble. My brother and I are on urgent business, seeking someone outside the city, and we cannot linger. We hope the governor will understand. Please, esteemed Taoists, I implore you to consider my humble request." The constable looked up again, only to find that the 2 eminent figures had vanished without a trace. An hour later, the duo swiftly arrived at Jinko City. "Xianyang, were it not for your ability to summon the winds, our journey from Guangling City to Jinko would have consumed a considerable amount of time," the middle-aged Taoist remarked, seated at a breakfast stall, stroking his white beard with a smile. "Master Xianlei, you flatter me. This is merely a trivial skill. In the face of your thunderous prowess, it seems laughable in comparison," the young man replied humbly. "Yet, when we recently vanquished that newly ascended man-eating beast, my techniques found no space to manifest. Without you, dear brother, I would have encountered numerous difficulties, making it nearly impossible to arrive at this Jinko City so swiftly." Xianlei said, furrowing his brows with a resigned smile. "Do not say such things, brother. That beast was merely at the initial stage, hardly worth our concern." Xianyang replied with a gentle smile, signaling to the shopkeeper for breakfast. "Indeed. It would be a different matter if we could acquire an inner elixir from a first-level beast." "Alas, what a pity," Xianlei nodded, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, you mentioned that the governor of Guangling City had promised a reward?" "Yes, brother, but it amounted to only a 300-won banknote." Xianyang produced a banknote, firmly grasping it before laying it on the table. "As a dignified governor of Guangling City, such a meager amount truly belittles our esteemed Matian temple." Xianlei sighed, casting a glance at the banknote. "Master is injured, and the reputation of Matian temple has waned. For us inept disciples, receiving even this much is rather commendable." He continued, "You take it. Matters of sustenance are beyond my understanding. My sole hope is to uncover the whereabouts of that traitor Xianfeng in Jinko City. Until Master lays eyes upon the 7 stars dragon abyss, sword, and Xianfeng, I fear. Do not fret, elder brother. Master will surely recover without medicine and turn peril into safety. As for the position of sect leader, should Master truly wish to bestow it, I would undoubtedly recommend you." "Xianlei," Xianyang replied, his demeanor unchanging. "Positions of leadership hold no interest for me, nor do I possess the capability to assume such roles. Without Master, what authority does Matian Temple hold in this world? Just like that governor of Guangling City, merely dispatching us with such a paltry sum," Xianlei lamented. "Alas, the resurgence of spiritual energy seems even more potent than before. Even ordinary wild dogs can ascend to become man-eaters. Such occurrences will likely become increasingly frequent. And this world appears on the brink of chaos." Xianyang quickly covered Xianlei's mouth. "Elder brother, too many words may lead to misfortune. Eat swiftly." Xianlei shook his head, sighing, and gazed blankly at the clouds drifting overhead, eventually joining Xianyang in their meal. As they finished their meal and sought to inquire with a vendor about the inns in Jinko City, they suddenly spotted a figure in a cream-colored robe with a ruddy face striding confidently toward them near the city gate. "Junior brother, what brings you to Jinko City?" Xianlei exclaimed as he and Xianyang hastily rose and approached. Upon recognizing the newcomer as junior brother Xian Xin, their surprise was palpable. Elder brother, Xianyang. What brings you here? Xianxian furrowed his brow. Weren't you headed to Sioux City? Not at all. We searched high and low in Guangling City, but found no trace. So we ventured north to Jinko City to investigate, though we have yet to make any inquiries, Xianlei explained. Xianxian quickly waved his hand. No need to search. I was here just yesterday and found nothing. Xianlei and Xianyang exchanged glances before nodding. Really, I'm not deceiving you. I searched everywhere. Xianxian's boisterous voice drew the attention of passers-by. Elder brother, why have you returned today? Xianyang inquired with a smile, thinking he would not be easily misled. Who does not know Xianxian's ambition for the position of sect leader? Surely he seeks to send us away while he searches the city himself. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you, believe it or not. Xianxian's face flushed with indignation as he strode away toward the city. Xianlei shook his head, but noticed that Xianyang had already followed Xianxian, leaving him with no choice but to pursue them. The three Taoists traversed the bustling streets and soon arrived at an inn. Xianxian slipped inside and quickly re-emerged, now carrying a cloth pouch. The spirit stones are temporarily stored here. I returned to retrieve them, Xianxian declared, gesturing with the pouch before heading purposefully toward the city gate. Xuanqin, you. Just as Xianlei was about to inquire further, a pale yellow orb soared through the air. Xianlei reached out and grasped it. This is a lightning attribute demon core? Senior brother, I have no use for this. You may keep it. I intend to venture to the northern lake city of Jiaqing. Xuanqin's voice resonated like a great bell. I am quite uneasy about Xianming. With that, Xuanqin's figure vanished near the city gate. Xianyang cast a sidelong glance at Xianlei and scoffed. Senior brother, you are indeed fortunate. Someone has you in mind. Xianlei sighed deeply, remaining silent. Among the 19 brothers, there existed palpable rifts, and their relationships were decidedly strained. The competition for the position of sect leader, promised by their master, had led to both overt and covert struggles for quite some time. Only he and Xianyuan, along with Xianming, maintained a detached demeanor, thus evading the distrust of their peers. Before descending the mountain, the 15 individuals had already paired off, typically in groups of 2 or 3. The reason Xianlei chose Xianyang as his companion was solely due to his wind manipulation abilities, which would expedite their journey, allowing them to outpace their fellow brothers. It was a mutual exploitation. None could criticize the others. Among the 15, Xianming was the least favored, even with the protection of the eldest brother. Others offered him nothing but cold remarks, with Xuanqin being the only one treating him with some decency. This time, Xianming was assigned to the easternmost lake city in Jiaqing direction, likely because no one else wished to venture there. Thus he was unceremoniously thrust into the task without regard for his own opinions, though the reason for Xuanqin seeking out Xianming was unclear. It was reasonable to surmise that genuine concern was at play. After all, the members of the Zhuke sect in that direction were not to be trifled with. An encounter could potentially erupt into a fierce battle. Clutching the lightning attribute demon core in his hand, Xianlei turned to Xianyang. Shall we also proceed to the lake in Jiaqing? Chapter 28. The possibility of everything within the bustling city of Deer City. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Although it was merely a small county town, it rivaled the fervor of both Lower Lake City and Sioux City, particularly at the central square. The scene was a cacophony of activity, with throngs of people bustling about. Stalls lined the square selling vegetables, fruits, and snacks, while performers showcased their talents. And even some hawked their own services, their calls echoing in the air. Yang Yu sat at a railing on the second floor of a tea house overlooking the square, gently sipping from a cup of tea. Opposite him was a young Taoist priest, his face a tapestry of surprise, confusion, and anger. Guardian Yang, I still cannot bring myself to believe what you say, the Taoist declared, exhaling a deep breath before slamming his palm onto the table. There is absolutely no possibility of such a thing. Yang Yu continued to sip his tea without glancing at him, while a woman in gray behind him hurried forward. Master Xuanan, this matter was witnessed firsthand by my master. It is no jest, she asserted, casting a glance at her mentor, Yang Yu. Not long ago, they had passed through Deer City, intending to partake in refreshments before heading to Lower Lake. However, halfway, her master encountered the diminutive Xuanan, halting him and bringing him to the tea house, where Yang Yu recounted the events of the past few days to the Taoist. It was then she realized that Xuanan was the elder brother of the slain Xianming. Are you saying my junior brother Xianming was killed in the graveyard of Lower Lake City by shovels, swords, and corpses? Preposterous, Xuanan exclaimed, his long beard quivering in indignation, his eyes wide with fury. Though my junior brother was merely at the initial stage of the second-tier realm, he was still not easily approached by ordinary beasts. Do you truly expect me to believe such a tale? That shovels, swords, and corpses could slay a transcendent being? Do you think me a fool, to be mocked? Or do you believe there is no one in the heaven-soaring temple to challenge your nonsense? I dare not, Yang Yu replied, placing his teacup down and observing the floating tea leaves within. When my disciple first reported this to me, I too found it hard to believe. After all, we cultivators understand that only beasts of flight, land, and water can transform. The notion that inanimate objects like shovels and swords, let alone corpses, could act independently to kill the living is utterly unheard of. Indeed, Xuanan huffed. Yet why do you speak of this? What reasoning do you have? However, when Ji Yuan mentioned that the Taoist who met his demise by shovels, swords, and corpses claimed to be Xian Ming, who could control the water of the 5 elements to form barriers and launch water projectiles, Yang Yu realized the gravity of the situation. Yang Yu still did not meet Xuanan's gaze, remaining calm and unhurried. Humph, does the name of Xianming from the heaven-soaring temple not resonate throughout this great alliance? Is your disciple attempting to exploit my junior brother's name for some gain? Xuanan scrutinized Ji Yuan, still harboring disbelief, though unease stirred within his heart. At this moment, Su Nm is undoubtedly investigating in Shi-Hch-Ing to see if there are any traces of Su Nf-ing. The paper kite claimed to have seen Su Nm in Shi-Hch-Ing, which cannot be dismissed as mere fabrication. Although he had previously boasted of Su Nming's formidable reputation to bolster the prestige of Mtien and intimidate the Zh-Chu sect, the reality is that Su Nming's prowess is considered quite feeble among his peers. His excursions down the mountain have been exceedingly limited in recent years, and while his name may echo through the alliance, few truly know who Su Nming is. The more renowned figures are Su Nli, Su New Yorking, and Su Nxn, who possess considerably greater strength. He even suspects that if Su Nming were to stand before this young girl, she might not recognize him. Could it be that her words hold truth? Do not be angered, Taoist, Yang interjected. The fact that I have brought this matter to your attention is because I believe the paper kite would not speak lightly on such an issue. After all, this is her first mission in 3 years. Yang Yu lifted the teacup to his lips, not raising his gaze. Meanwhile, the renowned Su Nming Taoist of Mtien, though celebrated in the martial world, remains largely unknown among our humble sect. Only I, along with the left protector and the sect master, are aware of Su Nming's name. Thus, upon hearing the paper kite utter Su Nming's name, I realized something must have gone awry. Otherwise, I would not have taken the liberty to venture out with the paper kite to Shi-Hch-Ing without informing the sect master. Upon hearing this, Su Nn felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Could it be that something has indeed transpired? A shovel, a long sword, a corpse. These items should not belong to any beast. Yet, one must consider the possibilities. If it is true, what then? If this young girl speaks the truth, then the beast capable of vanquishing Su Nming must possess formidable strength, likely at the mid-tier or peak of the first rank. Such a creature would surely be beyond Su Nn's capabilities. Furthermore, Su Nming's fate is of no concern to him. With Su Nming gone, there exists one less rival for the position of sect master. The bond of brotherhood forged over the years. The only allies Su Nming has are the traitors Su Nf-ing and Su Nxn. Even his elder brother Su Nl shows only token concern for him. Rather than risking himself against a potentially stronger beast for Su Nming's demise, it would be far more prudent to redirect his efforts towards locating Su Nf-ing and the QX-ing. That is the matter of utmost importance. Who knows how much longer the master can endure? If he were to suddenly pass, the sect master would inevitably fall to the elder brother. Everyone knows he possesses the greatest advantage due to his lack of ambition. With these thoughts, Su N's brow eased slightly. He rose and said, "Thank you, Protector Yang, for bringing this matter to my attention. This is of great significance, and I must return to Tianzhfing at once to report to my master. Today's events have led us to acknowledge that we owe a favor to the Zhuke sect. I shall, in due course, accompany my master to the southern realms, and then revisit Zhuke Valley to continue. Master Xuanan, do not hasten your departure. It seems that Ji Yuan has yet to convey something of significance to you." Yang Yu remained indifferent, savoring his tea with an air of contemplation. Ji Yuan stepped forward eagerly. "Master Xuanan, I once overheard Master Xianming during his battle with those demonic beasts. He revealed his name and mentioned Xuanfeng and the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword. It appears that one of the corpses there was related to Xianfeng." "What did you say?" "The 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword." Xuanan's mind was engulfed in a tumult of thoughts. Indeed, I heard it with my own ears, there is no doubt. Xuanan sank back into his seat, momentarily stunned. If this young girl's claim about Xianming being slain could be dismissed as mere conjecture, the name Xiefeng and the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword were far too precise to be mere fabrications. Could it be that Xianming encountered the traitor Xianfeng in the graveyard of Lower Lake City and met his demise at Xuanfeng's hands? And the so-called corpse wielding a shovel-like sword was, in fact, an illusion conjured by Xianfeng? Wait, what kind of long sword are you referring to? Xuanan's body quivered slightly as he fixed his gaze upon Ji Yuan. Master, my eyesight is far superior to that of the average person, even amidst the dim starlight. I can discern the objects in the graveyard quite well. However, that long sword appeared and vanished intermittently, and I truly cannot say how many swords there were. Ah, the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword. The sword that suddenly disappears and reappears is indeed the one that can conceal its form at will. The 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword. And the traitor Xianfeng is right there in the west graveyard of Lower Lake City. The position of the sect master is alarmingly close to me. In an instant, countless thoughts swirled in his mind. Xuanan took a deep breath and clasped his fists towards Yang Yu and Ji Yuan. Guardian Yang, I am grateful for your revelation. At this juncture, I find myself in need of a favor. Yang Yu set down his teacup, finally regarding Xuanan. Those demonic cores from the beast are all mine. Chapter 29. Unexpected gains. Surprisingly, the number of visitors during the day was quite sparse. Lin Yu's acute sense of danger informed him that the once bustling cemetery had become devoid of worshippers by the afternoon. After all, who would visit a grave daily without reason, especially when it was not the Qiming festival? The previous day's throng likely stemmed from the pent-up feelings of the townsfolk of Lake City, who flocked together for a bit of revelry. It seemed that among them were not only those there to pay respects, but also many seeking a leisurely stroll and a chance to explore the nearby areas. Despite the scant crowd today, several individuals passed within the reach of Lin Yu's perception. He focused intently on their conversations, hoping to glean feedback. He sought any mention of whether the graves had been disturbed, particularly in light of his significant actions the previous night. He had directed the corpses to excavate a large pit at his location and, in the latter part of the night, decided to create a lengthy tunnel to facilitate his escape from that pit. Initially, he had hoped to implement his plan immediately, but he encountered an unexpected challenge. The wooden stakes intended for rolling were far too flimsy. The materials he had sourced from other coffins proved inadequate for his purpose. Lin Yu had intended to carve cylindrical wooden stakes from coffin boards using the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword, placing them at the base of the coffin for rolling. However, upon attempting this, he discovered that the fragility of these stakes was beyond description. A mere press shattered them, resembling hollow plastic tubes, rendering them utterly useless. Upon reflection, it became evident that the coffins were either decaying from age or constructed from inferior, thin materials that could not withstand his weight. After exhausting all the coffin boards in the vicinity, Lin Yu resigned himself to this futility. He realized that the most robust and durable materials in the area belonged to the coffin of old Lu, yet he could not bear the thought of compromising his own means of escape. Nevertheless, his efforts from the previous night had not been entirely in vain. He had managed to shift his position nearly half a meter to the south. Though modest, this movement yielded some rewards. 3 graves fell within his perceptual range, and of those, 2 contained corpses that had not yet fully decomposed. This indicated that 2 portions of dark gray spiritual energy were now within his grasp. However, whether these energies could further expand his perception remained uncertain. Lin Yu did not have the opportunity to direct the corpses to excavate the 2 graves, instead concentrating on restoring the grand project they had undertaken overnight to its original state. Although swift, it was only after the dawn had broken for a while that Lin Yu finally filled in the grave soil above him with a spade and, utilizing his botanical abilities, restored a layer of greenery to the nearby devastated ground. Upon advancing to the second tier, Lin Yu discovered that his control over this unique ability had ascended to a new level. Initially, he could only induce the growth of a single herbaceous or climbing plant at a designated location, a capability that was already formidable. What made it powerful was the freedom to choose the growth site at will. It was this very ability that had enabled him to vanquish the troublesome opponent, Xianming. Back when he was at the first tier, this ability was limited to hastening the growth of one plant or prompting several small grasses to sprout, without the capacity to specify the exact species. Had there not been climbing plants conveniently nearby during his encounter with Xianming, Lin Yu might have had to rely solely on sheer numbers to defeat him. Now, with his botanical skills upgraded to the second tier, Lin Yu realized he could directly place any species of plant within his sensory range at any location, and both the growth speed and quantity had significantly improved. This is the advantage of an upgraded ability. Regardless of its utility, it always reveals new vistas. The manifestation of this newfound potential was particularly evident in his puppetry control technique and spade, both at the fourth tier. Presently, Lin Yu could manipulate up to 10 non-living entities. While this may not seem substantial, it exceeded his expectations. Compared to the previous limit of 6, he could now allocate more mental energy to control additional corpses or skeletal remains. In other words, his available labor force had increased considerably. Furthermore, these laborers could serve as his spectral squad in battle, executing ambushes, feigned attacks, distractions, or providing auxiliary strikes. Although these corpses and skeletons were rather fragile, they were not devoid of utility. After all, they still possessed an appearance that could instill fear. Just imagine, in the eerie atmosphere of a graveyard at night, if an enemy were to encounter a rotting corpse suddenly lunging from behind a tombstone, even the boldest would surely be startled. This moment of fright might very well be the pivotal instant. At such a time, whether it be the indomitable 7 stars Long Yuan sword or the botanical prowess capable of sprouting plants from the 7 orifices, Lin Yu could deliver devastating blows to his foes. This was a strategy perfectly aligned with Lin Yu, the concealed old silver coin lurking beneath the surface. However, the effectiveness of this tactic would ultimately depend on the realities of combat. After all, not everyone is as hesitant as Xian Ming. Should he encounter an opponent who charges in recklessly, he must be prepared to consider alternative strategies. Lin Yu also discovered a limitation of his puppetry control technique. During the day, he had whimsically attempted to manipulate the tattered clothing of an elderly man who used to tend to the flowers. After all, this was within the realm of his perception. However, Lin Yu could not, under any circumstances, make the hem of the garment move even the slightest bit. The reason for this eluded him. He initially believed that anything within his sensory range, particularly inanimate objects, could be controlled. Yet now he understood the limitations of this ability. It seemed he could only manipulate inanimate objects that lay outside the realm of living beings. Otherwise, Lin Yu felt he could effortlessly control the clothing of any approaching adversary, obscuring their vision or even strangling them. As for the shovels, their quantity had increased to 6 with the elevation of his level, doubling from before. With 6, he could easily dispose of the 2 remaining shovels that were on the verge of breaking. After all, he could currently command only 5 corpses. As for decomposed bodies or skeletons, his existing capabilities were insufficient for perfect control. Perhaps this could be enhanced once his level evolved to a certain extent. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, the area had long since lost any signs of human presence. Thus, it seemed the time had come to excavate the 2 newly discovered graves. Just as Lin Yu commenced digging into the grave beside where the foolish Wu and the old Lu lay, intending for them to assist in the excavation, he suddenly noticed something peculiar protruding from the abdomen of the raccoon dog-esque corpse that had also been discarded there. It appeared to be a spherical object concealed beneath its fur. When had this appeared, Lin Yu wielded the 7-star dragon abyss sword to pierce the raccoon dog's belly, and soon, a colorless and transparent orb rolled out. What was this? Why did it emanate a wondrous aura? Lin Yu realized he seemed to have stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 30. In ashes half an hour ago, on the uneven paths of the fields, Xuanqin rode a magnificent steed, galloping swiftly, as if a meteor chasing the moon. The horse was drenched in sweat, its tongue lolling to the side, panting heavily, clearly at the brink of exhaustion. The journey from Jinko City to Xiahu City spanned a full 300 miles, during which Xuanqin had already changed 10 fine horses, each arriving at the relay stations more out of breath than before, on the verge of collapse. At this moment, with only a mere 10 miles remaining to Xiahu City, Xuanqin was filled with an insatiable yearning. He had prepared thoroughly before descending the mountain. In his previous excursions to seek out Xianfeng, he had traversed the Jiangnan region multiple times alone, covering the major cities and towns extensively. When his elder brother, Xianlei, consolidated the intelligence network and ultimately determined that the traitor Xianfeng was likely hiding in Jiangnan, Xuanqin was undoubtedly the most exhilarated among them all. Although others deemed him impulsive and reckless, Xianlei considered him the most meticulous of all the disciples. This time, as he descended, he eagerly requested to venture to the remote Hulang city, while also intending to stop by Jinko City, which his elder brother Xianlei had planned to visit. The rationale behind this was that aside from these 2 locations, no one had explored the vicinity of Xiahu City, which was in close proximity to Suqing. Soon after, having searched in vain at Jinko City and then hastily traveling to Haolang City for an exhaustive search, Xuanqin concluded that Xianfeng was likely concealed within the seemingly inconsequential Xiaohu City. Moreover, Xianming, who had been sent to Xiaohu City, might be the first to uncover Xuanfeng's whereabouts. However, he did not anticipate that Xianlei and Xianyang would reach Jinko City so swiftly. In a flurry, he retrieved a package hidden in his lodging, presenting the pre-prepared, tampered lei-type demon core to his elder brother, Xianlei. This was, of course, intended to curtail the prowess of the strongest among the brothers at a critical moment. After all, Xianlei was accompanied by the swift-footed Xianyang, who might discover Xianfeng before him. If his elder brother were to find Xianfeng first, the position of the sect leader would be devoid of any suspense. Now, he had no choice but to outpace the two of them to seize the initiative, bringing Xianfeng back to their master and reclaiming the position that the old man had occupied for far too long. However, upon arriving at the relay station ahead, he suddenly spotted a strangely familiar diminutive figure. Xuanqin, aren't you in Haolang City? What brings you here? The short Taoist was none other than Xianen, who had just flown in from Luqing at breakneck speed. Xuanqin's heart nearly stopped. How had Xianen traversed from Luqing to Xiaohu City? Wait, could it be? Xuanqin swallowed hard, about to fabricate a response, when he noticed behind Xianen a man in black and a pale-faced woman in gray. The man in black looked remarkably familiar. Who are you? Taoist Tianhua, Xuanqin. Your name is well known to all, is it not? Today, I have been truly fortunate to witness this encounter. The man in black raised his head with a light smile, introducing himself as Yang Yu of the Zhuke sect. It is quite understandable that the Taoist of Heavenly Fire is unfamiliar with our humble sect. This is my disciple, Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan respectfully acknowledged the Taoist. You are Iron Arm and Steel Bone Yang Yu. Despite being so exalted, Xuanqin could not help but smile, yet upon realizing the identity of the man before him, a deeper apprehension took root in his heart. How could Xianen be with Yang Yu of Zhuke sect? Yang Yu had gained considerable fame in recent years. A formidable practitioner of the second tier of the celestial realm, someone not to be underestimated. Moreover, their current direction clearly indicated they were headed toward Lake City. Taoist of Heavenly Fire, you seem quite eager to go somewhere. Might you enlighten us? Yang Yu inquired further. Indeed, Xuanqin. After traveling hundreds of miles from Haolang to this Lake City, what is your purpose? Xianen pressed, though he too harbored deep surprise and confusion. Could it be that Xuanqin had learned of Xuanfeng's affair? That couldn't be. Hadn't Ji Yuan mentioned that only he among the Matian view had spoken of this matter? While Xianen pondered, he noticed Yang Yu standing before Xuanqin, clasping his fists in salute. Taoist of Heavenly Fire, I possess information that I suspect will greatly interest you. Impatient, Xuanqin was about to urge his horse onward, but found himself compelled to halt. Yang Yu was not someone to be disregarded lightly. I am keen to hear more. He managed to reply, his heart racing with unease. Something felt amiss. Taoist of Heavenly Fire. You intend to go to Lake City in search of the traitor Xianfeng and the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword. Am I correct? Xianen gasped in shock. Xuanqin, internally flustered yet maintaining an exterior calm, remarked, I presume my junior brother has already informed Protector Yang? This matter pertains solely to our Madian view and is not for outsiders to discuss. However, I wonder what insights Protector Yang might share? Yang Yu squinted and smiled. If I were to know the whereabouts of Xianfeng and the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword, what would you offer in exchange for this information, Taoist of Heavenly Fire? What? Both Xuanqin and Xianen exclaimed simultaneously. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, and 2 figures appeared before Yang Yu in an instant. They were none other than Taoist Xianlei and Taoist Xianyang. To think that today I would not only encounter Taoist Xuanqin and Xianen, but also the thunderclap sword Taoist Xianlei and the azure edge blade Taoist Xianyang. What a fortunate occasion indeed. Yang Yu bowed. However, a single demon core is insufficient to procure my information. Brother, are you referring to the demon core I once gifted you? Is that not mine? Xuanqin, feeling neglected as Yang Yu set him aside, grew angry at the unexpected arrival of his elder brother and Xianyang. If what Protector Yang claims is true, then this core shall serve as a deposit. How does that sound? At this moment, Xianyang suddenly spoke, lifting the pale yellow orb from Xianlei's hand and tossing it into Yang Yu's grasp. Oh, if that is indeed the case, then I shall eagerly anticipate it. Yang Yu gazed at the demon pill, nodding in satisfaction. Wait, Guardian Yang, did we not previously discuss this matter? Taoist Xianen, I wish to confide this solely to you, but as an outsider, I must remain neutral. I have no desire to pit our Zhuke sect against the Matian view over a mere sword. As Yang Yu spoke, he recounted the events to the assembled Taoists, laying bare the consequences before Xin Xin. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Xian Lei's eyes widened, tears welling up. Junior brother, you have perished at the hands of demons and evil spirits. I, Xian Lei, shall undoubtedly avenge this deep-seated blood feud. Xian Feng, who would have thought you would hide in that lake's depths? He suddenly let out a long howl, and in that instant, a tempest of thunder erupted in the air, splitting into countless lightning patterns that felled several nearby trees. Yang Yu's expression shifted, shaken by this extraordinary spectacle. Yet, he understood that this time, even if those monstrous beasts possessed extraordinary power, they would surely meet their demise without a trace. As dusk descended, the four Taoists, along with Yang Yu and Ji Yuan, mounted the station's horses and galloped swiftly towards the western side of Lake City. No matter the iron shovel-long sword or the corpses, along with that Xian Feng, they would be reduced to ashes. Chapter 31. A sudden assault. A treasure? Upon encountering the nearly transparent orbs, Lin Yu's immediate instinct was that he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Much like spirit stones, these orbs radiated a dense aura of spiritual energy, even more potent than that of the spirit stones themselves. Had he never seen a spirit stone before, Lin Yu was certain he would have mistaken these for spirit stones, for they undeniably appeared far superior to the semi-transparent rocks. However, Lin Yu refrained from hastily absorbing them as he would a spirit stone. There was an air of peculiarity surrounding these orbs. Would they genuinely impart spiritual energy, or could they harbor unforeseen side effects? Reflecting on his previous recklessness in absorbing the energy from spirit stones without understanding their nature, a wave of apprehension washed over him. If there were indeed repercussions, it would be too late for regrets. Faced with this entirely unfamiliar substance, Lin Yu resolved to exercise caution, prudence, and restraint. After all, he had never noticed anything akin to these orbs in the lanterns of Su Daoren or Xianming Daoren. Moreover, they had been discovered serendipitously from the body of the beastly creature, a fact that stirred his unease. He sensed an uncanny essence within these orbs, suggesting they were not merely conduits of spiritual energy like simple spirit stones. Additionally, given their origin from a demon beast, could they potentially be akin to inner elixirs? The notion seemed increasingly bizarre. Lin Yu decided that unless he found himself in dire circumstances or could ascertain the true nature of any side effects, he would refrain from utilizing these orbs for the time being. He intended to closely examine the lanterns of the next extraordinary being he might encounter, searching for any similar artifacts. As he buried the orbs shallowly in the nearby soil, the sky began to darken. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed from afar, stirring Lin Yu's curiosity. Could it be that rain was imminent? The incessant rains of Jiang'an had been quite enough. However, with his newfound ability to control water, the prospect of rain held little sway over him. In fact, it might even enhance his powers further, which was quite delightful. That said, it had been quite some time since he had sensed any disturbances. His perceptive abilities revealed no sounds typical of human presence. Lin Yu was uncertain whether there were others in the graveyard, but generally, one would not choose to linger in such a place as night approached. Nevertheless, considering the previous encounters with the foolish Wu Guosan, Su Daoren, and Xianming Daoren, who had all ventured here at night, Lin Yu felt compelled to remain vigilant. It was possible that a brother of Xianming Daoren might appear unexpectedly. Regardless, Lin Yu resolved to expedite the completion of his unfinished tasks. He must excavate the two newly cinced graves without delay. If the spiritual energy emanating from the two corpses could enhance his perception range, it would undoubtedly bolster his confidence in confronting any adversaries that might arrive unannounced. After pondering for a moment, the light dimmed further. He could not afford to linger any longer. Time is of the essence. Lin Yu had no desire to be caught off guard by those Taoists who could arrive at any moment and incinerate his coffin. He commanded the old Lu and the foolish Wu to emerge from their coffins and directed them to retrieve the two Taoists, Su and Xianming, who were ensconced within another coffin. Subsequently, he summoned Xinhua Jiang and the remaining four skeletons from their resting places. Soon, the members of Lin Yu's undead team were assembled. 6 shovels and a deteriorating iron spade were distributed among the 7 members, excluding Xianming and Su, whose task would be to continue digging graves. As for Xianming, Lin Yu equipped him with the coveted 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword, a weapon he had long coveted in life. Su, clad in armor, was spared from labor this time and accompanied Xianming, ensuring their safety. Given the previous incident where this individual launched a surprise attack at midnight, Lin Yu felt it prudent to remain vigilant, as enemies could materialize at any moment. He instructed the 2 corpses to patrol the vicinity. While it might not be significantly effective, it was certainly better than having no surveillance at all. After completing these arrangements, Lin Yu noticed that night had fully descended. Darkness can be advantageous for labor. The undead team swiftly fell into their respective roles, each attending to their assigned tasks. It was undeniable that with 7 laborers, their efficiency soared to remarkable heights. Before long, Lin Yu observed that a grave had been successfully excavated, and the lid of the decaying coffin within had been removed. Skillfully, he controlled the corpse, guiding it into his own coffin and, as was his custom, absorbing the gray spiritual energy that enveloped it. He immediately assessed his perception to ascertain any changes in his power. However, to his dismay, he discovered that his perception range remained at 60 meters. Lin Yu realized he could only hope for the next grave to yield better results. Perhaps, even after absorbing the energy from the 2 corpses, it would not suffice to further enhance his range. Such was the nature of things. One could not expect everything to unfold smoothly. If all endeavors were met with unerring success, life would lose some of its charm. Lin Yu believed that gradual improvement held far more intrigue than instantaneous invincibility. After all, invincibility often leads to solitude. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yu continued directing his undead team in their tasks. Yet, just as the second grave was unearthed and he began to guide the corpse towards him, his ability, perception of danger, suddenly cast the entire area into a deep crimson hue. What was this? Could there be an exceedingly perilous situation at hand? Despite his trepidation, he reacted instantaneously. As the 6 shovels scooped up mounds of earth and hurled them into the air. Meanwhile, as the dust swirled in the air, he hastily urged the spectral team to burrow into the grave and squeeze into the coffin together. He did not forget to control the coffin lid to place it atop, frantically shoveling dirt and covering it with a layer of wild grass using his planting technique. Just then, a dazzling yellow-white light flashed across the sky, and a fierce thunderbolt suddenly descended from the heavens. Boom! The lightning struck the corpse that was still halfway through, instantly reducing it to charred remains. The mysterious thunder, "I beseech thee, descend upon the gods and true immortals, bind the spirits and subdue the wicked, dispel the 100 demons." Swiftly, as the law commands, a resounding clarion call echoed, piercing the silence. Lin Yu's heart jolted violently. The enemy he had long awaited had finally arrived. But how could they come so swiftly? According to the luminous lantern of the mysterious, weren't these brothers scattered across other regions of Jiangnan? Moreover, this person had just declared himself a Xianlei, wielding the art of thunder control. He was none other than the most powerful senior brother among the Taoists of TNZH Peaks Modian Temple, Xianlei Taoist. Wait, how did he find this place? Could it be that Guosan was meddling again? However, if only one Taoist had come, it would be manageable. All that was needed. Senior brother, do not act rashly. The power of the thunder is too great. At this moment, Lin Yu sensed another youthful voice echoing. Wait, was there more than one? Yes, senior brother. Be cautious not to strike that traitor Xianfeng. The booming voice undoubtedly belonged to another Taoist. Yet, this was not the end. Xianyang, Xuanxin, I suspect you are worried about the 7 stars dragon abyss sword, right? I didn't expect to find you both here. A sharp, delicate voice chimed in from the other side. Taoist Xianin, you did not mention that your brothers would also be present here. Nevertheless, tonight, be it the beastly demons or Taoist Xianfeng, or even the 7 stars dragon abyss sword, none shall escape this place. Paper Kite, is everything arranged? Yes, master. The 8 gates golden lock array has been fully set up, within a radius of 1 mile. Even a mosquito attempting to fly out would be utterly impossible. Is this a grand assembly? Suddenly, 6 individuals have arrived. It seemed that 4 were Taoists and 2 were assistants. Were they forming a group to tackle monsters? These 6 individuals were positioned to the south, 60 meters beyond Lin Yu's perception range. Even if he wished to launch a surprise attack, it was beyond his capability. Moreover, outside lay the desiccated corpses of Xianming and Su Taoists. He had almost forgotten to place these 2 into the grave. Now, he had positioned them at a grave mound, entwining their forms with several vines to conceal them. Despite this, Lin Yu felt no fear, even if faced with what seemed to be a life-and-death battle. He understood that in the face of this unforeseen scenario, he must exert every ounce of his strength to escape this predicament. Should he emerge victorious, a legendary spirit would be born. But if he were to lose, then it would mean obliteration of both body and soul. A retreat? At this point, there was no path left to withdraw. Only the path of desperate combat remained. Chapter 32. The extraordinary circle of demons at West Lake. Lin Yu harbored no doubts that he now found himself in a dire predicament, facing overwhelming odds with a formidable enemy and a scant number of allies. 6 extraordinary individuals had encircled him, employing a so-called eight gates gold lock formation, reputedly inescapable, to confine him thoroughly. Among the six, were Taoists from the towering Tianzhu peaks Moxiangwen, all disciples of the esteemed Su Taoist and Xianming Taoist, their powers profoundly formidable. The one known for summoning thunder to strike down adversaries was called Xianlei, seemingly the eldest among them. In the context of Xianming Taoist's rotating lantern, Xianlei was recognized as a master adept in the elemental force of lightning, second only to the sect leader, Tongyu Taoist, having reached the pinnacle of the second-tier Xiantian realm. The others, gleaned from their recent exchanges, were Xianyang, Xuanxin, and Xuanan. Xianyang wielded the power of wind, while Xuanan possessed extraordinary physical strength. Xuanxin commanded the searing flames with unparalleled mastery. This intelligence was derived from the lanterns of Su Taoist and Xianming Taoist, and Lin Yu had meticulously marked the abilities and names of his adversaries, as they were pivotal to his survival within this coffin-like prison. Both the Su Taoist and the Seven Stars Dragon Abyss sword were coveted by these individuals, and it was only a matter of time before they pursued him here. Thus, while Lin Yu sought to augment his own strength, he pondered strategies to confront these formidable figures. After all, any one of them descending into this graveyard to confront him would pose a significant threat. As for the remaining two, one was identified as Yang Yu, who had commanded his apprentice, Ji Yuan, to lay the inescapable Eight Gates gold lock formation. This individual's prowess was equally formidable. Ji Yuan, however, seemed like a more manageable opponent, though Lin Yu had no grounds for complacency. Moreover, the adversaries were already privy to the fact that Xianming Taoist had perished here. How did they come to know? Could it be that Guisan was involved? Lin Yu could not ascertain, nor did he have the luxury of time to contemplate such matters. His greatest advantage at present lay in the fact that none of the extraordinary beings were aware of the peculiar center of this graveyard, which was neither Su Taoist nor Xianming, nor any corpse, but rather his coffin, capable of controlling the dead as puppets. The breadth of information could often dictate the outcome of a confrontation, although Lin Yu deemed his own strength to be lacking. He was not devoid of opportunities to overturn these giants. With the enemy visible and his forces concealed, Lin Yu, as a seasoned strategist, understood how to utilize his abilities to eliminate foes unnoticed. Furthermore, he possessed the advantage of terrain, and none among this elite group were privy to the full extent of his capabilities. To slay one would yield a singular gain. To vanquish two would double the reward. If he were to eliminate them all, it would indeed be the epitome of success. By that time, this coffin had absorbed the abilities of all. And even if it could not summon the winds and rains, it could still become a remarkable entity. The condition was that he must survive the night. What followed was a wait for any fleeting opportunity. Each of these chances was sufficient to allow him to eliminate these extraordinary beings. Life and death were at stake this very night, to be proven by blood. No matter who you are. Having killed my junior brother Xianming and concealed Xianfeng along with the Seven Stars Dragon Abyss sword, any of these transgressions would be enough for me to obliterate you. Come forth, do not hide away. With a long howl, Xianlei Taoist's voice echoed, accompanied by a thunderous roar reverberating through the air. Streams of electricity coiled and surged at his fingertips, gradually forming into a radiant sphere of white lightning. Yet, the response was as silent as death itself, just as before. A drifting silver mist gradually rose, while ghostly flames flickered hauntingly in the graveyard. After an initial uproar, the few individuals found themselves bereft of any means to strike. Where was the enemy? Every grave, every patch of wild grass, and the ominous woods seemed to be hiding places for adversaries. Years spent dealing with monstrous beasts had taught them to maintain a safe distance. Although the graveyard showed no signs of beasts, their true forms remained a mystery. At this moment, darkness had enveloped the sky like ink, completely shrouding the graveyard. Xuanxin, fire now. Xianlei frowned deeply and commanded. Yes, senior brother. Numerous fireballs erupted in the air, igniting the graveyard in a blaze, illuminating it as if it were daylight. Extraordinary beings, despite possessing remarkable skills, were still human. In unfamiliar territory, with visibility nearly non-existent, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Regardless of their numbers or their prowess, battling foes under such extreme conditions was implausible. Each of them dared not underestimate an opponent capable of easily slaying Xianming. They speculated that it was indeed the issue of light that had led to Xuanming's untimely demise. According to the intelligence gathered by Ji Yuan, the so-called shovel, long sword, and corpse were the true culprits behind Xuanming's death, lingering in this graveyard for several days. They would not appear during the day, but at night, they would begin to move like phantoms. At this moment, under the glow of the flames. The graveyard lay completely revealed to their sight. Strangely, however, there was still no trace of the enemy, apart from a few graves that appeared freshly dug. There were no suspicious objects in sight. "Senior brother, it seems there are no enemies." Xianyang's compass showed no response as he looked towards Xianlei. Xianlei shook his head and turned his gaze to Yang Yu. At the same time, Ji Yuan was indeed perplexed, avoiding her master Yang Yu's gaze. She quickly spoke up. "Esteemed Taoists, Ji Yuan did indeed see those shovels, long swords, and corpses nearby." As the paper kite hovered in the air, all eyes were drawn towards a distant location, where several large pits loomed like dark shadows. Were they excavated by someone? Xianan pondered aloud, furrowing his brow as a notion crossed his mind. Despite the considerable distance, a few individuals discerned the mounds of disturbed earth beside the pits. Shovels. They simultaneously recalled this tool. Among the so-called beasts mentioned by the paper kite, was there not a mention of shovels? What else could be used to unearth graves? Yet, within this burial site, no shovels or similar implements were visible. Had they been concealed? And what had become of the corpses? Where were Xianfeng and Xianming's bodies? What of the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword? Suspicion clouded the minds of the onlookers, yet none dared to approach the site. Xianlei inhaled deeply. Everything felt exceedingly peculiar. Although the graveyard appeared bereft of any significant objects, an aura of strangeness permeated the surroundings. Wait, shovels? Corpses? Upon gazing again at the excavated graves, another possibility dawned upon him. But did such a possibility truly exist? Xianlei retraced his steps to the shadowy spot where he had unleashed a bolt of lightning earlier. A foul stench assailed his senses. It was not the scent of a living being struck down, but rather that of a corpse in a state of advanced decay. Yang Yu approached to examine the cadaver. "Taoist, this body seems to have perished long ago. Otherwise, it would not be mostly desiccated bones." Xianlei nodded, growing increasingly convinced of his hypothesis. Years of battling beasts had instilled a profound caution in these practitioners. A single misstep could spell doom for them all. However, at that moment, Xianyang suddenly took a step forward. "Esteemed brothers, lingering here is hardly a viable solution, is it? Allow me to venture forth and pave the way for my brothers," he declared, stepping several meters ahead, his eyes shimmering with determination. Just as the others had gazed at the pits, his keen sight caught a glimpse of something gleaming on the ground not far off. What protruded slightly from the earth was none other than gold. Xianyang realized that aside from him, none of his fellow disciples, or even Yang Yu and the paper kite, seemed to have noticed this treasure. If he delayed, they might soon uncover it. Though the 10 taels of silver in his garments weighed heavily, who would ever complain about having too much money? Chapter 33. The great array of the demon Coffin desires of the heart, wealth, beauty, and glory, such are the pursuits of a practitioner. Yet, Xianyang, consumed by avarice, found his gaze irresistibly drawn to the treasures before him. In this desolate graveyard, the presence of those riches had eclipsed any thoughts of lurking beasts, banishing danger to the farthest corners of his mind. All he yearned for was to gather those coveted items and claim them as his own. Moreover, among the 5 companions, for were formidable masters of the age, providing him with ample protection, leaving him with no cause for concern. With that thought, Xianyang stepped forward yet again. "Xianyang, halt. Do not take another step. Should a beast arise, what will you do?" Xianlei called out in alarm. Xianyang, still inexperienced, was oblivious to the perils posed by the demons, displaying an audacity that bordered on recklessness. "Do not fret, my elder brother. I am not without preparations," Xianyang replied, as a swirling gust of azure wind formed a protective barrier around him, sweeping dust and debris away. The wind barrier. This technique he had adapted from his elder brother Xianming. However, unlike flowing water, the control he exerted over the wind, particularly as a peak practitioner of the first-tier midheaven realm, was somewhat inferior to Xianming's mastery. "Xianyang, you must not. Quickly retreat," Xianlei shouted once more. Yet, Xianyang continued to advance, taking several more steps forward. With a single thread pulled, the entire web trembled. The onlookers, who had merely been observing, found their thoughts in disarray. What had Xianyang discovered? Particularly anxious were Xin Xin and Xianan, both of whom coveted the position of sect leader and hoped to seize this rare opportunity to locate Xianfeng and the 7-Star Dragon Abyss sword. Now, with Xianfeng as shadow absent, Xianyang continued to forge ahead. Had he perhaps caught sight of something? Perhaps the 7-Star Dragon Abyss sword? The 2 men, eager and wide-eyed, could not help but step forward themselves. Glimpsing one another, Xin Xin and Xianan quickened their pace, fearful of falling behind. As three moved, the remaining three had no choice but to follow suit. Whether it was Xianfeng, Xianming, or even the seven-star dragon abyss sword, Yang Yu held little interest. His intention was to reap the benefits, allowing the practitioners to eliminate any potential beasts, so that he could claim the demon cores and present them to the sect leader for accolades. That brash fellow, Zhuo Jiwen, had grown too arrogant, relying on his status as the sect leader's favored disciple to ascend to the position of Zhuo protector at such a young age. Although he possessed some strength, Yang Yu had vanquished numerous beasts through blood and toil to attain his current standing. Recently, the sect leader had increasingly indulged Zhuo Jiwen, consulting him before making decisions, rather than relying on his own judgment. Despite Yang Yu's unwavering loyalty, he felt a chill in his heart. The sect leader had been diligently collecting demon cores, and if he could also present a rare and unnamed demon core, a smile crept across Yang Yu's face. What remained to be seen was how the esteemed practitioners would fare. As for the battle, he had no desire to partake. Despite the advancing presence of Xianlei, he did not draw his weapon. Instead, he summoned all his spiritual energy, akin to a paper kite taking flight. Yes, master, however. The 8 Gates Golden Lock formation is only effective for 1 hour. I wonder if it can. Among the 6 individuals, 2 were at the first level of the Middle Heaven realm, while 4 were at the second level of the Celestial realm. Once the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation was activated, even the most formidable of beasts would find it impossible to escape. What was there to fear? Yang Yu was confident in his abilities. For ordinary beasts, 1 or 2 would be no match for him, not to mention the Taoist priests from the Moxianguan, each of whom was a master in their own right. Among them, Taoist Xianlei inspired even the greatest caution from the sect's master uncle. Yang Yu recalled the words of the sect's master uncle, who had remarked upon the seemingly unremarkable appearance of Taoist Xianlei, with his white beard and troubled expression. Yet, to underestimate him and act rashly could result in peril. In the blink of an eye, a single purple lightning could claim one's life. One could only imagine how many malevolent creatures had perished under his might. Taoist Xuanqing, known as the Lord of Heavenly Fire, wielded the 3 flames true fire with unparalleled mastery, as if it were a part of his very being. After the revival of spiritual energy, he had vanquished countless demons, leaving behind an array of legends. Even the least powerful among them, Xianyang, was famed as the Azure Edge Blade, having slain innumerable beasts with his 3 crescent wind blades, earning him a prominent reputation in the world. The weaker amongst them was likely Xuanan, who, though stout and strong, only possessed enhanced strength, enabling him to lift boulders of thousands of pounds with ease. Yet, within this graveyard, there were scarcely any boulders, let alone stones. Xuanqing was reckless, Xianyang inexperienced, and Xuanan lacked sufficient strength. In truth, it would be Taoist Xianlei who would determine the outcome of any battle. Yang Yu glanced at Xuanqing and the others ahead, formulating a plan as he edged closer to Taoist Xianlei. Master, shouldn't we exercise a bit more caution? Ji Yuan felt that something was amiss. Having witnessed the peculiar occurrences in the graveyard for several consecutive days, she was the most aware of the current anomalies among the group. At this moment, neither the shovel nor the longsword nor the corpses were visible. It was as if they had completely vanished. Although she was inexperienced and had not undergone much training, she recognized that this was far from normal. Yet, observing the actions of the Taoists, she could not comprehend why these experts would disregard such evident dangers. What Ji Yuan did not realize was that the Xianfeng and the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword were objects that dazzled the eyes of these Taoists more than anything else. Whichever they obtained would signify that the position of the sect master was firmly within their grasp, never to escape their hold. By ousting the old man Tongyu, they could claim Moxianguan for themselves, and whatever spirit stones, demon pills, ancient ginseng, or legendary herbs they acquired would all be theirs. Yang Yu understood the implications, but Qi Yuan remained oblivious. Yang Yu merely smiled at her inquiry. It matters not. Should a crisis arise, you may simply hide at a distance. What beast could possibly threaten your master, with his ironclad physique and unyielding strength? Yes, master. The paper kite fluttered anxiously, glancing at several Taoist priests, each a formidable presence in their own right. Nevertheless, this course of action seemed rather audacious, did it not? Meanwhile, Xianyang had approached the gleaming treasures of gold and silver, and upon closer inspection, he noticed a few strings of copper coins and an abundance of jade artifacts. Although he found it peculiar, he reasoned that beasts of the demon kind would hardly set a trap. After all, while these creatures were indeed more powerful than their wild counterparts, their intellect paled in comparison to that of humans. Most of this gold and silver was likely left behind after the graves were disturbed. Xianyang even speculated that the alleged shovels and corpses might merely be a ruse, orchestrated by a band of grave robbers engaging in trickery. With a composed demeanor, he stealthily stepped on the treasures, aware that his brothers stood behind him, and cleared his throat. Eldest brother, Xiankong, brother Xingan, and protector Yang. I have contemplated a possibility. Could it be that this is not the handiwork of the demon beasts? The group paused, gazing at the forward-striding Xianyang, their minds clouded with confusion. Having just tested his compass, Xianyang had detected no trace of demon beasts. And the fact that none had emerged within the span of a single incense stick was indeed unusual, was it not? The others nodded slightly. They concurred. They had never encountered a demon beast capable of withholding itself from appearing for so long. Moreover, they had not sensed any presence of such creatures. While it was plausible that one person's compass might malfunction, the uniformity of their findings indicated a deeper issue. Xianyang lowered his gaze, casually picking up the yellowish-white object beneath his feet and stowing it within his inner garment. He gathered the broken jade and tarnished coins, turning to address the others. Brothers, pray, what do you make of this? As they leaned in closer, they perceived that the items appeared to be funeral offerings, puzzled by Xuanyang's inquiry. He pointed to the nearby large pit, and then gestured towards several distant depressions, saying, I suspect that these so-called shovels and corpses are merely the antics of grave robbers. What? On what grounds do you assert this? Xiangan turned his head in disbelief, never having entertained such a notion, though the others did not voice their thoughts. The copper coins and jade in Xuanyang's hand had sparked some consideration, particularly the evidently disturbed graves, which lent credence to his theory. At this moment, only the paper kite understood that such a scenario was utterly implausible, for she had witnessed firsthand how the Taoist Xianming had arrived and met his demise. Yet, the absence of shovels, long swords, and corpses here raised questions. I surmise that this is the work of a band of grave robbers, yet among them, one or more possess extraordinary powers. Chapter 34, Life and Death Struggle. What? Are you suggesting that this is the work of a group of tomb raiders? And that one or several individuals possess extraordinary abilities? The crowd was taken aback by Xianyang's assertion, each person casting furtive glances towards the recently disturbed grave. Indeed, this could elucidate the origin of the shovel and the corpse mentioned by the paper kite. It was not some monstrous beast, but rather something manipulated by a person. Xianyang stroked his chin, pondering that senior brother Xianming was likely ambushed and slain by those lurking fiends. Xianlei nodded in agreement. He surveyed the surroundings. Ancient graves and mounds littered the area, overgrown with weeds. Aside from their group, what other disturbances could be present? Xian and Xianin murmured in agreement. At this juncture, Xianyang's explanation appeared the most plausible. Despite the chaos they had stirred and the formation of the Eight Gates Golden Lock Array, the elusive beast had yet to make an appearance. Ordinarily, it would have attacked upon their arrival. Conversely, the unearthed graves and the copper coins and jade fragments in Xianyang's possession indeed suggested the presence of grave robbers. The corpse was undeniably a cadaver, yet it had been seen moving within the burial site upon their arrival. Yang Yu pointed to the charred remains of the corpse that had been struck by Xianlei's thunderous blow, asserting that a corpse moving about was an impossibility, if it were to be controlled by someone. However, that seemed entirely plausible. Furthermore, considering this aspect, whether it was a beast or an extraordinary person commanding the corpse, they were trapped within the Eight Gates Golden Lock Array, with no chance of escape. Upon hearing Yang Yu's insights, the others nodded in agreement. It was indeed so, and there was no more reasonable explanation. At that moment, flickering flames danced in the air, their glow dimming and brightening, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Nearly an hour had passed, and they knew they must act. Otherwise, once the array's effect waned, the unseen adversary would flee into the shadows. Both Xianfeng, whom they had yet to see, and the Seven Stars Dragon Abyss sword would vanish without a trace, leaving their whereabouts a mystery. Xian produced a spirit stone, fully absorbing its spiritual energy, reigniting the flames once more. Senior brother, I intend to investigate over there, whether it be the demon or the fiend. If they dare to reveal themselves before the three realms' true fire, I shall incinerate them utterly. Ignoring Xianlei's protests, Xian boldly ventured towards the graves, searching with determination. Her objective was, of course, the Seven Stars Dragon Abyss sword. Seeing this, Xianin quickly shifted his search to another direction. Meanwhile, Xianyang noticed more gleaming objects emerging from the ground ahead. He could not resist the urge to press forward. Xianlei glanced at Yang Yu and the paper kite duo, only to find they remained at his side, showing no inclination to move or take action. Xianlei sighed deeply. This situation was increasingly amiss. Despite their prowess, the brothers remained on edge as their adversary had yet to materialize. Some even ventured apart, pondering the dire consequence should the enemy choose to strike them down one by one. Anxiety gnawed at him, propelling his feet forward alongside his fellow disciples. Unbeknownst to them, they had drawn ever closer to the grave mentioned by the paper kite. Xianlei, realizing the previously maintained safe distance had been effortlessly breached, urgently called out, "Do not act recklessly, or else." Just then, a rustling sound echoed, and a figure with bowed head suddenly emerged from behind a tombstone. The group looked up, their faces paling in unison as they inhaled sharply, instinctively taking a step back. "Is that you, Xianming?" The figure, adorned with a bun wrapped in a Taoist cap and clad in a blue robe with cloth socks and shoes, wielded a 3-foot azure blade, enveloped by a thin wall of water. Who could it be but Xianming? "Xianming, you are alive?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, for they had believed the paper kite's words that Xianming had perished. How could he reappear now? However, Xianyang, standing closest, discerned something amiss. "Senior brother, that is not Xianming, it is a corpse." Suddenly, blood erupted from Xianyang's chest as he collapsed to the ground. "Xianyang, you." Yet, they were denied the opportunity to finish their words, as dozens of water projectiles cascaded from above like shooting stars. "What? Xianming, what are you doing?" The group was struck with terror, hastily channeling their spiritual energy for defense or evasion, only to realize that the water projectiles seemed to be aimed directly at Xianlei. Not daring to take chances, Xianlei swiftly invoked the U-step, retreating several dozen meters. Then, several flashes of cold light sliced through the air, tearing 3 long gashes in his robe. In a swift maneuver, Xianlei rolled on the ground before regaining his stance, sword in hand, pointing skyward. Boom! 8 bolts of thunder erupted around him, creating an impenetrable barrier. Not even the greatest master of the age could breach this tempest of lightning without harm. Yet, just as Xianlei believed he could catch his breath, he noticed 6 shovels materializing beside him. An acute pain coursed through him, and as his consciousness faded, he recalled the ominous divination result, a deadlock. Not far off, Yang Yu and the paper kite beheld Xianlei transform into a colossal fireball. Master. The paper kite, overwhelmed by the acrid stench in the air, felt her limbs weaken, trembling uncontrollably. She spun around, bolting for safety, leaping high into the air. However, she soon plummeted to the ground like a kite with severed strings, a long gash marring her neck, blood spilling forth like a stream. Her convulsing body lay still, lifeless. At this moment, Yang Yu was paralyzed with fear, his heart racing to his throat. Disregarding any semblance of composure befitting a master, he gathered his spirit energy throughout his body and dashed towards the cemetery's periphery with frantic steps. The clattering of metal echoed around him, amplifying his trepidation, and he sprinted as fast as he could, tumbling out of the graveyard in an instant. Meanwhile, within the cemetery, Xuanqin and Xuanan had yet to turn and flee when they suddenly beheld a figure clad in a Taoist robe appearing like a specter before them. A 3-foot-long sword descended from the air into the hands of this Taoist, at times transparent, at times materializing. Etched upon the blade were the 7 stars, unmistakably the 7-star Longyuan sword. However, upon witnessing the tragic demise of their fellow disciples, the two could scarcely afford to ponder the significance of the sword. With a simultaneous cry, they summoned all their spirit energy and fled in a frenzy. Yet, before Xuanan could escape more than a couple of paces, tendrils suddenly sprouted from his mouth, and with a scream, he collapsed to the ground. Xuanqin, realizing the dire gravity of their situation, mobilized his spirit energy, causing fireballs to swirl around him. He scrambled forward, but after a few steps, his feet found nothing but emptiness beneath him, a chilling, viscous sensation enveloping his soles. Desperate to withdraw his legs and continue his escape, he discovered that the more he struggled, the faster he sank. "Help, help me," he gasped. But as the lifeless bodies of Xianfeng, Xianming, Xianyang, and Xuanan materialized before him, his voice was stifled, as if gripped by an invisible hand. He writhed in desperation until a warm sensation surged in his throat, blood splattering upon the flames. Gazing at the 7-star Longyuan sword embedded in his heart, Xuanqin grasped the hilt, yearning to utter something, yet the words remained unspoken. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated from beyond the grave. Xuanqin fell to the ground, gazing skyward. And at last, he lay still. Chapter 35, Breaking the Deadlock with Strategy in the Dim Light of the Moon and the Faint Twinkle of Stars. The night was filled with the erratic flight of owls. In the distance, the mournful howls of wild dogs could be heard, accompanied by the frenzied dance of bats. The once tumultuous graveyard was now shrouded in an ominous silence, thickening mist enveloping the surroundings. At this moment, Lin Yu reveled in the exhilaration following the battle. The recent confrontation unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. While it may not have been a euphoric experience, it undoubtedly epitomized the essence of precision and decisiveness. Although one adversary, Yang Yu, had managed to escape, the triumph of eliminating 5 extraordinary beings rendered this skirmish a resounding victory. The accomplishment of dispatching 5 superhumans naturally filled Lin Yu with immense satisfaction. Especially thrilling was the thought of absorbing their flesh and blood, granting him access to their formidable abilities. The mere imagination of it sent waves of excitement coursing through him. Despite the brevity of the combat, each extraordinary being's demise was meticulously calculated. The assassination of Xian Yang capitalized on the opponent's avarice. Once Xian Yang had drawn everyone into his perceptive range, Lin Yu unleashed the concealed power of the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword, delivering a chilling blow. The wind barrier paled in comparison to the water barrier of the Taoist Xian Ming. The act of eliminating Xian Yang bore similarities to the takedown of Xian Xin or Xianen, all aimed at sowing discord among these individuals. As anticipated, the death of Xian Yang plunged the 6 already apprehensive superhumans into chaos and bewilderment. Admittedly, the assassination of Xian Yang contained an element of serendipity, but this strategy proved remarkably effective against the second weakest extraordinary being, next only to the paper kite. Otherwise, Lin Yu would have resorted to rendering the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss Sword invisible to first eliminate Xian Xin, thereby creating disorder before dispatching the youngest Taoist. The elimination of Xian Lei, however, employed a strategy beyond the ordinary. Xian Lei was a true master of lightning control, a fact beyond dispute, even at Matian Pavilion. He was second only to the sect leader, Taoist Tong Yu, in strength. Recognizing Xian Lei as the most formidable threat, Lin Yu prioritized his elimination. Indeed, the prowess of Taoist Xian Lei was apparent from the outset when he effortlessly reduced a controlled corpse to ash with a violent thunderstrike. Furthermore, he was a peak second-tier Xiantian realm practitioner. Yet, despite his formidable strength, Xian Lei possessed a critical flaw. What is lightning? It is electricity. While Lin Yu was indifferent to what electricity feared, he understood that its conductors were limited to 2 elements, water and metal. Lin Yu's ability to control water was that of the water sovereign, albeit with limited capabilities. As for metal, he wielded the earth shovel as his weapon. In the very next moment after vanquishing Xian Yang, Lin Yu directed an assault on Taoist Xian Lei. The torrential downpour, a manifestation of the water sovereign's transformed watery form, descended with haste. In truth, the water projectile's offensive power was relatively weak, yet its purpose was unmistakable, to compel Taoist Xian Lei to maintain a distance from the others, thus enabling him to release his lightning-based attacks or defenses unimpeded. Lin Yu had previously observed that the formidable abilities of Taoist Xian Lei seemed to necessitate an expansive and uninhabited area for their manifestation. Otherwise, he was unlikely to employ them. After all, the sheer power of the raging thunder was immense, and its range appeared quite extensive. Consequently, Xian Lei refrained from utilizing his abilities. Even when faced with the death of Xian Yang, his immediate reaction being one of dazed inaction rather than unleashing a swift lightning strike, which serves as ample evidence of his hesitance. Thus, Lin Yu meticulously maneuvered the water spheres, gradually coercing Xian Lei toward the periphery of his controlled domain, compelling him to resort to his powers. Simultaneously, he wielded a digging shovel, lying in ambush near Taoist Xian Lei. The moment Xian Lei unleashed his abilities, it would herald his demise. As anticipated, the Taoist ultimately unleashed a powerful strike, only to incinerate himself in the process. Metal conducts electricity. This is a fundamental principle of modern knowledge, dear Taoist. Moreover, the digging shovel is a reparable tool, even if it conducts electricity and is struck by such potent thunder. It would not be obliterated but merely require time to restore to its former state. Although water can also conduct electricity, Lin Yu's Waterlord ability could not instantaneously create a puddle at Xuan Lei's feet. Otherwise, it would have been an alternative strategy. Taoist Xian Lei, who had likely vanquished countless beasts throughout his life, met his end due to this very principle of conductivity, which brought Lin Yu a certain sense of satisfaction. As for the paper kite, it was hardly worth mentioning. Her abilities were minimal, seemingly limited to mere swiftness. She only attempted to flee after witnessing the demise of both companions, resorting to an ineffectual method of leaping high in the air. Lin Yu showed no mercy and swiftly dispatched her with the 7 stars Dragon Abyss Sword. The method employed to eliminate Taoist Xianen was rather cliché, mirroring the technique used against Taoist Xianming, wherein he harnessed his botanical abilities to cause plants to erupt from her mouth, effectively suffocating her. Regarding the Fire Master Xuanqing, Lin Yu was eager to experiment with a sudden inspiration that had struck him, with all others either slain or in flight, leaving only Xuanqing behind. He seized the opportunity to execute his plan. The Water Lord ability allowed him to control water spheres within a designated range, rapidly saturating the soil to create a quagmire. As he continued to soak the area, Xuanqing found herself increasingly ensnared with each movement. In a final act of dark amusement, Lin Yu manipulated Su Daoren and the 7 stars Dragon Abyss Sword to dance before her before delivering the fatal strike. For Taoists and a paper kite later, Lin Yu had only spared Yang Yu. It was not that Yang Yu was particularly formidable. As he fled, Lin Yu had indeed launched a fierce assault with the 7 stars Dragon Abyss Sword, piercing critical points repeatedly. Yet, despite the sword's extraordinary sharpness, it could not inflict even the slightest harm upon Yang Yu. Lin Yu surmised that this was likely due to Yang Yu's extraordinary powers, akin to being impervious to blades or possessing an impenetrable barrier. Had he known of Yang Yu's abilities sooner, Lin Yu might have adeptly adapted his strategy, employing the mire against him or, as a more cautious approach, utilizing his botanical skills to suffocate him by blocking his mouth and nose. However, at that moment, Yang Yu was indeed swifter than a rabbit, leaving no time to spare. The battlefield was truly a whirlwind of change. A single erroneous decision could have rendered it impossible for any of the 6 to survive, potentially plunging him into absolute passivity. For instance, were this battle to be fought anew, Lin Yu would undoubtedly opt for a different approach. He would prioritize eliminating Xuanqing first, extinguishing all sources of illumination and rendering everyone blind in an instant. Next, he would wield the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword to dispatch Xianen, Xianong, Ji Yuan, and Xianlei, ultimately employing Zhongyi to eliminate Yang Yu. Yet, such a tactic is fraught with peril. The previous battle demonstrated that even after Xuanqing's demise, the flames would linger for a time, inadvertently providing these individuals with a window for escape. Should Xianlei, the greatest hidden threat, manage to flee or reposition himself at a distance, he might unleash a tempest of thunder upon the entire tomb. Just the thought of it is quite disheartening. Reflecting on the entirety of the skirmish, though brief, Lin Yu felt he had employed an array of distinct strategies and abilities to vanquish each extraordinary adversary, even taking the opportunity to conduct experiments, which he considered a display of considerable finesse. However, prior to the commencement of the battle, he did indeed find himself waiting a tad too long. Had it not been for Xuanyang's avarice, which prompted the activation of the treasures buried beneath the surface, it is likely that he would have needed a longer duration to lure everyone into the strike zone. Perhaps he could have unveiled Xuanming's corpse sooner or thrown Su Daoren along with the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword before his tomb, enticing these individuals closer. Yet, such considerations are mere hypotheticals. With the battle now concluded and the gains and losses assessed, Lin Yu's subsequent tasks are straightforward. Blood and flesh absorption, a revolving lantern. One by one, let them come. In the somber tomb, Xuanlei's charred remains drifted through the air, descending into the gaping pit recently unearthed by the cadaverous figures. Into the coffin as dark as ink. Chapter 36. The 8 Gates Golden Lock Formation. The night was cool, with ghostly flames flickering, illuminating the corpse of Xianlei, which floated forward. From the charred remains, wisps of heat rose, as if not yet fully dissipated. The visage of Xianlei, now barely recognizable, drifted into Lin Yu's coffin. Following him, the corpses of Xian Xian, Xian Yang, and Xianen entered in succession. Before long, they too transformed into hideous mummies. The lives of the 4 Taoists played out like a long, endless night. In the misty haze, Lin Yu glimpsed their journey. They had ascended the mountain to seek a master, thereafter dedicating themselves to benevolent deeds, aiding others, nurturing good thoughts, performing virtuous acts, studying doctrines, and reciting scriptures. This was their unwavering path until several years ago when spiritual energy surged, awakening distinct supernatural powers within each of them. Under the guidance of their master, Taoist Tong Yu, these uniquely characterized Taoists progressed from the initial stages of cultivation to the Middle Heaven realm, and then to the Celestial realm, their strength soaring while their relationships grew increasingly intricate. During their frequent descents from the mountain to vanquish various beasts or purge malevolent individuals with extraordinary powers, they continuously enhanced their abilities, spreading the renown of Tianzhu Peak far and wide across the Great Alliance. At that time, the incapable Xian Feng absconded with the 7 stars dragon abyss sword, disappearing without a trace. Master Tongyu often dispatched his disciples to scour the land for it, leading to a surge of disputes and quarrels among them. Subsequently, Taoist Tongyu engaged in a fierce battle with the formidable Flame-Boar King in Beishuang City, which devastated the western territories of the Great Alliance. Severely wounded and aware that his time was limited, he instructed all his disciples to find Xian Feng and the 7 stars dragon abyss sword, promising to pass on the position of sect leader. This incited incessant infighting among the brothers, each vying to outdo the other, fearful of falling behind. Eventually, after relentless searching, the 4 Taoists converged at a graveyard located 4 miles west of Lower Lake. Having witnessed the flickering lanterns of the Taoists' lives, Lin Yu grasped the overarching narrative, yet found himself beset with numerous uncertainties. His gaze shifted to Ji Yuan. Within the Taoists' memories, Ji Yuan was the informant regarding Xin Ming Taoist and the 7 stars dragon abyss sword. After transforming Ji Yuan's corpse into a mummy and observing her flickering lantern, Lin Yu unveiled the complete tapestry of events, even learning more than he had previously known. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words to express his inner turmoil. He had never anticipated that Ji Yuan had lain in ambush for so many days within that western thicket, witnessing his control over the digging shovel, the 7 stars dragon abyss sword, and the mummies. Ultimately, she had even observed the entire sequence of him eliminating Xian Ming Taoist. Ji Yuan was originally a disciple of the Zhuke sect from the nearby Zhuke Valley, and she was the apprentice of the fleeing man in black, Yang Yu. Originally tasked by the sect leader to venture towards Xiaohujia City in search of intelligence, I found myself unexpectedly drawn to the disturbances emanating from a nearby graveyard while traversing the night path from Xiaohu City to Jia City. To my astonishment, I beheld floating shovels and swords suspended in midair, alongside the undead engaged in grave robbing. Following the demise of Xianming, Ji Yuan hastily returned to Zhuke sect to relay these events to the sect leader and others. This, however, caught the attention of a master eager for accolades, who, upon inquiring further, promptly made his way here. En route, he encountered a gathering of Taoists converging from various locales, all heading towards the graveyard. Everything seemed intricately woven together, revealing the complete narrative to Lin Yu. Who could have anticipated that the initial folly of Guosan Sha and Wu in their grave-robbing escapades would attract such a multitude of extraordinary beings, leading them to their doom like moths to a flame? Of the 6 extraordinary individuals, he vanquished 5, with only 1 fleeing. Yet, the one who escaped likely met a grim fate as well. From Xuanqin's lantern, Lin Yu learned of the tampered lightning demon core gifted to Xianlei. This core was transferred to Yang Yu in exchange for intelligence regarding Xianfeng and the Qixing Longyuan sword. Reflecting back, he recalled perceiving a thunderous sound from an unknown distance just prior to dispatching Xuanqin, likely the sound of the demon core-S explosion, which grievously injured or possibly killed Yang Yu. The night wind stirred the silver-gray mist, gently swaying the garments of 5 lifeless corpses standing at Lin Yu's side. 5 streams of spiritual energy entered his coffin sequentially. Among them, Xuanlei's energy glowed blue, while the others radiated green. Upon absorbing this quintessence, Lin Yu immediately sensed a transformation within himself. His perceptive radius had now expanded to an impressive 100 meters, a significant leap from the previous 60 meters. Within this newfound range, he discerned no fewer than 60 graves containing coffins, and even encountered previously unobserved bodies interred without coffins, merely wrapped in straw mats. Even in this increasingly stable federation, where warfare had diminished, there remained those who could not afford proper burial plots, resorting to shallow graves for their deceased. Lin Yu was confident that as his perceptive range continued to broaden, he would uncover even more such remains. This, however, proved to be a boon, as many of these corpses were not entirely decomposed. Counting meticulously, he discovered that out of the 60 graves, 10 housed bodies that had not fully rotted, while 13 others were wrapped in straw mats, 5 of which contained spirits ripe for absorption. It appeared that this night's harvest extended beyond merely the energies of extraordinary beings. Moreover, Lin Yu glanced into his mind, where lines of luminescent text awaited him. After absorbing the flesh and blood of 4 Taoists and 1 ordinary extraordinary being, along with the living energy, he acquired 5 new abilities. Thunder Rainbow appeared as another line of text. Lightning Strike, unleashed at will. This was the ability bestowed by the Taoist Xianlei. It requires little conjecture to ascertain that the ability to manipulate thunder and lightning as a means of attack is both immensely powerful and remarkably swift. Exploding heavenly fire and true fire of Samadhi, illuminating heaven and earth. What a grand expression. Is it not simply the control of fire, yet it appears so lofty? Moreover, both thunder rainbow and exploding heavenly fire defy conventional expectations. Previously, the water manipulation ability was referred to as water sovereign, yet this fire control is not titled Flame Emperor. Nor is the thunder control denominated Thunderlord. Nevertheless, it matters little. Lin Yu continued to peruse the next segment. Body refinement, tempering the self, honing form and essence. This is the ability of the diminutive Taoist known as Xianin, yet it does not pertain to extraordinary strength, which perplexes Lin Yu. After all, according to their previous encounters, this individual's capability seemed to allow him to lift 1,000 pounds effortlessly. Lin Yu had anticipated that he could simply hoist colossal objects while swiftly extricating himself from this graveyard. It appears, however, that such a feat remains unattainable for the time being. Nonetheless, it is still rather commendable. Next, 8 Gates Golden Lock Formation. Lin Yu initially intended to examine the ability acquired from vanquishing Xin Yang, yet he was captivated by these 5 characters. In fact, for a fleeting moment, he thought he had misread. This name appears exceedingly sophisticated. Is it not the formation that can render an area completely sealed from internal escape for a certain duration and within a specified range, as previously mentioned by others? Upon glancing at the explanatory footnote, it reads, Chimen Duanjia, unfathomable to gods and spirits. This cannot be right. How could the seemingly unremarkable and weakest paper kite possess such an impressive ability? Lin Yu felt he had stumbled upon an extraordinary power. However, upon encountering the final new ability, he found himself deep in contemplation. Punish greed, transmute stone into gold, transform paper into silver. Chapter 37, Punishment of Greed. Punishment of Greed? For a fleeting moment, Lin Yu wondered if he had misread something. Wait a moment. Xian Lei bestowed upon Ting and I. Xian Xin granted the exploding heavenly fire. Xianin provided the body forging technique, while Ji Yuan offered the 8 Gates Golden Lock Array. Upon meticulously examining the faint script in his mind, Lin Yu ultimately discerned that this punishment of greed was indeed conferred by Xian Yang. The one who wielded the wind element should have offered techniques related to wind blades or wind control, yet instead, it was this so-called. Hold on. The description of transmuting stone into gold and paper into silver, upon careful reflection, seems far from simple. Although the other abilities were formidable, Lin Yu felt compelled to experiment with this particular power first. Classified as the least potent first tier, it appeared rather ineffectual. Yet, Lin Yu summoned his spiritual energy and silently invoked its name. In an instant, several small pebbles by the grave transformed into shards of silver. However, mere moments later, these fragments reverted to their original state as small stones. It appears that one can indeed transmute any object into gold or silver for a limited period. A gentle breeze began to stir within the cemetery. Is this the might of the punishment of greed? Lin Yu pondered. This ability, seemingly unremarkable, belies a truly fearsome potential upon deeper contemplation. Consider that the individual known as the Qing Phone Blade, Xian Yang, was drawn to the gold and silver he had previously half-buried, ultimately arousing the suspicions of Xian Xin and Xianin, who believed Xian Yang had spotted something of great importance that he wished to hoard for himself. This ultimately led to the easy dismantling of the tightly knit formation among them, culminating in Lin Yu's slaying of 5 individuals. Had it not been for this, Lin Yu might have had to summon the true form of Taoist Su to lure them out. Yet, both Taoist Su and Taoist Xianming had already become desiccated corpses. Even face to face, they would be utterly unrecognizable. Unless, as in the recent battle, when Lin Yu enveloped the head-down corpse of Taoist Xianming in a barrier of water, allowing them to ascertain that it was indeed Xianming. Were it not for the Water Lord's abilities, even if he had summoned Xianming's corpse, those individuals would likely have dismissed it as merely a suspicious body. This illustrates how wealth can be wielded as a weapon, playing a pivotal role in conflict. Hypothetically, if 1 or 2 foes were to attack, this tactic might not yield significant results and would rely on chance. But what if 100 individuals approached? Among them, there may be one or several who are avaricious, and perhaps it is this person who could entirely disrupt the discipline and tactics of a 100-strong team. A single disruption leads to 10 to 100. A 1,000-mile dam can be breached by an ant's nest, such as the principle. In this world, every individual harbors some degree of greed, some overt, others repressed. Greed, whether for material possessions, wealth, beauty, companionship, or power, these are the vulnerabilities of humanity. In this great alliance, It seems many have bowed beneath the weight of wealth. Guosan Xiao Wu, so, Taoist Su, so, and Xianyang, likewise. Perhaps, in the future, more individuals will be drawn into his army of corpses because of this word. At such a pivotal moment, the ability to punish greed for wealth becomes an extraordinarily crucial skill. Whenever someone covets gold and silver, the ultimate consequence is death. Lin Yu now comprehends the lethality of this capability, which, in certain circumstances, may surpass even the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword in its potency. He recalls how many people in his previous life were ultimately doomed by their avarice. The falsehoods that punish the greedy not only lead them into a futile dream, but also cost them their lives. Indeed, it is a terrifying ability. Lin Yu even feels that lacking the power to control the wind elements is of little consequence. Whether it be wind blades or tornadoes, the damage may be significant, but it is not irreplaceable. After pondering this, Lin Yu shifted his focus to the other abilities he had acquired. Having obtained 5 new powers, he felt compelled to explore their effects and strengths one by one. His gaze settled upon the 8 Gates Golden Lock Array. Without hesitation, Lin Yu activated the ability, and a faint translucent purple veil unfurled around him, instantly expanding to a radius of 100 meters, the outermost limit of his perception. Simultaneously, he noticed some peculiar occurrences transpiring. The distant howls of wild dogs and the chirping of insects and birds in the woods seemed to vanish as if they had been completely muted. Was this a complete isolation of everything within the range from the outside world? How intriguing. It seemed as though this area had transformed into a soundproof space. Lin Yu recalled that the paper kite had mentioned that upon releasing this array, the outside world could not intrude, and the enemies within could not escape. He attempted to move a corpse to the edge and continue outward while maintaining the ability. However, he sensed that even the corpse he controlled could not break free from this formation. Just then, the space emitted a muffled sound before vanishing. A time limit. Perhaps around 15 seconds. Lin Yu understood that the level of this ability was related to its duration, while the range of his perception was tied to its operational scope. However, should he reach the pinnacle of this ability, he might sustain this space for a considerably extended period. In combat against adversaries, it could become an invaluable weapon. For instance, confining a formidable opponent within this space for 7 or 8 days would surely lead to their demise from thirst or hunger, requiring no effort on his part. Turning his attention to the remaining 3 abilities, he found that both Thunder Rainbow and Explosive Fire belonged to the elemental control powers of the 5 elements. Much like Waterlord. Yet, from their very nomenclature, it appeared that they possessed greater power than Waterlord. Lin Yu decided to employ both abilities simultaneously to gauge their true strength. However, what ensued was a series of crackling small electric arcs and a small fireball, a few centimeters in diameter, that blazed fiercely. After a brief period, they vanished with remarkable ease. Ah, this seems oddly familiar, does it not? The power of Water Lord appeared to unfold in a similar manner at the outset. Whether it be Thunder Rainbow or Explosive Flame, these names suggest extraordinary abilities. Yet presently they seem somewhat elusive. However, with prolonged training and the elevation of one's rank, it is expected that mastery akin to that of Profound Thunder and Profound Heart will be achieved, enabling a deft wielding of such powers, transforming them into formidable offensive weapons. Contemplating this, Lin Yu began to inventory the additional items brought by the 5 new members. The Taoist dust whisk and spiritual talismans were utterly useless, and thus he discarded them along with other assorted knickknacks into the adjacent coffin. As for the rest, Lin Yu extracted a spirit stone from both Profound Heart and Profound Peace, seizing the longsword strapped to their backs as well. The body of Profound Thunder was beyond recognition, charred beyond repair, and even as a desiccated corpse, it bore no remnants. The items belonging to Paper Kite were scant. Apart from 2 short blades, there was naught else. Yet, Profound Sun proved to be the most intriguing among them. From his person, Lin Yu discovered 10 taels of silver, 5 banknotes, and a considerable amount of loose change. The avarice for silver. Lin Yu recalled this former method of amassing wealth and came to understand the origin of this ability. Chapter 38, Narrow Escape in the Darkness of Night. On the stony path, Yang Yu, his body charred and clothes tattered, bore the excruciating pain and trudged forward with great difficulty. Upon reaching the city gate of Lower Lake, he startled 2 drowsy guards, rousing them from their stupor with his sudden appearance and loud cries. However, after revealing his identity and presenting the emblem of the Zhuke gang, he was finally permitted entry into the city. Yang Yu quickly sought refuge in an inn. Enduring the sharp stings, he washed his entire body with cool water, restoring his appearance. Yet, He was left in a disheveled state, his beard, eyebrows, and hair having been singed away. Exhausted, he lay down, only to be intermittently disturbed by haunting nightmares, eventually succumbing to unconsciousness. It was not until the sun had risen high in the sky that he finally awoke. His body felt numb with pain. From his bosom, he retrieved a spirit stone and absorbed its spiritual energy, which offered him a modicum of relief. Cursed be that old rogue Xianlei, who had the audacity to gift me a tampered demon core. After barely escaping that terrifying place, I nearly lost my life to the very core itself. Had he not possessed an impenetrable constitution, he would have met the same grim fate as those unfortunate souls who perished in that graveyard, their deaths shrouded in mystery. The tampered demon core exploded unexpectedly during his flight, releasing a torrent of lightning that struck him like a thunderbolt. The demon core contained immense spiritual energy, serving as the heart of the residual energy from a demon beast, and was also the vessel of its soul. Unlike spirit stones, demon cores do not replenish internal spiritual energy, but can augment it, and even assist cultivators in breaking through their limits, provided the core's attributes align with their own. Should the attributes differ, using the core would result in a catastrophic explosion, inflicting severe harm upon the practitioner. The lightning attribute core given to him by Xianlei had detonated without him even utilizing it, a clear indication of Xuanlei's malevolent intent. Moreover, after demonstrating his powers in front of Yang Yu, Xianlei had ignited himself, struck down by his own lightning, likely meeting a most untimely demise. As he departed from the graveyard, he had heard two anguished cries, suggesting that Xuanqin and Xuanan were also in grave peril, had it not been for his formidable physique. He too might have succumbed to the relentless pursuit of deadly weapons. Initially, he had believed he could rely on the formidable abilities of the four powerful Taoists to vanquish the so-called demon beast lurking within, easily obtaining the coveted demon core to present to his esteemed master for accolades. Little did he anticipate that this endeavor would result in a complete failure, not only losing the potential of his promising disciple Ji Qiang, but also nearly sacrificing his own life. Clutching his wildly beating heart, Yang Yu felt a wave of terror wash over him. The dangers he faced surpassed all battles he had encountered in the past few years, and the circumstances were profoundly bizarre. He remained bewildered as to why Xianyang had been slain, and how a seasoned expert like Xianlei, who had long mastered the art of exterminating demon beasts, could fall victim to his own powers. As for the paper kite, it seemed as though it had been effortlessly severed by an unseen adversary. Yang Yu, in retrospect, realized that he had not even caught a glimpse of who the enemy truly was. Could it have been the supposedly deceased Xianming Taoist? Yang Yu pondered, perhaps not. At that moment, the Xianming Taoist had appeared suddenly and without a word, surrounded by a barrier of water, which from a distance truly resembled the Xianming. Yet, the paper kite had asserted that the Xianming Taoist had been killed before her very eyes, rendering it impossible for him to be alive. He recalled that the so-called Xianming Taoist had kept his head bowed, clad in a Taoist robe, encircled by a veil of water. But could this alone prove that he was indeed alive and responsible for the deaths of Xianyang and Xianlei? In contrast, Yang Yu found himself more inclined to believe Xianyang's assertion that it was a group of extraordinary grave robbers at work. Some possessed the ability to manipulate corpses and inanimate objects, while others, akin to Xianming, could control water. However, there was one thing he could not comprehend: if such formidable grave robbers existed, why would they choose a burial site that was clearly designated for the common folk of Lower Lake City? One must understand that the funerary items there were limited to mere copper coins and clay pots. No, something felt decidedly amiss. Struggling down the staircase, Yang Yu seized the opportunity to question the idle waiter. Pray tell, who are the wealthiest families in Lower Lake City? The waiter, taken aback, replied, "Sir, why do you inquire about this? Just answer me." Yang Yu insisted. "Yes, sir. In Lower Lake City, there are indeed many prosperous merchants, and the most renowned among them is Gu Banqing, whose influence spans half of Lower Lake." Furthermore, the waiter rambled off a string of names. "Among those you mentioned, is there anyone who has recently passed away and was buried in the Lust Mounds west of the city? Each family belongs to the elite, possessing ancestral graves, and it would be unusual for them to be interred in such a dismal location. However, there seems to be one, just at that moment." A foul stench suddenly wafted into the inn. "Alas, foolish Wu, how terribly you have met your end, yet how is it that you are alive again? Ha ha, old Taoist. Do tell, do tell. Ha ha ha, old Lu's silver is all mine. All mine." The waiter covered his mouth and nose, grimacing as he closed the inn's door. "Sir, do not sully your eyes. We were just discussing who was that person?" Yang Yu inquired casually. Old Taoist? Silver? His heart skipped a beat. What you may not know, sir, is that the madman was originally a local scoundrel, known as the Plague God, someone no one dared to provoke. A figure people would go out of their way to avoid. I have heard that this Plague God returned to the city like a ghost a while ago, but no one knows where he went afterward. It is said he sought out a local half-immortal, old Taoist Su, to exorcise some evil spirits. But a couple of days ago, he returned in the dead of night, as if devoid of a soul, and accidentally fell into a cesspit. After being fished out, he now appears in this wretched state. Truly a great relief to the people. Yongyu nodded and asked again, and who is old Liu? You wish to know about Liu Leoi? That was the wealthy master of the Liu family in our locality, who had recently departed from this world. The funeral held in the southern city was indeed quite grand, as the family was affluent. Thanks to this, our household experienced a surge of visitors during that time. Oh, recently deceased? Departed, buried, the gravesite. And then there was that Taoist priest, Su. Yangyu's heart raced, as he felt he had stumbled upon a matter of grave significance. Could it be that everything was interconnected? Indeed. He was interred at the Huangshigang in the western part of our town. The Liu family only rose to prominence in this generation. Thus, they could not be laid to rest in a more prestigious location. Nevertheless, they did consult a renowned feng shui master who claimed to have found a new auspicious site for the future relocation of the grave. However, the exact location remains unknown to us outsiders. May I inquire further, is the old master Liu buried in the northwestern corner of Huangshigang? You, sir, possess remarkable insight. It is indeed there. However, just then, a guest descended from the upper floor, and the attendant hurriedly attended to him. Meanwhile, Yongyu stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Taoist Su, the new grave, old master Liu. He quickly pursued the foul-smelling Guasan. Guasan, ha ha ha, monk? Do you covet the gold and silver treasures of old master Liu? That won't do. That won't do. Neither the Taoist nor the monk shall have a share. Ha ha ha. Taoist, Su Banzian. Even the Taoist seeking Su Banzian shall have no share. Ha ha. Do you, monk, wish to compete with me? As Guasan spoke, he suddenly grew fearful. Su Banzian, why did you also go there? Silly Wu, your demise was indeed tragic. Guasan murmured before fainting. Yongyu confirmed his suspicions, took a deep breath, and sprinted towards the inn, heading straight for Zhuke Valley. He must inform his master and uncle about the significant event that transpired last night in the western part of Xiaohu City. Moreover, he had developed almost certain conjectures regarding what had occurred there. Chapter 39. The Zhuke sect. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yongyu finally arrived at Zhuke Valley. His eyebrows, hair, and beard had all been singed away. It took considerable effort for him to enter the grand hall. Upon his entrance, Zhuge Jiwen emitted a disdainful snort, while the sect leader furrowed his brow in concern. Guardian Yang, I did not expect you to leave the sect with your disciple without even informing your adoptive father. Where have you been for the past day and night? And what of your disciple? Zhuge Jiwen sat on a stool, fanning himself with a large fan emblazoned with the character for spirit. He tilted his head, deliberately avoiding eye contact with the disheveled guardian, his dissatisfaction palpable. Yongyu raised his gaze to the sect leader. Master, I am aware of my transgressions. However, I implore you to allow me to explain my circumstances before any punishment is rendered. Speak, the master replied, discerning from Yongyu's demeanor that this was no trivial matter. He stroked his silver beard thoughtfully, contemplating countless possibilities. What could have transpired to leave a second-tier Xiantian master in such a state? Indeed, master, do you recall what the paper kite mentioned yesterday? Naturally, the agricultural tools and corpses transforming into demon beasts, correct? The master recognized the gravity of the situation. If not, why would both you and the paper kite venture out without reporting, breaking the rules? There must be a deeper reason. Precisely. Upon returning, the paper kite relayed many matters not spoken of in this hall, compelling me to investigate further. Yongyu then recounted how the paper kite revealed the demise of the Xianming Taoist from the Matian temple, and how he and the paper kite encountered Xuanan, Xuanxin, Xianlei, and Xuanyang. He detailed their journey to the graveyard, the tragic demise of the four Taoists, the paper kite's own death, and how he ended up in his current condition, leaving no room for ambiguity. The sect leader listened intently, his expression darkening. Even Zhuge Jiwen, who had previously exuded arrogance, was momentarily taken aback. The 7-star Long Wan sword? The Matian temple on Tianzhu Peak? 5 Taoists perished there? Even the paper kite met her end. What could have transpired? Yongyu, is every word you utter the truth? Zhuge Jiwen swallowed hard, noticing the sect leader's prolonged silence, and swiftly posed the question. Every word is true, without a hint of fabrication. Should there be, I would willingly offer my life as forfeit. Yang Yu declared earnestly, turning his gaze to the sect leader. The master nodded slowly. This matter is of utmost significance, he sighed deeply, rising from his seat. The extraordinary beings of the Grand Alliance are indeed numerous, and now, with the Matian Temple on Tianju Peak severely weakened following the grave injuries of Tongyu Taoist and the deaths of the 5 Taoists, it is a situation no one could have anticipated. Indeed, who could foresee that, merely days later, such a powerful and influential sect would find itself in such disarray? Surely, this heralds many unforeseen changes to come. After concluding his thoughts, the sect leader shook his head once more. Indeed, however, Jiwen still feels that something is amiss. What could possibly annihilate the 5 exceptional masters, Thunder Sword Su in Li, Heavenly Fire Taoist Su in Xin, Green Blade Su New York Ing, Mountains Lifting Sky Su in, and the venerable Su in Ming within such a short span of time? The youth simply cannot fathom it. He cast aside his fan and, according to the words of Protector Yang, their deaths are all linked to that graveyard. What could that imply? In regard to this, Yang Yu recounted the ramblings of that mad and he had overheard at the inn, along with the statements of the innkeeper. Upon finishing, both fell into a silence. Yang Yu felt that these bizarre incidents seemed to have commenced after the demise of Lord Lu, coinciding with Gua San's foray into tomb raiding. The one who had exorcised Gua San should be the Taoist Su Nf Ing, who subsequently brought the 7-star dragon abyss sword to the graveyard, followed by the peculiar occurrences witnessed by Ji Wen, including the slaying of Su Ming. The shovel mentioned by Ji Wen was evidently the tool of a tomb raider, while the longsword must be the 7-star dragon abyss sword. As for the corpses, they would be those of Su Nf Ing and Lord Lu. The rationale behind their levitation or erratic movements likely stems from some extraordinary tomb raiders capable of controlling such phenomena. After sharing his deductions, Yang Yu turned to the sect leader, confident in the accuracy of his conclusions. If this were indeed the case, it would explain the actions of a highly skilled tomb raider lurking in the shadows. The truth of the matter, however, required further observation. The sect leader then addressed Ji Wen. Ji Wen, dispatch 5 agile and astute disciples to investigate that area. If there is any sign of disturbance, have them return immediately to report. Understood. Lin Yu discovered that the graveyard appeared to be more than just a mere site by day. It had transformed into a hub of activity by night. In the dead of night, as he manipulated the corpses for the excavation endeavor while studying those demon cores, 4 individuals suddenly arrived. They hastened towards the western grove, each climbing a tree in an apparent attempt to surveil the graveyard, particularly his direction, much like Jiwen, now that his perception range had expanded to 100 meters. The grove could not escape his awareness. With the 7-star dragon abyss sword, he dispatched them one by one, successfully acquiring new corpses. However, he did not need to absorb their flesh and blood to ascertain their origin. Zhuke sect. Following the appearance of the Taoist from the sky-reaching temple, yet another enemy had come knocking. Previously, one Yang Yu had escaped, leaving behind Jiwen. It seemed Yang Yu had not succumbed to the tampered thunder-type demon core and had managed to survive, truly resilient. With a head of bronze and arms of iron, he seemed impervious to harm. Are you Sanhua, Yang Yu? It seems you are indeed invulnerable. After manipulating these 4 individuals into the coffin with his puppet control technique, he proceeded with the customary motions. Yet, surprisingly, these 4 were not extraordinary beings, which caught Lin Yu off guard. As 4 streams of black-gray spiritual energy entered his body, he noted, without surprise, that his perception range had not expanded. Since eliminating 5 remarkably powerful extraordinary individuals and expanding his perception range to 100 meters, Lin Yu has realized that in order to progress further, he must specifically hunt those extraordinary beings. Ordinary individuals, like the common folk, merely emit a wisp of blackish-gray spiritual energy. Those who have recently broken through to the 1st tier, awakening to the intermediate stage of the 1st tier, possess a hue reminiscent of a kite, albeit in a slightly lighter shade of green. As one approaches a breakthrough to the 2nd tier, attaining the celestial realm, their spiritual energy manifests as a pure green. For the adept practitioners of the 2nd tier celestial realm, their spiritual energy radiates a blue hue. The intricate details of the values between these stages remain elusive to Lin Yu. At least, he is currently unable to quantify them. Although this presents a slight inconvenience, it does not significantly hinder him. He simply needs to ceaselessly, relentlessly gather more corpses, especially those of extraordinary individuals. The more, the better. Chapter 40. weeping at the grave as another night slipped away. The dawn of a new day was on the horizon. Having been reborn as a coffin for some time now, Lin Yu had grown accustomed to this nocturnal existence. Although he remained immobile, confined to nighttime activities, he found this life far more intriguing than his previous one. Yet, he sensed a transformation within himself. His heart had diverged from its former state. As a coffin, he had inadvertently delineated a stark boundary between himself and humanity. His methods had gradually become more ruthless and aggressive. Lin Yu pondered whether this change stemmed from his transformation into a non-human entity or if it was the relentless adversaries that had forged him into this being. Regardless, it clarified his current position, a spirit entity positioned between demonic beasts and extraordinary beings. Though uncertain if he was the only one of his kind, all available information indicated that he was a singular corpse possessing spiritual energy. Moreover, Lin Yu discovered an astonishing fact. His spiritual energy seemed boundless. Regardless of how much power he unleashed or how long he sustained it, he could continuously wield his abilities without the need for replenishment. Unlike those practitioners who required spirit stones for sustenance. For them, spirit stones were akin to the essential nourishment of extraordinary beings. Their absence would necessitate restoration, along with relief from fatigue. In contrast, for Lin Yu, spirit stones resembled little more than the remains of an extraordinary being, their energy being absorbed into him as a vital part of his strength, rather than merely serving as a supplement. To advance further, extraordinary beings relied on demonic cores. While delving into the myriad teachings of practitioners, Lin Yu paid particular attention to the significance of demonic cores, learning their utility. However, while they were crucial for extraordinary beings to enhance their spiritual energy, what effect would they have on him? There was, however, a considerable caveat. The core S properties must align with the user S. A lightning-type demonic core could only be utilized by a lightning-type extraordinary being, and a fire-type core was restricted to fire-type extraordinary beings. Otherwise, it could result in a catastrophic explosion. Presently, Lin Yu possessed a demonic core obtained from a raccoon-like creature. It was colorless and transparent, yet its properties remained unknown to him, as did his own affinity. It appeared that this core would remain unusable for the time being. Conversely, after absorbing the flesh and blood of the 4 individuals who had been surveilling him, Lin Yu was surprised to find he had not acquired any new abilities. Instead, he discovered that his body refinement level had inexplicably surged from the 1st to the 3rd stage. The mechanics of this advancement eluded him, but surely, an upgrade was preferable to stagnation. Furthermore, this newfound capability seemed to extend beyond mere self-forging and tempering of spirit. As Lin Yu harnessed this newfound ability, he discovered that manipulating those skeletal remains became significantly less arduous than it had initially seemed. He found himself deftly wielding both the spade and the 7 stars dragon abyss sword with remarkable skill. Moreover, he could effortlessly lift coffin lids and even slightly elevate coffins from other graves. This revelation illuminated his understanding that this power was essentially an enhancement of his puppet manipulation technique, augmenting both its intensity and strength. Previously, Lin Yu had struggled to flawlessly extract a skeleton from its coffin without losing fragments of bone. Now, he felt an immense improvement since gaining these abilities, particularly in contrast to the time when he was besieged by 6 extraordinary individuals. Not only had his perceptive range expanded significantly, but he had also acquired 5 new capabilities, deepening his comprehension of his earlier skills. As the sun rose high in the sky, time seemed to fly. Lin Yu knew that soon visitors would come to pay their respects at the graves. At that moment, he commanded the corpses to return to their resting places, using the spade to carefully cover them and arrange the planting of grass and other flora. Nevertheless, the spade did not remain idle. It tirelessly continued to dig pits in the cemetery under Lin Yu's control until the arrival of the visitors. Regardless of whether they came to burn offerings or perform other rituals, the cemetery would always be bustling with activity during the day, provided the weather remained fair. This was a situation that left him with little choice. Had this been a desolate graveyard, it would have been far more tranquil, allowing Lin Yu to boldly command the corpses to excavate graves even in daylight. Speaking of the corpses, his followers had now formed a small contingent, with figures like Shang, Old Lu, Taoist Su, Xianming, Chenhuajiang, Xianlei, Xuanqin, Xuanan, Xianyang, and Paper Kites, along with the 4 unfortunate souls from Zhuke Valley who had recently joined. He commanded a total of 14 corpses, which was quite a formidable force. The puppet manipulation technique could originally control 10, which had been more than sufficient. But now it felt woefully inadequate. Just imagine the spectacle of 10 corpses digging graves together come nightfall. However, there were only 6 spades, still insufficient. Both the puppet manipulation technique and the spades required further enhancement. Nevertheless, this underscored the fact that his strength was continuously growing. He envisioned the future vividly, imagining the day when he could excavate every grave in the cemetery. As Lin Yu pondered, the first wave of visitors to the cemetery approached. Sensing their voices from a distance, he prudently ceased the spade's labor and relocated it to the nearby woods to the west, an area devoid of any human presence at that moment. Yet, the clamor of digging was rather loud, and placing them there merely rendered their motions void in the air. As the voices drew nearer, Lin Yu realized that the visitors seemed to be heading directly toward his location. Wait, could it be that the disciples of that Taoist or the members of the Zhuke sect have chosen to act against him in broad daylight? As he pondered this, a group of individuals entered his field of perception. Among them, a portly middle-aged man approached him directly, kneeling before the grave with a sudden fervor. What is this development? Oh, father, I have been an unfilial son, causing you to suffer. As he spoke, the man burst into tears, mourning with a heart-wrenching sorrow. This individual, could he be the son of old Lu? As the man repeatedly called out father, Lin Yu felt somewhat bewildered. However, what could be the purpose of his visit? At this moment, it was not only this man who wept. A large crowd, numbering around 100, was softly sobbing from a distance. Among them were individuals of all ages and genders. Wait, are these the family members of old Lu coming to pay their respects? Lin Yu conjectured that perhaps it was merely a simple ritual of burning paper and filling in the grave. But he was taken aback by the subsequent words of the middle-aged man. Father, I have been unfilial. Initially, I could not find a suitable resting place for you. However, fret not, for I have spent a considerable sum and engaged the finest geomancer in Jiang and to locate an auspicious site for you. Tomorrow is a propitious day, and after we relocate you there, it will ensure that our Lu family thrives for generations, free from calamities. As he spoke, he began to bow fervently, and the crowd behind him followed suit, kneeling and prostrating themselves on the ground. At this moment, Lin Yu was still trying to comprehend the situation. What? We are moving from here, and it is to happen tomorrow? Chapter 41. The relocation of the coffin before the grave. Old Lu's dutiful son brought an overwhelming array of items intended for burning as offerings. There were effigies of young boys and girls, palanquins, bridges, pavilions, and various other intricately crafted paper goods, all piled high around the grave, forming a considerable circle. To be honest, Lin Yu had never witnessed such a spectacle before. The act of burning alone took the better part of the day. It seemed that the Lu family was indeed affluent and held a strong sense of pride. Unlike others who merely burned a few paper notes, creating a fleeting blaze that quickly vanished, the Lu family certainly went all out. However, one must remember, death is akin to the extinguishing of a flame. Once the coffin is sealed, the deceased is laid to rest. What is past is irrevocable, nothing remains. If there is anything left, it is merely the dried corpse of old Lu. At this moment, old Lu had not yet been placed in his own coffin, rather. He was crammed alongside the foolish Wu and Taoist Su in a nearby grave. Lin Yu, self-aware of his mild obsession with cleanliness, could not bear the thought of a dried corpse lying within his own coffin. Therefore, unless in extraordinary circumstances, he would ensure the interior of the coffin was thoroughly cleaned, leaving nothing behind. Otherwise, it would feel utterly disconcerting. Today, although old Lu's skull was missing a considerable portion, he had been meticulously maintained as the initial dried corpse under Lin Yu's command, enhancing Lin Yu's own abilities. When these mourners wept, were they aware that this grave had long been empty? Did they realize that this coffin had become a vessel for the supernatural? Not only did these individuals overlook this fact, but the Taoists from the Zhuke sect were equally oblivious. Otherwise, how could so many unfamiliar corpses appear in the graveyard? During the burning, the mourners, overcome with sorrow, wept and prostrated themselves in grief. Lin Yu seized the opportunity to clarify some matters. The mention of relocation by the Lu family's filial son piqued Lin Yu's interest. After all, relocating a grave entails exhuming the coffin and transferring it to a new location, an issue deeply personal to him. While moving to a site with numerous graves might be acceptable, it seemed the situation would not unfold in that direction. From the snippets of conversation, Lin Yu pieced together the narrative. When old Lu initially passed away, despite having lived a long life, it was quite sudden. Although the Lu family had long sought out a well-regarded location for their ancestral grave with the help of a famous geomancer, the unexpected death of old Lu threw them into disarray during the early stages of preparation. After keeping the body at home for 7 days, and completing the funeral rites. They hastily buried him in a relatively auspicious spot on the Lus Hill in the western part of the city. They intended to wait until the new site was sufficiently prepared before formally relocating him there. The reason for today's gathering was precisely this. The thought of relocating the grave stirred a deep desire within Lin Yu to emerge from the pit and ascend to the surface. Being confined to this position felt overwhelmingly restrictive. This location was not at the center of the cemetery, but rather near the northwest corner. Although his perception had expanded, allowing him to sense more graves, the limitations remained significant. It is also possible to discover some corpses that have not yet fully decomposed, absorbing their spiritual essence. However, should a situation akin to the previous one arise, where the remaining corpse's spiritual energy fails to enhance his perceptual range even marginally, he would find himself in a most uncomfortable predicament. Unless someone were to voluntarily offer their head in the dead of night, there would be no means to break through this limitation, which would render him constrained. Such a passive waiting for fortune is hardly feasible. It is not as though such serendipity occurs frequently, much like the last time he found himself in a bottleneck. When those Taoist priests from the Zhuge sect fortuitously arrived in the dead of night, he cannot anticipate when another such occurrence might take place. After all, stirring the grass inevitably frightens the serpent. Having slain 5 of their practitioners, the Tianmin Temple would not simply dispatch a multitude of Taoists down the mountain as before. Even if they were seeking the Xianfeng and the Qixing Longyuan sword, they would surely deliberate before making a decision. Moreover, Lin Yu learned from the Taoists and the paper kites that knowledge of the Xianfeng, Xianming, and the Qixing Longyuan sword was confined to just a few individuals within this graveyard, apart from Yang Yu, who had the fortune to escape at that time. Everyone aware of the events that transpired in this grave has met their demise. As for Guosan in the city, according to the scattered information from the visitors to the grave over the past 2 days, he seems to have succumbed to madness. Unless Yang Yu communicates these occurrences to the outside world, the people from Tianmin Temple will remain oblivious to the situation and will not arrive in a timely manner. Furthermore, Lin Yu had eliminated 5 formidable practitioners from Tianmin Temple. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would refrain from recklessly sending heads to exact revenge under such disparate circumstances, unless they were to summon Taoist Tongyu, who might be of some assistance, provided he is in good health, rather than in his current pitiful state. As for the Zhuge sect, Lin Yu harbored no concerns. In fact, he believed they should be more worried about their own predicament. In this encounter, they had lost merely a paper kite at the nascent stage of the Middle Heaven realm and 4 ordinary disciples. However, should there be a direct assault, even Yang Yu would find it exceedingly difficult to escape as he had this time, let alone the others. After all, to this day, no one has even begun to fathom that the source of the disturbances here is a demonic coffin. Lin Yu could, without a trace, exploit this advantage to become a formidable silver coin, ensuring that these individuals would come and never return. Yet now, these individuals are preparing to relocate the graves. This cannot continue. The notion of establishing a feng shui treasure site implies a solitary grave, which would ultimately become the ancestral grave of the Liu family. However, if that were to occur, all the skeletal army, funerary goods, and various items currently in his possession would be abandoned here. Unless they intend to move the graves at night, Lin Yu could employ his puppet manipulation technique to transport some of the corpses. But who would relocate graves at such an hour? Although Lin Yu wished to move towards the very center of the graveyard, he had no desire to approach a location blessed with excellent feng shui, nestled against the mountains and by the waters. Such a place would hold no utility for him. The prospect of relocation seemed utterly implausible. It became evident that one must devise a means to remain here, or perhaps ensure that these individuals could not find him at all. After contemplating the former option for a moment, Lin Yu realized its impossibility. After all, even a coffin weighing several hundred pounds could be lifted by a group of robust men working together. Unless he resorted to the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword or other lethal methods to eliminate them, resistance appeared futile. However, resorting to such violence would undoubtedly expose the truth that this coffin was the source of the turmoil. Consequently, the combined forces of the entire allied nations would not be necessary. A mere pile of kindling and a splash of oil would suffice to extinguish him with ease. Ultimately, he was merely a wooden coffin, highly flammable. Thus, he was left to contemplate the latter approach, to navigate out of this predicament, or Lin Yu envisioned another possibility. Chapter 42, Submersion Above the Graveyard. The recent bustle has quietly dissipated, as if it had never existed. The wind stirs the ashes of burnt paper money, paper figures, and paper horses swirling upward into the sky, then gently cascading down upon the graves. People depart, tea cools. No matter how devoted the filial piety, the deceased ultimately drift far away. Although Lin Yu has only been here for a few days, he has already witnessed countless heart-wrenching separations in this cemetery. There is no joy to be found, nor any sense of reunion. This place serves as a monument to death, a sanctuary where the living reminisce about the departed. Yet, as night descends, this location will inevitably transform into a desolate realm, void of any living souls. Returning to its eerie solitude, Lu, the devoted son, seeks to ensure his father, old Lu, transitions to a better place. One with more splendid scenery and mountains to gaze upon. Perhaps it will even feature a more dignified tomb. Old Lu is destined for comfort. However, for Lin Yu, this is far from a blessing. In fact, it drives him to the brink of despair. It signifies that he must rebuild from scratch the foundation he has painstakingly established. This is a scenario Lin Yu desperately wishes to avoid. Moreover, the purported auspicious day for the relocation of the grave is alarmingly close, tomorrow morning. Time is of the essence. Lin Yu realizes he must seize every precious moment ahead. Yet, to prevent Lu from carrying him away, he must devise a strategy. Resorting to brute force, recklessly dispatching them, is the folly of a fool and simply infeasible. After all, such actions might summon formidable adversaries within a day, leading to utter annihilation or being consumed by a throng of ordinary folk. Thus, an alternative approach is imperative. The plan involves moving away from the pit and relocating to a place beyond the reach of these individuals. This has been Lin Yu's preparation in recent times, utilizing a rolling method to gradually ascend to the surface and then shift in the desired direction. The reason this method has not been employed before was due to a lack of resources. While Lin Yu possesses the manpower to excavate a gentle slope and transport the coffin, he lacks the wooden rods and stakes necessary for rolling it. The coffin boards from other graves proved too flimsy to rely upon. They shattered under pressure, and at that time, Lin Yu had no better alternatives. Now, with a sensory range extending to 100 meters, he can encompass the patch of forest at the northwestern edge of the cemetery, making it available for his needs. Abundant within the forest are trees, which serve as excellent material for stakes. However, to fell the trees, he must wait until nightfall. That would create quite a commotion. Would it not? Besides the rolling method he has long prepared, Lin Yu has recently conceived another strategy, to dig a tunnel underground and escape through it. This method shares considerable similarities with the rolling technique. Yet, it possesses an unparalleled advantage over the rolling method. The digging shovels delve into the earth, unperturbed by the fear of exposure during daylight. Working tirelessly, Lin Yu believed that these 6 shovels, under his adept control, could excavate all the way to the submerged city. Once the underground passage was completed, he could simply glide along using the rolling method. In this manner, the filial son of the Lu family would be unable to relocate him to some desolate place, thereby evading this crisis. Of course, if all else failed, Lin Yu had mentally prepared himself for the worst. If necessary, he was ready to confront a fierce struggle. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. A moment Lin Yu eagerly anticipated each day. However, today was unlike any other. The tasks at hand were even more demanding than when he had been besieged by extraordinary beings. Yet, before darkness fully enveloped the land, Lin Yu noticed the onset of a light drizzle. This was troubling. Although the Water Lord's abilities allowed him to disregard the challenges of wet soil and mud while digging, this was contingent on the rain being manageable. Should the downpour intensify, the forthcoming tasks would prove significantly more arduous. At this moment, having sensed that no one else was around for quite some time, Lin Yu boldly employed the Water Lord's powers to extract moisture from the soil, while simultaneously wielding the shovels to dig relentlessly. Soon, the 6 shovels unearthed the soil that had covered Lin Yu, exposing him fully to the air. Meanwhile, with vigorous swings of the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword, a colossal tree succumbed with a resounding crash after producing a cacophony of snapping sounds. Subsequently, the versatile sword, now resembling a Swiss army knife capable of vanquishing foes as well as excavating, swiftly severed the branches, clearing away the smaller twigs and leaves. Then, with deft precision, Lin Yu transformed the tree, boasting a diameter of half a meter, into numerous logs, each about 10 centimeters in radius. The thicker branches were likewise handled with equal efficiency. Meanwhile, the corpses diligently excavated the newly sensed graves, methodically unearthing the coffins within. It was not long before the logs were cut into approximately 1.5 meter lengths, with their edges smoothed to form small posts. Having completed this task, Lin Yu initiated a new action, explosive fire. While this ability was formidable at its current level, it could only conjure a few small flames. However, this was fortuitous, as the tiny flames were perfect for drying the moisture from the wooden posts. The Water Lord's powers complemented this effort splendidly. The dried wood was significantly sturdier than freshly cut timber. In no time, under the combined efforts of these two forces, a series of uniformly dried posts were crafted. Following this, the corpses successfully unearthed two bodies that had yet to fully decompose. At that moment, a sudden clap of thunder resonated, and the downpour intensified. Indeed, the timing of this rain seemed quite capricious. Moreover, Lin Yu noticed that the water in his grave pit began to accumulate. This posed a significant dilemma. Lin Yu tirelessly employed the water manipulation technique from within the coffin, yet the results were scarcely noticeable. Spheres of water were incessantly hurled out, only to be replaced by the relentless influx of rainwater. The water continued to rise, gradually submerging the base of his coffin, then enveloping the lid. Ultimately, it succeeded in completely engulfing him within the pit. The rain fell with increasing ferocity. Chapter 43. The 8 corpses carrying the coffin rain fell incessantly, as if it would never cease, completely filling the moat of Jiang City. Xian Yuan, on the second floor of the inn, closed the window and released the carrier pigeon, offering it some food. Turning around, he unfurled the letter attached to the bird's leg, furrowing his brow. The crimson exterior of the letter signified an urgent situation. What had transpired? Xian Yuan's heart raced. A memory surfaced. His senior brother, Xian Lei, had warned him before descending the mountain that this particular venture foretold grave misfortune. Yet, whether this calamity pertained to their fellow disciples or the Mo Tian temple remained unclear. Regardless of the ominous outcomes, Xian Yuan yearned to avert them all. Shaking his head to dispel the grim thoughts, he spread the letter open. With each word he read, his eyes widened in horror. Beads of sweat gathered on his forehead, occasionally dripping to the floor. Overcome with emotion, he swayed on his stool, tears streaming down his face. Master, Master, you must wait for your disciple's return. Without a moment's hesitation, Xian Yuan stumbled down the stairs and plunged into the downpour. Upon reaching the eastern post station, he sought the most expensive horse. His heart a tumult of anxiety. Initially, his purpose in descending the mountain was to eradicate 2 demon serpents, yet he unexpectedly encountered several demonic beasts before even reaching them. After vanquishing them one by one, he finally stood before the 2 serpents, only to discover, to his dismay, that they had multiplied to 3, having utterly destroyed a small town and devoured the civilians within. After arduous effort, Xian Yuan barely managed to slay them. However, throughout his journey, a sense of unease gnawed at him, as numerous divinations foretold dire outcomes. Worrying incessantly for the safety of his brethren, he hastened to Jiang City, intending to embark on a boat to the imperial capital and then to Jiaoling, where Xian Lei resided. But who could have anticipated that his master would suddenly fall gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death as indicated in the letter? He could not afford to delay his return. Braving the torrential rain, Xian Yuan exited the city, making his way towards Tianzhu Peak on Wuyan Mountain. He understood that every moment was of the essence. Meanwhile, for miles west of Lake City, at Huangta Hill, the rain had completely filled the grave pit. Lin Yu, submerged beneath the water, was not idle. Employing his puppet manipulation technique, he secured the coffin lid tightly onto the casket while simultaneously expelling the water that had seeped inside through the crevices using the power of the water monarch. To be frank, this task was not particularly difficult. Before long, he had drained most of the water from within the coffin. It was at that moment he suddenly sensed an immense force lifting his coffin upward, as if buoyed by some powerful entity. In an instant, his coffin broke the water's surface and even rolled over twice. This was buoyancy. Lin Yu realized that amidst his myriad complex thoughts, he had never considered this method. One simply needs to inject a sufficient amount of water to buoy oneself out of the pit. Does one not? Such a straightforward task. Wait, previously, it seemed there were no conditions at all, even during dry spells. Lin Yu could indeed utilize this ability to conjure water spheres for his own benefit. However, the volume of water in those spheres was woefully inadequate. Even if he continuously produced water spheres, they would be swiftly absorbed by the parched earth. Furthermore, maintaining a consistent water level proved exceedingly challenging. Only during rainfall, particularly during torrential downpours such as now, could the water in his pit remain undiminished by the soil's thirst. His strength was still insufficient. Lin Yu recognized that despite possessing a considerable array of abilities, his low rank rendered him relatively powerless. He was still far from the formidable strength he envisioned, thus, he must strive harder. Although he had only been in this world for a week, Lin Yu was acutely aware of the dangers it harbored. To survive, there was much more he needed to accomplish. After rolling about in the muddy waters, he finally came to a halt. However, the water's surface still hovered at the upper part of the coffin. To escape this pit, he required either strength or, rather, a technique. For him, using brute force to extricate himself from the water was virtually impossible. He was simply too heavy. Were it not for the water, he would not be able to float. Would he? Harnessing the 6 shovels, Lin Yu effortlessly removed the wet mud from beneath the narrow part of the coffin and quickly excavated a gap at the edge of the pit, ensuring that the height of this gap was significantly lower than that of the pit itself. Soon enough, he discovered that his coffin began to flow toward that direction. After digging several meters while continuously elevating the height, Lin Yu successfully moved toward that direction, aided by the dual forces of the water flow and rainfall. Success! He had finally extricated himself from the pit. Immediately thereafter, he employed the power of the Water Lord, manipulating the water to propel him forward. The ground was slippery, and the mud at the coffin's base was increasingly abundant. Nevertheless, he managed to shift the coffin nearly 5 meters southward. This accomplishment allowed him to perceive more graves and sense additional elements. Yet, amidst his exhilaration, Lin Yu understood that this was still insufficient. Now, in his current position, he no longer needed to worry about being excavated by the Liu family's prodigal son and had successfully evaded this crisis. However, this did not imply that he could rest easy. Moreover, although he had moved nearly 5 meters, a considerable distance still lay between him and the very center of the graveyard. After all, his position remained in the northwestern corner of the graveyard to foster further development. He must venture toward the area rich in resources. The so-called resources were the graves. One can imagine that upon reaching the heart of the entire graveyard, even if his sensing range remained at 100 meters, the number of newly detectable graves would undoubtedly be substantial. Previously, Lin Yu had learned from the common folk of Xiaohu City that the yellow earth mound was dotted with graves, numbering not merely in the hundreds, but reaching 1,000 or more. Moreover, there were many who could not afford coffins, casually wrapping their departed in straw mats and burying them directly in the earth, often without even a mound to mark the spot. After all, this site had served as the old burial ground for Xiaohu City for centuries. Any family with a deceased member would inter them here. However, should one wish to relocate the remains, it would require some cunning and preparation. He first gathered several corpses as closely as possible towards the southeast, and then moved Xian Lei and a few other Taoists, along with the remaining 7, to the side of his coffin. This time, Lin Yu approached the task differently. He utilized the bark that had been previously stripped away, twisting it together with ropes made of cloth to create 2 strong lengths. These were then securely fastened to sturdy wooden stakes, with the other ends threaded beneath the coffin. With his newfound capacity for body refinement, he found this endeavor considerably easier than before. Next, he instructed the 4 corpses to lift the wooden poles while he inserted the stakes beneath the coffin, allowing the other 4 to pull the longest rope in front. And now, the main event commenced. The corpses were to haul the coffin. Chapter 44. The empty grave in the dead of night. Torrential rain fell in sheets. The graveyard lay shrouded in darkness, its muddy terrain marred only by 8 indistinct shadows laboring to drag a black coffin, their movements slow yet relentless. Occasionally, peculiar sounds emerged, only to be swallowed by the cacophony of the downpour. The proceedings unfolded with remarkable ease. Lin Yu, acutely attuned to the novel and unfamiliar graves surrounding him, realized he had stepped into a new realm, no longer confined to the northwest corner, where he often found himself waiting for fortune to smile upon him. He was liberated from past troubles and obstacles. With an abundance of graves, there were no hindrances to his development. The possibilities were endless. As he moved, Lin Yu did not neglect to manipulate the corpses, guiding them to accompany his movements. Although these were mere dry corpses, devoid of his puppeteering skills, they could hardly stir. Yet, they held profound significance for his growth and empowerment. While he could have simply excavated with a spade, controlling the corpses to wield the tools allowed him to simultaneously enhance both his puppetry skills and proficiency with the spade, achieving 2 objectives with 1 effort. Moreover, the corpses proved to be quite useful in combat, a fact validated by prior encounters. They could even confound his foes, obscuring the truth that he was the mastermind behind the coffin. Now, they assisted him in navigating through the graveyard. With such advantages, Lin Yu had no intention of relinquishing them. As for the skeletal remains, they were of little concern. The graveyard was littered with them, remnants of decay. Before long, Lin Yu, utilizing his perceptive abilities, discovered that after progressing southwest, he had successfully arrived near the heart of the graveyard. While he continued his journey, he also remembered to fill in the grave he had recently disturbed, ensuring it was packed with soil, even if it was merely mud. He excavated a good amount from the surrounding earth to form a proper grave mound. He would not make the blunder of leaving a pit unfilled. Otherwise, the devoted son of old Lu would surely go mad searching for it. As for what lay beneath, that was no longer his concern. He had no desire to delve into that. Continuing onward for a while, Lin Yu realized he had reached the approximate center of the graveyard, prompting him to command the corpses to halt. The rain continued to pour, but it could not dampen Lin Yu's resolve to see his task through. Though he had arrived at his anticipated location, much work remained to be done. Amidst the crowded mounds, Lin Yu swiftly identified a vacant plot and set to work with a spade, digging a deep pit. He then directed the corpses to push him into the excavation. The remainder was simple. He merely needed to continue filling the pit with earth. Once the soil enveloped him completely, he found himself approximately half a meter beneath the surface, a significant improvement from his previous state. It is important to note that the depth was previously 3 meters. Otherwise, the effort required to move would not have been so strenuous. While skillfully maneuvering the digging tool to smooth the mud that had caked over the coffin, Lin Yu also took the liberty of using his botanical abilities to embellish the area with a few plants, ensuring that nothing appeared amiss. Having completed these tasks, his work was nearly finished. After digging a few more pits to properly place the dried corpses, he could consider the endeavor concluded. After all, the rain showed no sign of abating, and indeed, the night had already progressed significantly. Sensing the presence of nearly 100 coffins among the graves and dozens of bodies wrapped in straw, Lin Yu realized that his current holdings had expanded considerably compared to before. The following evening, he would be able to engage in some thorough activities within the cemetery. As dawn approached, the rain began to lessen, and shortly after, it ceased altogether. However, the yellow earth mound was now riddled with deep pits, each accumulating water in abundance. Moreover, the graves and the ground were nearly covered with a sparse layer of low wild grass, which lent a semblance of vitality to the cemetery. This, of course, was entirely Lin Yu's handiwork. Though the rain had rendered some of his abilities temporarily unusable, it did not hinder his botanical skills, which continued to flourish even in such weather. The uneven and sparse planting was a deliberate choice by Lin Yu. After all, a lush, densely populated area would raise suspicions. After sowing a significant amount of wild grass within a 100-meter radius, Lin Yu discovered that his abilities had successfully advanced to the 5th tier through nearly a night of exercise. Testing the enhanced strength of his botanical skills, he found that he could now instantaneously grow vines nearly 3 meters long, which were not only more resilient but also grew at a faster rate than before. Lin Yu was confident that if someone were to venture to the very edge of his controlled area and linger for just a second or two, he could instantly envelop them in plants. He was determined not to allow a repeat of the incident with Yang Yu from the Zhuke sect escaping. However, speaking of Yang Yu and the Zhuke sect, there had been no further movements from them. Had they been intimidated after dispatching the 4 scouts? Or were they merely biding their time for a larger scheme? Lin Yu speculated, firmly believing that these individuals would not simply let matters lie. It was likely that they would strike again at an unexpected moment. However, before that transpired, an event was indeed on the verge of unfolding. Shortly after dawn, he sensed the footsteps and voices of a large group approaching from the south of the cemetery, which, of course, belonged to the Lu family. Lin Yu also detected the presence of a Taoist figure, adorned in an ornate Taoist robe and clutching a compass, exuding an air of ethereal grace. It appears that this is indeed the adept feng shui master previously mentioned by Lu Daxiao, whose skills are quite remarkable. A procession of individuals approached from the distance, making their way toward the northwestern area of the cemetery. Throughout the journey, the feng shui master continuously imparted instructions to Lu Daxiao, seemingly preparing for a rather intricate ritual. Among the few individuals at the rear of the group, Lin Yu noticed 3 who appeared somewhat peculiar: an elderly man and 2 young men, one of whom struck Lin Yu as vaguely familiar. However, before long, these individuals swiftly moved beyond the limits of Lin Yu's perception. Soon after, a cacophony of noises reached his ears, followed by the sound of shovels digging into the earth, and, shortly thereafter, the echoes of weeping. Yet, it wasn't long before he heard the anguished cries and the terrified shouts of the feng shui master. This was indeed the reaction one would expect. The coffin had vanished. Naturally, this would provoke such a response. As the coffin of the elder Lu, it could not possibly remain there to be desecrated. Chapter 45: The Emergence of the Demon King in the Grand Hall of the Zhuke sect. An oppressive silence enveloped the few individuals present. The disciple Fei-yin, who had been dispatched and had returned to report, delivered alarming news that, while anticipated by the three seated in the hall, was nonetheless shocking in its severity. The five sent forth had barely reached the western Huanggutan of Xiaohu City when they suffered a devastating loss, four of their number perishing almost immediately. The lone survivor, Fei-yin, was left trembling, his legs unable to support him, as he witnessed the gruesome scene of his companions, each suddenly afflicted with a grievous wound to their chests, plummeting from the trees. Yet, the horror did not cease there. To his utter disbelief, the four fallen comrades appeared to revive, moving with an eerie vitality towards the direction of a nearby graveyard. Overcome with terror, Fei-yin collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by fear and confusion, unable to comprehend their inexplicable resurrection. Nevertheless, compelled by duty, he mustered the courage to ascend to the treetop, only to be met with a sight that chilled him to the bone. One of his fellow disciples was being drawn into an open grave, emerging moments later as nothing more than a desiccated corpse. In a state of sheer panic, his complexion drained of color, he nearly fell from his perch. The ghastly sight of his comrades' corpses wandering like specters among the tombs sent him into unconsciousness. When he awoke in the dead of night, he hastily circled back to Xiaohu City. Upon the dawn of the following day, disguised as a mourner, he returned to the site, only to find no signs of the disturbed graves or any corpses. Instead, a family by the name of Lu was present, claiming they intended to relocate a grave. Fei-yin approached cautiously, surveying the area, which seemed devoid of any unusual phenomena, rendering the previous day's horrors akin to a fleeting nightmare. Yet, he could not shake the unease that gripped him. The earth surrounding the graves appeared unnaturally fresh, as though it had only recently been filled in. The wild grasses that adorned the mounds also bore an unsettling air. After lingering a while with the Lu family, Fei-yin hastened to the relay station and rode swiftly back to Zhuke Valley. Is what you speak the truth? Zhuo Jiwen mused, uncertain how many times he had posed this question. The reports brought back by the likes of Zhiyao, Yang Yu, and Fei-yin over the past few days had left him grappling with disbelief. Yet each revelation solidified the reality of their claims. Guardian Zhua, every word is true. Fei-yin, straining to maintain his composure, closed his eyes, haunted by the visage of his transformed comrades, fear gnawing at his heart. Yang Yu, overhearing this exchange, felt his suspicions crystallize further. The malevolence seemed to emanate from the vicinity of old Lu's grave. However, if these were grave robbers, why linger so long? If not, who was orchestrating such malevolence? Could it be the work of demonic beasts or something even more sinister? The presence of corpses and graves conjured a myriad of questions in Yang Yu's mind. Yet, he understood that until more information was procured, these musings remained mere conjecture. He turned to his master, awaiting his command. Jiwen, Yang Yu, it appears we must embark on a journey. After the master Luoding sent Fei-yin away, he furrowed his brows, aware that this matter was far from simple. The group dispatched, including Fei-yin, was instructed to remain in the woods originally mentioned by Ji Yuan. According to Ji Yuan's previous account, that forest was deemed exceedingly safe. Even after lying in wait for 2 days, nothing untoward had occurred. Yet now, for disciples lay dead, transformed into mummified corpses, what could have transpired? Moreover, why had they become mummies? Yes, foster father, but I fear that approaching that area recklessly could pose a danger. Zhuo Jiwen remarked, glancing at Yang Yu. Were it not for his formidable strength, Yang Yu might not have returned alive. The renowned Mo Xiangwen possessed immense power. Yet even they had lost their lives there. Now, with 5 casualties in the Zhuke sect, aside from Ji Yuan, the remaining 4 were merely ordinary disciples devoid of spiritual energy. While a loss, it was not catastrophic. However, if they blindly ventured forth with more individuals, the situation could escalate beyond just 1 or 2 fatalities. Nevertheless, Yang Yu pondered. Fei-yin mentioned that when he accompanied those visiting the graves during the day, no issues arose, suggesting that daytime visits might evade detection. He contemplated further and finally declared, I have a remarkable notion. If we could investigate the Huangshi gang more thoroughly, we might unravel this enigma. As extraordinary beings, striving for breakthroughs to higher realms was our pursuit, and vanquishing malevolent entities was our duty. The master stroked his silver beard and regarded the two. If there are indeed any malevolent beings there, we should at least avoid provoking them. However, should they be monstrous creatures, their eradication would be a boon for the people of this alliance. Master, you speak wisely. I am willing to accompany you to Huangshi gang once more. Yang Yu affirmed eagerly. Foster father, I too wish to join. Zhuo Jiwen was equally resolute. Very well. Luo Ding replied, leading Zhuo Jiwen and Yang Yu to select 3 fine steeds, and they set forth towards Xiaohu City, arriving before nightfall. The following morning, the trio disguised themselves and, amidst the commotion of the Lu family's grand ceremony, returned to Huangqigang. To their astonishment, they discovered a troubling development. The coffin of old Master Lu was missing. The Lu family had excavated the surrounding area thoroughly, yet the black lacquer coffin remained elusive. As they stood in shock, thoughts raced through their minds, and seizing the moment amidst the chaos of wailing and disarray, they hastily descended the slope to the north. Master, Yang Yu has come to understand that this is not the work of any malevolent being or an extraordinary individual capable of manipulating the dead. Rather, something has gone awry with old Master Lu's coffin. With the coffin now vanished, Yang Yu recalled Ji Yuan's warnings, his own narrow escape that night, and Fei Yun's insights. Confirming his suspicions, the truth was finally revealed. Are you suggesting that there is something amiss with the body of Lord Lu? At this moment, Zhuo Jiwen was also engulfed in a sea of doubts. If Lord Lu's corpse has indeed undergone some transformation, it would mean that it has turned into a walking corpse. Luo Ding furrowed his brow and gazed into the distance at the yellow earth mound, shaking his head. A walking corpse, if it were to become a malevolent entity, would have revealed its true form long ago, just as Yang Yu and the 4 others did. It would not lie in wait within the grave for you. Master, Yang Yu pondered, could it be that the issue lies with that very body? However, his words were abruptly interrupted by Luo Ding. A pitch-black coffin? Huh. Whether it is a walking corpse or a black coffin, it is of little consequence to us. Of little consequence? Yang Yu questioned, bewildered. Indeed, it matters not what it is, as long as we ascertain that there exists a malevolent entity within this yellow earth mound. And is that not our purpose? Zhuo Jiwen chuckled. Yang Yu was taken aback. What were they discussing? If it were indeed a pitch-black demonic coffin that had emerged, how could they remain so nonchalant? If that were the case, after slaying the malevolent entity among the 5, it would surely have implications. Let us depart. It is time for us to embark on our journey, Luo Ding declared, lowering his hat. To the Imperial City. Chapter 46. Unrest in the Stillness of Midnight. The city of Jinling glowed brightly. Within the Imperial Palace, a young man clad in a black Fei Yu attire stood with striking features, his piercing gaze reflecting the cold glint of the extraordinarily sharp dagger in his hand. Droplets of crimson liquid gathered along the curved blade, eventually cascading like a gentle stream onto the ground below. At his feet lay the lifeless body of an individual dressed in dark attire, their expression forever frozen in wide-eyed astonishment, as if confronted by an incomprehensible horror, their body gradually cooling. Dispose of this audacious assassin's corpse as well, the young man commanded. No sooner had he spoken than a throng of individuals bearing crimson lanterns rushed forth, diligently collecting the body, not daring to utter a sound. Recently, they had retrieved 6 bodies of assassins, each one similarly marked by a long, slanted wound from the dagger that extended from the abdomen to the neck. These assassins had all met their end with a single, fatal strike. Despite their arduous efforts to eliminate a number of guards and reach the gates of the Fengtian, they had not anticipated being dispatched entirely by this young man's blade. The youth furrowed his brow, observing the scene, and shook his head gently. For 30 years, under the reign of the Great Alliance's Emperor Han Wu, peace had flourished across the lands, and the populace had thrived in an era of prosperity. Yet, nefarious individuals emerged like spring bamboo shoots, occasionally infiltrating the imperial city with the intent to assassinate the emperor and threaten the stability of the realm. Especially following the resurgence of spiritual energy, there were those with extraordinary abilities who could effortlessly bypass the guards and delve into the depths of the palace. The young man flicked his dagger, causing droplets of blood to form crimson blossoms upon the azure bricks. Commander Luo, you handle matters with remarkable swiftness. A bearded elder, moving with the grace of a gentle breeze, approached and respectfully remarked, the emperor has decreed that there shall be substantial rewards for this endeavor. The young man offered a brief salute, his tone as cold as steel. I thank his majesty for the accolades. He then cast a glance towards the distant Fengtian gates and, like a fleeting gust, vanished beyond the entrance. The elder squinted and smiled, muttering to himself, humph. Mere hounds raised by the emperor. Why should you, a fellow extraordinary individual, presume to stand above me? He turned, heading towards the Fengtian gates, harboring a sense of indignation. Luo Fei, the commander, was the son of a humble general who, by chance, became an extraordinary individual and was regarded as a treasure by Emperor Hongwu. Through his repeated successes in eliminating assassins, he ascended to the esteemed position of commander of the Jinyue with astonishing speed, exceeding everyone's expectations. Nevertheless, his prowess was indeed genuine. As the emperor's most reliable ally, as long as Luo Fei was present, no one dared approach the inner palace even a step. Yet this young man, proud and arrogant, often dismissed the capable individuals of the Xi Li Jian, failing to recognize that the inner city was not his alone to command. Even if he was the first in history to transcend to the fourth tier of the celestial realm, he was still bound by the established rules. However, the elder was acutely aware that he could not act recklessly. The Emperor Hongwu held a profound disdain for eunuchs, disregarding their counsel. The extraordinary individuals of the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs were relegated to the outskirts of the city, with only him granted the tenuous privilege of approaching the emperor. And even then, merely to convey messages, deprived of any significant responsibilities. Matters such as apprehending and eliminating assassins were beyond his reach. He could only observe. Unable to take a single step forward, discontent brewed within him, yet he had no avenue for expression. Possessing extraordinary power, yet reduced to overseeing court rituals, who could endure such a fate? The elder entered the Fengshan Gate, vanishing into the distance. Meanwhile, Luo Fei stood outside the main gate, hand resting on the hilt of his blade, his ink-black eyes fixed intently ahead. There, 3 shadowy figures materialized unbeknownst to him. Those who dared trespass the imperial city would face death. With a flash of cold steel, 3 sweeping arcs of blade wind surged toward the intruders. Boom! In an instant, the area where the 3 shadows stood was left with 3 deep gashes. A pristine stretch of blue bricks lay shattered into disarray. Luo, Commander. We are not here to assassinate. We merely seek a conversation. An aged voice rang out from nearby. Luo Fei's scalp tingled, and he instinctively swung his blade. Clang! A dull thud echoed, and Luo Fei felt the skin of his palm split, the embroidered spring knife sustaining several deep gashes. He recoiled several meters, lifting his gaze to discover that the individual he had struck bore only tattered clothing, with nary a wound in sight. Luo Fei inhaled sharply, a fleeting thought of a certain individual crossing his mind. Could it be you or you? He vaguely speculated the identity of the burly figure in black. Yet before he could fully process the situation, the embroidered spring knife slipped from his grasp, soaring several meters away into the hands of a slender figure. At that moment, the elder's voice resonated once more in close proximity. Luo, Commander. The 3 of us indeed have urgent matters to discuss. We are far from enemies. Had we been foes, your head would have long since been claimed. Realizing the identity of the burly man had clarified his understanding of the elder's identity as well. After ensuring no one was around, he deftly leapt onto the grand hall. The 3 shadows promptly stood before him. Master Luo, left guardian, and right guardian, what counsel do you offer? Luo Fei's expression shifted, the initial aloofness dissipating, replaced by beads of cold sweat forming upon his back. Although he had recently ascended from the 3rd to the 4th rank, acquiring a formidable second ability, the amalgamation of these powers rendered him significantly stronger. However, in the presence of these 3, his advantages seemed futile. One was swifter than he, another impervious to blades, and the last possessed the power to absorb metallic weapons. Everywhere, he found himself at a disadvantage, even with a disparity in rank. The outcome of a true confrontation remained uncertain. There is no counsel to be offered, Commander Luo. We are neither here to brazenly attempt an assassination nor to engage in a duel for sport. After all, we are not so idle, the elder affirmed with a nod, accompanied by a gentle cough. Return the knife to its rightful owner, he commanded. Yes, adoptive father. The slender figure extended a hand, and the embroidered spring knife flew back effortlessly. Luo Fei grasped the knife once more, his heart racing, uncertain of how to proceed. Commander Luo, we have urgent matters to discuss. We boldly ventured into the imperial city to seek your assistance, for the situation we face is exceedingly precarious. We sought out the most extraordinary individual of our time, the one with the highest mastery, you, Commander Luo, to aid us. The elder spoke slowly. Master Luo, what brings you here? Luo inquired, slightly perplexed. He was merely a guardian of the emperor within this imperial city. Why would the illustrious Zhuge sect have cause to consult him? The 2 had no apparent connection, let alone the Zhuge sect seeking him out. Commander Luo, are you aware that the outside world has become quite tumultuous? Chapter 47. Are you made of gold? As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Yu awaited the arrival of the long-anticipated night. Throughout the day, he found himself unable to engage in any other pursuits, for the cemetery was abuzz with activity. The Lu family was causing quite a stir, One might even assert that had it not been for concerns of propriety, they would have overturned the entire burial site in a frantic search for the coffin of old Lu, who, in truth, was Lin Yu himself. Eventually, the commotion drew the attention of the local magistrate, who arrived in a state of alarm, accompanied by his constables, all of whom conducted a thorough search. However, their efforts yielded no results, as they were entirely oblivious to the fact that the coffin had mysteriously relocated to the very heart of the cemetery, a considerable distance from their reach. After much examination and discussion, the magistrate and his aides concluded that grave robbers were to blame, having coveted the burial treasures of old Lu, which led to the unfortunate state of affairs where the body was missing and the coffin was empty. The magistrate reassured the Lu family as chief mourner that he would expedite the investigation, promising to apprehend the thieves swiftly and seek justice for the Lu clan. Naturally, the Lu family could not accept such a situation lightly. They raised a ruckus, and many relatives were so distraught that they fainted. Nonetheless, their outcry bore no fruit, for the situation could not be allowed to escalate further. While the Yellow Earth Mound was primarily a resting place for the impoverished, disturbing any grave would inevitably result in a hefty financial demand. Moreover, this site was not merely dotted with dozens of graves. The Yellow Earth Mound sprawled over a vast area. Should compensation be required, the Lu family would find themselves starting from scratch overnight. With the magistrate's declaration, the Lu family begrudgingly ceased their uproar. As dusk settled, they understood the necessity of departing, especially given the rumored presence of malevolent beasts in the vicinity. Thus, they abandoned their plans for further disturbances and were escorted back to the lower town of Xiahu by a contingent of constables. Once the Lu family had departed, tranquility returned to the cemetery. Lin Yu could not help but reflect on the folly of the magistrate. Grave robbers typically sought only the burial offerings. Who among them would be foolish enough to abscond with both the body and the coffin? Was old Lu's corpse made of gold? Or was the coffin itself crafted from the precious metal? Moreover, how heavy was that coffin? He had expended immense effort to extricate himself from that pit. To think that someone could steal the coffin was truly a mark of extraordinary naivety. Nonetheless, Lin Yu felt that the fate of the Lu family was of little consequence to him, despite being the architect of the entire scenario. As long as he remained within this concealed refuge, he would undoubtedly be relocated to a desolate place, where he would languish in despair or perhaps even be reduced to kindling. This was a fate he could never accept, in a world where self-preservation reigned supreme. Especially now that he had become a mere coffin, he must ensure that circumstances did not deteriorate further before he gained strength. After enduring the chaos of the day, Lin Yu remained undeterred. He resolved to focus on his own objectives. Arriving at the very center of the cemetery, he knew he could not afford to relax his vigilance. He has always felt that neither the Sky Tower nor the Zhuke sect would simply let matters rest. At any moment, this group could summon formidable allies to bring about his downfall. Lin Yu even suspected that they might have already deduced that the source of the trouble was the coffin itself, rather than any tomb raiders or monstrous beasts. The fact that Yang Yu returned alive, questioning the situation, might have prompted him to send a few disciples to gather intelligence. Although Lin Yu had eliminated 4 of them, it remained uncertain whether any had survived to report back. What did the living witnesses see? The incident today was significant, with old Lu's coffin gone. If that group were to learn of it, they would undoubtedly make connections. He needed to expedite his efforts to grow stronger. If he could become the invincible king of all demons, then what would those extraordinary beings be but mere rotten tomatoes and foul eggs? Lin Yu's aspirations were lofty, yet his current capabilities could only be deemed mediocre. What if those extraordinary beings discovered that a coffin was the cause of the disturbances here, and they targeted him with a focused assault? They might choose to strike in broad daylight, bombarding the tomb with all manner of extraordinary powers from beyond his perceptive range. Lin Yu was certain he would meet his demise. This was indisputable. He glanced at the glowing text in his mind. Puppet manipulation art, level 5 excavation shovel, level 5 perception of danger, level 2 water sovereign, level 3 botany, level 5 thunder and rainbow, level 1 explosive fire, level 2 body forging, level 3 8 gates golden lock formation, level 2 punishing greed silver, level 1 to his surprise. While lifting the coffin last night, he had unknowingly upgraded both the puppet manipulation art and the excavation shovel to level 5. However, in the grand scheme of things, all of his abilities were still in their infancy. Beyond these skills, Lin Yu could currently sense a radius of 100 meters centered on himself, along with a formidable, effortlessly concealed 7-star long Yuan sword. This was all he had. Overall, it was rather lacking. His ability to escape from so many experts, even managing to eliminate most of them, was not due to overwhelming strength. Rather, it stemmed from his deep-seated cunning, a survival instinct akin to that of an old silver coin. Otherwise, had he engaged in a direct confrontation, he might have perished long ago in the battle against the Xianming Taoist. Yet, relying solely on such a cunning strategy to defeat foes could not sustain him indefinitely. Lin Yu was acutely aware of this. What he sought was not merely survival, but to attain a level of strength that would command reverence from all. If he were truly powerful, then the Sky Tower, Zhuge sect, or Qinglong sect would be of no concern to him. However, to reach such heights, relentless effort was essential. As night fell, Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings, confirming that no one remained, before promptly utilizing the power of the excavation shovel. To his astonishment, he discovered that the number of shovels had surged to 12 upon reaching level 5. Remarkable indeed. The increase in quantity affords him a broader scope for expression and simultaneously enhances efficiency to a formidable level. But what transformations await the art of puppet manipulation? Lin Yu commanded the shovel, excavating the corpses from the earth, while also manipulating fragments of soil and stone, persistently striving to augment the number under his control. 10, 11, 12, 24. The total number of lifeless entities he could command surged to 24. Indeed, with the shovel in hand, he was poised to embark on a significant endeavor this very night. Lin Yu swiftly allocated the shovel to the undead, instructing 12 of them to commence the task of grave digging, while the remaining 2 engaged in swordplay, ensuring that none could remain idle. In the very heart of this loamy cemetery, within a 100-meter radius, he discerned a total of 113 graves, with 45 of them wrapped in straw for grass burial. Among these, 20 remained partially intact. What fortune! Perhaps within this assemblage lies a corpse akin to that of the old floral artisan, one that harbors an exceptional ability. Chapter 48. Breaking free from constraints. Though the night was enchanting, it always seemed to pass swiftly. Amidst the tireless efforts of the dried corpses throughout the night, the harvest was undeniably bounteous. Lin Yu unearthed 10 bodies that had not entirely decayed, and in addition to 10 spheres of ash-gray essence, he acquired a peculiar new ability. This ability was derived from a corpse encased in a straw mat, seemingly buried not long ago. Craftsman, merely glancing at the name of the ability stirred Lin Yu's curiosity, and upon reading the subsequent description, he found himself even more perplexed. Guided by strings and ink, ingenious craftsmanship, had he not witnessed the spectral memories of that corpse, he might have been utterly at a loss. The original owner of the body was a resident of Hangzhou named Lu Feng. Hailing from a lineage of craftsmen, he learned woodworking from a young age. Gifted and diligent, he mastered various tools, axes, planes, chisels, saws, ink lines, and the ruler of Luban, excelling in each. In his youth, he gained renown, becoming a well-known artisan not only in Hangzhou but throughout the Jiangnan region. His fame peaked at the time of the establishment of the Grand Alliance. As the realm was ripe for development, Emperor Hongwu sought talented individuals to construct the imperial city and specifically summoned craftsman Lu. With great ambition, craftsman Lu departed from Hangzhou, and upon arriving in Jinling, he indeed flourished. He believed he could showcase his talents. However, due to his unwavering integrity and upright character, he aroused the envy of a petty individual who maliciously accused him of embezzling material funds. Consequently, Emperor Hongwu, in a fit of rage, ordered his execution without due process. A minister in the court uncovered the truth, that it was the schemer's machinations, and at a critical juncture, saved craftsman Lu's life. Yet, Emperor Hongwu's fury remained unquenched, and he banished Lu back to his homeland, refusing to employ him further. The tale of craftsman Lu nearly facing execution reached Hangzhou, and as it spread, it transformed into a narrative that he had indeed stolen the material funds, with Emperor Hongwu sparing him out of compassion. From that moment on, no one dared to employ him, and Lu's wife and children, disheartened by their impoverished circumstances, abandoned him. Craftsman Lu could only conceal his identity and seek work in Xiahu City, fearful of being recognized. He took up the arduous labor of carrying salt bags. Years swiftly passed, and as he reached the age of understanding destiny, frail and aged, he was dismissed from the docks. Having exhausted his savings and unable to find employment, he quietly perished in a corner during a rainy night 2 days prior. A kind passerby discovered him, purchased a straw mat, and hastily buried him on this mound of yellow earth. How lamentable it is, a once great craftsman now reduced to a forgotten grave, having tasted the myriad flavors of life. Lin Yu could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. It is indeed challenging to be a good person, and fate is capricious. What should have been the legacy of a master craftsman culminated in a fate wrapped in straw. Nevertheless, from him, Lin Yu truly acquired the ability of the craftsman, transforming him into a tool for his own use. As for what this ability could accomplish, Lin Yu had some ideas. What he aimed to create was a wheel. Though he lacked mechanical knowledge and understanding of the relevant principles, he knew that attaching wheels to a vehicle would enable it to move. As a coffin, even if it weighs 1,000 pounds, it can roam freely without constraint as long as it possesses sufficiently robust wheels. Of course, this is not a simple task to accomplish in a single attempt. Lin Yu is prepared for the possibility of failure. However, should he succeed, it would mean he would no longer be hindered by this massive and heavy body, granting him the freedom to venture wherever he wishes, unbound by the confines of this lust mound. The vast expanse of the Great Alliance holds innumerable burial sites akin to this lust mound. Whether in the lush Jiangnan region or the frigid northern territories, wherever humanity exists, so too do graveyards. Moreover, there is no necessity for a burial ground. Any place inhabited by people suffices. Lin Yu has always felt that the method of absorbing vitality from corpses through flesh and blood is rather slow for gaining strength. While it does offer some abilities, it is not guaranteed. Furthermore, not all abilities can be perfectly utilized by him. Lin Yu even contemplates that the more abilities one possesses, the more complex the situation becomes. In the heat of battle, perhaps out of 100 abilities, only a mere dozen will be of practical use. It is not the quantity of abilities that matters, but their refinement. Presently, his perception range is exceedingly limited. What once seemed vast at a 100-meter radius now appears rather insignificant. To rapidly advance and expand his perception, he must seek out extraordinary individuals or mystical beasts. Another avenue lies in the pursuit of spirit stones. However, at this moment, Lin Yu must encounter all three to obtain any, as mere searching will yield no results. With the acquisition of a new ability, Lin Yu has not neglected to consistently practice and hone his original skills. This evening, the graveyard was alive with flickering lightning, flames leaping and water orbs rising and falling from the ground, creating quite a spectacle. Now that he has gained the ability of a craftsman, the night is likely to become even more vibrant. Nevertheless, with the presence of the 8-gate Golden Lock formation, it will be quite challenging for outsiders to discern what transpires within. This ability effectively prevents anyone from entering or exiting, even muffling sounds, showcasing its formidable nature. However, the duration of the first-tier level is disappointingly brief and cannot be used repeatedly in a short span, which is indeed inconvenient. Yet, it is believed that improvements will come in due course. This night not only bestowed upon Lin Yu a new ability and a new animated corpse subordinate, but he also acquired numerous burial items. Currently, compared to gold and silver treasures, Lin Yu longs more for weapons such as swords and blades. While he previously lacked precious metals, having always relied on a few pieces, with the newly acquired ability to punish greed, he no longer worries about this. Should a solitary individual appear, he can simply invoke this power. However, he truly lacks weapons. The few he has gathered from previous battles are hardly sufficient. A group of Taoists, save for Xianlei who wielded a wooden sword, were all equipped with iron swords, coupled with the various blades and spears procured from other tombs. The armament for this squad of corpses was quite sufficient. However, beyond this, there was nothing more to be had. Among his various abilities, none possessed the capacity to forge weapons. Even with the newly acquired craftsmanship skill, Lin Yu surmised that it would only yield rudimentary wooden swords, knives, or spears, which would prove utterly inadequate. He believed that the necromantic army he envisioned would require more time to attain any semblance of scale. Currently, these dozen or so corpses would likely suffice only to subdue the constables of Xiaohu County. As for the necessity of weapons, while a horde of corpses might instill fear, mere intimidation would not suffice. There must be tangible weapons capable of inflicting real harm. Just as Lin Yu was gathering the funerary items from the coffins, two piercing howls of wild beasts suddenly erupted nearby. Chapter 49. The Year of Peace. At this moment, the sky had brightened significantly. Following the two long howls, there was an eerie silence, as if the sounds had vanished into a dreamlike illusion. Lin Yu had instantaneously prepared himself for battle, yet after a while, he did not hear another howl. Moreover, his acute sense of danger detected no imminent threats. It was peculiar. The two howls had sounded alarmingly close, leading Lin Yu to believe that a colossal beast would soon emerge from the nearby woods, charging directly towards him. After waiting for some time in vain, he remained perplexed. What could be the reason for the absence of an attack? Lin Yu attentively scanned the surroundings, particularly the direction of the forest. As seconds ticked by, the mist enveloping the graveyard gradually began to dissipate, and the day grew ever brighter. If this stalemate continued, it would be decidedly disadvantageous for him. After all, the graveyard had been ravaged the night before, with nearly 20 large pits dug, and if he merely waited for the mourners to arrive, it would certainly raise suspicions among the townsfolk of Lake City. Just moments ago, the coffin and the body of the Liu family had vanished. If anything else were to transpire now, Lin Yu was certain that the Liu family's filial son would personally wield a shovel to investigate. Furthermore, with so many corpses still above ground, whether it be old Liu, the Taoist priests, or the mummified paper kites, they could not be discovered by any passerby. Lin Yu activated the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation, aware that he must first conceal these traces before formulating a plan. He commanded the corpses to enter the dug coffins, utilizing a spade to cover them once more, reconstructing the burial mound. After camouflaging the evidence with grasses and similar foliage, Lin Yu made sure to water these plants using the Water Sovereign's ability. He would not overlook any opportunity for enhancing his skills. Having employed the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation multiple times, it had upgraded to the 2nd tier. It had been summoned repeatedly, only to dissipate with the passage of time. Continuous usage of this ability was impossible. A waiting period was required. This limitation represented the current bottleneck of his powers. Otherwise, there would be no need for evolution. He could simply maintain its application. As sunlight bathed the earth, the mist no longer clung to the graveyard. The beast that had roared remained absent. Lin Yu could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Was it possible that a ferocious creature had merely passed through, letting out a couple of roars? While this scenario could not be entirely dismissed, the potential for it being a demon beast lingered. After waiting a while longer with no activity, the sun had indeed risen high in the sky, just as Lin Yu assumed that this day would unfold like any other, filled with waiting for nightfall. He suddenly heard a cacophony of sounds approaching from the distance. As the noise grew louder and closer, Lin Yu quickly discerned its true nature. My father's coffin has vanished. And so has he. Today, should anyone dare to impede my search, I shall see to it that they too find their resting place here. The thunderous voice belongs unmistakably to the son of old Liu, who has returned once more. Just yesterday, after weeping to the point of fainting and hoarse from his lamentations, the Liu family was finally escorted back by the county magistrate. Now, they have come in great numbers, intent on locating the remains of their deceased patriarch, old Liu. Today, I shall scour this burial ground until I unearth my father's coffin. Should anyone obstruct my quest, I shall strike them down here. Even if County Magistrate Song himself were to intervene, it would make no difference. As he spoke, the stout Liu, clad in mourning attire, led a throng of nearly 100 people towards him. Liu's face was flushed with indignation and sorrow, while several grieving women wept beside him, embodying a tragic spectacle. Lin Yu sensed that under Liu's command, a formidable procession had entered his awareness. The ability to perceive danger activated swiftly, revealing that there were not merely 100 souls, but even more behind them. Each individual bore tools such as shovels and hoes upon their shoulders, robust and sturdy, clearly accustomed to hard labor. Goodness, they are indeed serious. Lin Yu had assumed that after the chaos caused by Liu's son the previous day, there would be at least a brief respite. Yet here they were, charging forth. The sheer magnitude of their intent suggested they meant to upturn this cemetery entirely. More and more individuals flooded into the burial site, with some standing guard at the entrance, ensuring no one could enter without permission. Liu's son, leading the throng, approached the grave of old Liu, where Lin Yu had once stood. From here on, every grave must be excavated, without exception. Should any misfortune arise, the blame shall rest upon me. For a day's labor, I will pay 500 cash, and whoever finds my father's coffin shall receive 10 taels of silver. With a wail that resonated deeply, Lin Yu soon heard a chorus of cheers and roars from the assembled crowd. Money indeed possesses the power to sway even the most unseemly of endeavors. Despite the ill omen associated with grave robbing, financial incentive rendered all things negotiable. These laborers, accustomed to carrying burdens of rice, sand, stones, and salt, were mere toilers, blessed only with brute strength. Their days were filled with toil, earning meager wages barely sufficient to sustain their families. Accepting this job could yield a windfall, potentially freeing them from their struggles should anyone uncover that coffin. They would escape the clutches of poverty. And the Liu family was no ordinary clan. They were among the wealthiest in Lower Lake City, capable of regarding silver as mere paper, hiring nearly 300 laborers without a second thought. After all, they had even managed to include fragments of gold and silver in old Liu's burial goods. This great alliance proclaims a time of peace and prosperity. Yet, The truth remains that the poor starve while the rich grow ever more gluttonous. Lin Yu perceived the fervent labor of the workers nearby, along with the anguished and fervent cries of Lu Daxiazi's family, whose voices were tinged with anxiety and indignation. He listened to the rhythmic sound of shovels and hoes breaking the earth, gradually excavating the yellow soil, accompanied by the desperate wails of the residents of Xiahu City, who sought to intervene and prevent Lu Daxiazi from disturbing the grave. It felt as though he were witnessing a tumultuous theatrical performance. However, he recognized that this turmoil had little relevance to his own existence. As a mere coffin, managing his own affairs was quite sufficient. The matters of the great dynasty and the common folk held no significant bearing on him. His sole concern was his own state of being. What could a coffin do? After all, at the very least, it must ensure that it remained undisturbed by those intent on digging. Yet, it seemed merely a matter of time before such an intrusion occurred. Would he simply await his fate? Certainly not. Even those endowed with extraordinary powers could be vanquished. Thus, there was no reason for him to refrain from action the moment he was unearthed. Chapter 50. A missed opportunity. What has transpired ahead? What are all these people engaged in? Less than half a mile from Huangqigang, the 4 individuals arriving from Sioux City halted their horses, gazing at the scene before the cemetery with astonishment. Hundreds of individuals wielding shovels and pickaxes were fervently turning the earth, desecrating the graves. Were they excavating the graves? Luo Fei narrowed his eyes, seemingly in disbelief. Hundreds of people digging up graves, even those of others? This must be the doing of the Lu family. Master Luo stroked his beard, nodding. Yesterday, the 3 of us came to investigate this place. At that time, when the Lu family sought to relocate the graves, they discovered that the coffin of old Lu was utterly empty. Empty? Luo Fei was even more perplexed. The body had vanished? Commander Luo, the coffin has disappeared. Yang Yu sighed, shaking his head. Indeed. Are you referring to the coffin that has turned into a monstrous beast? Last night, after being invited to the imperial city by several members of the Zhuke sect, out of curiosity and a desire to hone their abilities, Luo Fei and the eunuch from the Directorate of Ceremonies sought permission from Emperor Han Guo. Upon receiving it, they immediately set off under the cover of night towards Lower Lake City. Throughout the journey, they were preoccupied with the road ahead, and Luo Fei did not inquire too much from the others. He only knew that a black coffin had transformed into a beastly entity, having already slain 5 esteemed Taoists from the renowned Tianzhufeng Modyan Temple. The emergence of such a formidable creature, if it were to grow stronger, could pose a grave threat to the imperial city of Jinling, endangering Emperor Han Wu and the very foundation of this grand alliance. Such an event must be prevented at all costs. Thus, Luo Fei felt compelled to come, even if it turned out to be a false alarm. He needed to witness it with his own eyes. Now, with unusual occurrences at Huangqigang, his heart raced with alarm. The coffin has vanished. Could it be that we have come in vain? Luo Fei furrowed his brow, realizing this was not what had been anticipated. Not at all, Commander Luo. Zhuo Jiwen gently shook his head, unfurling his paper fan. If the coffin had the ability to leave at will, it would not have remained here for so long. Since we first laid eyes on it nearly 6 days ago, it has yet to depart. Indeed, if the coffin beast could escape, it would have done so after our last encounter, yet our dispatched disciples still met their demise here, even turning into dried corpses. This clearly indicates that the coffin is not capable of leaving easily. Yang Yu dismounted and tethered his horse to a nearby tree. They were now very close to Huangqigang. Commander Luo, the coffin should still be nearby. Although it may not be in the grave itself, it is likely in the vicinity. Master Luo also dismounted, signaling for everyone to secure their horses. The group leaped nimbly into the branches of several nearby trees, swiftly climbing to the treetops. It seems that even without our intervention, the ground will be turned over by those individuals. Zhuo Jiwen pointed his fan towards the cemetery. They all looked over and saw nearly 300 robust men wielding shovels and hoes, excavating grave after grave, even digging deeper into the pit of old Master Lu's tomb. Indeed, this was the case. After all, with the passing of the elder in the family, they had intended to relocate the grave to a site of auspicious feng shui, transforming a funeral into a celebration. Now, with both the coffin and the remains vanished, Lu's eldest son, known throughout the Lower Lake City for his filial piety, would undoubtedly not let this matter rest lightly. Yang Yu nodded in agreement. The 4 stood atop the tree, observing the bustling scene in the cemetery, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Originally, the leader Luo had planned to set up some formations nearby during the day, while he, Zhuo Jiwen, and Luo Fei would test the capabilities of the coffin's malevolent spirit. However, with so many ordinary townsfolk present, they found themselves utterly powerless to act. Moreover, they witnessed that the Liu family had blocked the cemetery's entrances, preventing those wishing to protect their graves from ascending the yellow earth mound, and after altercations ensued, they felt even more helpless. Their extraordinary powers were not something that common folk could comprehend, let alone drive these people away. Furthermore, they did not believe that the Liu family would simply let this go without a fight, rather than intervene. They felt that their best course of action was to remain atop the tree, observing the developments on the yellow earth mound. Should that black lacquered coffin truly be unearthed, they would be prepared to adapt their strategy. According to past experience, this black coffin posed a significant threat, capable of eliminating both ordinary citizens and extraordinary beings alike. However, while they were observing, they suddenly spotted dozens of horses approaching from the direction of Lower Lake City. At the forefront, among the group, was a man wearing an official hat, none other than the county magistrate. "Bold rascals, clear the way. Do you hear me?" Upon arrival, the magistrate barked orders at the villagers with an air of arrogance. "I am the magistrate of Lower Lake County, and I command you to cease your actions immediately, or I shall have you all arrested and taken to the county office." The four looked on as the magistrate strode directly towards the excavated pit, while the robust men all knelt down, leaving only the Liu family standing, with the women already in tears. "This is troubling. More people are arriving. Adoptive father. What should we do?" Zhuo Jiwen observed numerous figures clad in constable uniforms and a considerable number of soldiers running from Lower Lake City in their direction, armed with weapons. With the robust men ceasing their digging, if this stalemate continued, their efforts today would have been in vain. Luo Fei had been instructed to return before nightfall, so they could not afford to delay any longer. However, the master Luo merely gestured for Zhuo Jiwen to consult with the esteemed magistrate. "You must act on behalf of the common folk. The Liu family has gone too far, even desecrating my ancestral grave. It is truly, oh, just and noble magistrate, my family. Scoundrels, clear the way." Magistrate Song, his beard bristling with indignation, commanded his subordinates to expel the commoners who had rushed to the graveyard amidst the chaos. He then strode directly towards the Liu family. "Lu Mingyuan, how dare you? What do these people mean? Do they hold this official in contempt?" Lu Mingyuan knelt. "Esteemed magistrate, my father is buried here, yet now his remains are missing, and the coffin has been stolen. I suspect it has been buried somewhere in the Lus Hill, hence my desperate actions. I implore you to see the truth." As his words fell, the constables and soldiers arrived at the Lus Hill. "You treacherous commoner, what audacity! Seize them all." The magistrate waved his hand, and the soldiers and constables surged forward. At that moment, a splash of crimson adorned the throat of the magistrate's steed, which then collapsed with a thunderous crash. Chapter 51. A sword of frost across 14 states. The sudden turn of events left everyone in a state of bewilderment. The great horse collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust that, along with the copious blood that gushed forth, splattered across the county magistrate's face. However, before the magistrate could summon a shout, he and several of his attendants found their horses tumbling one after another. The continuous thunderous sounds, intermingled with the horses' anguished cries, created an unbearable cacophony. "How could the horses die? My horses!" The magistrate bellowed, his face smeared with mud and dust, paralyzed with fear. Following his outcry, the attendants, along with the constables and soldiers, were equally startled, resulting in a chorus of panic. In the ensuing chaos, the laborers, who had been held at bay by the constables and soldiers, seized the moment and, disregarding their wages, surged wildly towards the exits to the north and south of the graveyard. "Everyone stay put. Hold your ground." The magistrate, wiping the grime from his face, had not finished his command when the throng overwhelmed him, sending him sprawling unceremoniously to the ground. His subordinates fared no better, as they too were jostled about by the frantic crowd. In an instant, the entire yellow earth mound devolved into pandemonium. Cries of despair, frantic attempts to flee, and loud reprimands echoed chaotically, creating a tumultuous uproar. Yet, as the laborers gradually dispersed into the distance, order began to return to the scene. "Seize them! Capture these rascals!" The magistrate, with a face smeared in mud, was aided to his feet by the clerk, who himself appeared as if he had lost control of his faculties. Filled with embarrassment and anger, the scattered soldiers snapped back to reality, retrieving their dropped weapons, and swiftly encircled the Liu family, who had yet to make their escape, binding them securely with ropes. "Sir, the horses." The clerk, still shaken and disoriented, glanced at the motionless bodies of the horses that lay lifeless on the ground, unsure of how to respond. The magistrate, too preoccupied with his tumultuous thoughts, kicked the clerk in frustration after wiping his face clean. "Horses, What of the horses? Nonsense. Take them away. A throng of individuals escorted the Liu family, who were now wailing and clinging to the ground, down the yellow earth mound towards the lower lake, leaving behind a scattered array of shovels, hoes, and other assorted debris. Atop a tree, Master Luo, Zhui Jiwen, Yang Yu, Luo Fei, and others stood frozen, gazing at the now tranquil yellow earth mound, none daring to utter a word. The mere slaughter of a few horses had swiftly dispatched the once encircled officials and soldiers, along with the numerous laborers and the instigating Liu family, back to the lower lake city. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would scarcely have believed how quickly the ordeal had concluded. The dozen or so horses fell almost simultaneously, the strikes executed with the swiftness of a tempest. As if the stars themselves had shifted in an instant, cold sweat streamed down the foreheads of the onlookers. If such a strike were to be aimed at them, could they evade it? Was this truly the work of the malevolent entity they had spoken of? Luo Fei lightly wiped the sweat from his brow, taking a deep breath before inquiring. He had heard from several individuals that what remained here could potentially be a living corpse transformed into a demon, or perhaps a black coffin that had acquired sentience. Regardless of which it may be, it represented an exceedingly bizarre and terrifying existence. Perhaps so, perhaps not. But the ability to instantly slay numerous horses was indeed an eye-opener for the elderly man. Master Luo leapt down from the tree, followed by the others who landed on the ground beside him. Father, what should we do? Although Zhui Ji had his own thoughts, he still wished to hear his father's command. After all, among them, his cultivation was the weakest, and in terms of combat prowess, he was also the least formidable. However, his abilities were exceptionally unique. If he were to engage in battle with an opponent accustomed to conventional weapons, they would undoubtedly be severely hampered by his capabilities. Luo, this demon, whether it be a black coffin or a living corpse, I have not scrutinized its strength in detail, but merely based on its speed of attack. It is beyond the reach of our group. Master Luo shook his head. His own ability was to shift and evade, possessing extraordinary agility. Yet he believed that if he were in the place of those horses, he would likely meet a grim fate. Moreover, one of Luo Fei's abilities was not dissimilar to his own. Yang Yu, your escape that night was truly a stroke of luck, if given another chance. Even with your ironclad physique, you would likely perish there as well, Master Luo sighed, shaking his head once more as he turned to Luo Fei. Luo, it seems I have misjudged the strength of that demon. Perhaps your journey here was in vain. Luo Fei shook his head in response. Master Luo, if we leave now, this beast will likely become even more unrestrained. Should it grow in power, it will become a significant threat to our alliance. The Imperial City lies less than 300 miles away. Who knows when this creature might infiltrate its walls? Luo, I am aware of your exceptional talents and formidable strength, surpassing those of us old fools. However, this demon is not something we can contend with in our current state. Even if we joined forces, victory would be utterly impossible. I believe that if we must pursue it, we should contact Taoist Tong Yu from Tianzhu Peak, as well as Fei Yu from the Northern Guard and Master Du Xuan who practices in Kunlun, along with Chu Hongye from the southern regions, and the monk Tiandong from Songshan, to discuss and make a decision. Master Luo spoke while shaking his head. He possessed far more knowledge than Luo Fei. He had previously received intelligence from Ji Yuan, Yang Yu, and Fei Yun, revealing that the demon was not merely swift in its attacks. He felt that this creature held secrets far beyond what was apparent. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as this demon was powerful enough to command Luo Fei's attention, that was sufficient for him. At this moment, he yearned to depart from this place, seeking to gather those extraordinary individuals, perhaps even stronger than himself, to eliminate this demon before it fully matured. However, Master Luo, you may be overthinking this, he added. Luo Feiyong lifted his head, gazing towards the direction of the Lus Hill. His power had now ascended to an absolute level capable of rivaling the fourth-tier celestial realm. If you three, Master Luo, are hesitant, then allow me to vanquish this fiend. As he spoke, he brandished two intricately designed black spring blades and soared towards the Lus Hill. Clang, clang, clang. A series of resounding clashes echoed from the hill. A sword as cold as frost spans 14 states. Following this proclamation, a silver-white sword aura surged forth like a rainbow, accompanied by a piercing cry that reverberated through the heavens. Chapter 52. The Battle of the Demon Coffin at the 4th level. A sword of frost cuts through 14 states. With a resounding shout, a semicircular gust of sword wind erupted, obliterating all the gravestones within a radius of several meters ahead. This moved just as Lin Yu was about to marvel at its immense power. He realized that the young man clad in peculiar attire wielded two black short blades. What a farce! Might one at least wield the appropriate weaponry and correct number before proclaiming such a move? Lin Yu had just employed the tactic of creating chaos to allow the laborers to escape amidst the turmoil, successfully enabling the magistrate soldiers to escort Lu Daxio and his companions away, thereby sparing them from being exhumed by this rabble. Simultaneously, he had avoided the gruesome outcome of a massacre that would leave the bodies strewn across the earthen mound. While executing such acts may appear simple, the consequences that would follow would be dire. After all, even if he were to vanquish a multitude of extraordinary beings, he remained a cumbersome coffin with a mere 100-meter perception range. Should anyone deduce his true identity and engage in relentless trial-and-error assaults, his control over the weaknesses within that 100-meter radius would be infinitely magnified. Brute force was utterly inadvisable. The essence of survival lies in refraining from action unless faced with an absolute suppression of power. For him, particularly during daylight, caution was of utmost importance. However, there are moments when one must act. A young extraordinary individual charging forth, fully aware of Lin Yu's true identity, and wildly slashing the ground with his blades left no room for Lin Yu to let him depart unchallenged. Almost immediately after the young man rushed in with a shout, Lin Yu unleashed hundreds of strikes with the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword. Now, bolstered by his enhanced physical capabilities, Lin Yu wielded the sword with remarkable skill and fluidity. Yet, he was taken aback to find that this young man had evaded nearly all of the concealed strikes from the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword, effortlessly parrying them with his 2 black short blades at seemingly intricate angles. After a brief exchange, Lin Yu discerned that this young man's abilities were rather formidable, one of which appeared to be the capacity for instantaneous movement over short distances. The reason for this designation was that Lin Yu also perceived another capability within the youth, the ability to maximize the potential of his weaponry. In the brief skirmish, the young man had effortlessly evaded hundreds of Lin Yu's attacks using his short-range teleportation. Moreover, he unleashed a crescent-shaped sword aura named a Sword of Frost cuts through 14 states, which effortlessly severed the gravestones before him, reducing them to rubble. Lin Yu pondered. This individual seemed far more adept than the burly laborers, at least in the art of grave desecration, matching the reanimated corpses blow for blow. Moreover, the extraordinary individual who can perceive the elusive trajectory of the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword's assault indeed possesses remarkable prowess. Coupled with his agile footwork and the seemingly effortless mastery of short-range teleportation akin to an ethereal realm, Lin Yu discerned that this individual's strength likely surpasses even that of the enigmatic Thunder Taoist by a significant margin. Is he at the 2nd tier of the Envying Heaven realm? Or perhaps the 3rd tier of the Ascending Heaven realm? Or could it be the 4th tier of the Transcending Heaven realm? His power is vastly superior to the formidable thunder he had encountered previously. It appears that, if possible, one must ensure his demise here, otherwise, the repercussions would be endless. The Black Coffin Demon Beast, Luo, shall not be permitted to continue wreaking havoc here. The youth landed steadily in the air, wielding dual blades to protect his vital points. With strikingly handsome features and an imposing presence, his resonant battle cries echoed across the earthen mounds. Enjoy your moment of arrogance, Lin Yu couldn't help but scoff. Although he bore the semblance of a protagonist and certainly displayed impressive strength, capable of deducing that his true form was a pitch-black coffin, this was merely commendable. As a seasoned veteran, Lin Yu was not to be trifled with. He commanded the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword and launched a tempestuous barrage of attacks against the youth. Humph. Your techniques are riddled with flaws. A magnificent 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword in your hands is akin to a mere firewood stick. Such a waste. Lin Yu sensed that the youth was merely using his left hand to parry with the black blade while preparing a new stance with his right. With a flourish, 2 intersecting blades of energy erupted, the frost and snow of the Wu Hook. In an instant, those 2 arcs of blade energy sliced through the air toward the nearest dozen tombstones. Boom. Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the ground fissured into 2 profound chasms. Impressive. Lin Yu intended to commend, but quickly recalibrated his thoughts. This is not the true Wu Hook. Do you presume I have never witnessed the genuine article? However, the youth's momentary pause in his attack allowed Lin Yu's vines to swiftly take root upon him, racing toward his mouth. The reason the plants did not sprout directly in his mouth was due to the youth's astonishing speed, as he had already darted to a different position before Lin Yu could employ his abilities again. Yet these few vines were sufficient to threaten his life. What is this? Luo Fei, startled by the sudden appearance of the vines slithering toward his mouth like serpents, was covered in goosebumps. As the vines approached his lips, he instinctively reacted, slicing through his flying fish attire with the black embroidered spring knife in his right hand, executing a masterful escape. After several rapid maneuvers, Just as Luo Fei intended to step away, he discovered himself thwarted by an invisible barrier, unable to advance a single step. However, he quickly adapted, and in a flash, he leaped several dozen meters away, launching a double slash at the peculiar barrier before him. He heard a sound akin to shattered porcelain at his ear, and simultaneously, a foot stepped across. With a swift leap, he found himself outside the Lus Hill, where Luo Fei struggled to regain his composure, utterly flustered and shaken. "Commander Luo, you are drenched," a voice laden with age resonated behind him. At that moment, Luo Fei noticed the wind howling fiercely near his ear, and he was instantaneously transported back to the grove of trees he had previously stood under. It was then that he became acutely aware of the cold sweat on his back, which had soaked his garments as though he had plunged into water. His right arm, left leg, and shoulder bore multiple gashes, through which blood seeped, transforming into patches of crimson. Luo Fei wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his arms already numb, while the 200 ebony-hilted spring knives in his hands now bore numerous serrated notches, resembling a saw. Had he persisted in battle and not decisively severed his flying fish suit, that peculiar plant would have likely invaded his mouth, claiming his life. "Commander Luo, we have just witnessed your combat. Do you still believe you can vanquish this fiend?" Luo Fei turned to gaze toward the Lus Hill, fully comprehending how reckless and impulsive his earlier charge had been. Had he not reached the 4th-tier transformation, skillfully wielding his abilities, he would surely have met his demise today. "Commander Luo, what remains here, in my old and humble opinion, is no mere living corpse," Luo Ding uttered, stroking his beard with a heavy sigh. "In all my years of experience with monstrous beasts, I can assure you that a living corpse would never venture out in daylight, nor would it act recklessly. What lies here is likely a black lacquered coffin that has achieved sentience, transforming into a black lacquered demonic coffin." "You mean to say a coffin has become a demon?" Luo Fei gasped in astonishment. "Indeed, as far as I am aware, such a creature has never emerged in the Great Alliance," Luo Ding asserted. "Commander Luo, I believe this is far beyond the capability of us mere few to eradicate. Master Luo, given your observations, what course of action should I take?" Luo Ding looked toward the direction of the Imperial City. "Commander Luo, this place is not far from the Imperial City." Luo Fei nodded solemnly. "A few hundred miles, if it were to gain momentum. Would the Imperial City not be in grave peril?" "I believe. If a great army were to be stationed and attack from a distance, perhaps. This creature cannot be allowed to remain. Upon my return to the Imperial City, I shall report to the Emperor and request permission to lead the Imperial Guards to level and incinerate this Lus Hill." Understanding Luo Ding's intent, Luo Fei clasped his fists in determination. Chapter 53. The Flying Fish Garment. A gentle breeze caressed the tattered black fabric within the graveyard, whisking it to the edge of a tomb. Upon this ragged cloth, several vines entwined like serpents of verdant hue, coiling and flourishing, enveloping it entirely. Not long ago, the earthen mound had been rife with clamor. Now, it bore a somber stillness, marred only by disarray. The ground was crisscrossed with enormous fissures, resembling a torn spider's web. Dozens of graves had collapsed, leaning askew, their forms distorted. At this moment, Lin Yu remained tense, his heart taut. The ethereal 7 stars Long Yuan's sword continued to patrol the vicinity with indefatigable vigilance. Although his perceptive abilities had informed him some time ago that the adversary had departed and would not return, Lin Yu was reluctant to lower his guard. He had initially believed that he could contend with this formidable foe, perhaps even vanquish or significantly wound him. Yet ultimately, the young extraordinary individual had swiftly absconded from the earthen mound, retreating with remarkable speed. Lin Yu pondered that this outcome was not a matter of misfortune, but rather a direct reflection of his own inadequacy and strength. He did not possess the power to surpass his opponent, leading to this result. The adversary's ability to teleport over short distances had reached a masterful level, allowing him to deftly evade Lin Yu's concentrated assaults. Moreover, this youth wielded a second ability, which Lin Yu had never encountered before. All previous extraordinary beings he had faced possessed a singular skill, whether it be elemental manipulation or otherwise. However, this young man, wielding what appeared to be inferior black dual blades, unleashed a formidable force that could only stem from a powerful capability. Such prowess was evident, for with a single strike, he had emitted a chilling aura that cleaved through numerous tombs. A being with dual capabilities was an unprecedented foe for Lin Yu, one he had never witnessed among the Taoist practitioners. He recalled that even the formidable Master Tongyu and the leader of the Zhuge sect, Luo Ding, possessed but a single ability. Both Tongyu and Luo Ding had reached the 3rd tier of the celestial realm. Despite their might, they wielded only one power. Could this youth's dual abilities be a consequence of his advancement to the fourth tier of the celestial realm? Reflecting on their recent encounter, Lin Yu noted that although the young man was not particularly aged, his mastery of weaponry and the finesse with which he commanded his dual abilities were nothing short of exceptional. If this were the case, it was indeed plausible that the youth had attained the fourth tier. Did extraordinary individuals acquire new abilities upon reaching the fourth tier? This constituted a vital piece of intelligence. Furthermore, the youth referred to himself as Luo, regardless of his true identity. The fact that he initially labeled himself as the Black Casket Demon indicated that he was undoubtedly a figure of significant relevance, possessing crucial information. Lin Yu recalled the guardian of the Zhuke sect, Yang Yu, who had escaped from his grasp. This individual was the only one he could think of who could potentially expose his true identity. The only two who had returned alive from his encounters were Guosan and Yang Yu. The Zhuke sect had made 3 notable appearances thus far. The first occurred in the woods, where he unexpectedly discovered the paper kite atop the Huangtu Ridge undergoing a transformation at night. The second instance involved Yang Yu, who, along with 5 others, attempted a fierce assault on Huangtu Ridge but ultimately fled in defeat. The third occurred when several ordinary disciples sent by the Zhuke sect met their demise at his hands in the woods. Each of these encounters had provided the Zhuke sect with valuable intelligence, which was subsequently relayed to their leader, Luo Ding. Lin Yu had reason to believe that, particularly after the last incident, someone must have witnessed the transformation of the 4 disciples into mummified corpses. Furthermore, with the recent disturbance caused by the Lu family's filial son insisting on relocating graves, he inadvertently succeeded in shifting the events, resulting in the elder Lu being left with only an empty grave, a matter that had become widely known. All these occurrences converged, and Lin Yu speculated that Luo Ding, the leader of the Zhuke sect, would likely deduce the truth with remarkable accuracy. The chaos at Huangtu Ridge was instigated by a mysterious black coffin. This extraordinary youth possessed such formidable strength that he could effortlessly cleave through the 8 gates golden lock formation that Lin Yu had crafted. Yet, this individual had not appeared among the Taoists or within the flickering lanterns of the paper kite. If Lin Yu's earlier deductions held true, this person was likely a formidable expert summoned by Luo Ding of the Zhuke sect. This would also elucidate how he had acquired such extensive knowledge. Otherwise, what would compel him to attack a grave mound so brazenly? Additionally, it was noteworthy that this individual donned a black garment. Lin Yu unfurled it, revealing intricate embroidery depicting a serpentine creature. However, this creature bore fish fins, a turtle's tail, and 2 elongated, straight horns, resembling a dragon in every aspect. The opulence of this garment suggested it was not intended for battle, but rather for ceremonial occasions. Could it be that this belonged to someone of royal lineage? If so, upon returning, he might bring with him a substantial entourage of soldiers and guards. As the dusk deepened, the invisible 7 stars long yuan sword continued to soar through the air above the grave. The 8 gates golden lock formation opened and closed repeatedly. Lin Yu, acutely aware of his diminished strength, recognized that he no longer possessed the significant advantage he once held. It was likely that news would soon spread about the enigmatic black coffin at Huangtu Ridge, located 4 miles west of Lake City. Many adept and extraordinary individuals would undoubtedly converge upon this location, relentless in their pursuit until his complete eradication was achieved. Initially, he contemplated using the shovel, the 7 stars dragon abyss sword, and the corpses as a ruse to conceal his true identity from the advancing foes. However, this notion has since lost its significance. He foresaw that perhaps starting tomorrow, a series of fierce battles would ensue in quick succession if he chose to remain passive. Lin Yu was resolute in his decision not to adopt such a course of action. Rather than being besieged by a coalition of adversaries, it would be far wiser to extricate himself from this perilous situation. Preserving the Green Hills ensures that firewood will not be in short supply. He was determined to eliminate all those extraordinary beings, be they from the Zhuke sect, the young man, or any other formidable figures in this world. He would ensure their complete eradication in due time. Engaging them head-on was far from an optimal strategy, especially given that their strength was almost on par with his own, making it difficult to determine a victor. After all, he was a coffin that scarcely moved, while they were human beings capable of summoning countless allies. Lin Yu firmly believed that, should he fail to find a means of escape, an immensely challenging confrontation awaited him. However, he was not entirely averse to a direct confrontation, unless, within a short span, they could amass a substantial number of skilled fighters or summon a legion to launch a siege. 2 paths lay before Lin Yu: to confront them directly or to devise a way to slip away like a cicada shedding its shell. If he wished to depart from this place, He glanced at the flickering luminescent words in his mind. Chapter 54. The Craftsman as time elapsed. The sky grew increasingly dim. Atop the Luss Hill, within the graveyard, peculiar creaking sounds echoed intermittently. 15 mummified corpses labored under Lin Yu's command, fervently excavating the earthen tomb. Within a 100-meter radius, 10 additional bodies, not yet fully decayed, lay in wait. Although twilight had not fully descended, Lin Yu could no longer afford to be cautious. Should anyone approach, he would be terrified. If they dared to come closer, he would eliminate them, even if members of the Zhuke sect were monitoring the area. So be it. The secret of the sinister black coffin causing disturbances atop the Luss Hill had been laid bare. He no longer needed to conceal it as he had in the past. He decided to embrace the chaos, unperturbed by fear. With each muffled thud, the graves-bearing coffins were pried open by the corpses. It resembled the act of opening a can, provoking strange associations in Lin Yu's mind. The coffin lids were soon levitated into the air under his control, and Lin Yu activated his craftsman's ability. What he desired was wheels. Without the assistance of a torrential downpour this time, he found it impossible to maneuver within the parched graveyard as he had the previous day. Although rolling was feasible, it proved exceedingly sluggish. However, what if he installed wheels on the coffin's base? Even the simplest variety should enable him to depart more swiftly from this place. Yet, Lin Yu was aware that whether his craftsman's ability could swiftly fabricate a mobile apparatus remained uncertain. After all, he possessed only first-tier strength, which hardly amounted to much. As the craftsman's ability activated, Lin Yu simultaneously wielded the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, commencing the cutting of one coffin lid. Undoubtedly, the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword had evolved into a quintessential Swiss army knife. It could dispatch foes, unearth graves, joyfully fell trees, and now slice through coffin lids. An essential tool for both home and travel. However, Lin Yu soon discerned that something was amiss. The coffin lid, which he envisioned being severed into a circular shape, instead morphed into a crooked, irregular polygon under the influence of his craftsman's ability. It would have been better if I had done it myself. This unexpected outcome took Lin Yu by surprise. He had anticipated that the process of creating wheels would encounter hurdles during the fixation to the coffin base. But he had not foreseen this initial step would falter. Unable to even produce a wheel, this carpenter was proving ineffectual. He resolved to take matters into his own hands. Relying not on this ability, tearing a piece from the young man's discarded clothing, measuring several centimeters in length, he fastened it to a wooden stick. Then, using the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, he pierced a hole in the center of another intact coffin lid, securing the other end of the cloth to the sword. Subsequently, he maneuvered the sword in a circular motion. Then, by following the markings to cut, wouldn't a circle be formed? Imitating the method, Lin Yu swiftly crafted 4 wooden wheels for the coffin, each nearly identical in size. Fortunately, he was aware of this technique. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a quandary. However, they were not entirely smooth. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu activated his artisan abilities. He continued to manipulate the sword, placing it upon the wheels. Before long, he observed that under his meticulous control, the wheels gradually lost their angularity and became significantly smoother. After this refinement, all 4 wheels were uniformly sized and had transformed into nearly perfect circles. Lin Yu discerned that at the current first tier, his ability to create smooth curves was slightly lacking in finesse, while his capacity to refine finer details was somewhat improved. This artisan skill, at present, appeared to be rather underwhelming. Perhaps it would prove stronger at the 2nd or 3rd tier, but that remained uncertain. With time pressing, Lin Yu could not afford to invest excessive effort into honing this ability, and even an entire night of practice might yield only modest improvements. Once the wheels were completed, the next task was to figure out how to attach them to the base of the coffin, pairing the wheels and binding them with fabric. Lin Yu then connected the wooden sticks he had used for movement the previous night to the 2 reinforced wooden wheels. Yet, he still felt they lacked sturdiness. So he enlarged the holes in the wheels and inserted additional wooden sticks for support. Thus, a rather rudimentary yet robust mobile apparatus was constructed. The subsequent steps were straightforward. He controlled the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword to divide 2 coffin boards into halves, pairing them and securing them with fabric to either side of the coffin base, thereby creating 2 sturdy handles. Lin Yu was not contemplating a 4-wheel movement, but rather a 2-wheel approach. Moving the heavy coffin onto 4 wheels would be quite cumbersome, and the risk of damaging the wheels during transit was uncertain. It would be more practical to affix the 2 wheels directly beneath one side of the coffin and allow the dried corpses to pull the handles, akin to a 2-wheeled cart. Having completed these tasks, Lin Yu promptly commenced another endeavor, the absorption of flesh and blood. However, this time, he discovered that none of the 10 unearthed corpses, which were not yet fully decomposed, could bestow him with spiritual energy or transform into new dried corpses. Nevertheless, they had left behind 10 wisps of ash-gray spiritual energy, successfully extending Lin Yu's perception range to an impressive 150 meters. Lin Yu found it curious that the expansion of his perception range had been so significant this time. After all, in previous instances, the increase had only been 10 meters at a time. Could it be that upon the next upgrade, there would be an additional 50-meter extension? Perceiving the graves, both large and small, atop this lush ridge, Lin Yu, upon expanding his sensory range, indeed made numerous discoveries. However, he now felt it imperative to seize every fleeting moment to engage in the endeavors that truly required his attention. As for this lush ridge, he would undoubtedly return in due time. Moreover, this world is vast. Wherever humanity exists, where graves are found, could serve as his sanctuary. To be confined within the graveyard of this small county seemed overly restrictive, stifling his potential. Instead, it would be far more prudent to venture forth into the broader world. Simultaneously, he could leave those extraordinary beings in a state of confusion, and when they are bewildered, he could thrive elsewhere, ultimately returning with a counterattack. Regardless of their extraordinary ranks, each one would inevitably become his subservient husk. Chapter 55. Drawn into the abyss in the depths of Sioux City, late at night. Within a modest inn, Luo Fei sat at a table, methodically unraveling the bandages that clung to him. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Today's encounter with the demonic Coffin had yielded him no advantage whatsoever. His body bore nearly 100 wounds, both large and small, which he had not even noticed during the fray. Yet now, upon reflection, each injury, though shallow, was located on critical areas such as his shoulders, knees, and wrists, all of which hampered his mobility. Had his swordsmanship been less precise, his reflexes slower, or his ability to wield his skills diminished, he would undoubtedly have been torn asunder. A mere ghost haunting the desolate hills. Fortunately, the sword control exhibited by the demonic Coffin was akin to that of a novice, erratically thrusting and slashing. Nevertheless, each attack came from an angle of absolute peril, compounded by the sword's uncanny ability to remain unseen. Every move was delivered with lethal intent. Were it not for his childhood training in discerning sounds and positions, Luo Fei believed he would have succumbed in an instant during their clash. It was no wonder that the valiant figures of Mount Tianzhu had met their demise there. Moreover, the spectral tendrils, reminiscent of living vines, appeared to be the Black Coffin's ultimate weapon, stealthily creeping ever closer. The regret over a particular garment was too painful to contemplate. Commander Luo. An aged voice reverberated through the air. Luo Fei looked up to see the door swing open, revealing 3 figures from the Zhuke sect. Master Luo, the left protector, and the right protector. Luo Fei donned his outer robe, concealing his injuries, and gritted his teeth to stand. Commander Luo, I deeply regret that my simplistic assumptions have led to your grievous injuries, Master Luo lamented. This is but a trifling token. I implore you to accept it. He produced a light-colored cloth pouch from his bosom and opened it to reveal 2 translucent orbs, demonic pearls, each one worth 1,000 taels of silver, freely bestowed. Luo Fei's heart raced, and he hastily declined, had it not been for your timely warning about the demonic Coffin, Master Luo. It might have grown formidable enough to pose a threat to the current emperor and the very foundation of our realm. I cannot accept such treasures. Rather, I shall petition the emperor to reward the Zhuke sect for your valiant efforts. You overstate your contributions, Commander. As cultivators, we ought to be devoted to the well-being of all, wielding our powers to vanquish demons as our duty, Master Luo responded. My intent in informing you of the demonic Coffin was not for the sake of imperial accolades. He sighed deeply, stroking his beard, and placed the pouch into Luo Fei's hands once more. You displayed extraordinary valor in confronting the perilous yellow earth mound, battling the demonic Coffin to a standstill, even managing to gain the upper hand. Alas, with your opponent shrouded in darkness while you stood in the light, victory was indeed elusive. It is my fault that you found yourself in such jeopardy. Please do not refuse this gift. Luo Fei paused, letting out a long sigh. Uncertain of victory, I, Luo, truly cannot claim such a stance. Had I insisted on fighting at that time, what you would have witnessed might have been nothing but my lifeless corpse. Luo Fei was acutely aware of the events that transpired. Although at the outset he seemed to hold the upper hand, even believing that his move, a sword as cold as frost across 14 prefectures, would ensure his victory from the very beginning, the tide soon turned. As the battle progressed, his offensive became defensive, and any attempts at striking were futile against an enemy who seemed to vanish into thin air. Luo Fei gestured to the bandages adorning his body and shook his head. I am still lacking in skill and knowledge. My foundation is unstable, and my strength is insufficient. That ominous black coffin possesses an array of bizarre and formidable abilities that render it nearly impossible to defend against. With great difficulty, Luo Fei settled back down, sighing. Even if I were to reach the fourth order of the celestial realm, I would still be unable to vanquish it, a testament to its terror. Luo Ding echoed the sentiment with a sigh. No one could have anticipated that this demonic coffin would rise to such prominence. Exhibiting such power and growth in merely a few days, a phenomenon I have never encountered in my lifetime. It managed to extricate itself from the original grave pit. Wielding the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword with unparalleled finesse, and even conjuring our sect's supreme technique, the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation is truly unfathomable. Indeed, had I not forcibly opened it, I would have surely found myself ensnared, suffocated by those creeping vines. Luo Fei glanced at his ebony-embroidered spring knife. The finest craftsmanship of the age, forged over 49 painstaking days into a pair of dual blades of yin and yang. Even if they cannot cleave stone or sever iron, they are more than capable of sealing wounds with a single cut, making them formidable weapons. Countless assassins and audacious extraordinary beings have perished beneath their edge, earning me significant renown. Yet now, they have been rendered as mere shadows of their former selves by the unseen 7-star Dragon Abyss sword and that black demonic coffin, transforming into a state of disrepair that illustrates the coffin's terrifying nature. Even if the swordplay is rudimentary, its force and precision have reached unimaginable levels. Otherwise, unless there is a significant counter to its attributes, who could reduce a top-tier expert of the 4th order celestial realm to such a pitiful state? Upon reflection, whether it is the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, the entangling vines, or the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation, individually they may seem inconsequential. However, when combined, they become exceedingly formidable. The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword feigns an attack, the vines lie in wait, and the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation ensnares the enemy. This demonic coffin is indeed formidable. Now that this demonic coffin has reached a critical juncture, I have decided to first visit the Heavenly Pillar Peak, to consult with Taoist Tong Yu at the Moxianguan. Subsequently, I will seek out Fei Yue, Master Du Xuan, Chu Hongye, and Monk Tiandong, among others, to collectively deliberate on how to eradicate this demonic coffin and save the world as populace. Luo Ding concluded with a shake of his head, his brow furrowing deeper. The Skywatch Tower has unexpectedly lost 5 disciples. There should be no issues with Taoist Tong Yu, but Master Luo, regarding the matter of contacting various experts, though Luo, am powerless, I can certainly assist with the travel expenses and arrangements. I can lend a helping hand to Master Luo and the 2 guardians. As Luo Fei spoke, he retrieved a handful of treasure notes from his inner garment, tossing a few golden leaves forward and stepping closer to place them in Luo Ding's hands. This is absolutely unacceptable. Master Luo, please do not refuse. If this is insufficient, I have more to offer. That is not necessary. This amount is already sufficient. Luo Ding's expression revealed some reluctance. Then, I shall humbly accept these, though I must mention that even in a short time, it will be challenging for me to gather a substantial number of capable individuals. For this matter, I kindly ask for your understanding. Rest assured, Master Luo. Once I return to the Imperial City, I will promptly report to the Emperor and lead the Jinyui to assist. If, by then, you manage to gather reinforcements, we shall together obliterate that demonic coffin, leaving no trace behind. Commander Luo, I have heard that the border troops of the Great Alliance are quite formidable. I wonder if you have any means to summon them? I fear the Jinyui alone may not suffice. Border troops? Luo Fei pondered upon hearing this term, suddenly struck by inspiration. Is this not fortuitous? It presents an opportunity to test that individual. I shall inform the Emperor and see if I can enlist the border troops. Excellent. I shall take my leave for now, Master Luo said, prompting Zhujuan and Yang Yu to pay their respects to Luo Fei before the 3 exited the room and made their way to the streets of Sioux City. Master, shall we set off immediately to Wu Yin Mountain? Yang Yu noticed the abundance of money and mused that this journey had not been in vain. Just the golden leaves alone could purchase several demon cores. Luo Ming is indeed quite generous. That is an erroneous statement, Guardian Yang. Our tasks have all been completed. Why should we involve ourselves further? Zhujiwen opened his white fan and scoffed. Completed? What do you mean by that? Yang Yu was bewildered, unable to comprehend what they had accomplished. They had done nothing at all. Indeed, Whether the coffin at Huangtu Hill is a demonic coffin or a reanimated corpse is of little consequence. What truly matters is that Luo Fei is made aware of this situation and mobilizes his forces here, Luo Ding remarked with a grin as he stroked his beard. Master, what exactly are you discussing? Why does this not concern us? Yang Yu suddenly felt like an outsider, utterly ignorant of the situation. Yang Yu, now that you have boarded this vessel, there is no turning back, regardless of whether that is a black demonic coffin or how powerful it might be. It is of no concern to us. Luo Ding's eyes glinted coldly. Having Luo Fei return to gather troops is merely the first step, and acquiring this wealth is an unexpected delight, far superior to those 2 demon cores. Next, we shall return to Zhuke Valley and await news from Luo Fei. Master, what are you saying? Why does this not concern us? If that entity becomes a threat, will not the common folk in this vicinity? Guardian Yang, you are mistaken. What concern is there for the common people or the dawn of the masses? Such matters are utterly irrelevant to us. In this chaotic world, is it not paramount to simply survive? Zhuo Jiwen glared fiercely, declaring, from this moment forth, you must understand that the heavens of this grand alliance shall begin to transform. Transform? Transform. Transform into what? Yang Yu's voice trembled. He felt these 2 men had succumbed to madness. Is it not far more advantageous for our modest sect to flourish into a prominent school within this realm by harnessing the strength of others? Luo Ding spoke, his eyes glimmering with fervor. Once this task is accomplished, that esteemed individual will surely reward us handsomely. With that, Luo Ding and Zhuo Jiwen strode forward with purpose, leaving Yang Yu standing there in a daze. He realized, in that moment, just how naive he truly was. Chapter 56. The Mummy in the Coffin. A crescent moon hung gracefully in the sky to the southeast of the Lust Mound. A thin mist, reminiscent of days gone by, enveloped the area, while the eerie laughter of night owls echoed through the woods. The layer of earth that had covered Lin Yu had been excavated, and his coffin was rolled out of the pit, emerging onto the surface. The subsequent tasks were relatively straightforward. At the narrow end of the coffin, leveraging the principles of mechanics, the workers pressed down on the stones with shovels to pry them up. They then inserted a previously crafted pulley system underneath the coffin and utilized burial shrouds salvaged from other graves to fashion ropes, securing them firmly to the coffin's base. Meanwhile, the mummies were positioned to maintain balance by lifting the handles. The length of the handles was sufficient for 6 mummies to grasp them on either side. To ensure stability, Lin Yu further reinforced various sections with additional ropes. Thus, his coffin successfully transformed into a diminutive cart. As long as the mummies controlling the cart advanced steadily, he would be able to depart from this lust mound with ease, journeying to any destination of his choosing. Regarding the selection of mummies for this cart, Lin Yu had his own considerations. It would not do to choose those of lesser worth. The 6 mummies comprised Su Daoren, Shenming, Shenlei, Xuanxin, Xuanan, and Xianyang. The old companions from the Moxianguan had reunited, and regardless of past relations, they were now sturdy allies in this endeavor. All 6 donned Taoist robes, with Su Doran's attire being the most flamboyant. Xuanxin wore a cream-colored robe, while the other 4 were clad in azure, though they had become mummies. Their attire remained relatively uniform, presenting a semblance of order. The other mummies, Lao Lutu, Xiaowu, Zhi Yuan, Chenhua Jiang, and Lu Gongjiang, forged ahead to clear the path. The remaining 4 disciples of the Zhuke sect followed closely behind the coffin, each wielding a long sword as a rearguard. The 7 stars long Yuan sword hovered in the air within 100 meters, while 8 shovels encircled the coffin in protective formation. This arrangement seemed adequate. Although the Lust Mound held numerous unexcavated bodies that might endow him with superior abilities, now was not the time for such pursuits. The risks of minor losses could lead to greater setbacks. Lin Yu placed several significant burial items, such as the weapons he had discovered, onto the mummies. As for the demon cores and the silver and banknotes acquired from Xianyang, they were secured within a cloth pouch, which Xianyang would continue to carry. Since these items had brought Xianyang joy in life, it seemed fitting he would carry them even in death. As for the excavated pits on the Lust Mound, Lin Yu guided the shovels to fill them in one by one, covering the surface with wild grass to conceal any evidence. Thus, if anyone with skills or a large group were to revisit the Lust Mound, it was unlikely they would find any trace of what had transpired. By the time Lin Yu had completed these tasks, the night had deepened. A gust of east wind rustled the leaves, and a night owl let out a haunting laugh through the woods. Beneath the faint glow of the moonlight on the Lust Ridge, 15 desiccated corpses stood vigil beside Lin Yu's ebony coffin, poised and ready. 6 Taoist priests grasped the handles fashioned from coffin boards, positioned on either side. As the creaking sound of the cloth-bound wooden wheels echoed in the stillness, the 6 cadaverous figures began to advance. The rounded wheels turned, propelling the dark coffin forward, gradually heading towards the southern entrance of the Luss Ridge. In the quiet of the night, the unsettling noises of wood grinding against wood and the contact of wheels with the earth resonated through the desolate graveyard. It was time to depart. Linyu perceived everything within a radius of 150 meters. His instinct for danger betrayed no sign of threat. There were no adversaries, at least none within this immediate vicinity. The wooden wheels creaked steadily onward, the footsteps of the corpses heavy, their sporadic clattering echoing in the dark. Before long, Linyu was drawn out of the Luss Ridge by the undead, arriving in a desolate expanse. This was an uncharted territory. Having never ventured beyond the confines of the Luss Ridge, Linyu was struck by a wave of freshness as he absorbed his unfamiliar surroundings. Where to next? Linyu was aware that traveling east for 4 miles would lead him to Lower Lake City. Beyond that, only a few small fishing villages lay before the vast ocean. If he sought greater opportunities for growth, that direction would lead him into a dead end. Setting aside the limitations, the pursuit of his true self by those extraordinary beings would undoubtedly lead to extensive searches in the vicinity, a troublesome affair. What difference would that make from remaining at the Luss Ridge? The remaining directions to consider. To the north lay the Great River. Crossing it could indeed open a new chapter, as it was likely that the Taoists from the Skyward Observation and the Zhuke sect would concentrate their efforts in the southern regions for an extended period, presuming that his coffin could not travel far. However, choosing this path bore a certain uncertainty. Would he be overwhelmed by the surging river and swept into the vast ocean beyond? If that were to occur, all would slip beyond his control. His current abilities as the Water Lord were limited. He could manipulate water spheres and control a portion of the puddles from that torrential night. But once he entered the Great River, how effective could his powers truly be? Risk could yield unexpected rewards, yet it could also lead to unforeseen mishaps. At present, the likelihood of the latter seemed exceedingly high. Thus, venturing north was not a consideration for the time being. The remaining options included heading west or northwest towards Sioux City. Beyond Sioux City lay the grand capital of the Great Alliance, Jinling. Whether it be Suzhou or the illustrious Jinling, both are emblematic of Jiangnan and indeed, the most prosperous regions within the entire Great Alliance. The populace is abundant, and merchants congregate, marking this as the epicenter of economic and cultural vitality within the alliance. A larger population naturally necessitates a more expansive burial ground, signifying greater potential for development in the area. If one seeks rapid ascendance, that direction may superficially appear to be the most advantageous choice. However, it is fraught with considerable peril. Both the Zhuke sect and Taiyan's Hufeng hail from that very direction. Moreover, Linyu is convinced that extraordinary beings surely exist within the imperial city. Otherwise, no matter how formidable the Great Wu Emperor may be, his subordinates, regardless of their martial prowess, would be utterly incapable of contending with such transcendent individuals. The likelihood of encountering masters there is undeniably significant. As for the alternative direction, it leads southward, directly towards Jiaqing and Hangqing. Upon further contemplation, Linyu muses that this route seems rather promising as well. Chapter 57. The Silent Night Walk. Jia City, located in the southwest of Lower Lake City and directly south of Sioux City, boasts a large population and a thriving economy. It is renowned for its craftsmanship, rivaling that of Suzhou and Hangzhou, with its abundant population and wealth, making it the most prosperous in the western region of Wu and Yu. In comparison to Lower Lake City, it is equally impressive, if not superior. Jia City is the destination Linyu has chosen in the southeastern region. This area, in contrast to Sioux City and the imperial capital of Jinling, is evidently safer and more conducive for him to bide his time and gradually develop. Moreover, it is in close proximity to the famously prosperous Hangzhou, which is not much different in affluence from Jinling. Previously, Linyu had learned from those visiting graves and paying respects that the distance from the western part of Lower Lake City to Jia City is nearly 200 miles. Even on horseback, it would require a full day to reach. Initially, traveling towards Sioux City or the imperial capital of Jinling seemed to present more opportunities. However, these paths also entail considerable challenges and numerous uncertainties. Causing a stir beneath the watchful eye of the Grand Emperor Hongwu would be tantamount to courting danger. Linyu firmly believes that powerful extraordinary beings must surround the Grand Emperor. In this era of revitalized spiritual energy, the Grand Emperor, with his invaluable life, would surely not wish for an untimely demise. It is quite common for him to hire and maintain some extraordinary individuals for protection. To strengthen his security, it is likely that the Grand Emperor has sought out the strongest among them. Lin Yu is intrigued by the prospect of a challenge. Yet he is acutely aware that the Grand Emperor is not to be trifled with. Should a confrontation arise, he surmises that the opponent would undoubtedly exert their utmost strength against him. It is easy to envision that after the two sides engage, the adversary would spare no effort, even at the cost of lives, to uncover Lin Yu's weaknesses and subsequently devise a strategy to diminish his power and ultimately obliterate him. The opponent in question is none other than the Grand Emperor Hongwu, who annihilated the northern plains and established this vast empire. Even as an elderly man, he still commands immense authority and influence. With a mere command, he could potentially mobilize the entire nation to eliminate what he perceives as a perilous threat to the foundation of his empire. Regardless of how many extraordinary beings there are or how competitive they may be, under the Grand Emperor's orders, they might unite to eliminate the significant threat. No one is foolish enough to recklessly confront such a formidable force. Doing so would invite ridicule. Choosing not to go there is not an act of cowardice, but rather a strategic necessity. His current strength is insufficient to challenge the supreme power of an emperor, despite having developed some foundation akin to that of a demon king, enabling him to contend with experts at the second tier of the Xiantian realm. However, should his adversaries become aware of his capabilities and target him accordingly, he would find himself in an unequivocally disadvantageous position. Rather than placing himself in a perilous situation, it would be wiser to redirect his path towards Jia City, a place the enemy may not have anticipated, and even further towards Hangzhou. This serves not only as a means to avoid unnecessary conflict and endless troubles, but also as a condition that allows Lin Yu to continue his existence. Even if others are aware that he has transformed into a creature of the Black Coffin and are cognizant of his capabilities, what if he were to discreetly develop in a place they could never anticipate? Even with complete knowledge of his powers, what would it matter? In the face of absolute strength, such knowledge becomes irrelevant. Having made up his mind, Lin Yu commanded the corpses of the Taoist priests to begin their journey towards Jiaqing. He had no intention of taking any obscure paths, despite his sensory abilities extending to a radius of 150 meters. He could not ascertain whether he would encounter any unusual terrain along the way, or if his desired route would be obstructed by forests, grasslands, or rugged hills. As for the small paths, he had no concept of them. This was not the modern world he knew before his rebirth. Here, he could not rely on mere intuition. Thus, taking the main road was undoubtedly the safest option. However, he was acutely aware that the night road was not devoid of travelers. It was entirely possible that someone might be traversing it due to pressing matters. Should he inadvertently cross paths with such an individual, well, it would simply be a matter of unfortunate timing for them. Lin Yu had no intention of allowing any potential threat to slip away unscathed. Both Guisan and Yang Yu had caused him considerable trouble. If he were to detect their presence within his sensory range, regardless of the circumstances, he would ensure they met a fate from which there was no return. This expedition to Jiaqing necessitated movement under the cover of darkness, and he intended to avoid any encounters during daylight. If he aimed to escape from Huangqigang undetected, akin to a golden cicada shedding its shell, he needed to do so cleanly and elegantly. Being discovered and widely reported would be far less desirable than engaging in a straightforward battle with his enemies at Huangqigang. At this moment, Lin Yu had already controlled the horde of corpses to bring him onto the main thoroughfare. The road stretched eastward towards Xiahu City and westward towards Su City. Lin Yu understood that the route should not originate from the direction of Xiahu, for Jiaqing lay directly south of Su City. Confirming his course of action, Lin Yu directed the corpses of the Taoist priests swiftly towards the western path. It must be said, this 5-meter-wide road was indeed quite dilapidated. Lin Yu's wooden cart frequently found itself ensnared in potholes or caught in ruts. This was despite his efforts to choose the relatively easier path. It left him concerned about the durability of the cart and its wheels, pondering how far they could endure. Fortunately, acquiring materials to fashion new wheels and a frame was not a matter of strict adherence to the coffin lid. There were ample sturdy trees lining the road. These would prove more resilient and simpler to work with for constructing a new frame. Lin Yu resolved to seek a secluded spot during the day when he could not move, to create a backup in case of unforeseen circumstances. The desiccated corpse of old Lu led the procession, advancing steadily onward. Lin Yu pondered whether this eerie tableau of a corpse bearing a coffin would instill terror in any hapless passerby. After all, from the perspective of an ordinary person, The unsettling scene he had conjured was indeed chilling, likely sending shivers down the spine of anyone who beheld it. The distorted shadows of blackened trees receded slowly. Creak, creak. The sound of wood and coffin pressing against one another intermittently shattered the stillness of the night. Beneath the dim, pallid moonlight, the footsteps of the corpses resonated in a ghostly silence. Their parched faces, hollow eye sockets gazing into the abyss, beheld an eternity of darkness. Chapter 58. The news of death before Wuyan Mountain. Xian Yuan rode the magnificent steed he had acquired at great expense, racing forward with fervor. The scenery on both sides blurred past, as the powerful horse galloped like a shooting star. In the distance, the towering Tianzhu Peak, shrouded in mist, was drawing nearer. Xian Yuan felt a sense of urgency within him. With the passing of his master, it was likely that the Matian temple would descend into chaos. He could foresee the fierce conflicts among his fellow disciples over the position of the sect leader. After all, who could guarantee that? Within the brief span of days between descending the mountain and his master's passing, they could locate the Xianfeng and the Qixing Long Yuan sword, which had eluded them for 3 years. Xian Yuan even believed that if any of his brothers could indeed find them, it would be splendid. His master had once said that whoever found them would inherit the leadership, which would pacify the others and prevent turmoil within the Matian temple. Otherwise, whether it be brother Xuanqin or junior brother Xianyang, they would engage in a fierce struggle for survival. With a silent sigh, Xian Yuan soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. He tightened the reins, bringing the steed to an abrupt halt. The horse's hooves struck the ground before collapsing, as though all vitality had been drained from it, finally expiring in a froth of white, convulsing one last time. Xian Yuan cast a reluctant glance back before leaping onto the steep cliff, traversing the wooden beams embedded with iron nails as if dancing upon the wind. After more than half an hour, he finally reached the entrance of the Zishuan Palace. However, he was quickly met with sobs emanating from the direction of the Grand Hall. Master. A wave of sorrow surged within Xian Yuan as he rushed toward the hall, observing the Taoist youths and workers along the way clad in mourning attire, which only heightened his sense of urgency. Upon entering the Grand Hall, he saw a black coffin resting in the center, with an altar piled high behind it. Wisps of fragrant smoke wafting above. Surrounding the coffin were his brothers Xian Kong, Xian Li, and 2 others, all weeping. Tears streamed down Xian Yuan's face as he knelt before the coffin, bowing his head in reverence. Master, Master, your disciple has arrived too late. Why did you depart so hastily? Within the coffin, Master Tongyi's expression remained serene, his long white beard resting gently against his heart, his complexion slightly flushed, as if he were still alive. With tear-filled eyes, Xian Yuan was overwhelmed with grief, and after rising, he donned mourning garments, standing solemnly beside the coffin. Before long, as the sun began to set, and after a hasty meal, Xian Yuan sought out his brother Xian Kong. Brother Xian Kong had, like him, been dispatched to slay a beast, but he had gone to Sanon City, which was quite close to Wuyan Mountain. According to the Taoist youths, he was the first disciple to return upon hearing of the incident. When did Master pass away? Where are the others? He inquired urgently. Master ascended to the heavens late the previous night. As for the others, aside from myself and Xian Li, the rest have yet to return. The spirit pigeons raised in the temple are swift. They should still be on their way, Xian Kong replied, shaking his head as he produced a piece of paper. This is the handwritten note left by our esteemed master before his passing, as well as his final testament. Junior brother, please peruse it. Xian Kong spoke, rising with a rather peculiar expression on his face. Xian Yuan took the note and observed the scrawled handwriting, which conveyed the master's decree to pass the position of sect leader to the first person to return to the Moxianguan. The remaining brothers must not defy this command. And this serves as proof. He lifted his head, a flame of indignation cooling within him. In such dire times, is there still a contention over the position of sect leader? The master's body has barely cooled, and while most brothers have yet to return, Xian Kong remains preoccupied with this matter. Furthermore, the chaotic strokes on the paper, no matter how frail the master was, could not have been produced by his hand. Is a mere title of sect leader truly of such significance? Xian Yuan recalled the events he witnessed during his descent. Prior to vanquishing the 2-tailed demon, he sensed that the resurgence of spiritual energy was more pronounced than ever. In times past, how could such a multitude of beasts have emerged all at once? Moreover, those 2-tailed demons had transformed into 3, and he had narrowly escaped with his life in defeating them, albeit at a dire cost. The nearby small towns had seen their civilians and soldiers slaughtered, none spared. Xian Yuan understood that such calamities could not be confined to this locale alone. Chaos had already begun to spread beyond. Was this not of utmost importance? Upon arriving in Jiang City, he had also dealt with a newly emerged man-eating tortoise at the behest of the local magistrate. Yet, when he revealed his identity, the magistrate had claimed ignorance of the Moxiangwan, only recognizing the Zhuke sect in Sioux City. The renown of Moxiangwan was gradually diminishing, overshadowed by those lesser sections. Is this not of greater consequence than squabbling over the position of sect leader? For Xian Yuan, with the master now departed, the identity of the sect leader held little meaning. However, if the brothers were unable to locate Xian Feng and the Seven Stars Dragon Abyss Sword, he sincerely hoped that senior brother Xian Lei would inherit the master's legacy. Xian Lei was the strongest among them and the most suited to preside over affairs. As for Xian Kong before him, he lacked the requisite skills and could not command respect. Should he ascend to the role of sect leader, Moxiangwan would surely meet its demise. Brother, whatever the matter, we must await the gathering of all 19 of us brothers. The authenticity of the master's decree shall be determined by Xian Lei at that time, Xian Yuan asserted as he rose and made his way to the shrine, disregarding whatever further protests Xian Kong may have uttered. The day swiftly passed, and several brothers gradually returned to the mountain. However, by nightfall, only Xian Lei, Xian Xin, Xianan, and Xian Ming had not yet arrived, along with junior brother Xian Yang. Xian Yuan felt a growing urgency. He gazed upon the master's spirit tablet and the ever-burning incense on the altar, a sense of doubt rising within him. 2 days had elapsed, under any circumstance. Junior brother Xian Yang should have returned by now. Xian Yang's abilities allowed him to traverse swiftly, even surpassing the speed of ordinary horses. Yet, even he has not returned. Could it be that he has encountered some insurmountable difficulties? No, Xian Lei Shixiang is with him. Just as Xian Yuan was still lost in thought, a flurry of wing beats echoed through the air, and a gray bird descended in a swirling motion. On its left wing, there was a distinct white spot. It was Xian Lei Shixiang's spirit pigeon. Xian Yuan dashed forward, cradling the pigeon and unfurling a sheet of white paper from his lap. The paper bore but a single line in bold letters: at the yellow earth mound west of Lake City, Xian Feng, Qixing Long Yuan Sword. Xian Yuan was struck as if by lightning. What? The surrounding brothers could not help but exclaim in astonishment. However, before they could recover from this shock, 5 more white spirit pigeons returned. These birds, trained over long periods, possessed the remarkable ability to locate their brethren from thousands of miles away. They had been imbued with spiritual energy from a young age, familiarizing themselves with the unique auras of each brother. Whenever their master summoned them from various places or conveyed messages, these spirit pigeons would be dispatched to locate them. Yet now, the arrival of these 5 birds signified an exceedingly grave omen. Unless a significant event had transpired, these birds would never return alone. Xian Yuan's keen eyes caught sight of the red paper tied to their feet. The message had failed to reach its destination. This scenario could only imply one thing: they had perished. Chapter 59. The Phantom Wall. Lin Yu was uncertain whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. Emerging from the Lust Mound, he traversed the broad road heading westward, encountering not a single soul along the way. After walking for nearly an hour, he found a main road veering southward, and he instinctively turned to follow it. Despite walking for a considerable length of time thereafter, he still failed to encounter a single human figure. The landscape consisted solely of desolate plains and an endless expanse of forest, devoid of any nearby villages or towns. He had pondered the potential reaction of anyone who might cross his path and witness the bizarre sight of a corpse pulling a coffin. He imagined they would be utterly horrified. Yet, that night was astonishingly tranquil. Not only were there no humans, but he also encountered no animals. The only sounds that occasionally broke the silence were the calls of birds and the chirping of insects along the roadside. Interestingly, the night owls were abundant along his journey. Commonly referred to as night crawlers, these owls were, in truth, harmless creatures that feasted on field mice. However, their calls were undeniably eerie, reminiscent of some strange entity laughing in the dark. As the saying goes, when a night owl hoots, misfortune befalls the household. Initially, Lin Yu found this notion somewhat far-fetched. Yet upon reflection, he acknowledged the unsettling nature of their cries. Nevertheless, to him, the sound of the night owls posed little threat. Instead, it seemed oddly harmonious with his own eerie circumstances. He recalled that those visiting the graveyard in Lake City had mentioned the presence of malevolent beasts near the Lust Mound. To be honest, Lin Yu now yearned to encounter one. Aside from the initial encounter with a raccoon, he had yet to come across any other supernatural creatures. He was also reminded of the long howls he had heard that day, which had not echoed again since. Lin Yu even began to wonder if he had misperceived something. He had anticipated a thrilling battle with a second beast, envisioning himself defeating it and seizing its demon core, yet nothing of the sort had transpired. The corpses continued to pull him forward, devoid of any semblance of life. The thin moonlight cast a feeble glow upon the road flanked by dense forests, creating an atmosphere of eerie solitude. The creaking of the coffin's wheels against the road intermittently broke the stillness of the night. The journey felt interminable. Yet Lin Yu did not squander this time idly. He diligently honed his abilities, and in this vast emptiness, he endeavored to unleash his power, Thunder Rainbow. Within the furthest reaches of his perception in the depths of the woods, producing a sound of considerable magnitude. The thunderous attacks of Xian Lei Dao Ren were a marvel to behold, their auditory and visual effects reaching a pinnacle of excellence. Although he was only at the second tier of the celestial realm, his mastery over the control of thunder elements was remarkable, particularly when he unleashed his final devastating thunderstrike. It was a demonstration of pure prowess. However, in comparison to Xian Lei Dao Ren, Lin Yu felt his own Thunder Rainbow abilities were woefully inadequate. The first-tier lightning ability possesses an exceedingly limited power. Lin Yu had once experimented with it, and found that it could not even kill a rat, at best. It could merely induce a few seconds of paralysis. This limitation is precisely why he refrained from employing this ability against the self-proclaimed extraordinary being named Luo. Its feebleness renders it impractical for battlefield applications. Lin Yu mused that, had it been a rainy night, this ability might have proven considerably more effective. However, at this stage, it remains rather pitiful. After enduring prolonged periods of manipulating corpses, Lin Yu managed to elevate his puppet control technique to the 6th tier. Upon testing, he discovered that the number of puppets he could command had surged to 48, an impressive doubling of his previous capacity. It seemed that when the time was ripe, he could indeed orchestrate a formidable army of the undead, achieving resounding success. This thought filled Lin Yu with excitement. Envisioning the grand spectacle his assembled legion could create when he reached a certain cemetery. As Lin Yu contemplated this, he suddenly noticed that the faint current he controlled had unexpectedly doubled in length, scorching a nearly half-meter-long gash into the bark of a nearby massive tree. The lightning ability had evolved. It was indeed a rare achievement. This weakest of powers had finally ascended to the 2nd tier. Clearly, regardless of its initial frailty, diligent training was essential for its continuous evolution. The coffin carriage continued its forward journey, the road stretching endlessly ahead. Lin Yu found it peculiar that, despite traveling for some time, the scenery on either side remained unchanged. Twisted trees, rampant weeds, and, just as he was about to lament the inadequacy of the Great Alliance's land development, he suddenly sensed an exceedingly improbable anomaly. It was an utterly commonplace tree, yet it bore a twisted, half-meter-long scorch mark upon its trunk. This triggered an alert from his perception ability. In an instant, Lin Yu reacted, commanding the corpses to halt their advance. A ghostly wall. How unexpected it was for a coffin to encounter such a phenomenon. Lin Yu found the irony amusing. Ghostly walls were once mere tales and stories, yet here he was, entangled in one. Had it not been for his perceptive abilities, he would likely have taken longer to respond. It was indeed remarkable that a coffin drawn by corpses could be ensnared by a ghostly wall. However, he suspected that such odd occurrences must have a reason behind them. He refused to believe in the existence of real ghosts, if they existed. He would have encountered far more of them at Huangchigang. The only occurrence that seemed to carry an air of the uncanny was the way the raccoon manipulated the corpse of Chen Huazhang, resembling a reanimated being emerging from the grave, rendering it almost lifelike. All other encounters were mere constructs of human endeavor. Thus, one must ponder, was this inexplicable phenomenon the work of humanity or a manifestation of some otherworldly beast? Lin Yu meticulously attuned himself to his surroundings, every flower, every blade of grass, every tree, every insect, and every bird. Yet, conspicuously absent were any signs of human presence. Could it be that this spectacle was not crafted by human hands? Lin Yu meticulously catalogued everything he perceived in his mind. This bore a semblance to his previous encounter with the raccoon. Was it possible that a second beast was on the brink of emergence? Lin Yu continued to command the corpses forward, undeterred by the enigmatic circumstances enveloping him. After all, given his considerable growth and prowess, he regarded the presence of ordinary beasts merely as opportunities for experience. Chapter 60. The Paperman Gu 6 Taoist corpses dragged the funeral cart, while the remaining 9 were dispersed in the surroundings. Beneath the faint moonlight, their shadows elongated to their utmost limits. The creaking of the cart's wheels resonated like a haunting, prolonged melody, rendering the night even more eerie and terrifying. Lin Yu sensed everything within a radius of 150 meters, the alert for danger never wavering. Simultaneously, he discreetly marked subtle signs in concealed locations with the 7 stars dragon abyss sword, detectable only by him. Soon, the large tree, charred by the lightning, re-entered Lin Yu's perception. In this circle, he noticed some differences. The flora remained unchanged. Insects and small creatures continued their activities undisturbed. Occasionally, a mouse scurried by, merely passing through. The only constant was the night owl, intermittently emitting its strange cackling. The marks made by the 7 stars dragon abyss sword had also recorded the tracks and directional changes of insects, birds, and rodents. A few birds flew by, and there were plenty of night owls, but one particular owl consistently followed him, leaping and fluttering on a branch approximately 100 meters away. This was exceedingly conspicuous. Lin Yu did not anticipate that he would so easily and swiftly unearth this creature. He also discovered something peculiar. This night owl was quite small. Reminiscent of the previous raccoon, unlike the massive beasts defeated by the Taoist masters and their lanterns. Without a close inspection, one might mistakenly equate it with an ordinary night owl. Controlling the corpses of the Taoists, Lin Yu commanded them to halt. Dealing with such a diminutive avian creature, even if it were a demon beast, was undeniably simple. With a mere thought, a seed sprouted effortlessly in the owl's beak, growing at an astonishing speed. With a piercing cry, the night owl plummeted from the air. It was all too easy. Lin Yu was even too indolent to employ the 7 stars dragon abyss sword. With the demise of the night owl, he sensed a peculiar shattering sound emanating from a distance. Following the sound, it was as though something had been abruptly unleashed. A refreshing breeze swept through the treetops once more. Indeed, the so-called ghost wall had been breached. However, just as Lin Yu controlled the owl's corpse to draw it closer, a sudden gust of wind surged forth, followed by a crimson mist that enveloped the pathway. This was, since the resurgence of spiritual energy, with extraordinary beings and demon beasts emerging. Who would have thought that now a mere coffin had also become a force to reckon with? A shrill female voice echoed, audible yet unseen. Lin Yu's heart tightened. An enemy. Was this an extraordinary being? 7 days prior, they had slain his precious spirit raccoon, and today, they had taken his spirit pet, the dream owl. This coffin was indeed formidable. The sound echoed once more, as Lin Yu simultaneously sought the source of this auditory phenomenon. Another extraordinary individual has emerged, one who has discerned his true nature. Moreover, what did this person just say? That he killed her spirit weasel 7 days ago? The spirit fox. Is it the raccoon that unexpectedly invaded the Lust Plateau? Lin Yu immediately recalled the small creature that had controlled Qin Huajiang's lifeless body that fateful night. As for the dream owl, it referred to the very night owl he had just slain. Wait, these two entities are not demonic beasts, but rather the spirit companions of the individual speaking? Lin Yu's doubts are growing increasingly profound. The pervasive crimson mist obscures everything, consuming all in its grasp. Yet, it cannot shroud Lin Yu's perception. You have slain the 5 guardians of Tian's Hufeng's sky view, seized the legendary artifact, the 7-star dragon abyss sword, and left the renowned invincible swordsman, Luo Fei, in a state of utter disarray. It seems that in this world, finding someone capable of contending with you has become a daunting challenge. The female voice continues to recount, as if it never intends to cease. However, each statement pertains to Lin Yu's own deeds. On that day at Huangqigang, he engaged in a reciprocal battle with one who called himself Luo, possessing 2 remarkable abilities: instantaneous short-range teleportation and the capacity to maximize the output of weaponry's power. Is this fellow truly worthy of the title Invincible Swordsman? What a delightful nickname. Moreover, to render that individual utterly disheveled is indeed a rarity in this world, indicating the absence of formidable adversaries. In this grand alliance, are there truly any formidable masters remaining? If indeed there are few rivals, then Lin Yu believes he is quite capable in his own right. After all, it hasn't been long since he was reborn into this coffin, has it? The coffin has transformed into an extraordinary being, a phenomenon unheard of and unseen. Had it not been for the unfortunate demise of my cherished spirit raccoon, even I would find it inconceivable that such a monstrous entity could emerge from this grand alliance. The woman's voice persisted, and Lin Yu sensed that her words seemed to emanate from the crimson mist, resonating in the air above. Although her incessant chatter was unending, Lin Yu found it far from bothersome. From every utterance, he gleaned a substantial amount of information. Were he to speak, he would not dare to interrupt her. Let her continue. It would be prudent to thoroughly delineate the masters of this world, detailing their appearances and abilities with utmost clarity. This way, when encountering extraordinary individuals, One would not find oneself in a state of confusion akin to the encounter with Luo Fei. The transgressions of slaying the fifth path, the spirit raccoon, and the dream owl are indeed monumental errors. At this very moment, within the obsidian coffin, I, Chu Hongye, shall not grant you another opportunity to wreak havoc upon the world. At this instant, amidst the crimson mist, something is taking shape and coalescing. As Lin Yuzheng pondered why she did not continue speaking, he suddenly sensed the emergence of a woman clad in red within the crimson mist, her complexion strikingly pale. Today, I, Chu Hongye, shall act on behalf of heaven to rectify the wrongs, confronting your sinister coffin. However, at this moment, a gash of blood red suddenly tore open from the center of its heart. There is too much unnecessary chatter. Lin Yu recognized that the true form of the main character had emerged, and thus there was no need for any form of courtesy. If one can kill, then one should kill. He would not leave any opportunity for his enemies to survive, as doing so would only invite greater peril in the future. The true form emerged, proclaiming itself as an extraordinary being destined to uphold justice. However, Lin Yu had no desire to witness any unknown abilities from this entity. Since there was no intention to divulge anything of value, it was indeed prudent to eliminate her. Thus, the 16th corpse was within reach. This individual had just identified herself as Chu Hongye, hadn't she? Yet, just as Lin Yu intended to employ his puppet manipulation technique to retrieve the crimson-clad woman plummeting from the sky, he suddenly noticed a wisp of azure smoke rising from the spot. Accompanying it, a pale paper effigy floated downwards alongside 2 crimson maple leaves. Chapter 61. The Coffin of Urgency. In the paper figure Lin Yu perceived the paper figure floating gently, accompanied by 2 red maple leaves that fell to the ground, and was astonished. It was not a living person, but rather a manifestation of a paper figure. The 2 red leaves were also quite enigmatic. At this moment, the crimson mist that had enveloped the area had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Lin Yu brought the red leaves and the paper figure closer. The paper figure appeared remarkably thin, resembling the shape of a person. He noted a long, deep incision that extended from its left shoulder down to its feet, undoubtedly made by his 7 stars dragon abyss sword. Now, whenever he confronted these extraordinary beings, he would directly pierce through their hearts with the sword. Unless they were impervious to harm like Yongyu, this maneuver could certainly transform any extraordinary individual into a lifeless corpse in an instant. After all, to render a person into a dried corpse for one's own use, it was imperative to avoid easily severed areas, focusing instead on fatal wounds, one in the head and another in the heart. When 6 extraordinary beings had visited Huangtu Ridge, Xianlei had been reduced to a charred corpse due to a lightning strike, his flesh and blood consumed, leaving him a darkened figure. Had it not been for the replacement robe found in their belongings, no one would have recognized him as Taoist Xianlei. Now, the voice of the extraordinary being who called herself Chu Hongye had fallen silent, leaving only the paper figure and the red maple leaves. From the recent battle, it became evident that Chu Hongye had concealed her presence within the crimson mist and had employed the paper figure as a decoy to avoid being easily dispatched. She seemed rather cautious. Despite her lengthy discourse about a demon coffin, she appeared reluctant to reveal herself, opting instead to test Lin Yu's resolve with the paper figure. Could it be that Chu Hongye's ability lay in creating these paper figures as avatars? Or did she possess the power to conjure illusions? Lin Yu remained vigilant, sensing that the matter was far from resolved. Upon reflection, Chu Hongye was indeed a rather formidable individual. Based on her earlier statements, he could surmise quite a bit. Initially, the raccoon he had slain was likely a familiar of Chu Hongye. Whether it was a mere accident or a deliberate act to lure it here to seek out corpses for manipulation in order to enhance her own power remained uncertain. Unexpectedly, the raccoon had encountered his demon coffin and was swiftly eliminated. Chu Hongye might have sensed something amiss, prompting her to investigate the vicinity of Huangtu Ridge. She likely witnessed him defeating Taoist Xianming and Xianlei of the Moxiangwan. Subsequently, she had observed his battle with Luo Fei, and even after he departed from Huangtu Ridge, Chu Hongye had remained in the shadows, monitoring him closely. Despite the multitude of events that transpired, she had not revealed herself, maintaining an exceptional level of concealment. She neither took action nor departed. Instead, she quietly observed everything from a place beyond Lin Yu's perception. After he left the Yellow Earth Mound, employing the method of carrying a coffin with a desiccated corpse, Chu Hongye then utilized the so-called dream owl to create a phantom wall, attempting to trap him within before devising her next plan. Throughout this lengthy period, she had been meticulously observing and calculating. This individual appeared to be a formidable adversary. having endured until now without revealing his hand, and was nearly privy to all his secrets. She was aware of the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword and acquainted with many of his abilities. Yet, after the Phantom Wall was dismantled, her reckless appearance, only to be killed and subsequently escape using a paper doll, left Lin Yu perplexed. It was simply unexpected. The contrast between her actions was too stark. The reason he felt this was not yet concluded stemmed from this very disparity, rendering it utterly astonishing. Logically, Chu Hongye need not have revealed her true self so soon. She could have remained in the shadows, employing abilities like those of the Dream Owl to create further obstacles for him. Alternatively, in the face of overwhelming odds, she could have retreated to gather strength or sought assistance elsewhere, accumulating power or continuing her previous restraint. Instead, she brazenly appeared, fully aware that his powerful Coffin could easily vanquish any intruder within its transparent range, and she chose to utter a plethora of nonsensical words. Her character had crumbled. The paper doll held little intrigue. Lin Yu incinerated it with his explosive fire ability. The 2 red maple leaves were somewhat intriguing. At this juncture, between spring and summer, it was unusual to behold red maple leaves. Yet, these crimson leaves appeared before him, leaving Lin Yu uncertain whether they were last year's leaves brought forth this year or transformed by some ethereal energy. Nevertheless, the blood-red hue was undeniably more striking than that of ordinary maple leaves. Suspended in midair, Lin Yu scrutinized them, discovering no mechanisms, which left him slightly disheartened. He had anticipated a sudden explosion or perhaps a spectacular display of sound and light. Instead, there was nothing at all. Oh well, they were still quite lovely as decorative pieces. After tossing them onto the garments of the leading elder, Old Lu, this matter seemed to reach a conclusion. Chu Hongye showed no further signs of presence. It appeared she had indeed fled. Lin Yu felt that her behavior was exceedingly abnormal, and rather than linger here, it would be wiser to press onward. The dawn would not wait for anyone, especially not for a coffin. The wheels began to turn once more, with a creaking sound. The coffin cart continued its advance. It was still the deep of night. Several miles away, a woman clad in striking red stood atop a hillside. Beside her was a burly monk dressed in coarse cloth. The monk, with his heavy brow and deep-set eyes, was currently cradling a gourd of wine, pouring the remaining liquid into his mouth. Chingy, do you think this method is feasible? The monk, after clearing his throat and wiping his mouth, inquired of the woman in red beside him. How could it not be? This is akin to using a knife to kill someone, one of the simplest strategies in the world. That black coffin probably believes it is heading toward Ching. Chingy replied, a smirk gracing her lips. The transformation of the black coffin into a malevolent entity is indeed astonishing. It has the capability to slay the 5 paths of the MTI and Guin, which certainly presents a significant risk. The monk lifted his gourd, only to find it devoid of even a single drop of liquor. He frowned. This risk is carelessly left in Ching, near the imperial city. You are quite bold. How can one not be bold? A creature that can force LFI into a corner is precisely the perfect instrument to stir chaos in the imperial city. Those who attempted assassination before had far too few options, Chingy remarked. Will it truly proceed that smoothly? I wonder. Think carefully. TNDing monk. Although Emperor HNGW is of advanced age, who knows when his time may come? Let this sinister coffin create a bit of disturbance. It may serve us well. Chingy retorted with a cold scoff. The Prince of YN can hardly wait any longer. Chapter 62. The Thorn in the Imperial City. Deep within the inner palace, a group of palace maids, imperial physicians, and consorts crowded a single room. All eyes fixed upon the ailing elder lying upon the sickbed. The old man's complexion was ashen, his face lined with deep wrinkles. And though his eyes were closed in a semblance of rest, his breathing was considerably weaker than before. No one dared to utter a sound. Who could predict whether the wrath of this ailing dragon would lead to the downfall of any family present? This elder was none other than the current sovereign, Emperor Hongwu. Leave us, Huiwen, he commanded. The others promptly exited, leaving only the emperor's grandson, Huiwen, in the vast chamber. Do you recall the time I had your father capture a thorny barb plant? Emperor Hongwu inquired, punctuating his speech with a series of heavy coughs. Huiwen nodded eagerly. I remember. Those thorns were quite hard and sharp. Huiwen, you are still too young. If I do not remove these sharp thorns and clear the brambles for you, your path ahead will be fraught with difficulties. You possess a gentle heart, akin to your father's, yet such a disposition is fit only for composing poetry, not for ruling as an emperor or serving as an official. Huiwen nodded silently. Now that you are in this position, it is vital to ponder the future. In the past, I bore the burden of vanquishing evildoers. Now, it is time for you to take on the mantle of peace as the sovereign. The emperor coughed heavily once more. Huiwen, moved by his words, discreetly wiped away a tear. I have reigned for 30 years, dedicating myself to the state and its citizens, striving tirelessly to govern this nation to its current state of relative peace and stability. Externally, I have entrusted the defense of our borders to the princes, ensuring that they remain undisturbed, allowing you to enjoy tranquility. Huiwen raised his gaze. If the borders are unstable, and the princes do not defend them, who will protect us if the princes are restless? The emperor opened his mouth at a loss for words. Moreover, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, chaos reigns as beasts wreak havoc across the land, creating instability within our realm. Extraordinary beings are emerging in various locales, and beasts are causing disturbances everywhere. The emperor sighed deeply. There are matters I can address, yet others I cannot. In this resurgence of spiritual energy, both you and I are devoid of such essence. All I can do is monitor and eliminate these threats. He coughed heavily once more. If the worst were to occur, I still have some trust in the captain of the Jinui, Luo Fei. But how can one place trust in extraordinary beings? Huiwen questioned, perplexed. His family, his parents, wife, children, and kin are all within this city of Jinling. Should he betray me, I would ensure the annihilation of his entire lineage. Huiwen nodded softly. Huiwen understands. Then you may leave, the emperor said, closing his eyes once more. Huiwen bowed and turned to exit, only to find a eunuch awaiting anxiously at the door. What is it? The emperor's voice came again from the dragon bed. Your Majesty, Captain Luo Fei of the Jinui seeks an audience, claiming there is an urgent matter of utmost importance to report. After a moment's silence, Emperor Hanwu replied, Huiwen, allow Luo Fei to enter. Yes. Shortly thereafter, Luo Fei, clad in a black flying fish robe, was ushered into the room, while the eunuch discreetly closed the door behind him. Your Majesty, I am Luo Fei, commander of the Imperial Guards, here to pay my respects. The Hanwu Emperor rose from his seat, and Huiwen promptly moved to assist him, only to be gently brushed aside. It is of no concern. What news do you bring? Your Majesty, the situation is dire. Luo Fei dared not lift his gaze. In the western part of Shahu City, a monstrous entity has emerged. A monstrous entity, not a beast? The Emperor mused. Surely, there are those endowed with extraordinary abilities to eradicate such a threat. Is there more to this? Although he spoke casually, his penetrating gaze remained fixed on Luo Fei. His brow furrowed in concern. Your Majesty, this entity is no ordinary creature. It is the spirit of an elder, transformed into a black coffin demon. A coffin? Huiwen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A coffin can also become a beast? This is news to me, considering the thorough investigations I have conducted regarding these creatures. I too was initially skeptical, deeming it mere folly. However, when I arrived to confront it, I suffered injuries. Luo Fei said, revealing wounds on his wrists and shoulders. The Emperor's expression darkened as he examined Luo Fei's injuries, each one dangerously close to vital organs. Detail every aspect of this occurrence without omission. Luo Fei, sensing the gravity of the situation, recounted the events leading to the emergence of the black coffin and the perilous battle he had faced. Upon finishing, the Emperor's face turned pale. Should this monstrous entity continue its rampage unchecked, the stability of the Great Alliance would be at grave risk. The Hanwu Emperor was acutely aware of Luo Fei's formidable prowess. Few in the Great Alliance could rival a master of the fourth tier of the Celestial Realm. Yet, the fact that the coffin demon could engage him in combat and compel him to retreat while sustaining injuries was alarming. This creature cannot be allowed to persist. Luo Fei, I command you to immediately lead 1,500 Imperial Guards and 3,000 elite soldiers to the west of Shahu City and swiftly eliminate this coffin demon. The Emperor understood that such a formidable entity required immediate and overwhelming force to be vanquished, especially given Shahu City's proximity to Jinling. However, Luo Fei did not raise his head. Your Majesty, I fear that may not suffice. The power of the coffin demon is immense. Should we underestimate it and suffer a crushing defeat, your prestige will undoubtedly be tarnished. He inhaled deeply, his heart racing. And Commander Luo, what do you propose? I humbly suggest, Your Majesty, that you issue a decree to summon 3,000 border troops for assistance, ensuring absolute certainty of success. The Emperor raised an eyebrow. Border troops? From which region? I believe the border troops of Prince Yin are the most formidable, possessing great strength. With the prince's support, this matter will undoubtedly be resolved. Luo Fei stated, beads of sweat falling to the ground. A faint smile crept across the Emperor's lips as understanding dawned upon him. This matter is of great significance, and I have my own considerations. Commander Luo, you may return for now. Shortly, I shall summon the Imperial Physician to deliver some medicine to you. Yes, thank you. Your Majesty. After Luo Fei departed, Emperor Hongwu remained silent for a considerable time. Weiyuan, I am weary. You may also take your leave. As the Emperor spoke, he reclined once more, and Huiyan dutifully adjusted the blankets before turning to exit the hall. After a long while, a deep sigh emerged from beside the bed. I believed myself adept at discerning character, yet I have still underestimated you, Weiyuan. With those words, a series of heavy coughs followed. Chapter 63, The Gunner at this moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the light gradually faded into twilight. Lin Yu was eager to ascertain the distance he had traversed the previous night. After the inexplicable encounter with Zhu Hongye, he felt an increasing urgency to reach Jiaqing swiftly, to cultivate and grow stronger. Otherwise, extraordinary individuals like Zhu Hongye would continue to emerge. Now, another person was aware of his true identity. Having silently observed the happenings at Huangshigang since the demise of the raccoon, all while he remained largely oblivious. This surveillance far surpassed that of the paper kite from the Jicquet sect. Even now, Lin Yu was in the dark about where Zhu Hongye had concealed himself. It was troubling to think that while he engaged in various activities, his adversary was fully informed and had chosen to reveal himself only at the last moment. Lin Yu could not fathom why Zhu Hongye acted in such a manner, leading him into a labyrinth of confusion before suddenly announcing himself. However, since clarity eluded him, he decided to set the matter aside for the time being. That night, Lin Yu proceeded steadily, encountering no other night travelers. He passed by an inn that had long since extinguished its lights, where only the occasional whinny of horses broke the silence. Thus, he journeyed alongside the corpses, pulling the coffin until the first light of dawn. During the day, Lin Yu had no intention of continuing along the main road. Even in solitude, he wished to avoid unnecessary risks. He led the corpses into the adjacent woods, employing his artistic abilities to create vines that completely concealed him and the corpses. All that remained was to wait for nightfall, which stretched into an entire day of waiting. This marked the first day since his rebirth into this coffin that he had not absorbed any flesh or blood. The main road bustled with activity. Lin Yu sensed numerous passers-by, more than half of whom were teams of horse-drawn carts laden with goods heading in the opposite direction. There were also families moving with their scant belongings, their faces etched with weariness. Among them were couriers dressed in official attire, riding splendid horses, hastening to deliver messages. Additionally, some opulent carriages accompanied by numerous servants and attendants echoed with laughter from within. Such as the myriad of human experiences, Lin Yu mused. However, throughout the day, he remained industrious. The abilities of Ling Ni and Bao Dianhua, which produce sound and light effects, were unusable in the presence of others. Yet, he diligently practiced his other skills. If he could not manipulate the corpses, he would control stones, branches, shovels, and the seven-star dragon abyss sword. After all, even empty motions could enhance his proficiency, so why not engage in such practice? His skills in puppet manipulation, excavation, artistic cultivation, body forging, water manipulation, and the 8 Gates Golden Lock Array all received substantial refinement throughout that day. Even the ability of danger perception, which is notoriously difficult to upgrade, experienced a significant enhancement following the arrival of passers-by on the road of enlightenment, achieving a remarkable advancement to the 2nd tier. Lin Yu observed that after its elevation, danger perception exhibited subtle distinctions. Previously, this ability would react instantly to any imminent threat, casting a crimson hue over his perception radius. Now, however, it has evolved to provide Lin Yu with a more reliable understanding of whether those who passed by were armed. If an individual bore weapons, they would be marked with a white indicator, while the entire person would be enveloped in red, rather than the entire area turning crimson, thus allowing Lin Yu to discern the specific danger without ambiguity. Had this ability undergone its transformation sooner, he would not have had to exert himself to locate the dream owl and eliminate it to dispel the illusory wall. Naturally, he would have avoided being deceived by the paper figure of Zhu Hongye. In other words, this skill now enables him to detect certain nuances that would otherwise have gone unnoticed unless he had been meticulously vigilant. This realization brought Lin Yu considerable joy. If it were to ascend to a higher level, what further marvels might it unveil? At this moment, Lin Yu glanced at the glowing text in his mind. Puppet manipulation, 6th tier, excavation shovel, 5th tier, danger perception, 2nd tier, water sovereign, 5th tier, botany, 5th tier, thunder and rainbow, 2nd tier, explosive fire. Second tier, body forging. Third tier, 8 gates golden lock formation. Second tier, greed punishment silver. Second tier, craftsman. First tier, unbeknownst to him. Several abilities had progressed. The water sovereign had inexplicably reached the 5th tier, indicating that replicating the water wall defense of the Xinming Taoist should pose no problem. Lin Yu mused as he activated this ability within the woods, 150 meters away. Suddenly, a water wall, 2 meters wide and 5 meters long, materialized. Lin Yu commanded it to swirl and flow vigorously, gradually levitating it into a hollow, colossal water sphere. Success! Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. While it had yet to reach a formidable level, it represented a substantial improvement from his initial capability of merely extracting moisture from the attire of corpses. As for the others, they appeared to still be in the process of growth. Nevertheless, it was still insufficient. He needed to become stronger before reaching Jia City. Meanwhile, the light began to dim further. It was time to advance once more. Lin Yu wielded the 7-star Longyuan sword, slicing through the surface of the coffin and the corpse, effectively severing the vines that fell to the ground. Next, he would allow the corpse to guide him back onto the path. However, at that moment, Lin Yu suddenly heard a series of rumbling sounds. This, he mused, sounded like a stampede of animals approaching. But soon, he discerned a multitude of human voices. Soon after, within a short span of time, hundreds of soldiers emerged within the realm of perception. Clad in armor and wielding long spears and torches, they marched along the main thoroughfare. Behind them, a contingent of several dozen riders on tall steeds, adorned in more sophisticated armor and helmets, followed closely. Lin Yu discerned that beyond these cavalry, there were additional foot soldiers armed with peculiar weapons. These soldiers grasped short, stick-like black arms, hollow at the front and sleek throughout. In an instant, Lin Yu comprehended their nature. They were matchlocks. He had nearly forgotten that even during the Great Alliance era, firearms had undergone significant advancements, albeit not yet widely utilized. However, what could this mean? Were they preparing for battle? If they were advancing from Jiaqing towards the lower lake, could it be that they were intent on waging war against their own? Lin Yu chuckled, realizing that perhaps his imagination was running wild. The number of matchlocks was indeed scant, and this entire group comprised less than 1,000 individuals. Furthermore, they did not appear to be a disciplined force. They seemed rather disorganized, indicative of a long absence from the battlefield or perhaps a complete lack of combat experience. Otherwise, Lin Yu would not have been able to dispatch 2 of them with his 7-star Longyuan sword and subsequently drag their bodies to the roadside beside him. Next, he intended to employ the lantern to ascertain the true purpose of these individuals. Chapter 64. In turmoil, the lifeless bodies of 2 soldiers drifted gently into the open coffin that Lin Yu had unveiled. Meanwhile, the small contingent had long since departed from this location. Had it not been for the anticipation of the reinforcements on the horizon, Lin Yu would have acted with greater urgency. After all, the 2 soldiers he had dispatched were merely foot soldiers. He mused that their knowledge was exceedingly limited. However, upon their entry into the coffin, the information gleaned from their lanterns plunged Lin Yu into deep contemplation. The lives of these soldiers were unremarkable. Both hailed from humble origins, one surnamed Zheng and the other Sun, seeking stable employment in the military. Their aspirations were modest. They merely wished to serve as ordinary soldiers in the peaceful Jiangnan region, living their lives without ambition. Yet, this evening, an urgent dispatch had reached the Sioux City government. And these typically undertrained soldiers had been hastily assembled to follow the leading ranks into action. Curiously, both were from Sioux City. Yet they appeared to have arrived from the direction of Jia City. Soon, Lin Yu deciphered the final segment of their lanterns, revealing the truth behind their presence. These fully armed soldiers were dispatched by the governor of Sioux City to the Huangtu Ridge, located 4 miles west of Xiahu City, as the vanguard for an impending assault. As the 2 bodies were drained of flesh and blood, they transformed into grotesque mummies. However, Lin Yu had no time to ponder the benefits they might provide him. His mind was fixated on the peculiarities of the situation. It was now evident that both soldiers had indeed originated from Sioux City, rather than taking a detour through Jia City. This confirmed that the path Lin Yu was traversing did not lead towards Jia City, but directly towards Sioux City, which was densely populated and in close proximity to the imperial capital, Jinling. Had he initially taken a wrong turn? Perhaps not. In this moment, a possibility began to crystallize in Lin Yu's mind, and an epiphany dawned upon him. The concept of a ghost wall, the enigma of Chu Hongye, now made sense. Lin Yu comprehended that Chu Hongye had employed the abilities of the dream owl to conjure a ghost wall, not to delay him or obstruct his progress, but rather to disorient his sense of direction, leading him to believe he was on a direct course to Jia City. The rationale behind this maneuver remained elusive to Lin Yu. However, he surmised that the intention was not to ensnare him in a dire predicament. Otherwise, he could have been left to wander the main road until dawn, only to be discovered and potentially engage in a fierce battle with the Sioux City soldiers. Even if he managed to escape the ghost wall, Chu Hongye could have devised alternative means to hinder his progress. Yet, she chose not to do so. The ultimate aim of this extraordinary individual appeared to be guiding him towards Sioux City. It now appears that success is already halfway achieved. Had he not fortuitously encountered these soldiers and captured two who had been transformed into mummies, he might have remained oblivious, proceeding straight towards Sioux City. Ultimately, he would have likely reached the city's outskirts before realizing his misdirection, resulting in a moment of utter bewilderment. However, Lin Yu is now aware of this situation. The question arises, should he turn back toward Jia City, or should he play along and continue towards Sioux City? Although he initially aimed to head directly for Jia City, retracing his steps may prove more time-consuming. The distance he covered that night, if he were to return, would consume an entire day. Should any unforeseen events arise along the way, the delay could be even more significant. Time waits for no one. A mere hold-up on this journey could equate to a loss of 2 days. 2 days would afford him ample opportunity to absorb the spiritual essence of the corpses in the cemetery, thus fostering his development. Wasting a day would undoubtedly require greater effort to reclaim that lost time. Furthermore, if he were to venture toward Jia City, 2 days may not suffice. Additionally, there is the matter of Chu Hongye's spirit beast, the dream owl, which possesses the ability to disorient him, creating an illusion that the path he treads leads toward Jia City. If he were to turn back, it is plausible that Chu Hongye would unleash another dream owl, further ensnaring him in confusion and prolonging his journey. Setting aside Chu Hongye's true intentions, Lin Yu recognizes that persistent delays on this path would hinder his own progress. The range of his perception must be cultivated through the accumulation of spiritual energy. Without the essence of the deceased, his perception will remain stagnant. Currently, he is unaware of Chu Hongye's true form lurking nearby. To grow stronger, he must seek the gathering places of corpses. Thus, how should he choose? Heading toward Jia City may result in even longer delays, while proceeding to Sioux City would likely require less time. Although Sioux City is closer to the Imperial City, it also boasts a greater population and prosperity compared to Jia City. Consequently, the cemetery there is undoubtedly larger and more expansive than those in Jia City or Xiao Lake City. With graves and the presence of the deceased, why not seize the opportunity for substantial growth? Until his strength reaches a level where he can disregard those extraordinary individuals, he must indeed go with the flow. After all, the alternative choice is far too dire. Reflecting on this, a journey to Sioux City does not seem unwise. Should any crisis arise, he will face it boldly and resolutely. Offensively, he wields the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword, with skills such as Planting Art, Thunder Rainbow, Water Monarch, and Exploding Heavenly Fire. Defensively, he possesses a digging shovel and the 8 Gates Golden Lock array. He can perceive enemies and assess dangers. Moreover, he can employ Punishing Greed Silver as a unique tactic to enrich his strategy, further enhanced by the fortification of his physique, amplifying his power. Lin Yu is also contemplating another matter. The vanguard is undoubtedly advancing toward Huangtuhil to launch an assault against him. These soldiers, however, are dispatched by the Sioux City government. The events at Huangchigang are known, particularly involving Luo Fei, Zhuke sect, and Chu Hongye. Among them, the one with connections to the authorities. Lin Yu sensed the intricate patterns of the luxurious garments bound to the wooden wheel, leading him to a realization. Could it be that Luo Fei holds an official status? Reflecting further, he pondered the possibility of a skilled martial artist, someone close to the emperor. Lin Yu's heart swelled with understanding, grasping why the local government of Sioux City could mobilize. So it was. Soon, it seemed likely that the Hongwu emperor would dispatch troops as well. Following that, the emperor himself would take command. Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. Who would have thought that merely a few days into his rebirth, he could attract the attention of the Hongwu emperor? His influence was not to be underestimated. However, this also meant he could never return to the lake. He could only forge ahead. Speaking of the Hongwu emperor, Lin Yu noted another critical detail. He was alarmingly close to the Imperial City. While it was perilous to act under the emperor's watchful gaze, it also presented a remarkable opportunity. The vicinity of the Imperial City was economically vibrant, teeming with people. Should chaos ensue, the chances for growth could be truly abundant. If the Imperial City were to be thrown into disarray, Lin Yu had no intention of merely being a passive observer. Why remain idle when he could stoke the flames? Regardless of the outcome, he felt confident that he would not emerge at a disadvantage. If Chu Hongye sought to orchestrate a scheme, then let her discover what it feels like to be countered. Even if she was currently watching him, there was nothing to fear. In the end, she might not even comprehend how her demise came to be. Be it ordinary mortals, extraordinary beings, or monstrous creatures, they all counted as his adversaries. Lin Yu believed that to ascend as a demon king, one must accomplish something grand. Otherwise, it would be a title devoid of merit. At this moment, 2 corpses of soldiers joined his growing collection of animated remains. Lin Yu then turned his attention to the flickering blue letters in his mind. Yet again, he found. Much like the previous encounter when he vanquished 4 disciples of the Zhuke sect, no new abilities had manifested. Instead, the capability of his digging shovel had undergone an upgrade. Now reaching the 6th tier, after testing it, he discovered he could command as many as 20 shovels. Excellent. This was indeed a promising development. With the continuous evolution of his puppet control technique and the digging shovel, his potential expanded significantly. Upon reaching Sioux City, commanding the corpses wielding shovels to excavate graves would yield even greater efficiency. He suddenly felt that attaining strength was not as daunting as he had once imagined. The coffin cart, pulled by the corpses, once again rolled onto the main road. The creaking sound echoed through the night. Dark clouds drifted toward the waning moon, carrying away all traces of light. Chapter 65. The Undead Carriage. This night stretches interminably. During his time at Huangchigang, Lin Yu often found the nights fleeting, slipping by before he could accomplish much. Regardless of his endeavors, he was compelled to pause and refill the graves completely. Yet, now, as he journeyed, time seemed to crawl. The dry corpses, though under his command, dragged him forward relentlessly, but Lin Yu was acutely aware that his pace was far from swift. At most, it resembled the speed of a bicycle, and compared to the horse-drawn carriages he had seen during the day, it was utterly inferior. In a fleeting moment, Lin Yu contemplated whether he should replace the dry corpses with something else to pull the carriage. After all, the current speed was disheartening. However, upon further reflection, this notion proved impractical. The framework of the coffin carriage he had constructed was hardly perfect. The wooden wheels were fashioned from coffin lids buried for an unknown duration, and even after reinforcement, they remained flimsy. The connection between the 2 wheels and the supporting structure of the coffin creaked ominously, as if threatening to disassemble at any moment. Furthermore, the bindings securing the wheels and the frame were merely tattered rags, a stark contrast to proper ropes and nails. Lin Yu sensed that this contraption could collapse at any instant. At that moment, he yearned for a proper horse-drawn carriage. Who wouldn't wish to hasten their arrival at the destination rather than dawdle along the way? Unfortunately, such opportunities were exceedingly rare. Recalling the incident at Huangchigang, when Lu Daxiao attempted to exhume a grave and was thwarted by the county magistrate, leading to the slaughter of the horses, Lin Yu had contemplated acquiring the remains of those horses. Yet, the magistrate, a man preoccupied with survival, did not spare even the deceased horses, ensuring they were taken away. Had that not occurred, Lin Yu might have been considering not dry corpses, but rather the skeletal remains of horses to draw the coffin. Reflecting on those moments, he realized that the multitude of thoughts he had then contributed to the ensuing chaos. The death of the horses incited the laborers to flee in panic, thwarting Lu's attempts to dig the grave while simultaneously driving away the magistrate's men. Yet, in the end, he gained little from it all. No horses were obtained. Lin Yu mused that 4-legged creatures were far superior to 2-legged ones, as they could traverse distances more swiftly. However, in hindsight, he recognized that his decision to leave Huangchigang had been rather hasty. Even with horses, he would not have been able to procure a carriage. As the dry corpses continued to pull the carriage forward, Lin Yu simultaneously honed various skills. In the enveloping darkness, the woods alongside the path provided an ideal setting for Lin Yu to unleash his explosive fire and thunderous might. These 2 capabilities clearly belong to the realm of offense. Neglecting to further hone them would indeed be a waste of potential. However, the monotonous repetition of their use renders the experience rather dull, lacking the excitement that accompanies Lin Yu's control over the corpses as they perform various extreme actions. As the carriage continued its journey, it arrived at yet another way station. Lin Yu, attuned to the neighing of the horses, found this serendipitous. Just moments ago, he had been discussing horses, and now they appeared. Perhaps it was time to experiment? What do horses enjoy eating? Grass, of course. Lin Yu commanded the corpses to draw him closer to the way station, and soon he activated his ability. His cultivation skill, having evolved to the 5th tier, proved quite formidable. In an instant, two unfortunate steeds were enveloped in vegetation, their mouths and nostrils filled, silencing their cries as they peacefully succumbed to death. Subsequently, Lin Yu's puppet manipulation technique brought the lifeless creatures to his side, preparing to absorb their flesh and blood. However, at that moment, Lin Yu discovered a critical flaw in his blood absorption ability. The coffin measured approximately 2 meters and 4 centimeters in length and half a meter in width at its broadest point, with a height of just 60 centimeters. While accommodating an ordinary human posed no issue, fitting a horse's carcass was entirely unfeasible. One might ponder, how many steps does it take to fit a horse into a coffin? The answer is one. Wherever it's cool, let it stay there. Lin Yu found himself momentarily stifled by his own jest. A horse could not possibly fit, but all hope was not lost. If a corpse horse wouldn't suffice, could a skeletal horse be fashioned instead? Lin Yu guided the two horses into the woods. The versatile Qixing Longyuan sword, this time, would not be employed for felling trees or cutting grass, but rather for carving horse flesh. As if slicing through mud, the sword danced under Lin Yu's command, swiftly transforming a once whole horse into a mere skeleton. Following suit, the second horse underwent the same transformation, its flesh excised and subsequently roasted by the flames of his explosive fire ability. Thus, two exquisitely clean skeletal horses were crafted. As for the remnants of flesh, Lin Yu instructed the corpses to excavate a deep pit for burial and utilized his cultivation skill to promote new growth, with Water Sovereign providing the necessary hydration. He believed this area would eventually flourish with vibrant vegetation. Lin Yu then manipulated the skeletal horses, retrieving 2 sets of horse gear from the way station and adorning his creations. They looked quite impressive. Following this, he secured the skeletal horses to the 2 handles of the coffin carriage with ropes. After some adjustments, he successfully tethered the 2 skeletal steeds. To infuse a touch of amusement, Lin Yu placed 4 flames into the eye sockets of each skeletal horse. Moreover, he summoned the Qixing Longyuan sword to retrieve several garments that had been left to dry at the way station, transforming them into strips of fabric to rebind the carriage's frame. And then, off they went. The hooves of the skeletal steeds struck the ground, sending a cloud of dust swirling along the thoroughfare. As the bone-drawn carriage gradually advanced, the 6 spectral figures that originally pulled the cart had now split to either side, flanking the procession. And with the rhythmic sound of hooves trampling the earth, the eerie convoy resumed its journey. While the pace had not significantly quickened, the sight of the bone-drawn hearse, with the cadaverous figures leading the way, imparted a more palpable sense of dread than before. At this moment, Lin Yu could ascertain that anyone traversing the night and encountering his current visage would be utterly petrified. The overcast sky obscured the moon, and the starlight was dim. In the pitch-black night, 2 skeletal horses drew the coffin, flanked by 5 corpses forging ahead, while 6 spectral figures maintained their positions on either side, with another 6 trailing behind. The 7-star dragon abyss sword cut through thickets and brambles, encircled by 20 spades for digging. At this juncture, along the thoroughfare from Down Lake City to Sioux City, a terrifying procession of the undead had emerged. Chapter 66. The Giant Demon Unbeknownst to him. Lin Yu and his spectral carriage had traversed the night once again. As dawn gradually broke, he realized that even if he wished to depart, it was no longer feasible. Not far ahead, he discerned a considerable number of voices and the sounds of hoofs. Without the need for meticulous observation, Lin Yu understood that they had arrived near a small town or village. The speed of the skeletal steeds was surprisingly swift. Lin Yu had initially presumed that controlling them would prove more challenging than commanding the corpses. Yet he discovered that the movements of these bony horses responded freely to his will, exhibiting far greater agility than the reanimated dead. Nevertheless, he preferred not to let them gallop too quickly. Otherwise, while the coffin itself might remain intact, the fragile cart would undoubtedly shatter. Throughout the night, they had indeed covered a significant distance, much quicker than before. Lin Yu estimated that he was approaching the vicinity of Sioux City. Regardless, he could not reveal his current existence in the daylight, so he instructed the skeletal steeds and corpses to take him deep into a copse by the roadside. Before he could even cultivate vines to envelop the coffin, Lin Yu suddenly sensed a place that evoked a sense of nostalgia within him. Graves of various sizes dotted the landscape, paper money scattered about, and corpses shrouded in straw mats. A cemetery. Ah, what a surprising turn of events. Lin Yu had not anticipated this. He had assumed he would need to linger in the roadside thicket for yet another day. Yet fortune smiled upon him with this unexpected discovery. The spiritual energy he had gathered over the past couple of days had amounted to little more than the 2 minor soldiers, which was decidedly insufficient. Now that he had stumbled upon a graveyard, surely there were more than just two uncorrupted remains. With this thought in mind, he swiftly directed the skeletal steeds towards the cemetery's vicinity. After a thorough examination, Linyu observed that the cemetery was indeed relatively small in size. There were approximately 100 graves, with the majority of the 200 or so bodies wrapped in straw mats. The number of those not yet fully decomposed was alarmingly few. It was evident that this place differed from the area by the lower lake. It predominantly housed the impoverished. Coffins, in truth, held a dual nature of expense, neither overly extravagant nor excessively cheap. The wealthy could afford exquisite ones, while the poor had to carefully consider even the flimsiest of coffins. For instance, the devoted son of the Liu family spared no expense in crafting a rather fine black lacquer coffin for his father, adorned with intricate pine and crane motifs. Reflecting upon his own circumstances, Linyu surmised that a considerable amount of silver must have been spent in the past. Meanwhile, the bodies of the destitute could only be swathed in the most tattered straw mats. Life was arduous for the living. So who would concern themselves with whether the deceased could enjoy comfort in the afterlife? Yet, regardless of wealth or poverty, death was the ultimate equalizer, leading all to a final resting place of dust. For Linyu, this truth held no distinction. Whether encased in a coffin or wrapped in straw, there was fundamentally no difference. Ultimately, the process entails him manipulating the corpses to unearth them from the earth. In the heart of the forest, a profound tranquility envelopes the surroundings. Linyu, wielding control over the corpses, seizes the opportunity before the dawn fully breaks to resume his former undertakings, excavating graves. He has become adept at ensuring the graves are excavated with finesse, swiftly lifting the coffins, meticulously organizing the contents, and artfully stacking the earth. If Linyu were still a man, he would undoubtedly be an exceptional gravedigger. Occasionally, 17 corpses wielding shovels efficiently unearth 6 graves within a remarkably brief span, subsequently opening the coffins one by one. Presently, the total number of entities under Linyu's control has surged to 48. Such an abundance, if not employed to command the dead, would be an utter waste. Thus, compared to his time at Huangqigang, Linyu now possesses significantly greater leeway. Beyond the 17 corpses, he divides his focus between the 7-star dragon abyss sword and 2 skeletal steeds. However, as the skeletal steeds are currently idle in the excavation, that slot remains unoccupied. In this regard, there remain 30 additional slots available for commanding corpses or skeletons. Even while in motion, Linyu can augment his command by as many as 28 more. The 6 freshly exhumed corpses are perfectly suited to replenish his ranks without any loss. Subsequently, Linyu merely needs to instruct the corpses to recluse the coffins and fill in the graves anew. The reason these 6 corpses were prioritized for excavation lies in their relatively low state of decay. 6 strands of black-gray spiritual energy serve as a baseline. And should any possess the potential to grant him abilities, it would indeed be a boon. As daylight gradually brightens, Linyu hastens to ensure that the corpses, on the verge of complete decomposition, sequentially enter the open coffins. The 6 strands of black-gray spiritual energy likewise enter the coffins. Yet, none transform into dry corpses to bestow him with new abilities. This is of little consequence. If every endeavor yielded rewards, or if new abilities were acquired with each attempt, Linyu mused that he could simply spend his days lamenting over the multitude of abilities swirling in his mind. The essence of ability lies not in quantity but in quality. While acquiring an additional practical ability is certainly advantageous, the absence of one is hardly a detriment. Should abilities accumulate excessively, merely contemplating their enhancement or strategizing their deployment in battle would prove immensely taxing. Moreover, should certain abilities turn out to be superfluous, one must ponder their utility. Rather than amassing a collection of inconsequential skills, it is far more prudent to elevate all existing abilities to their utmost potential and then discern the most optimal combinations for maximum efficacy. At present, Linyu's foremost desire for enhancement is not for any other ability, but rather to expand his maximum range of perception, regardless of the ability in question. It is profoundly reliant upon this capacity. Should his maximum range of perception extend to several kilometers, Linyu could effortlessly ensure that any adversary he wished to eliminate would meet their demise unbeknownst to them. Yet, achieving such a feat appears to require a considerable amount of time ahead. Haste makes waste. Take your time. There is still plenty of time. And everything seems to be proceeding smoothly. As the 6 graves were meticulously reburied, the sky had brightened completely. Linyu, having cloaked himself and the remains of the skeletal horse with vines and wild grasses, patiently awaited the arrival of night once more. However, this anticipation was not as tranquil as in the previous days. Suddenly, Lin Yu sensed a deep roar emanating from the depths of the forest. He concentrated on that direction and felt a series of tremors resonating from the earth beneath him. The approaching entity appeared to be extraordinarily massive. In an instant, Lin Yu comprehended what it was. A monstrous beast. Could it be that the first true beast was about to arrive? Chapter 67. Hidden Dangers. Emperor Hongwu felt utterly exhausted lately. He had eliminated one adversary after another, yet it seemed as though he could never rid himself of them entirely. There was always some justification, some rationale that gnawed at him, making him believe that the realm of the Great Alliance remained unstable. To make matters worse, since the resurgence of spiritual energy, there had been a proliferation of creatures known as demon beasts, wreaking havoc upon the world, bringing the Great Alliance to the brink of collapse. Even though he dispatched troops to exterminate them, they invariably returned in defeat, leaving him reliant on those extraordinary beings for eradication. With the passage of time, who could foresee what calamities might ultimately unfold? The threat posed by demon beasts was mirrored by that of the extraordinary individuals. The Jinyui, previously established for other purposes, had now begun to recruit vast numbers of these extraordinary beings due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, tasked with protecting the imperial palace internally and exterminating demon beasts externally. They were known as the Jinyui, yet in truth, they served as demon slayers. These individuals were loyal to him, perhaps even to Huaiwen. However, they would undoubtedly not heed Yongchang, who harbored a deep-seated aversion towards extraordinary beings. With hair as white as snow, Emperor Hongwu reclined in the imperial hall, half lying upon the dragon throne. The weighty sound of his breaths made him acutely aware that his life was slipping away. There were too many matters to contemplate, yet he felt he could not endure much longer. Was it right to pass this burden to Huaiwen, or was it a grave mistake? With his eyes closed, he sought to rejuvenate himself. He understood well that the ministers, princes, and the crown prince were all awaiting his every utterance. He began, only to be interrupted by a heavy cough. Opening his eyes, he surveyed the assembly of kneeling figures, noticing that Yongchang's head was raised the highest among them. Despite his advanced age, Emperor Hongwu was not oblivious. Of all his sons, Yongchang most resembled him, excelling in strategy, knowledge, and martial prowess. Yet, he still wished to bequeath the throne to Crown Prince Huaiwen. Now, it seemed he had miscalculated. Could Huaiwen assert his authority over this uncle? Could he maintain the stability of the Great Alliance amidst the chaos unleashed by the resurgence of spiritual energy? Yongchang's capabilities were beyond question, and Emperor Hongwu believed that even in this era of heightened spiritual energy, this son who resembled him most should be able to uphold the integrity of the realm. As for Huaiwen, he was too compassionate, perhaps able to fortify the Great Alliance in times of peace. Yet, this was an age of spiritual resurgence. Now, it was far too late for any changes. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Hongwu reflected, in these past 30 years, for the sake of the Great Alliance's legacy and the well-being of the common people, I have devoted myself tirelessly to govern this realm. I am nearing the age of 70, and many matters now exceed my capacity. It is indeed a time of peace, and my grandfather has shown compassion for the people. The governance of Hongwu has been unprecedented in its prosperity. Peaceful times, he scoffed. The resurgence of spiritual energy has persisted for years, and the reports concerning demon beasts are countless. It seems the situation is only intensifying. I am not an extraordinary being, nor do I possess any supernatural powers. Otherwise, I would not find myself so powerless in the face of this crisis. The Emperor Hongwu was acutely aware that the burden he left behind was exceedingly heavy for Emperor Huiwen. Had it not been for the resurgence of spiritual energy, one could argue that the reign of Hongwu was indeed a golden age. However, in the present light, what he bequeathed was a league riddled with flaws. Father, I believe the monstrous beasts must be eradicated, and we cannot rely solely on those extraordinary individuals. After all, within this great league, the extraordinary are scattered and disorganized, each claiming their own territory, which poses a significant threat to our league. At this moment, the sixth prince, Han Chang, stepped forward to articulate his thoughts. Hongwu cast a sidelong glance at him, fully aware that these were not his own words, but rather those of Yongchang, who consistently rallied the other princes to echo his sentiments. The implication was unmistakable. And how do you suggest we proceed, as you see it, Han Chang? Father, I believe. Han Chang hesitated, glancing at Yongchang beside him. Before continuing, I believe we should prioritize the development of firearms and allocate substantial resources for their research. If the current fire guns and bronze cannons could be enhanced in power, then those monstrous beasts would pose no challenge whatsoever. Hongwu nodded in agreement. He was well aware of the formidable strength of fire guns and bronze cannons. During his campaigns to expel the Northern Yuan, they proved immensely effective and were instrumental in establishing the foundation of this great league. Even after ascending to the throne, he did not neglect the importance of firearms, investing heavily each year to equip the various provinces, all in preparation for potential emergencies. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, these firearms indeed played a role. There had been reports of monstrous beasts being injured and ultimately slain by cannon fire. Yet, these instances were soon overshadowed by the more efficient killings executed by extraordinary individuals. Moreover, the relatively modest bounties offered for slaying these beasts drew the extraordinary to pursue them, further rendering the maintenance of the firearm troops increasingly meaningless. Your Majesty, while the power of the fire guns is certainly impressive, they remain inadequate against the monstrous beasts. Even with development, they would merely squander military funds, Huiwen interjected. Hongwu nodded, withholding an immediate response, and turned to his fourth son, Yongchong. Yongchong, you possess the broadest perspective. What is your counsel? Father, I believe both Huiwen and Hanchang have valid points. If we could harness and control both approaches, what is there to fear regarding the eradication of the monstrous beasts? Yongchang quickly replied. Hongwu had anticipated this response, feeling a chill within. He addressed Yongchang sternly. Yongchang, you must diligently assist the crown prince in the future and not disappoint me. The northern frontiers are of utmost importance to our dynasty. We cannot afford to be negligent for even a single day. Father, I understand and will not fail to meet your expectations. Ensuring stability and peace must be our singular focus, without any distractions. Yongchang fervently pledged, kneeling deeply as he bowed his head. While you are aware of the greater picture and the currents of time, remain vigilant against those with ulterior motives. Do you comprehend? I understand. Eternally bowed. He dared not raise his head. The rampant beast was not a recent affliction. The development of firearms was imperative. Even if they could not vanquish the fiend, they must guard against the lurking remnants of the northern plains. The Emperor Hongwu spoke, then coughed lightly. As for the extraordinary individuals, they were talents to be utilized, restrained, plotted against, and controlled. Should they prove recalcitrant and become a hazard, they could be attacked, slain, and exterminated. Huiwen, do you comprehend? Your Majesty, Huiwen understands, he replied promptly. The assembly echoed in unison. Your Majesty is wise. The Emperor Hongwu felt fatigued and closed his eyes to rest. His heavy breaths weighed upon the old dragon, amplifying his weariness. He recognized that he was deteriorating with each passing day. Until he had entrusted these significant matters, he could never find peace of mind. Even once they were settled, there remained one concern that troubled him. I have learned that a demon has emerged west of Lake City, encased in a pitch-black coffin, posing a grave threat with formidable power. I have already dispatched troops from Sioux City, Jia City, and Hang City. Yongchang, I command you to lead 3,000 border soldiers alongside Commander Luo of the Jin Yi to quell this menace. There must be no mistakes. Your son complies with your command. Chapter 68. The Sword's Call amidst the Mouse Sea in the dawn's gentle embrace. A series of resounding booms echoed from the distant forest. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the tumult gradually subsided, leaving behind an eerie silence that replaced the earlier heavy commotion. Lin Yu, initially anticipating the arrival of some colossal beast, found his hopes dashed as the thunderous sounds ceased. Instead, a myriad of faint rustling sounds began to crescendo around him. What could this be? As Lin Yu pondered, he suddenly sensed a gathering of these minute, chaotic sounds, which grew louder and drew ever closer. In an instant, a vast swarm of gray-brown creatures, reminiscent of dark clouds, surged into his awareness, flooding towards him with the speed of a roaring ocean, heading straight for the village beyond the woods. With sharp beaks, tiny eyes, round ears, elongated teeth, and slender, hairless tails. Could it be that these were rats? Lin Yu quickly realized that each of these creatures was the size of a cat, with some even resembling small dogs in stature. Despite their familiar appearance, the sheer size of these rodents seemed utterly incongruous. Where in the world could one find such oversized rats? Moreover, they did not appear to be targeting him. Rather, they were racing towards the village. What was their intention? Just then, the lifeless corpses buried in the ground seemed to catch the attention of these enormous rats. They frantically tore at the vines, their crimson eyes fixated upon the remains, grotesque mouths agape as if intent on devouring them whole. In a flash, Lin Yu activated the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation, creating an impenetrable barrier within a radius of 150 meters around himself. he reacted almost instantaneously, wielding the razor-sharp seven-star dragon abyss sword, which carved several arcs around the corpses. Blood erupted, enveloping the area in a mist of crimson. More than a dozen of the large rats collapsed, convulsing as they succumbed to death. Yet Lin Yu did not relent. With the invocation of thunder and explosive flame, he swiftly dispatched nearly 100 of these oversized rodents. The reason he could employ such powers in broad daylight was due to the cacophony of screams and battle sounds emanating from the direction of the village, drowning out nearly everything else. He could easily envision the chaos unfolding there. The rats that had rushed forward seemed to have their sights set on those unfortunate souls. Lin Yu chose not to annihilate every rat within the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation, sparing those that posed no threat to the corpses or his plans. Despite this, the remaining rats appeared to sense the danger surrounding him, even with the formation sealed. They dared not approach, opting instead to circumvent towards the village. Within mere seconds, the tremors ceased, and the rustling sounds vanished entirely. The once mighty tide of rodents had abruptly disappeared. They had already engulfed the village Lin Yu had sensed earlier. Lin Yu perceived that the anguished cries of the person coming from that direction had not lingered for long before they were utterly extinguished. In their place arose the crackling sounds of flames and an indescribable noise. Lin Yu manipulated the corpses of the rats, gathering them into a heap, already surmising what had just transpired. With the seven-star dragon abyss sword, he severed the vines, and the skeletal horse drew him closer to that direction. The creaking sounds overshadowed everything, rendering Lin Yu incapable of shielding himself from their cacophony, no matter how he tried. Not far off, countless gray-brown rats re-entered his perception. Simultaneously, Lin Yu sensed that they were feasting upon the lifeless bodies amidst the ruins, their mouths stained with blood. The burning buildings exuded wisps of thick smoke. The banquet belonging to these rats continued unabated. Lin Yu recalled the monstrous beasts from the Taoist lanterns, which devoured civilians and laid waste to cities. Almost without exception, they were creatures that feasted upon human flesh. Could it be that these gigantic rats were monstrous beasts? However, Lin Yu also remembered that he had learned from the mysterious thunderous lanterns that these monstrous entities had a concept of tiers. This notion of tier advancement referred to the ordinary animals that began to mutate after absorbing spiritual energy. Such creatures, upon entering this tier, were not called monstrous beasts, but rather monstrous entities. Compared to true monstrous beasts, these tiered creatures, while still inclined to consume human flesh, lack the sheer destructive power of their more formidable counterparts. Yet, if left unattended over time, they would evolve into true monstrous beasts. The skeletal horse continued to pull Lin Yu forward. The rats vied for every living thing to devour. Not only humans, but also poultry, livestock, and even birds perched in trees fell victim to their relentless pursuit, swiftly drained of blood and flesh, until even their bones were gnawed to fragments. Better to be a peaceful dog than a man of turmoil. Is the resurgence of spiritual energy considered a chaotic era? Does this Grand Wu dynasty qualify as a time of peace? Yet, whether man or dog, they were all reduced to mere remnants beneath this horde of rats, with not even a bone shard left behind. The age of tranquility. If humans are like mere weeds, what of the rest? The skeletal horse drew Lin Yu's coffin cart, and once more, the corpses and skeletons emerged from the vines, standing beside him. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the garments of the corpses to flutter. Lin Yu sensed the presence of this town, once filled with buildings, sprawling expanses, and bustling marketplaces, which must have been quite lively. Yet now, apart from these rats, no living creature remained. Collapsed walls, shattered window frames, and scattered debris littered the ground. In a mere instant, this had transformed into a city of the dead. The sounds of the rats feasting persisted. The skeletal horse continued to pull Lin Yu's coffin cart forward. The creaking noise disrupted the rats' banquet. They lifted their triangular heads, their blood-red eyes fixated upon the approaching dark, death-like coffin cart. With bared fangs stained by flesh and blood, the creature let out a furious roar directed at its new adversary. Occasionally, the sound of gnawing ceased. As the tawny horde of rodents gradually approached Lin Yu's position, they gazed hungrily at the skeletal horse and the corpse by the coffin, drooling with avarice. Lin Yu lifted the coffin lid, manipulating the lifeless body of a giant rat he had previously slain, placing it within. A slender wisp of black spiritual energy entered the coffin, revealing that there was indeed potential. It seemed to provide him with a justifiable reason to annihilate them entirely. Lin Yu discarded the rat carcass, and the seven-star dragon abyss sword revealed its form, cutting through the air and resonating with a vibrant hum beneath the morning sun. Chapter 69. Sea of blood gradually converged, drop by drop, forming a small stream, then coalescing into a river. The corpses of rats floated and sank within this sanguine torrent. The buzzing of swords echoed like a dragon's roar. Yet, upon the silver blade, not a speck of dust could be found. The ancient town lay silent as the night, shrouded in an eerie stillness. The blood of the rat corpses slowly seeped over the skeletal horse's legs and encroached upon half of the coffin cart's wheel. The skeletal steed, dragging a coffin cloaked in dark mist, glided through the streets, accompanied by a procession of desiccated bodies and skeletons. Occasionally, a rat corpse would rise from the blood, enter the coffin, and subsequently exhale a wisp of black mist, transforming into a withered rat carcass. Accompanying death, Lin Yu had gradually grown accustomed to this grim spectacle: coffins, skeletal steeds, desiccated corpses, and skeletons, weaving through the remnants of this once thriving town. The number of giant rats was staggering. Their presence was felt in nearly every alleyway and every dwelling. However, in the face of absolute power, sheer numbers held no significance. As the 7-star dragon abyss sword danced through the air, stained with blood, it reaped the lives of the rat horde without a shred of pity, striking them down like a flash of silver light. As their numbers dwindled, the rats lost their initial ferocity, gradually retreating, and ultimately succumbing to panic amidst the sword's radiant glow, fleeing in every direction. Yet, they found no escape. This village was devoid of life, and Lin Yu saw no need to cloak the 7-star dragon abyss sword in invisibility. Upon realizing that these rat corpses could absorb wisps of black spiritual energy, he had no intention of allowing a single one to escape. Come forth, all of you. Is it not preferable to become desiccated corpses? The rat corpses began to accumulate like a mountain, and Lin Yu continued to harvest spiritual energy. For him, the path to greater strength necessitated the acquisition of this energy. Abilities could be honed, but to expand his perception, he required an abundance of spiritual energy. Initially, when the giant rats first arrived, he intended to remain uninvolved. As long as they did not obstruct his departure, he would refrain from taking action. After all, there was no necessity for him to intervene. The fate of the town and the lives of its inhabitants had no bearing on him. As a Coffin, his thoughts had diverged entirely from those of humanity. Cold-blooded? He possessed no blood, so how could he be considered cold-blooded? Standing in opposition to humanity, he had no grounds for sympathy toward them. For instance, if any human were to possess the power to annihilate him, would they, driven by feelings of compassion, allow this ghostly coffin demon to roam free? The answer was undoubtedly negative. At least, the extraordinary beings Lin Yu encountered were intent on his destruction. Now, witnessing the giant rats devouring the entire population of the town, Lin Yu understood that the animosity between humans and beasts would only deepen and intensify over time. Unless one side was utterly obliterated, such occurrences would become increasingly frequent. Lin Yu extended his perception across the entirety of the town. At this moment, there was no distinction between humans and livestock. Both had been thoroughly devoured by these colossal rodents, which in turn bestowed upon Lin Yu a dark spiritual energy. Were it not for this, he would not have dared to engage with such formidable foes. Who desires to court danger? Furthermore, the sheer number of these giant rats was overwhelming and could potentially attract the attention of the extraordinary or even the vigilance of the imperial city. However, given the circumstances, Lin Yu's sole objective was to replicate the present scenario, extracting as many benefits as possible from this encounter that scarcely qualified as a battle. The process of clearing the battlefield did not take long. One by one, the giant rats were reduced to desiccated remains, carelessly discarded aside. Lin Yu had no intention of utilizing these remnants, as they bore no utility whatsoever. Yet, he was also unwilling to leave them unattended. Instead, he directed the desiccated corpses to be buried in large pits dug with a spade nearby the forest, subsequently covering them with soil so that wild grass and vines could flourish and conceal the area. Upon completing this task, Lin Yu resumed his perception of the entire town. As a human settlement developed alongside this thoroughfare, it should possess a diverse array of resources. Surely, what Lin Yu sought would be abundantly available here. Soon, he detected what he desired: carts. These carts were of paramount importance to Lin Yu. After all, in this world, he understood that there was no more convenient means of transportation than this. Currently, his coffin cart was not much different from a makeshift frame, and the road leading from Lake City to Sioux City, while labeled as a thoroughfare, was anything but smooth. Were it an asphalt road, Lin Yu was confident that even if his cart were constructed from coffin boards, it could traverse several hundred kilometers. However, on this dilapidated path, his wooden wheels were nearing their limits. It wouldn't be long before they crumbled apart. Guided by a skeletal horse, Lin Yu was led to a location where several carts were situated. He quickly discerned that this area had once been a marketplace. Although the carts remained, the horses had been consumed to the last bone, and the cargo from the carts lay scattered across the ground. This, however, posed little inconvenience for Lin Yu, as he still possessed 2 skeletal horses that could suffice for his needs. Upon examining the carts, he found that most were in disrepair, with usable ones being scarce, largely due to the recent rodent infestation that had affected this place, leaving few intact. Yet, Lin Yu noted that the wheels of these carts were surprisingly well made, far superior to those he had crafted himself. After contemplating for a moment, he selected the most intact cart among a few and summoned the versatile 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword to commence the transformation. He removed the unnecessary embellishments to lighten the load and salvaged several wheels from the damaged carts. Subsequently, Lin Yu approached the side of the carriage, deftly unfastening the cloth straps from his own makeshift cart. With a meticulous command over the corpses, he gradually maneuvered them onto the sturdier carriage frame. After considerable exertion, Lin Yu finally succeeded in transferring himself from the coffin board construct to this more robust vehicle. Reflecting on the journey, the coffin board cart, though rudimentary, had proven its worth by carrying his heavy coffin over such a great distance, deserving of commendation for its laborious service. However, as the old must give way to the new, this new carriage would undoubtedly facilitate a smoother and more efficient journey ahead. After shattering the old cart with the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword, Lin Yu collected some reins and similar items. He then returned to the cemetery outside the quaint town, where, undisturbed by any onlookers, he began to excavate the graves at a deliberate pace. The skeletal steed was harnessed with reins and tethered to the new carriage, its wheels rolling forth, glimmering in the crimson waters. Chapter 70. The Divine Fire Camp. A few magnificent steeds galloped across the fields like the wind. On one of the horses sat a man with thick, long eyebrows, a straight nose, deep and bright eyes, and a dense beard, exuding an air of dominance. "Your Highness." "Just ahead lies the garrison of the Jinui," spoke a handsome young man beside him, pointing forward. Understanding, the Prince of Yin nodded slightly and urged his horse to the front. Moments later, he tightened the reins, leaped down from his steed, and landed gracefully on the ground. "Welcome, Your Highness." A throng of Jinui seemed to have anticipated his arrival, gathering in front of the garrison to bow in unison, 1,500 men paying homage to the prince. "Are you Commander Luo Fei?" the prince inquired, directing his gaze towards the foremost kneeling figure clad in a black flying fish uniform, equipped with 2 ebony-embroidered spring knives. His sword-like brows and starry eyes radiated an impressive aura, unmistakably indicating his exceptional prowess. "I am Luo Fei, your humble servant. And I have the honor of meeting Your Highness," Luo Fei replied respectfully, keeping his head bowed. "There's no need for formalities. Rise," the prince said calmly, gesturing for the Jinui to stand. "Your Highness has urgent matters to discuss with Commander Luo. The rest may withdraw," commanded a white-faced, beardless man beside the prince, his voice sharp and his demeanor haughty. Luo Fei did not rise but signaled to the men behind him, who promptly stood up and retreated to a distance of several hundred meters, gathering neatly at their camp. The precision of their formation and the swiftness of their movements were indeed remarkable. "Your Highness, I am unaware of your visit. May I inquire about the matter at hand?" "Luo Fei is but a dullard, and I humbly seek your guidance," he addressed the prince. "Commander Luo," the prince replied, his expression still impassive as he regarded the still bowing Luo Fei. "I did not expect that you would continue to feign ignorance at this juncture." His voice was deep, imbued with an undeniable power that compelled Luo Fei to bow his head even lower. "Your Highness, I truly do not know. I beseech you to enlighten me." Luo Fei stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, ready to cascade down at any moment. "Is it not peculiar that you remain unaware? Father has commanded me to lead 3,000 border troops to assist you in subduing the demons west of Xiahaching. Surely, you cannot claim ignorance of this?" Upon hearing this, Luo Fei's heart raced. "I too am acting on the Emperor's orders to eliminate the black lacquered coffin. As for other matters, Luo Fei, how audacious you are. At this stage, you still dare to quibble? Have you a death wish?" The handsome white-faced man interjected harshly. "Ingen." The prince's voice resonated with authority. "Your Highness, please quell your anger. Your servant was merely anxious." "I beg for your pardon." Ingen quickly knelt, his bravado dissipating. Ignoring him, the prince continued to scrutinize the pale-faced Luo Fei. "It was Commander Luo who requested Father to assign me 3,000 border troops, correct? Must I state this explicitly?" Luo Fei hastily replied, "Your Highness, if this matter is indeed what we speak of, I am aware. But there is a reason behind it that cannot be plainly stated to the Emperor, thus." "What reason could that be?" Pray, share it with us. Luo Fei remarked. I have heard that the troops of the Yin Wang are exceedingly formidable, particularly the prowess of the artillery battalion, which has caused the northern plains to flee in disarray, annihilating several powerful extraordinary beings summoned from the north, and even vanquishing the monstrous scorpions of the desert. Upon learning this, I have often spoken of it to others, yet they deemed it an exaggeration, which vexed me greatly, yet I found myself powerless to refute, as I have never witnessed it firsthand. Thus, I humbly petitioned His Majesty to send 3,000 of the Yin Wang's border troops under the command of the Grand Commander to the west of Shahu City to obliterate that black coffin with the might of the artillery battalion, to demonstrate their renown. Oh, are you referring to my divine fire battalion? The voice of the Yin Wang softened, prompting Luo Fei to breathe a sigh of relief. Though he remained cautious, I am remiss in my words, having mistakenly referred to your illustrious fire weapon unit. I beseech your forgiveness, Your Highness. Luo Fei said as he knelt, his head bowed in humility. Please rise, Commandant Luo. There is no need for such formalities. If that is the case, then perhaps I have thought too much. I also ask for your understanding, the Yin Wang stated, his expression unchanging, his voice imbued with utmost authority. I dare not. Luo Fei replied. Please rise, Commandant Luo, the Yin Wang insisted as he assisted Luo Fei to his feet, revealing a gentle countenance. Since you wish to see my divine fire battalion, it is indeed a simple matter. Luo Fei, perplexed, requested guidance. He truly did not comprehend, even with swift movement. Should the border troops travel by water, it would still take over 7 or 8 days for 3,000 troops to journey from Pingjing City to Sioux City. Even under favorable conditions, when he initially petitioned the Hanwu Emperor to relocate the Yin Wang's border troops, his intention was not to have the Yin Wang's army stationed, but to ascertain how long it would take for the border troops to travel from Pingjing City to the imperial capital of Jinling. This matter was of great importance and not to be taken lightly. Indeed, when he approached the Hanwu Emperor, Luo Fei had already steeled himself for the possibility of punishment. However, this was a matter of utmost significance. Commandant Luo, I had already set forth with 3,000 cavalry and 1,000 of the Divine Fire Battalion upon my arrival in Jinling, as commanded by my father, and they are currently stationed just outside Jinko City, a mere few dozen miles from here. Luo Fei was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining his composure, his face lighting up with joy. Your Highness, if the border troops are stationed, how could the black coffin possibly remain? The Yin Wang remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Suddenly, a swift steed galloped towards them, and Luo Fei recognized the rider as Guoxing, the magistrate of Longqing. The emperor had dispatched them to Xiaohu, and along the way, the civil and military officials had been busily preparing to greet them outside the city, with Guoxing being particularly attentive. I, Guoxing, pay my respects to Your Highness. The Yin Wang. I also greet Commandant Luo. Guoxing dismounted hastily, kneeling before the Yin Wang, his face a mask of reverence tinged with urgency. Rise. What has caused such alarm? The Yin Wang discerned that something grave had transpired. Your Highness, to report, in the southeast of Longsheng, a horde of monstrous beasts has wreaked havoc, devastating several towns and slaughtering nearly 10,000 civilians. I led my troops to quell them, but we suffered a crushing defeat and lost hundreds of soldiers. We are utterly powerless against these beasts. Monstrous beasts? Luo Fei's face bore a subtle expression, urging, quickly lead us there. Yes, Commander Luo, but the matter regarding the beast. Guoxing's words were interrupted by the Yin Wang, who turned to Luo Fei and said, Commander Luo, the might of my divine fire camp is quite formidable and could be of great use. Might I inquire if you are interested in witnessing it? Luo Fei's face brightened with delight. If that is the case, it is indeed splendid. Your Highness, I shall dare to take a look. Meanwhile, Guoxing found himself sidelined, and despite the urgency and worry for the citizens of Longsheng weighing heavily on his heart, he could only sigh in silence. Chapter 71. The Trusted One. At this moment, just after dawn, the Divine Fire Camp had swiftly positioned itself in the southeastern direction of Dragon City, establishing a formidable formation. The air resonated with the sounds of thunderous roars and the approaching clamor of galloping hooves and battle cries. Leading the charge against the fierce beasts was the cavalry unit of the White Horse Brigade, brought forth by the Prince of Yin, comprised of seasoned warriors. Before long, a colossal beast, towering nearly 5 meters high, surged forth from the thicket, accompanied by a pack of slightly smaller creatures. Emerging onto the plains where the Divine Fire Camp was stationed, Luo Fei, with keen eyesight, discerned that this was a wild boar transformed into a monstrous entity. its tusks nearly 2 meters long, dripping with blood and flesh. Surrounding it were at least 20 other wild boar beasts of similar ferocity, now racing towards the divine fire camp, scarcely 300 paces away. Prepare. A command rang out through the ranks. Instantly, nearly 300 soldiers in the front lines raised their fire guns. The White Horse Brigade expertly lured the wild boar horde into the firing range of their weapons before retreating calmly. The gigantic wild boar, bellowing in rage, charged forward with its smaller counterparts. However, after merely a few strides, they abruptly sank into concealed pits hidden beneath branches and weeds. Luo Fei recognized these traps as deep pits hastily excavated by the border troops under the prince's orders, lined with sharp stakes and thorns, ensuring that any creature falling within would suffer grievous harm. It must be noted that the ability to lay such traps in such a short span of time illustrated the fierce discipline and indomitable spirit of the border troops, far superior to the various factions under the grandson of the emperor. Fire. With this command, a deafening cacophony erupted simultaneously. Luo Fei's eyes widened in astonishment as he listened to the anguished roars of the beasts amidst the billowing smoke. Reload. Again, he heard the order. Noticing that the soldiers who had just discharged their fire guns were now crouched low, reloading fresh ammunition. Meanwhile, the soldiers behind them stepped forward and pulled the triggers once more. Another series of blasts rang out, and from his vantage point on horseback, Luo Fei beheld the smaller wild boar beasts being riddled with bullets, grievously wounded, their breaths becoming shallow. Yet, they pressed on, their speed barely distinguishable from a human's run. The largest among them, despite being drenched in blood, continued to howl, pawing at the ground as if preparing for a final desperate stand. Fire. Just then, Luo Fei noticed the fire gunners dropping to the ground. While not far behind them, 10 bronze cannons had been loaded with solid shot and unleashed a ferocious barrage. The thunderous roar left Luo Fei momentarily deafened. Simultaneously, he witnessed the massive wild boar being struck by the heavy projectiles, its flesh torn asunder, a gaping wound appearing on its head. It collapsed to the ground, its life evidently ebbing away. Luo Fei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that within such a brief span, the menace posed by the horde of beasts would be extinguished by the might of the divine fire camp. Luo Fei bowed to the king of Yin and, in an instant, vanished from his steed, only to reappear moments later beside the colossal wild boar demon beast. Grasping the ebony-hued embroidered spring blade, he struck at the creature's hide. However, upon inspection, he was taken aback to find that his blow had merely left a shallow mark. Summoning his spiritual energy, Luo Fei exerted a hidden force, and the blade sliced through the boar's abdomen, releasing a torrent of blood. Even though it was a demon beast, its insides bore no significant difference from that of any mundane animal. With a deft motion of his blade, he located a transparent orb, the demon core. This core, however, was considerably larger than the typical first-level cores, and though he had not engaged in battle with this giant wild boar, Luo Fei surmised that it likely possessed the strength of a second-level celestial realm demon. Could mere mortals, armed with firearms and cannons, truly slay a celestial realm beast? Luo Fei was inwardly astonished. Yet, recalling the series of battles waged by the King of Yin, he felt a profound shock. The cavalry unit, mounted on white steeds, was tasked with containment and diversion, displaying remarkable agility and strict discipline. Meanwhile, the remaining troops swiftly excavated trenches and large pits, setting traps with impressive speed and proficiency. Once the cavalry had lured the colossal wild boar demon, the musketeers, having already loaded their lead projectiles, stood poised to unleash their fire the moment the beast stepped into the trap. Luo Fei also noted that the location of the trench was perfectly within the firing range of the musketeers. After the first squad of musketeers completed their volley, they promptly crouched down to reload, while the second squad, positioned behind them, swiftly took aim. Upon realizing that the wild boar demon horde had not been completely annihilated but was merely grievously wounded and still possessed the capacity to retaliate, the musketeers collectively dropped prone, allowing the newly readied cannons behind them to unleash a thunderous barrage. The might of the cannons was truly formidable. The shells they launched were not only exceptionally heavy but also packed explosive power. Even a demon beast with a copper head and iron limbs stood no chance against the series of explosive projectiles. Clutching the transparent demon core in his hand, Luo Fei felt a chill run through him. The strength of the Yin King's border troops was far greater than the Crown Prince had anticipated. This was still under the circumstance where only the Divine Fire Camp had been mobilized. What if all the border troops were deployed? How would they fare? From Pingjing City to Jinling, even if pursued and intercepted, could they withstand such might? The Crown Prince's thoughts seemed overly simplistic. Would the reduction of the feudal lords truly be as effortless as he envisioned? And should the king of Yin decide to rebel, it would be an insurmountable challenge. As the commander of the Jinhui, Luo Fei remained loyal to Emperor Han Wu and equally devoted to Crown Prince Huiyuan, not for any other reason, but for the Crown Prince's benevolence in the peace and safety of the common folk. Almost without realizing it, he had gradually become a trusted confidant of the Crown Prince. For 31 years, Emperor Han Wu expelled the northern tribes and established the Great Alliance, allowing the populace to settle into peace, yet many lives had been lost. The laws were harsh, and punishment severe. One person's mistake could lead to the ruin of an entire family. Luo Fei's father had once been embroiled in a political scandal, nearly leading to their execution, had it not been for his sudden awakening of a remarkable talent. Rapidly advancing through the ranks to the 4th tier of the celestial realm and even awakening a second ability, he, along with his father, would have likely met their demise long ago. Now, as the aging Emperor Han Wu approaches the twilight of his reign and the Crown Prince is poised to ascend the throne, it is only a matter of time. The Crown Prince, filled with ambition, seeks to curtail the power of the feudal lords who burden the treasury with their extravagant expenditures and military might. He harbors apprehension towards Prince Yin and initially contemplated various strategies to test him. It was then that the matter of the Black Coffin arose, prompting him to dispatch Luo Fei to request the presence of Prince Yin's border troops before Emperor Han Wu. Who would have anticipated that Prince Yin's forces were stationed at Jinkou? Who could have foreseen the formidable strength of Prince Yin's troops, capable of slaying beasts from the celestial realm? What would ordinary soldiers have done in such a scenario? Upon returning, it is essential to report the truth to the Crown Prince and prepare accordingly. Setting aside his thoughts, Luo Fei, wielding a beautifully crafted knife, sliced open the abdomen of a slightly smaller wild boar beast, discovering no beast core within. He then utilized his abilities to return to Prince Yin's side. Your Highness, this item is a beast core, worth a fortune. With hands raised, Luo Fei knelt before Prince Yin, his expression one of utmost reverence. The beast core. Prince Yin smiled, extending his hand to rest upon Luo Fei's palm. Such a divine object must be bestowed upon the worthy. Commander Luo, I hold you in high regard. You may keep this beast core. However, the smile on Prince Yin's face abruptly vanished. I hope you proceed with caution. Chapter 72. Ink poison. When the resounding boom suddenly echoed, Lin Yu initially thought it was merely thunder rumbling in the distance. Recalling the last time he heard such a sound, it was during the fury of the Xianlei Taoist, who, enraged by the demise of Xianming, struck a tree with a violent bolt of lightning at the relay station. Lin Yu could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. Could it be that another formidable figure, awakened to the power of thunder, had lost their temper once more? However, the memory of the Xianlei Taoist's tempestuous lightning remained vividly etched in his mind. Its destructive force was indeed terrifying. And although the Xianlei Taoist was merely a transcendent being at the level of Xian Tian, his ability to harness and control such power was truly remarkable. As for Lin Yu, even after honing his own ability, Thunder Rainbow, to the 3rd tier, he still found himself unable to match the potency displayed by the Xianlei Taoist at that time. How long would it take to reach such heights? Among his other abilities, the Water Sovereign's power had indeed attained the level previously demonstrated by the Xianming Taoist. Yet there remained a slight gap. He could create protective water walls and unleash water projectiles. Yet it was noteworthy that the Water Sovereign's ability had reached the 5th tier and was still limited. Lin Yu could not help but ponder the boundaries of these abilities. What might they be? Would the 9th tier signify the time of blossoming and fruition? Or could there exist even more formidable stages beyond that? At present, these remained mysteries, leaving Lin Yu to speculate. Speaking of blossoming and fruition, Lin Yu found himself particularly concerned about the current state of one ability, planting arts. Initially, this ability merely allowed him to cultivate plants within his sensory range. Over time, it evolved to enable him to designate the growth of specific flora at will. After departing from the Lus Hill in the western part of Lake City, this ability had primarily assisted him in concealing traces, with little opportunity for further application. However, just moments ago, Lin Yu commanded the corpses to excavate graves, retrieving the bodies within and then reburying each grave. Utilizing planting arts, he covered the graves and surrounding areas with wild grasses and vines anew. Yet, he suddenly noticed that some of the newly sprouted plants bore an unusual appearance. Typically, the plants that emerged were consistent with those found in the vicinity, whether wild grasses, flowers, or thorny vines. But at this moment, the plants sprouting from the graves appeared rather peculiar. With white stems and black umbrellas, they were unmistakably mushrooms. However, These mushrooms were decidedly strange. While black mushrooms were not uncommon, Linyu had encountered them frequently in his past life. With shiitake mushrooms being a dark brown, he had never seen ones that were almost entirely black. Moreover, the edges of these fungi dripped with a viscous black substance, reminiscent of ink. No matter how one looked at it, they were undeniably bizarre and eerie, resembling little soul-calling umbrellas, awaiting the return of wandering spirits. How fitting it was for such things to sprout atop graves. Initially, Linyu contemplated uprooting them, as they were somewhat unsightly, but the ink-like substance piqued his curiosity. Could it be that these were poisonous? The viscous black ink emanated an aura of malevolence. After a moment of contemplation, Linyu resolved to experiment with it. Sensing his surroundings, he swiftly located a mouse of ordinary size. Curiously, normal mice existed here. Where had the previous aberrations originated from? Had they scurried over from some distant place? Yet, if there were indeed monstrous beasts lurking about, why had the earlier reports concerning the two fallen soldiers failed to mention any mouse-like fiends? Such perplexities. Nevertheless, the information at hand was limited, and it would be prudent to set aside these musings for now. When the opportunity arose to hunt down a messenger or the like, further inquiries could be pursued. Binding the gray mouse with tendrils of vine without strangling it, Linyu deftly maneuvered a spade to lift it. Controlling a drop of ink from the mushroom, he delivered it to the mouse's mouth. To his astonishment, the effects manifested rapidly. Upon consuming the droplet, the mouse began to thrash wildly, its hind legs kicking as if in a spasm, soon followed by tremors throughout its body. This was intriguing indeed. Observing for a while, he noted the mouse's reactions grew increasingly intense, yet it showed no signs of demise. What if he administered another drop? Linyu's curiosity deepened. He surmised that the mushroom's ink might serve as a formidable new weapon. However, further experimentation was essential. A second drop slid into the mouse's mouth, and almost immediately, its movements escalated into a terrifying frenzy, gnashing at the vines that restrained it. Wait a moment, was this not poison? As Linyu pondered this, a third drop was introduced. And at last, the mouse ceased its madness, its muscles convulsing, before black blood oozed from its orifices. Indeed, it was poison. Yet, it appeared that 3 drops were fatal. The first 2 merely incited a state of frenzy and loss of control. A whimsical nursery rhyme suddenly flitted through Linyu's mind. The mushroom was truly terrifying, far more potent than he had anticipated. He retrieved a small ceramic vial from the coffin, a burial artifact of old Lu, originally containing grains, seemingly part of the mortuary offerings. After emptying its contents, he promptly plucked a black mushroom from the grave, channeling the abilities of the Water Lord. Linyu effortlessly separated the concentrated ink from the mushroom and directed it into the vial. It was noteworthy that the mushrooms did not yield as much ink as Linyu had hoped. He managed to extract less than half a vial from this harvest. The vial was decidedly modest in size. Employing his agricultural skills once more, Linyu soon witnessed new mushrooms sprouting atop the grave, though in a significantly reduced quantity compared to before. Repeating the process of extracting the ink, he dedicated considerable time until he finally filled the ceramic vial to the brim. Roughly estimated, is this about 2 liters? Utilizing the 7-star Longyuan sword, Linyu skillfully procured a piece of wood and employed his artisan abilities to carve it into a stopper, effectively sealing the viscous poison within the bottle. However, considering that just 3 drops could bring down a small mouse, one must ponder how much would be required to affect a human. In comparison to other more efficient methods of combat, this ink seems considerably inferior. Yet, due to its unique properties, Linyu surmised that it may prove useful in unforeseen circumstances. Having completed these tasks, the sun had already ascended to its zenith. Linyu attuned himself to the direction of the small town and the sides of the main road. Before long, the sound of hooves echoed, as a carriage from the direction of Lower Lake City finally approached. This small town, once vibrant, now lay devoid of any living souls. With not a single domestic animal in sight, and even the birds no longer graced it with their presence. For humanity, this town had irrevocably transformed into a desolate wasteland. Chapter 73. The crimson chaos. As the sun ascended to its zenith, the bright sunlight poured over every corner of the small town. The dark crimson blood on the ground gradually evaporated, absorbed by the soil, leaving behind terrifying deep red stains. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood, discernible from miles away. Several horse-drawn carriages halted a mile outside the town, and no matter how fiercely the drivers whipped their steeds, the horses dared not advance. Instead, they seemed to be fleeing for their lives, desperately attempting to turn the carriages around. 2 horses, in their frantic movements, even overturned a carriage. The horses were in a frenzy. Where was that scent of blood coming from? This was dire news. The people of Beishuan town had vanished, and blood covered the ground. What are we waiting for? Hurry and report to Sioux City. The neighing of horses and the cries of people echoed incessantly, even from a distance. Although Lin Yu could not hear them clearly, he sensed the urgency. At this moment, he was prepared. The dry corpses stood ready with shovels in hand, concealed within the woods, while the 7 stars Long Yuan's sword concealed its presence, its edge directed towards the town's outskirts. Should anyone approach this area, Lin Yu would not hesitate to act. The graveyard lay beside the woods, a short distance from the main road. As long as he refrained from making any loud noises, those individuals would remain oblivious to his presence. However, judging by the commotion of the horses and other sounds, Lin Yu surmised that the number of people in this group was not insignificant. Previously, he had thought the sound of hooves belonged to messengers or travelers passing by. But now, the distinct creaking of wagon wheels and the clatter of goods being upturned indicated otherwise. It appeared to be a caravan traveling from Lower Lake City towards Hang City. This was quite normal, as Lower Lake City, though small, was a thriving commercial hub. Both water and land routes facilitated considerable trade with surrounding areas. Lin Yu had gathered much information on this matter from those visiting the graves at Huangtu Ridge. Sioux City, not too far from him, was the economic center of Jiangnan. Naturally, caravans traversed the route between Lower Lake and Sioux City. Otherwise, the small town along the way would not be so developed. However, with the number of people approaching the town, it seemed there was little he could do if he wished to create a significant disturbance there. If it had been merely 2 individuals, Lin Yu would have dared to turn them into corpses without hesitation, but with a larger group, such an endeavor became precarious. If even one escaped, he would be thoroughly exposed. He decided to focus on the matter at hand. Lin Yu redirected his attention to the graveyard. The 6 corpses he had previously unearthed had joined his ranks, adding to his resources. After all, with 48 positions available for control, there remained many untapped. And even a single dry bone could be of use. Within this graveyard, the number of corpses that have not yet succumbed to decay is indeed quite limited. Upon careful counting, only 12 remain. It is noteworthy that this cemetery boasts over 100 tombstones and more than 200 decaying straw mats enveloping the remains. In this light, the figure appears remarkably small. Lin Yu speculated that a place like Lake, where coffins are scattered and numerous partially decomposed bodies abound, might only be found in Sioux City. Consequently, Lin Yu's current opportunities here are rather constrained. While he attunes himself to the commotion emanating from the Tao, he concurrently directs the dried corpses to tirelessly excavate the earth, unearthing coffins or tattered mats within. Once this task is completed, he can engage in honing other abilities while awaiting the arrival of nightfall. The abundance of dry corpses and skeletal remains ensures an ample supply of digging tools, rendering the process expedient, a task with which Lin Yu is well acquainted. It could be asserted that, in the art of grave digging and filling, Lin Yu now feels that if he were to claim second place, no one would dare assert themselves as the first. With a shovel in hand, he excavates the soil, pries open the coffins, retrieves the bodies, and subsequently reburies the earth, carefully restoring the mounds, orchestrating a simultaneous exercise of various skills. This constitutes a comprehensive and scientifically formulated regimen that Lin Yu has devised. Naturally, if time permits, he might also employ his artisan abilities to craft a couple of rudimentary burial items to cast into the coffins. Before long, 6 corpses have been unearthed by the dried cadavers, and Lin Yu resumes his systematic actions. One by one, he places these not yet fully decomposed bodies into their respective coffins. Following this, wisps of ethereal energy flow into Lin Yu's being, completing this phase of the ritual. However, just prior to the placement of the last corpse, Lin Yu suddenly perceived a change in his range of awareness. After a brief estimation, he found that his perceptive range had expanded to nearly 200 meters. Remarkably, it seems to extend in increments of 50 meters outward. Yet, compared to the previous occasion, this expansion was considerably slower. He had absorbed a substantial amount of the giant rat's ethereal energy, and only now was he able to once again broaden his perceptive range. It appears that this phenomenon lacks any discernible pattern. In other words, it is somewhat invisible. What he can ascertain is that the energy seems to ascend through layers of color: black, gray, green, and blue. However, he remains uncertain about the exact conversion mechanism. Perhaps it operates in units of 10? The least amount emanates from the giant rats, while the most significant source is derived from the Xianlei Taoist. The Xianlei Taoist, being at the pinnacle of the second tier, provides blue-hued energy, which indeed significantly enhanced his perceptive range. If he could vanquish the fourth-tier Luo Fei, what color would the absorbed energy manifest, and how much would it elevate his perceptive range? As he placed the final corpse into the coffin and absorbed the gray ethereal energy, Lin Yu suddenly sensed something amiss. Why is it that the corpses of ordinary people can emit a gray aura, while those of the giant rats only radiate a lower-tier black energy? It is essential to note that these giant rats are supposed to be evolved creatures. If the energy of an ordinary person surpasses that of an evolved giant rat, could it be that ordinary individuals are not truly ordinary, but instead possess a higher-tier energy? The resurgence of spiritual energy. Could it be that it has already impacted all of humanity? The more Lin Yu pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Though this remains merely a conjecture, should humanity truly reach a state where everyone is cultivating immortality and transcending the ordinary, would that be beneficial or detrimental for him? Indeed, the world appears to be descending into chaos. While contemplating these thoughts, Lin Yu exerted control over the corpses and skeletal remains, methodically unearthing graves, one after another. Chapter 74. Something is amiss. A throng of constables galloped swiftly from Sioux City, their expressions grave. They merely circled around Beishuan town, yet their faces turned ashen. Urgently, they produced wooden planks to completely seal off the town's thoroughfares in every direction. Consequently, the merchant caravans traversing between Xiao, Jiaqing, and Sioux City found themselves ensnared outside the town, creating a chaotic and congested scene. As the crowd swelled, so did the disorder. The constables stood at the town's perimeter, brandishing steel blades, trembling in fear, their brows furrowed, not daring to allow even a fly to pass through. A calamity had befallen them. The constables were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, even without observing the extensive bloodstains on the ground and walls. The overwhelming stench of blood wafting from within the town signaled a dire disaster. With a populace of 2,000 souls in Beishuan town, comprising men, women, and children, alongside transient lodgers, such an immense number vanishing overnight could only signify a catastrophic event. After a prolonged 2 hours, the governor of Sioux City finally arrived, albeit with a significant delay. The reason for their tardiness lay in an ambush they encountered en route. A pack of bloodied rodents, the size of wild dogs, sprang from the roadside, instantly dispatching nearby soldiers and steeds. Had it not been for the swift reflexes of Long Feng, a remarkable figure from the inspection bureau, the situation could have escalated drastically. Despite this, those rodents still claimed the lives of 3 soldiers, and 6 horses lay lifeless. The governor, still shaken, paused to regain composure before resuming the journey. What typically took less than an hour from Sioux City to here had stretched into an arduous ordeal. This contingent, numbering nearly 2,000, primarily comprised soldiers from the Inspection Bureau and Sioux City, well-equipped, and even including a cadre of musketeers dispatched to Xiao. Without such reinforcements, the presence of the Inspection Bureau would have been unnecessary. "Clear the way. Step aside," shouted several knife-wielding constables as they reached the outskirts of Beishuan town, commanding the merchant caravans to move aside. Within the past hour, an amalgamation of merchant carts and travelers from Xiaohu and Sioux City had gathered in considerable numbers outside the town. Those daring enough to venture inside were met with a scene of devastation and bloodshed, their hearts gripped by terror, their spirits shattered. The once bustling and vibrant town now lay desolate, devoid of any human presence, save for the acrid stench of blood and the disarray of dilapidated structures. Before long, the governor's sedan came to a halt, and a corpulent official emerged. Adorned with an official hat and robe, he walked with a steady gait, his long, wispy beard billowing in the breeze. "Governor, I have made a discovery," a constable announced, holding a white cloth that bore a fuzzy, grayish-black claw. The governor's brows knitted tightly as he turned to his companion, a man with dark circles under his eyes, clad in a gray robe and wielding a steel blade, exuding a menacing aura. With a mere gesture, the man summoned a soldier who presented a rodent's head, nearly identical to the claw. "Governor, it appears this place has also succumbed to the calamity of those monstrous rodents. It is likely that the inhabitants have," Long Feng remarked, shaking his head in dismay. The governor let out a deep sigh, reflecting on the misfortune that had befallen him merely half a year into his tenure in Sioux City. As he faced the calamity of the beastly scourge, the death toll in Beishuan town had likely exceeded 2,000. Such ill fate was indeed disheartening. The destruction of Beishuan town was no trivial matter, and it would certainly stir significant unrest within the court. Should this unfortunate incident come to the attention of certain adversarial officials, he would likely find himself facing impeachment. If the emperor were to take offense and unleash his wrath, The precariously gained position he had just begun to settle into could be swiftly taken from him. He might not even be able to preserve his own life. Moreover, the Prince of Yin and the commander of the Imperial Guards, Luo, were set to arrive in Sioux City with a large army, and the incident at Beishuan Town was on their path. If they were to witness the aftermath, the governor felt a sense of frustration. How could such an event occur right under his nose? Why could it not have transpired in Jia City or Hang City? Truly, he was in the throes of misfortune. Governor, this situation is rather troublesome, remarked Long Feng, glancing around before whispering into the governor's ear. If not handled with care, we shall all be caught in the fallout. What is your proposal for dealing with this matter? The governor inquired urgently. I shall first lead some men to conduct an inspection, and then we will decide the course of action together, Long Feng replied, signaling to the men behind him. Sir, there are too many onlookers. Please issue an order for them to disperse and ensure strict surveillance. Should anyone speak out of turn, they must be dealt with. The governor was well aware of the implications. Nodding in understanding, he commanded the dispersal of the merchants and idle spectators. Before long, those who had gathered to gawk, or who genuinely sought passage, were cleared away entirely. Long Feng then led a contingent of 50 men into Beishuan Town. The town lay in utter silence, and as Long Feng reached the main street, he surveyed the devastation surrounding him. Bloodstains marred the houses and roads, and even he, who had encountered the dead before, could not help but frown at the heavy stench of blood. 2,000 souls had vanished without a trace, and even the monstrous rats were nowhere to be found. Could it be that these people had all been slaughtered by the more than 10 beastly rats he had dispatched on the road? Yet, upon further contemplation, such a notion seemed implausible. How much could a mere handful of rats consume? The inhabitants of Beishuan Town were undeniably all gone. Had the rats devoured the people and then fled? If that were the case, news would have spread far and wide within the 2 hours since the incident. Furthermore, the merchant caravans and travelers between Shi Lake and Sioux City were still alive. If they had encountered the rats, would they not have met their demise as well? It was all rather perplexing. Sir, there appears to be something unusual here. Please allow your subordinate to investigate. At that moment, a subordinate rushed over, seemingly having discovered something noteworthy. Long Feng followed him to the roadside. Sir, look, what are these? The subordinate pointed to 2 distinct tracks on the ground. Long Feng raised his gaze. Merely wheel ruts, but wait. Upon closer inspection, those 2 tracks, if not scrutinized carefully, would have gone unnoticed entirely. However, Long Feng discovered that on the ground, amidst the extensive bloodstains, 2 tracks appeared to connect the stains like lines, and within these tracks, remnants of blood were still present. Even Long Feng, no matter how obtuse, understood that this was highly irregular. According to his initial assumptions, the townsfolk should have been devoured by the swarm of rats, which would explain the abundance of blood. If there were no living souls left, how could these 2 tracks possibly maneuver through the bloodstains? My lord, I believe it is impossible for any cart to navigate through these bloodied remnants. According to the merchants, their horses dared not approach this town, let alone pull a cart. Only a few bold individuals ventured into the town, and they fled in haste. Would you not find these tracks peculiar? One of his subordinates inquired urgently. Long Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, if these tracks did not belong to those merchants, their existence would be utterly perplexing. Accompanied by his entourage, he commenced a thorough search for these anomalous tracks throughout the various roads within the town, yielding considerable findings. However, upon connecting the tracks from different locations, they converged into the main thoroughfare. Long Feng noted that these 2 tracks ultimately directed towards the road leading down to the lake. As he continued his search, he discovered that amidst the chaotic array of tracks, one inexplicably descended from the main road and ventured into the surrounding woods. A shiver ran down Lang Feng's spine, and his scalp tingled. What kind of cart could possibly penetrate into the woods? This was decidedly abnormal. Glancing around, he noticed only 4 individuals remained near him, while the others were stationed at various points, conducting their own inspections. You 4, come with me, he commanded, his brow furrowed in concentration. Chapter 75. The waste of heaven and earth. The 7 stars dragon abyss sword floated and sank in midair. Its entirely transparent form rendered it inconspicuous, allowing it to strike enemies with unforeseen precision. Its sharpness was unquestionable, capable of severing hair and slicing through iron with ease. Thus, it became Lin Yu's most formidable and cherished weapon. However, even this blade required blood to hone its edge further. At present, 5 uninvited guests had unexpectedly intruded into its lethal range, advancing deeper into the territory. The sword awaited their approach, still too close to the path of the Great Way. The 7 stars dragon abyss sword hovered before the leader of the group, poised to commence its deadly dance of slaughter. Suddenly, one of them pointed ahead, indicating a place amidst the wild grass, where the ground undulated and rose. It was entwined with thick vines, concealing whatever lay hidden within. Could it be the cart? The tracks had indeed halted here. You, go take a look, the leader commanded. I can't see, came the response. Useless, follow me and draw your weapons. The group, in a cacophony of noise, gradually approached. The 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword thrummed with anticipation. They had ventured far enough now. Soon, the blood flower would bloom in this forest. As the vines were gradually cleared away, the 5 men grew increasingly excited. Yet, this was where it would end. Wait, what? Is this? A corpse, one stammered. Before he could finish his sentence, the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword pierced through his heart. 1 kill. Ding Lu. How could you? 2 kills. Enemy attack. 3 kills. There are ghosts. No. A massacre unfolded. Within mere moments, the thick stench of blood permeated the forest, enveloping the grass, vines, and trees in a crimson mist. The 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword shook off the blood and soared back into the air, heading toward the Great Way. Having completed its task, it sought to bathe in more blood to become even more terrifying. Lin Yu was quite satisfied. It was indeed unexpected that 5 individuals would willingly queue for their demise. Initially, he had not anticipated anyone would come searching for him deep within the woods. Yet, to his surprise, they had managed to do so. How had they found him? Just moments ago, Lin Yu had sensed one of them utter the words cart tracks. Thus, he discerned that 2 sets of tracks had entered the grass from the Great Way, extending toward this location. The forest was dense, and the grass was not overly lush, combined with the damp soil, making the tracks quite distinct. It turned out this was how their presence had been revealed. He had never imagined someone could trace his whereabouts by such means. However, it is quite perplexing for Lin Yu that someone with such intellect would approach this place so recklessly and without preparation. One cannot help but wonder whether the leader possesses any intelligence at all. Is it not known that the town is seeking the missing civilians and investigating the bloodstains scattered about? How then could this individual have followed the tracks to this location? Nonetheless, it is of little consequence. Presently, Lin Yu's sensory range has expanded to a radius of 200 meters. Though this may seem a modest distance, it is, in fact, quite significant, especially when compared to the initial 10 meters he could perceive at Huangchigang, a transformation of monumental proportions. This 200-meter span allows Lin Yu to sense everything across the road and nearly 1/3 of the vast area within the desolate town. The mobilization of a large contingent of officials was, indeed, anticipated by Lin Yu. Given the magnitude of the situation, their absence would have been more remarkable. However, the precise number of individuals present eludes his perception. Yet, should these officials discover the disappearance of the individuals and venture into the woods, a confrontation would become inevitable. If he were to eliminate them all within this forest, it would likely go unnoticed. After all, the previous officials had already driven away the merchant caravans and other lingering individuals. Only the officials remained. With the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword, Lin Yu methodically severed the vines entangling him, persistently placing the individuals he had dispatched into the coffin. In no time, 4 out of 5 had their flesh and essence absorbed, transforming into desiccated corpses. Although the appearances of these individuals varied, they were all rather unremarkable ordinary folk laboring within the inspection agency who had seldom faced any turmoil or conflict. Lin Yu learned that these individuals were part of the same system as the military officials who had previously traversed from the main road, and they were acquainted with one another. The gray essence of these 4 souls entered the coffin as before. Lin Yu then focused on the last remaining individual. This person, judging by their attire and previous haughty demeanor, appeared to be the leader of the group, prompting Lin Yu to reserve them for last absorption. To his astonishment, as the process unfolded, Lin Yu discovered that this leader was, in fact, an extraordinary individual. This leader, named Long Feng, originally hailed from the northwestern border of the Great Alliance. Having been separated from his family in his youth and finding himself in Jiang and without any particular skills, he eventually became a low-ranking soldier in the inspection agency in his 20s. He had resigned himself to a mundane life until the resurgence of spiritual energy awakened latent abilities within him, leading to his gradual elevation to the head of a local inspection agency in Sioux City. His presence in this area was prompted by reports of anomalies in Beishuan town, which had reached the attentive ears of the governor of Sioux City, resulting in his deployment alongside 500 officials. As a result, he encountered over a dozen giant rats along the way, all of which he vanquished one by one. Upon arriving at Beishuan town, his subordinates discovered bloodied wool tracks, Driven by curiosity, he pursued the trail into the woods, where his life ultimately came to an abrupt halt. Lungfeng possessed a peculiar ability, to put it simply. He could transform parts of his body into a metal-like solidity at will. This bore a striking resemblance to Yang Yu's ability from the Zhike sect. However, while Yang Yu could render himself impervious to blades and bullets, Lungfeng's power differed significantly. In the earlier battle with the giant rats, Lungfeng transformed his claws into metal, effortlessly shredding those beasts into pieces. If a giant rat were to bite him, it would be akin to gnawing on steel, rendering it utterly ineffective. Nevertheless, Lungfeng's abilities were limited. He could accomplish little with them. Coupled with a lack of strategic thinking, he often employed his power in a rather crude manner, failing to consider its potential for development. Such a pity. Soon, a wisp of green energy enveloped Lin Yu's body, and simultaneously, a line of small text appeared in his mind. Quenching technique. Chapter 76, Wolves and Jackals Alchemy? At first glance, it bore semblance to an ability akin to the discipline of punishing greed, leading Lin Yu to question its relevance to wealth. However, upon reviewing the description of this capability, he felt a sense of relief. Spirit enhancement, Copper Mountain Iron Wall. Indeed, it mirrored the original abilities of this cold peak, allowing the self to be tempered. Akin to resilient metal. Could this be considered an unexpected delight? After all, he had never anticipated that someone would venture directly into this thicket, let alone that there existed an extraordinary individual within it. Cold Peak was truly a commendable person. As he examined other abilities, Lin Yu discovered that the capacity for body refinement had escalated to a fourth level. He had initially presumed that at least 2 of the 5 individuals would manifest new abilities. Yet, only one capability of alchemy emerged. He had long been aware of a particular truth. Not every individual, upon becoming a dried corpse, would grant him new abilities. This was evident in the 4 disciples of the Zhuke sect who had come to scout, as well as the 2 soldiers he had previously captured. They merely facilitated an upgrade to an existing ability rather than bestowing a new one. Could it be that this phenomenon was selective? Reflecting on the journey thus far, he had indeed absorbed a considerable amount of flesh and blood from the deceased, successfully transmuting them into dried corpses. Old Lu, Foolish 5, Xianlei Wudao, Taoist Su, Chenhua Jiang, Ji Yuan, and Lu Gong Yang, along with Cold Peak, had all imparted various abilities to him. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals had merely contributed spiritual energy, enhancing a specific skill. Lin Yu had begun to form his own hypotheses regarding the underlying reasons. Absorbing the flesh and blood of extraordinary beings would undoubtedly endow him with abilities, a fact that had proven consistently accurate thus far. Conversely, ordinary individuals devoid of spiritual energy appeared to be hit or miss. Some granted abilities while others did not. Lin Yu speculated that perhaps a discernible pattern might emerge in the future. Yet for now, it seemed that no further explanations were forthcoming. He decided to experiment with this newfound ability and assess its practicality. Given Cold Peak's formidable strength, how would it manifest within himself? Even at the first level, it should yield significant results. Channeling his spiritual energy, Lin Yu simultaneously activated the alchemy. In an instant, he noticed a corner of his coffin lid emitting a brilliant light. However, the radiance quickly dimmed, yet the wooden section transformed, exuding a metallic quality. Lin Yu wielded his shovel, gently tapping at that area, and soon perceived the crisp clink of metal colliding. Indeed, it had become metal. It appeared to differ slightly from Yang Yu's ability from the Zhike sect. Yet, amidst his reflections, Lin Yu suddenly observed that the corner of the coffin lid, now metallic, began to revert to its original wooden texture, akin to water gradually evaporating. Evidently, a time constraint was at play. From the revolving lantern, Lin Yu perceived the abilities of the Cold Peak, which also had a time limitation, albeit that limitation lasted merely a few minutes. The first-tier abilities were indeed not formidable, a fact that was quite normal. After a while, Lin Yu attempted once more and discovered that the duration of this ability was approximately 10 seconds, with a cooldown exceeding 10 minutes. A sage? No, the buffering time is rather excessive, he remarked. Nonetheless, it was still a commendable ability. Furthermore, this power could be utilized not only on his own coffin but also on the corpses, the wooden handles of the shovels, and even on the plants cultivated through his art. In essence, as long as it belonged to him, this ability would manifest its effects, although it barely lasted 10 seconds. The force of alchemy would presumably, like those abilities, extend its duration and reduce its cooldown as one's levels progressed. Additionally, this ability could indeed be activated during idle moments, requiring minimal effort. He believed the training speed would not be excessively slow. At this moment, 5 corpses stood beside the coffin cart. Lin Yu took stock of the current total of corpses and bones. Before arriving here, he had 17 corpses under his command. After supplementing with 6 from the graves, the total rose to 12, and with the addition of these 5 newcomers, the count reached 40. Among the 48 positions to control, there were also 2 skeletal horses and a 7-star dragon abyss sword, leaving only 5 vacant spots. Remarkably, the team had expanded so significantly in such a short time. Lin Yu decided to leave the 5 vacant positions for the time being. There was no necessity to fill them all. After all, what if more individuals arrived seeking their demise? If there were too many, the vacancies would be insufficient. Having completed these tasks, Lin Yu chose to continue utilizing his botanical art, planting vines to cover the corpses, the coffin cart, and the skeletal horses. As for the 2 tracks left behind, he was disinclined to concern himself with them. If there were more short-lived souls, like this cold peak, who insisted on being curious, he had no recourse, who still believed that abundant spiritual energy was a boon. With all trainable abilities arranged, Lin Yu continued to sense the direction of the small town, awaiting the moment when darkness would envelop the sky. If the group of officials persisted in their search throughout the night, remaining stationed here, he would not hold back. In the pitch-black night, even if they lit candles or torches, visibility would be severely impaired, making it effortless for him to eliminate a few without detection. Of course, if they chose to retreat, it mattered little. He would simply proceed towards Sioux City. Outside Beishuan town, the governor of Sioux City listened to the report from the subordinates of the Cold Peak, unable to fathom what he had just heard. You say the Cold Peak and the other 4 have vanished? Such a large individual, disappearing in broad daylight? He raised his gaze towards the still, lifeless Beishuan town, the acrid stench of blood lingering in his nostrils. Upon receiving this news, a tremor coursed through his heart. Indeed, my lord, I am also unaware of their whereabouts, replied the subordinate, with a look of disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been scouring the North Inquiry town. Yet one individual had stumbled upon several carriages with their wheels severed. As he attempted to report this, he discovered that the leader, Lung Feng, had vanished. They searched each household, but Lung Feng was nowhere to be found. To their astonishment, they realized that 4 others had similarly disappeared. After an extensive search throughout the town, they still could not locate these 5 individuals, prompting them to hastily report back. Could it be that they encountered some peril? Just then, the assistant offered a cautionary reminder to the governor. The governor's complexion paled further. Are you suggesting that it could be, for instance, that monstrous rat? My lord, I believe it is not beyond the realm of possibility. The atmosphere in North Inquiry town is steeped in bloodshed, which is undoubtedly unsettling. If malevolent creatures were to roam about, it would not be implausible. Whether it be the giant rat or the spectral hounds and demonic wolves, any of them could emerge. The governor inhaled deeply, growing increasingly alarmed with each passing thought. Summon someone. Go search by the lake, he commanded, sending several mounted soldiers on their way. Yet the more he pondered, the more he felt that everything surrounding them was exceedingly strange. The assistant pulled him aside, gesturing to dismiss the guards flanking them. My lord, I opine that the matter of North Inquiry town is of grave significance. We must urgently report this to Prince Yin and Commander Luo, who accompanied him. If we fail to locate Long Feng, would that not be fortuitous? The governor instantly grasped the implication of the assistant's words. With not a soul left alive in North Inquiry town, if a creature as formidable as that giant rat had easily dispatched Long Feng, the higher authorities might blame the emergence of such a creature as a disgrace. However, if someone as extraordinary as Long Feng were to fall, it would signify that the dangers lurking here were beyond the capabilities of even the state soldiers and inspectors. Moreover, with only a handful of giant rat carcasses captured thus far, reporting such a meager tally would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Should they fail to find Lang Feng before nightfall, they would have no choice but to abandon him to his fate, for dealing with the creatures more terrifying than the dark coffin by the lake was beyond their means. They could only beseech Prince Yin and Commander Luo for assistance. The assistant stroked his beard and chuckled. The governor nodded, his furrowed brow easing, and together they erupted into hearty laughter. Chapter 77. Madness within the Wuing Hall. The Crown Prince Huiwen paced restlessly. His sighs echoed throughout the chamber. The previous night had brought disheartening news. Not far from the imperial city of Jinling, in the vicinity of Longqing adjacent to Jinkou, a horde of monstrous beasts had wreaked havoc, utterly destroying several large towns. Furthermore, not long ago, a similar calamity had befallen Beishuan town, situated 20 miles east of Sioux City, where these beasts had slaughtered the entire populace. In addition to the previous encounter with the black coffin creature from Xiaohu City and the two fiends from Chongbei, why had these beasts converged so persistently near the imperial city? Was it mere coincidence, or? Huiwen shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. With his grandfather still alive, who would dare to act so brazenly? However, this morning, his grandfather had departed for Huangwu Temple, accompanied by 100 personal guards and numerous members of the Imperial Guard. His grandfather, ever yearning for the place he had frequented before his monastic vows, had long desired to return, and Huiwen, despite his reservations, had acquiesced to accompany him. Before leaving, his grandfather had indicated that he would remain at Huangwu Temple for an extended period, thus entrusting the affairs of the court to the crown prince, allowing him to acclimatize to his position. Yet, on the very first day of this transition, he was confronted with two formidable challenges. Moreover, it was not merely that. A trusted report from the Imperial Guard indicated that Prince Yin had visited their encampment to meet with Luo Fei. This was certainly not favorable news for him. Although he had unwavering faith in Luo Fei, the latter's assignment to accompany Prince Yin in subduing the beastly horde of Longqing compelled him to remain vigilant. Guoxing, the magistrate of Longqing, has entered the hall. The sharp voice of the elder eunuch of the Ministry of Rites prompted Huiwen to lift his gaze abruptly. At last, the moment had arrived. Your humble servant Guoxing pays his respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. The individual kneeling before him was indeed the one he had awaited for so long. Huiwen dismissed those around him and turned his attention to the grand entrance, where the eunuch promptly closed the doors, leaving only the two of them within the expansive wooing hall. Before entering the palace, thorough scrutiny was requisite. And should any threats arise within, the elder eunuch could swiftly intervene to protect the crown prince. With Luo Fei absent from the imperial city, those within the Ministry of Rites constituted the crown prince's principal safeguard. The monstrous beasts of Longqing have ravaged the realm, slaughtering the populace. I have failed to suppress them, allowing these creatures to act with impunity, causing untold suffering to the people. Guoxing knelt, his voice tinged with sorrow and frustration. I am guilty and willing to accept severe punishment from your highness. Huiwen sighed. The menace posed by these beasts cannot be eradicated so simply. Moreover, how many soldiers can a mere county magistrate command to vanquish such a horde? You must not take the blame upon yourself. Rise. Your highness, my crimes are unforgivable. I have heard that the soldiers of Longqing have suffered heavy casualties, and though you too have been wounded, you have nonetheless managed to defend the city and have expended your wealth to shelter the surviving victims. You have performed admirably. If I had reacted a bit sooner, there would not have been so many suffering commoners. I am guilty, lamented Guoxing, as tears streamed down his face. Huiwen approached and helped Guoxing to his feet. Guoxing, you have handled this matter admirably, remarkably well. The turmoil caused by the demonic beasts is not your fault. However, I do wish to inquire about something. Guoxing felt a pang of curiosity. What could the crown prince possibly want to ask? Pray tell, outside Longqing, did Commander Luo Fei of the Jinui encounter my royal uncle, the Yin Wang? Your highness. Indeed it is so. Guoxing understood that he could not utter a single lie at this moment. The crown prince must already know everything. Which is why he was asking. Are you privy to their conversation? When I met with the Yin Wang and Commander Luo, I conveyed the dire situation in Longqing. After which the Yin Wang and Commander Luo discussed the Divine Fire Camp's mission to eliminate the demonic beasts. Wait, you mentioned the Divine Fire Camp? Huiwen felt as if a colossal hammer had struck him. He was well aware of the Divine Fire Camp, the most formidable and enigmatic unit among the border troops, whose soldiers were all equipped with firearms and, it was said, the most advanced brass cannons. He had heard from his grandfather about the might of the brass cannons. During the northern campaigns led by Generals Mu and Lan, those cannons had caused the northern soldiers to retreat in utter disarray, too terrified to advance another step southward. Yes, I indeed heard about the Divine Fire Camp, and they were said to be on a mission to eradicate the ferocious demonic beasts, Guoxing replied. And what transpired thereafter? Your Highness, I was escorted back to Longqing by the Yin Wang's men. As for what happened afterward, I am truly unaware. However, while I was in the city, I distinctly heard a cacophony of explosions from afar, accompanied by earth-shattering roars. Subsequently, I was informed by the Yin Wang's guards that the horde of demonic beasts had been vanquished. Upon hearing this, Huiwen's astonishment deepened. Although Guoxing's few words seemed inconsequential, the implications hidden within were profound. A barrage of explosions, followed by thunderous roars, led to the annihilation of the demonic beasts? Surely, that could only mean the firearms and brass cannons of the Divine Fire Camp. When had the Yin Wang brought the Divine Fire Camp to this vicinity? And how had they engaged so swiftly in the battle near Longqing? The royal grandfather had only instructed them to assist Commander Luo Fei of the Jinui just yesterday. In such a brief span, could the border troops have traversed from Pingjing to this southern land? Such a notion was utterly implausible. It appeared that the Yin Wang had prepared in advance for his journey to the imperial city, silently bringing this formidable contingent with him. And Hui Wen suspected that even his grandfather was fully aware of this. Otherwise, how could such events have escaped his notice? Upon further reflection, with the border troops stationed at Longqing, were all the officials along the way truly blind and deaf? Yet he had only just learned of this matter. The movements and actions of the Yin Wang had remained shrouded in secrecy until now. Hui Wen suddenly felt a profound realization. The advantageous situation he had once believed to be his was merely a fleeting illusion, a moon reflected in water, a flower seen in a mirror. Once he ascends to the throne and promptly enacts the policy of reducing the feudal lords, the regional kings will not grant him any opportunity. The Prince of Yin is particularly formidable among them. Should he truly rebel after the reduction of the fiefs? Hui Wen questioned himself. Would he have any chance of overcoming him? Must the reduction of fiefs truly be postponed, or even completely abandoned as a reckless notion? Hui Wen shook his head. Absolutely not. If that were the case, the Great Alliance would likely fracture under his command, with demonic beasts emerging from all corners, and the feudal lords amassing their own forces. The burden of military expenses would grow increasingly heavy. When the treasury is ultimately overwhelmed, it will signal the disintegration of the Great Alliance's realm. The empire that his grandfather painstakingly established and maintained cannot be allowed to perish at his hands. Yet, should he proceed with a forceful reduction of the fiefs, it would undoubtedly provoke resistance. What means could be employed to resolve this critically significant matter for the Great Alliance? Luo Fei, an extraordinary individual of formidable fourth-tier strength, could almost look down upon the entire alliance, able to take on thousands without issue. Even if danger loomed, and he found himself in an irretrievable predicament, Luo Fei could assist him in escaping. However, Hui now found himself somewhat skeptical of Luo Fei. Could one who ventures out alone with the Prince of Yin to hunt demonic beasts truly be swayed? His uncle's cunning is unparalleled in the world. Even if uncorrupted and still loyal, what could a mere 1,000-man imperial guard accomplish against an army of hundreds of thousands, particularly when formidable extraordinary beings are present among them? Hui Wen sighed deeply. This won't work, nor will that. Upon careful reflection, the strength at his disposal is akin to striking a stone with an egg against the feudal lords. Yet, if victory is to be attained, he must seek an immensely powerful force. An immensely powerful force, one even greater than Luo Fei. Suddenly, Hui Wen recalled the myriad wounds adorning Luo Fei's body. Is there not someone more formidable than Luo Fei? Hui Wen's thoughts began to spiral into a frenzy. Chapter 78. The creator of chaos. As dusk gradually enveloped the town of Beishuan, Lin Yu observed that the soldiers, akin to headless flies frantically searching for something, finally ceased their commotion and retreated westward beyond the town's boundaries upon receiving orders. He surmised that they were heading towards the garrison of the prefect of Su City, indicating a likely withdrawal of troops. The rapid abandonment of Cold Peak left Lin Yu incredulous. Could they truly discard 5 living individuals so readily? Surely, they would concoct some pretext to place the blame on Cold Peak for the deaths in Beishuan. From the perspective of Cold Peak's erratic behavior, it was evident that the prefect was merely a drunken buffoon, incapable of managing significant affairs, preoccupied solely with aspirations for promotion. Were it not for his connections with the Hongwu Emperor, it would be remarkable for him to hold even the position of county magistrate. However, Lin Yu gleaned little further intelligence from Cold Peak's erratic conduct. Cold Peak served as the chief inspector of a patrol office near Sioux City, a position neither grand nor trivial. Patrol offices typically operated at critical junctures, border areas, and regions where refugees congregated, undertaking a multitude of responsibilities. Their duties encompass the inspection of travelers, the apprehension of deserters, prisoners, and thieves, as well as maintaining public order and combating smuggling, an array of complex tasks. In the wake of the resurgence of spiritual energy, they had also recruited some extraordinary individuals to manage the occasional appearance of evolved monsters. In essence, they functioned as regional law enforcement. Within the jurisdiction of Sioux City, there were over 10 patrol offices, and Cold Peak commanded but a fraction of them. Proximity to the imperial capital tempered the audacity of Cold Peak's forces. Yet they still managed to profit significantly, albeit without engaging in much genuine work, indulging instead in pursuits of frivolity that squandered their potential. This visit to Beishuan was necessitated by the absence of other elite troops who had accompanied previous deployments to the Huangchi Gang of Lower Lake, leaving Cold Peak to fill the void. The extent of Cold Peak's knowledge was limited to the disappearance of the townsfolk and the pervasive stench of blood. Beyond that, he was woefully uninformed. Lin Yu had previously contemplated extracting information from Cold Peak regarding whether the Hongwu Emperor had dispatched additional legions to Lower Lake. But it appeared that no such breakthrough could be achieved through him. The common soldiers knew even less. It became evident that to uncover more substantial truths, one must eliminate more significant figures, such as the prefect of Sioux City and his advisors. Now, with these individuals poised to withdraw back to Sioux City, Lin Yu too could depart from this place and make his way towards Sioux City. In comparison to Beishuan, the graveyards there would undoubtedly be far more expansive. From his observations of Cold Peak's erratic behavior, Lin Yu discerned that the distance from Beishuan to Sioux City was roughly an hour's journey, indeed, quite close. Provided no unforeseen incidents arose throughout the night, he would have ample time to make a circuit of Sioux City. With determination, he prepared to set forth once more, clearing away the vines, uprooting the weeds, and rising alongside the skeletal steeds that accompanied him. The graves of this small town had been thoroughly searched by him. All that was useful was taken, while the useless was discarded and buried once more, reminiscent of the yellow earth mounds. At this moment, a distant clamor echoed through the air, followed by the sound of marching footsteps. Lin Yu understood that the governor of Sioux City intended to withdraw the soldiers from this place. Indeed, not long after, the sound of footsteps gradually faded away, and the once bustling Bei Sun town returned to a profound silence. The eerie laughter of night owls pierced through the forest, intermittently accompanied by the flutter of bats. A gentle breeze stirred the gray mist, causing it to flow delicately between the gravestones. A long, mournful cry from an unknown source further darkened the already starless night, rendering it desolate and uncanny. In the stillness of the night, 20 desiccated corpses emerged from the woods, a formidable dark mass. 2 skeletal horses had flames flickering in their eye sockets, with fiery clouds swirling around their hooves, drawing a wooden cart that followed closely behind. The cart bore a black lacquered coffin, flanked by 6 corpses clad in Taoist robes, followed by 14 more dressed in various attires. These corpses floated through the silvery gray mist, weaving their way between the graves, leading the skeletal horses towards the town. The air remained thick with the scent of blood, which intensified as the night deepened. The sound of the wheels echoed through the desolate town, slowly advancing forward. Lin Yu was acutely aware of everything within a 200-meter radius, while also attuned to the distant movements of the officials and soldiers. The procession had now expanded, comprising 22 corpses and 18 skeletal frames, though not numerous. They nonetheless presented a formidable formation, coupled with the fire blazing in the eyes of the 2 skeletal horses and their fiery hooves pulling the black coffin. Even the most extraordinary individuals would likely pale in fear at the sight. Indeed, Lin Yu felt a deviation from his initial intentions. Originally, his plan was to bide his time, to develop quietly, ensuring that no one suspected a coffin of causing trouble. He envisioned a scenario where a demon king would emerge, and the supernatural beings of the world would not dare to contend. However, circumstances were ever-changing, and the pace and extent of these changes far exceeded his expectations. Who would have thought that there existed extraordinary beings in this world, along with various monstrous creatures? Who could have anticipated that from the very beginning he would be ensnared in one event after another, starting with that foolish Guisan? Yet, upon reflection, one must consider the implications of grave robbing. What if, in their exuberance, they decided to strike the coffin lid or the coffin itself with a shovel, leaving a permanent scar? Would that be tolerated? Guisan bore it, and even when Su Daoren arrived, he endured. When Guisan brought Xianing along, he still held his peace. Who were these Ninja Turtles, enduring and enduring? To be oppressed and allow others to trample upon one's dignity without retaliation was not Lin Yu's nature. Moreover, whether it was Guisan, Su Daoren, or the later arrivals like Xianing, none could be trusted to refrain from unpredictable actions. When the time came for him to be used as firewood, would he still speak of the shifting tides of fortune? To hell with that. Moreover, from the very beginning, he was discovered by individuals such as the crimson-leaved Chu Hongye and the paper kite, and troubles have never ceased to abound. Although eliminating the likes of the foolish Wu Xianming aligned with his subjective desires, numerous subsequent events were beyond his inclination to invite such company. Regardless of whether it be the towering Mo Xianguan or the illustrious Zhuke sect, or even the formidable Luo Fei, which of them is easy to provoke? If one lacks formidable strength, opponents will relentlessly target him. After all, in this world revitalized by spiritual energy, both extraordinary beings and ordinary folk regard beasts as the utmost threat. As the resurgence of spiritual energy deepens, it is inevitable that conflicts will escalate. Lin Yu's ensuing strategy is, in essence, quite straightforward. If he can find a sanctuary, he shall continue to bide his time. However, if such a refuge proves elusive, he shall incite chaos. In the midst of turmoil, he will grow continuously, compelling the world to transform in accordance with his will. Chapter 79. The long night. The night stretches endlessly, much like the road ahead. Lin Yu maintained a cautious distance from the soldiers while remaining vigilant to every sound that arose from behind him. Traversing this grand avenue was fraught with peril. During the day, the governor of Sioux City had ordered the merchants and their emissaries intending to traverse this thoroughfare to turn back. This was indeed a prudent decision, preventing the already desolate site from further ruin and ensuring that these individuals would possess less knowledge to propagate upon their return, thus averting potential chaos. Yet, this decision bore a relative disadvantage for Lin Yu. The merchants and their emissaries would undoubtedly resume their journey as soon as the governor of Sioux City concluded his campaign and lifted the blockade. While those arriving from Sioux City had not yet appeared, those from Lower Lake could emerge at any moment. After all, the governor's entourage had departed on foot, while the carriages they utilized were drawn by horses. Even his two skeletal steeds possessed remarkable speed, enabling him to swiftly pursue the governor's retinue, potentially startling them. However, Lin Yu had no choice but to decelerate, advancing at a steady pace to maintain his distance, while employing his acute senses to monitor the maximum safe range from his pursuers. Should they suddenly turn around, he would have ample time to react. It was a necessary precaution. He could not afford to be reckless. Before long, he suddenly heard the thunderous sound of galloping hooves and a booming noise emanating from ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, he guided his skeletal horse along with the corpses into the adjacent thicket. The commotion was not indicative of a mere small group, but rather that of a medium-sized legion. The last time he encountered such a cacophony was when the troops from Sioux City advanced towards Lower Lake. Yet that noise paled in comparison to this. Once hidden within the woods, Lin Yu ventured deeper and activated his camouflage abilities. Vines and wild grasses enveloped him, along with the corpses and skeletal horse, extinguishing the flames ignited by his fireballs. Within the forest, silence reigned, and the Seven Stars Dragon Abyss sword remained concealed, poised for action. Now, unless someone possessed the ability to detect his concealed presence, locating him would prove exceedingly difficult. Lin Yu recalled another matter. How exactly was Chu Hongye monitoring him? His sensory range had now expanded to 200 meters, a stark contrast to his previous capabilities. If he had been unable to perceive Chu Hongye at 30, 50, or even 100 meters, could he still remain undetected at this newfound range? Given her character, she should indeed be keeping a watchful eye on him. Yet, within a 200-meter radius, Lin Yu sensed nothing suspicious. The threat had not yet been initiated, which indicated the absence of any spiritual beast such as the elusive spirit raccoon or the dream owl. This suggested that such possibilities were also rendered non-existent. Could it be that Chu Hongye was surveilling him from a distance of 200 meters? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu deemed it improbable. The human eye's vision diminishes beyond 200 meters, particularly when obstructed by numerous barriers. Such reasoning seemed utterly nonsensical. During the time at Huangchigang, the cemetery's radius was certainly less than 200 meters, making it almost miraculous for Chu Hongye to observe such intricate details from that far away. Thus, Lin Yu concluded that Chu Hongye had likely ceased her following and surveillance of him. Nevertheless, Lin Yu remained vigilant, for he sensed that something was amiss with Chu Hongye. He even suspected that she harbored some ulterior motives. Otherwise, why would she merely observe without taking action? At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly perceived a cacophony of sounds ahead, seemingly emanating from the procession of the Sioux City governor, as they all knelt upon the ground. The previously sensed sound of hoofbeats had also come to a halt, and the clamor of the advancing army faded into silence. In the stillness of the night, even from such a distance, Lin Yu could sharply discern the governor's voice, high-pitched and piercing due to fear. The Yin Wang? The ruler of the Great Alliance? For an instant, Lin Yu doubted his senses. How could a prominent prince of the Great Alliance be found in this desolate wilderness at such an hour? Moreover, was not the Yin Wang supposed to guard the northern frontier? What could he possibly be doing in the Jiangnan region? Could it be that he was also leading an army to Huangchigang? Lin Yu began to find amusement in his own wild thoughts. His significance was hardly so grand. Despite his limited knowledge of this world, Lin Yu had managed to piece together some information about the Yin Wang from the fleeting accounts of those he had encountered. The Great Alliance boasted 13 princes, all stationed at the borders. Though not all were renowned for their valor and wisdom, each possessed considerable military might. The Yin Wang, In particular, resided in the frigid northern territories, with the borderlands just outside his city, beyond which lay the northern plains. Although the northern plains had been expelled, the threat remained, with the esteemed Hanwu emperor placing great trust in the Yanwang. Yet, the Yanwang was absent from the borderlands and appeared to have brought a formidable army to Jiangnan. What could be his purpose? However, the distance was too great for Lin Yu to discern their conversation. Aside from the governor's initial exclamation, the subsequent sounds were too ordinary for him to grasp anything clearly. Should he approach closer? Or would it be wiser to adopt a cautious approach, as he had previously, by stealthily eliminating a few soldiers to glean information from their accounts? Quickly, Lin Yu made his decision. Although the information regarding the ebony coffin has been exposed, it is unlikely that anyone is aware of his presence here. Would approaching too closely result in detection? The skeletal horse traversing through this forest certainly presents a possibility. The creaking sound is sufficient to raise suspicions. If he were discovered, having traversed from the lake to this location, what would be the outcome? It might be wiser to remain discreet, to act like an old silver coin, and eliminate one or two unsuspecting individuals while they pass through the woods. With this thought, Lin Yu decided against approaching and instead chose to wait for the arrival of the Yanwang's entourage. Before long, amidst a cacophony of sounds, Lin Yu suddenly sensed movement. However, this commotion seemed even louder than before. Soon, as the figures came into his perceptive range, Lin Yu recognized them as soldiers of the magistrate. Yet, behind these soldiers emerged a grand assembly of cavalry, clad in golden armor and mounted on white steeds. Leading the charge were two individuals. One bore a tranquil expression, exuding an air of authority and composure, radiating an undeniable charisma. Lin Yu needed no further clues to deduce that this was the Yanwang. As for the other, who else could it be but Luo Fei? Chapter 80. The demise of the Yanwang. Upon sensing the Yanwang, Lin Yu entertained a wild notion: to slay the Yanwang. Yet, he quickly realized that this aspiration was utterly unattainable. It was not merely Luo Fei's presence that hindered him. An enigmatic force was obstructing his 7 stars long Yuan sword. Initially, the sword had soared from the thicket towards the open road. But as it sought to draw nearer to the figures, it unexpectedly encountered a peculiar barrier. Rather than shattering, this barrier simply repelled the 7 stars long Yuan sword. Wait, is this a protective layer? In an instant, Lin Yu surmised the nature of this obstruction. He attempted once more, only to be repelled again. Furthermore, he noticed that among the crowd, a pale-faced individual riding behind the Yanwang turned his head towards the direction where the sword had just been deflected. Lin Yu's intention to try again was abruptly halted. "Your Highness," the man suddenly urged his steed forward. "There was something that attacked us twice in succession." Yet, to Lin Yu's astonishment, the Yanwang appeared entirely unfazed. Beside him, Luo Fei had already drawn his dark twin blades, and the guards, resembling attendants, promptly unsheathed their weapons. The entire entourage, including the bewildered magistrate of Su City, came to a halt. "Your Highness, allow me to conduct a thorough search." The voice of the pale-faced man was shrill and grating, yet he presented himself with a demeanor of subservience to the Yanwang. "Did you not hear what I said?" The Yanwang did not even cast a glance in his direction, his voice deep and resonant with authority. "I have heard." The man dismounted, his head bowed, trembling as he spoke. "It attacked twice, did it?" "Yes, Your Highness, indeed from that direction." The individual pointed towards a certain location. The Prince of Yin raised his gaze, and almost instantaneously Luo Fei arrived at the spot. Luo Fei picked up a seemingly broken dry branch and turned around. Upon seeing the branch, the expression on the princess' face remained unchanged. "Your Highness, it appears that this object inadvertently brushed against Lord Junshin's protective domain, resulting in this situation," Luo Fei remarked. "Indeed, I have been overly cautious. Please punish me, Your Highness." Upon seeing the small branch, Junshin realized his overreaction and knelt, his forehead touching the ground. "Being cautious is commendable," the Prince of Yin said, glancing at him. "However, if anything could easily breach your protective domain, then there are also Ing Un and Commander Luo." Yes, Junshin stammered. "But if something truly did compromise your protective domain," the prince spoke, redirecting his gaze forward, a fierce glint evident in his eyes. "I understand." Junshin trembled, hastily responding. "All right, rise. Thank you for your leniency, Your Highness." Junshin quickly mounted his horse. The entire group resumed their march, albeit this time with heightened caution and vigilance. No one uttered a word, yet each individual remained acutely alert. Lin Yu manipulated the corpse of a soldier, and after those individuals had vanished from his perceptual range, He took some time before extracting it from the vines and wild grass, guiding it towards the woods where he was located. This soldier did not belong to the Prince of Yin, but was instead from the governor leading the charge. Although he contemplated stealthily eliminating one of the prince's troops, the possibility was utterly remote. Even after the recent incident, the soldiers at the rear maintained their formation impeccably. Every one of them remained focused ahead, their weapons and torches unwavering in their grasp. Moreover, certain overseers scrutinized each soldier closely. Even those transporting artillery via carts displayed no hint of vulnerability. Should he act impulsively, it would undoubtedly draw immediate attention and prompt a swift response. It was hardly worth it to capture someone who could divulge the Prince of Yin and Luo Fei's intentions. Why endure unnecessary hardships when it would be simpler to apprehend personnel under the governor of Su City? Compared to the soldiers of the Prince of Yin, the governor's troops were a disorganized assembly lacking discipline. In the event of an incident, one should stand straightforwardly, facing forward, holding their torch high while remaining vigilant. Yet, these individuals nearly twisted their necks to look behind, allowing Lin Yu to effortlessly dispatch an unfortunate soul with the Qixing Long Yuan sword and subsequently bury him by the roadside using his abilities. This feat was achievable as Lin Yu took advantage of their conversation, utilizing his skills to plant a circle of grass near the ground, confirming the maximum range of the extraordinary individual Jinxian's protective domain. Previously, he had noted that the location of the Jinxian station was precisely at the forefront of the entire troop, adjacent to the section of the Yin Wang. Moreover, the point where the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword made contact happened to be at the very edge of this broad avenue. Based on his experience with the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation and his perceptual abilities, it was reasonable to deduce that the protective layer of this domain should manifest as a semicircle upon the ground. Zhong Yi discreetly planted hundreds of grass shoots into the earth, and upon reaching the outermost layer of the protective domain, he extended them sideways. This simple act allowed him to ascertain the approximate range of this ability. Indeed, it was a semicircular area centered around Jinxian. However, its radius measured only about 15 meters. The avenue itself was not particularly wide, yet it was not narrow either, spanning approximately 30 meters. The location previously touched by his 7-star Dragon Abyss sword was situated at the roadside. Of course, to mislead those individuals, Lin Yu had cleverly placed a broken tree branch there, disguising it as the point of contact with the outermost layer of the protective domain. Fortunately, the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword had plunged directly downward. Had it approached from above, those individuals would likely not have been so easily deterred. After swiftly calculating the maximum extent of the protective domain, Lin Yu almost instantaneously seized a soldier. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to watch those individuals depart. Attempting to breach the protective shield was hardly a wise decision, especially with the formidable Luo Fei and the enigmatic being known as Ying'an, whose abilities remained unknown, standing beside the Yin Wang. At this moment, the lifeless body of the soldier that had entered Lin Yu's vessel emanated a faint blue glow, and soon, the revolving lantern began to spin. The soldier's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. However, as the lantern dimmed, Lin Yu felt a surge of doubt within him. Was this matter truly real? Chapter 81. As if in a dream, the revolving lantern turned, depicting the life of a soldier in Lin Yu's mind, gradually unfolding. Birth, growth, adulthood, and entry into the inspection office. Subsequently, he followed the cold peaks to arrive at this base sun town. As the lantern approached its terminus, Lin Yu simultaneously acquired the intelligence he sought. A wisp of gray vapor entered the coffin, transforming the soldier into a desiccated corpse. This intelligence was undeniably significant. Its source was the proclamation he sensed earlier, when the governor of Su City called out to the Yin Wang, conveying the imperial edict. Emperor Hongwu commanded the Yin Wang to lead 3,000 border troops, and instructed the commander of the Jinyue, Luo Fei, to direct 1,500 Jinyue to the west of Xiaohu City, to eradicate the monstrous beings by imperial decree. All officials and soldiers along the way were to obey the orders of the Yin Wang without dissent. Any acts of defiance would be met with execution. Indeed, they were heading towards the Huangtu Ridge. Lin Yu suddenly felt that his standing was quite substantial. To provoke the current Emperor Hongwu and summon the mightiest among the vassal kings, the Yin Wang, to lead an army in a punitive expedition. Was this the legendary prestige he had attained? Upon introspection, Lin Yu realized that he had grown significantly stronger since his initial days. New abilities were continuously being acquired, while his original powers were also amplifying. Even his initial perception radius of 10 meters had expanded to over 200 meters. This remarkable growth had transpired in a mere few days. However, it must be acknowledged that Luo Fei had indeed brought the imperial troops along. One could only imagine the dire circumstances he would have faced had he not extricated himself from the Huangtu Ridge in time. The soldiers of Sioux City. The troops at Shihu, along with the Yin Wang's 3,000 legion and the 1,500 Jinyue, included several extraordinary individuals. Luo Fei, without a doubt, was formidable. His instantaneous reflexes and exceptional mastery over weaponry rendered him a challenging opponent. After their previous encounter, this fourth-tier extraordinary being had gained further experience and combat prowess. He was now undeniably stronger than before. The Yin Wang's companions, Zhun Xian and Ing An, were also recognized for their formidable abilities, as they were tasked with protecting the esteemed and valuable life of the Yin Wang. Notably, Zhun Xian's protective domain seemed nearly invulnerable, within a 15-meter radius. No attack could penetrate. In other words, employing conventional methods to compel compliance or breach his defenses was utterly implausible, at least for now. No viable strategy was apparent. Considering the Yin Wang and the capabilities of these two individuals, Lin Yu realized that his current intelligence was still woefully insufficient. Speaking of the Yin Wang, whether it pertained to the well-established gunner battalions or the copper cannons drawn by horses, these details piqued his interest significantly. The firearms soldiers, whom Lin Yu had previously encountered among the troops dispatched from Sioux City to Xia Lake, exhibited a level of training that was distinctly superior. However, the firearms utilized by the Yinzhou King were notably different, featuring a dual-barrel design. The extent of their power remained uncertain. Yet the nearly 500-strong battalion possessed a formidable presence. As for the 10 brass cannons, although they fell far short of the artillery Lin Yu was familiar with from his past life in this era, they represented a devastating weapon capable of contending with 10 foes. Nonetheless, Lin Yu pondered whether these cannons could pose a threat even to beasts of monstrous caliber. If so, what then would be the necessity for extraordinary individuals to exist? With 500 firearmed soldiers, 10 brass cannons, hundreds of cavalry mounted on white steeds, and infantry clad in sturdy armor wielding long spears and short blades, the imposing formation exuded a remarkable aura. Each soldier's combat prowess was evidently formidable. Otherwise, Lin Yu would not have captured mere underlings of the governor, but rather this distinguished group. This assembly likely constituted what was referred to as the border army. Yet, Lin Yu found it perplexing that the border troops, tasked with safeguarding the frontiers, had ventured into Jiangnan. Furthermore, given that his true form as a Coffin had only been revealed a few days prior, how could such a substantial contingent have been mobilized so swiftly from Pingjing City? Surely, there was no issue within the Grand Alliance. On another note, where was the contingent of the Jin Wei, comprising no less than 1,500 men? Lin Yu had seen no trace of them. He recalled that the only figure clad in a flying fish uniform was Luo Fei. All others appeared to be soldiers of the Yinzhou King. It was indeed strange. Had they been dispatched elsewhere? Lin Yu sensed an increasing strangeness to the situation. Although his Coffin form posed a certain degree of threat, it hardly warranted such an extensive show of force. He harbored a nagging feeling that his appearance might have inadvertently accelerated the unfolding of certain events, perhaps to a significant degree. As he continued to sense his surroundings, Lin Yu employed his ability to detect danger, scanning for any potential threats. The night enveloped the landscape in silence, suggesting that all was now still. It was time to resume his journey. The skeletal steed carried Lin Yu back onto the main road, with 41 corpses arrayed beside him. He was acutely aware that the distance to Sioux City was now quite short. The skeletal horse trod the thoroughfare, bearing Lin Yu steadily towards Sioux City. All the while he grappled with a multitude of questions, remaining vigilant to the front and rear for the potential emergence of the elusive Jin Wei. Yet, the journey remained remarkably tranquil, devoid of any human presence. It was as if the Grand Army, along with the Yinzhou King and Luo Fei, had been nothing more than a fleeting dream. His detection abilities had not been triggered, nor had the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation shown any effect. How serene it was. Lin Yu couldn't help but reflect that had the journey continued in such peace, he might have already arrived in Hank City. However, whether it was the colossal rats or the entourage of the governor of Sioux City that followed, or the formidable army led by the Prince of Yin that he encountered thereafter, each encounter consumed a considerable amount of his time. Yet, had he not faced these challenges, it would have been improbable for him to grow stronger than before. Before long, Lin Yu suddenly perceived a grayish-blue city wall approximately 200 meters away, atop which several guards were yawning and engaging in idle chatter. The wall stood at least 5 or 6 meters in height and extended to either side. Beneath the gentle breeze, the moat below stirred softly, producing the sound of water that Lin Yu had not heard in a long while. It appeared that this was indeed Sioux City. The journey had proven quite arduous. Ahead, at a fork in the road, proceeding right for another 3 or 4 miles would lead him to the cemetery of Sioux City, a crucial piece of intelligence gleaned from the soldiers' gossip. After a while, Lin Yu made his way there. However, unlike in Xiaohu City, there was an old man tending the graves here. The 7-star dragon abyss sword swiftly emerged, soon claiming the life of this aged guardian. Regardless, the fact that he had ventured here must remain a secret, no matter what obstacles lay before him. Lin Yu was now capable of shattering them without a second thought. If even extraordinary beings could be so disregardful, what could a mere gravekeeper do? The moon, having risen at an unknown hour, bathed the surroundings in its silvery light. Lin Yu, attuned to the lunar radiance, guided his skeletal steed and swiftly traversed into this expansive realm. Next, it was time to embark upon a phase of rapid advancement, was it not? Chapter 82. The Arabian Nights. As the night deepened, a vast procession continued its relentless march along the thoroughfare. At the forefront strode Li Ji, the governor of Sioux City, who could no longer afford the luxury of being carried in a sedan chair. Despite panting and drenched in sweat, he found himself compelled to walk alongside the soldiers of the Yin Wang's formidable army, maintaining a position at the very front and ensuring that his pace did not lag. A journey of this duration would have been trivial had he remained seated, yet the reality of traversing it on foot proved quite intolerable. Previously, he and his secretary had conspired to retreat to Sioux City before dusk, awaiting the arrival of Commander Luo and the elite troops of the Jinui to host a banquet in honor of these demanding guests. However, fate intervened, and midway through his journey, he unexpectedly encountered the Yin Wang's forces. Li Ji could hardly fathom the sudden appearance of the Yin Wang's army at this juncture. He was aware that the Hongwu Emperor had issued a decree, assigning the Yin Wang to lead 3,000 border troops alongside Commander Luo and 1,500 Jinui to the Xia Lake of Huading Prefecture to eradicate the sinister Black Coffin. This decree had been proclaimed just yesterday, so how could the border troops have arrived so swiftly? Surely, they ought to have been stationed at the northern frontier in Pingjing City, and Li Shi presumed it would take at least 4 or 5 days, if not longer, for them to reach their destination. Yet here were the heavily armed border troops, already having passed through Sioux City. Did the emperor possess knowledge of this? Although Li Ji considered himself far from an exemplary official, recognizing his inadequacies in governing Sioux City, he knew that without his connection to the reigning Hongwu emperor, he would never have attained such a position. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of obligation to serve the emperor loyally, understanding that without this relationship, he would be regarded as inconsequential. It was precisely this loyalty that had earned him the post of overseeing the critical defenses of the capital region. Now, the audacity of the Yin Wang in covertly mobilizing the border troops near the capital was astonishing. Yet, Li Ji found himself in a quandary. What if this was all sanctioned by the emperor? If he were to offend the Yin Wang, the repercussions could be dire come autumn. His voluminous official robes, soaked with perspiration, prompted a sigh from Li Ji as he pressed onward. The 1,500 Jinui had sent only Luo Fei, and the fact that the Yin Wang had chosen to march by night, with such urgency towards Xia Lake, left him perplexed. No amount of contemplation could yield an answer. Earlier, before the Yin Wang, he had hastily conveyed the concerns he had previously discussed with his secretary. The monstrous beast that had emerged from Beishuan town was something they could not contend with. It had devoured the entire populace, leaving no bones behind, and had even consumed the formidable leader of the inspection division, Lung Feng. Realizing that they stood no chance against the creature, he had resolved to return to Sioux City with his troops. However, upon relaying this information, the Yin Wang remained unfazed, showing no inclination to pursue the matter further. Instead, he commanded them to change direction, leading the army once again towards the northern inquiry town. The situation surrounding this northern inquiry town was rather ambiguous and eerie. Although Li Ji wished to keep the Prince of Yin uninformed, he found himself devoid of any viable options. After all, it was an indispensable route to the town of Xiaohu. Authority, in its higher echelons, could crush one underfoot, and considering this was the esteemed Prince of Yin, any insolence could lead to the loss of not just his title, but perhaps even his head. The journey of 1 hour, though seemingly swift, had left Li Ji's legs weary and his feet aching, likely necessitating a recuperation of 7 to 15 days. Your Highness, the small town ahead is indeed Northern Inquiry Town. Allow me to lead the way with my men, and you may follow. However, before he could finish, a fierce wind swept through. Luo Fei, at the forefront, brandishing his dual black blades, had vanished into the depths of northern Inquiry Town in the blink of an eye. Li Ji's eyes widened as he beheld. Beneath the faint moonlight and starlight, a shadow darting through the air above northern Inquiry Town with astonishing speed, appearing and disappearing like a specter. His breath caught in his throat. That was none other than the most formidable, extraordinary being of the Alliance. Your Highness, northern Inquiry Town is devoid of life. Precisely as Lord Li described, with bloodshed strewn across the ground. Luo Fei re-emerged, and another gust of wind followed. Are there any other suspicious locations? The Prince of Yan's deep voice sent a shiver down Li Ji's spine. There are 2 areas of concern. Your Highness, please follow me to take a look. The Prince of Yan's white steed advanced, closely followed by Ingyan and Jin Xian, with 100 cavalrymen trailing behind. Li Ji adjusted his hat and hurriedly followed, his soldiers clutching torches as they ventured once more into the desolate town. Before long, at Li Ji's command, every corner of northern Inquiry Town was illuminated by the flickering flames of torches, transforming the night into a semblance of day. Your Highness, please observe here. Luo Fei gestured to the ground, where 2 deep wheel tracks were etched into the earth. Ah, I see. The Prince of Yan immediately grasped what Luo Fei was indicating. The blood-stained tracks confirmed that a cart had traversed the town during the beast rampage. Your Highness's insight is remarkable. It is indeed so, although difficult to believe. The truth was undeniable. These tracks were present throughout the town streets, extending towards the eastern entrance of the main thoroughfare. The Prince of Yan's expression remained impassive. And what of the second area of suspicion? Luo Fei pointed to a nearby location. Your Highness, there lie several carts, their wheels severed and abandoned. The Prince of Yan, along with Ingyan and Jin Xian, followed Luo Fei to the side of the overturned carts. What is this? The Prince of Yan observed that the axles of the carts were devoid of wheels, a consistent pattern among them. Moreover, the points of severance were unmistakably cut by an exceedingly sharp object. Your Highness, even if I, Luo, wished to accomplish such a feat, it would not be an easy task. As Luo Fei spoke, a sense of trepidation gripped him. What kind of divine weapon could achieve such a thing? Moreover, why would one wish to sever this wheel? Speaking of divine weapons, there is indeed one I am aware of, the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. That sword's sharpness could rend my specially crafted embroidered spring knife, leaving gashes as intricate as the teeth of a saw. Furthermore, under the utilization of that black lacquer coffin. Wait a moment, could it be that this was indeed crafted from that coffin? The entire town's predicament might very well be the doing of that coffin. Might it not? Suddenly, Luo Fei contemplated a possibility, a notion bordering on the fantastical. If that coffin were to cease to exist on the Lust Mound, then what might transpire? As Luo Fei cast his gaze upon the wagon with its wheels so brutally severed, he unexpectedly discovered something nearby. It was a pile of debris resembling shattered wooden fragments, almost entirely blackened. If one did not examine it closely, it would be nearly indistinguishable. Yet, within it, there appeared to be portions that could potentially connect. Luo Fei picked up some pieces, recognizing the wood's texture as eerily familiar. Cypress wood. What is cypress wood used for? An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Luo Fei looked up at Prince Yan. Your Highness, I have a curious thought. What if these 2 matters are indeed unrelated? Then it would not be so. Commander Luo, it seems you are overthinking things. However, Prince Yan interrupted him, disregarding the object in his hand and instead gazing ahead. Before dawn, we must reach the outskirts of Xiahu City. Leave this matter to Governor Li. Commander Luo, some matters are not as intricate as you believe, perhaps akin to this? Luo Fei observed as Prince Yan's hand pointed toward the outskirts of the town, where, unbeknownst to them, clusters of grayish-black entities had materialized. In their blood-red eyes, illuminated by the flickering flames, a glimmer of avarice emerged. Chapter 83. Death cannot take away what in this world hastens the aging of man. Half is the crowing of roosters, half the clattering of horse hoofs. Even the old wolf, on the brink of death and resembling a lifeless creature, once roared amidst the winds of fortune. Who could have imagined that an unremarkable old man, merely tending to graves, had once traversed the breadth of the land in his youth, following the grand army of Emperor Hanwu, conquering cities and seizing territories, and earning illustrious accolades? If not for the vivid images of this grand and tumultuous life that played out in his mind, Lindu might have truly believed that the old man he had slain in the cemetery south of Sioux City was just an ordinary individual. The lanterns flickered, marking an exceptionally protracted passage of time. This old gray keeper, named Sun Hung, was originally the son of a destitute farmer. Observing the nascent power of Emperor Hongwu recruiting new soldiers, he, unable to afford a meal, joined the ranks of the righteous troops. From a mere foot soldier, he emerged from countless harrowing experiences, gradually rising to the rank of a commanding officer. As the military conflicts intensified, he rendered significant contributions to Emperor Hongwu, ultimately becoming an indispensable general by the emperor's side after 100 battles. Yet, just as he was on the verge of vanquishing the northern barbarians and driving them from Pingjing, he forsook wealth and status, vanishing from the military landscape. Subsequently, the old man concealed his identity, altered his appearance, and with some wealth, married and fathered a daughter, living a tranquil life in the far northern lands for over 30 years. However, a plague several years ago claimed the lives of his wife and daughter, leaving Sun Hung bereft of everything, wandering despondently to Sioux City, where he took up the meager occupation of a gravekeeper to survive. The old man's corpse emitted a faint glow, subsequently releasing a grayish mist that entered Lin Yu's coffin. Almost instantly, it was absorbed into his flesh and blood, swiftly transforming into a withered corpse. Lin Yu turned his gaze inward, discovering a new ability within his mind. Restoration technique. Restoration, indeed. Observing the small script, Lin Yu felt no surprise. Sun Hang's ability to emerge repeatedly from the dead was due to his extraordinary vitality, robust physical constitution, and rapid recovery. Had it not been for the absence of spiritual energy at that time and the gray hue of the energy just encountered, Lin Yu might have thought that this old gravekeeper was indeed an extraordinary being. Though he had acquired a new ability, albeit at a mere first tier, he believed that with practice it would soon yield significant results. However, at this moment, this ability seemed of little use to him. Lin Yu scrutinized himself, arriving at this conclusion. Why? Up to this point, no one had been able to inflict any harm upon him. From the foolish Guisan Sha to the subsequent Wu Dao, and even the later edition of Luo Fei, these individuals could barely touch the coffin lid, completely unaware of his presence before being swiftly dispatched. Becoming part of his army of corpses, not a single adversary had managed to harm him in the slightest. To assert that this ability was of little relevance to him at present was not an overstatement. While it may be said that possessing an additional ability is not inherently detrimental, it is certainly advantageous. After all, even if one does not utilize it, it will not simply vanish, will it? Moreover, one might encounter formidable adversaries or face a siege by a vast army at any moment. Just imagine thousands of soldiers attacking just beyond the limits of one's perception. Regardless of the defenses employed, one is bound to sustain injuries. Speaking of a siege, this scenario is indeed likely to unfold. The location where he originally resided, Huangtugang, situated 4 li west of Shahu City, is reported to be surrounded by the forces from Sioux City. The Yen King, accompanied by 3,000 border troops, is hastening there. It is reasonable to anticipate that by dawn, the battle at Huangtugang will be fiercely contested. Lin Yu can vividly envision the scene, gravestones being toppled, earth flying, and tombstones shattered. The cemetery at Huangtugang will undoubtedly transform into the very site that the Liu family's devoted son longs to witness. This ambition was precisely why that individual summoned so many laborers to overturn the entire Huangtugang and locate the remains of his father, old Liu. However, a sudden thought crossed Lin Yu's mind. If he were to leave old Liu's remains there, would it have prevented the subsequent events? Yet he swiftly dismissed this notion. It is implausible. After all, old Liu's corpse is merely a desiccated body. The shock of encountering such a sight is not to be trifled with. Furthermore, old Liu's head had suffered a significant blow from Guisan's shovel. And if Liu's devoted son were to witness his father in such a state, what chaos might ensue? It would undoubtedly escalate the situation further. Moreover, if the corpse remains while the coffin disappears, suspicions would only deepen. Consider this, if both the coffin and the body vanished. Those from the Zhuke sect and Luo Fei would likely deduce that the issue pertains to the coffin rather than the corpse. Leaving the body behind would only amplify the turmoil, compelling others to suspect that something occurred with the coffin. In other words, had he not departed from Huangtugang, he would surely have faced a barrage from those brass cannons in broad daylight. Regardless, it is evident that Luo Fei is particularly invested in this matter. After all, during their previous encounter, while the outcome was essentially a stalemate, had it continued for a while longer, it would have culminated in Lin Yu transforming Luo Fei into a lifeless husk. As an extraordinary being, Luo Fei undoubtedly seeks to eliminate Lin Yu, perceived as a monster. The relationship between extraordinary beings and monstrous creatures is clear from the fates of those Lin Yu has vanquished. If one cannot eliminate the other, one risks being eliminated instead. Furthermore, it seems that these monstrous beings possess a keen sensitivity to the presence of extraordinary individuals, even when the latter do not seek out the former. The latter will often come seeking them. This phenomenon is one of the reasons why these creatures attack towns. Among beings imbued with spiritual energy, there exists an undeniable attraction. Having reflected upon his thoughts, Lin Yu redirected his attention to the graveyard before him. The expanse of this cemetery far exceeded that of the city below, as it appeared to stretch endlessly within his 200-meter perceptual range, seemingly without boundaries. This burial site resembled a small elevated area, more aptly described as a gentle hillside. The graves were situated atop this rise, presumably to prevent the accumulation of rainwater from inundating the resting places. At the entrance stood the abode of the elderly caretaker, whose dwelling was remarkably tidy and well-organized, even concealing several weapons within. Lin Yu deftly collected the blades and firearms, bringing them close before affixing them to the recently acquired corpse. Old son, these items may not accompany one in life, but certainly they cannot be taken in death. Chapter 84. The Third Stage Breakthrough. As the sun rose over Wuyan Mountain, a thick sea of clouds engulfed the base of Tianzhu Peak, transforming it into a solitary vessel adrift amidst the swirling mists. Within the grand hall, ethereal wisps of blue smoke danced around the altar, where a black lacquered coffin remained undisturbed. In the afternoon, the coffin of our master was destined to be interred in the mountain cemetery. At this moment, Xian Kong held a piece of parchment in his hands, a faint smirk of satisfaction gracing his features. Surrounding him were 13 fellow disciples, each bearing expressions of varying degrees of emotion. My esteemed brothers, Xian Kong proclaimed, a nation cannot be without a sovereign for even a day. And thus our Mo Xiangwen cannot remain leaderless for a moment longer. With a flourish, he unfurled the paper he held. Our master, after suffering grave injuries to his primordial spirit in battle against the demon beast, the fiery boar king, retreated to recuperate within the temple, perhaps foreseeing the end of his days. He dispatched us 19 disciples to descend the mountain in search of the traitor Xian Feng and the whereabouts of the 7-star dragon abyss sword, promising that whoever could capture Xian Feng and retrieve the treasured sword would inherit the position of sect leader. Regrettably, our master departed this world before he could witness the completion of his wishes. The remaining 13 exchanged glances. Xian Kong's words rang true. Aside from the 5, Xian Lei, Xian Xin, Xian Ming, Xianin, and Xian Yang, who were still unaccounted for, the rest of the disciples had returned. It was time to reach a decision. The fate of Xian Feng and the 7-star dragon abyss sword remained uncertain, yet the leadership position was vacant, leaving the affairs of the temple in disarray. Do you not agree? Xian Kong asked, shaking the parchment once more while surveying his fellow disciples. Our master decreed that whoever returns to Mo Xiangwen first after his passing shall become the next leader, he continued. This is our master's final wish. Do any of you have further objections? Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the 13 men diverged. Xian Yu, Xian Ning, Xian Tong, Xian Qing, Xian Gu, Xian Yi, and Xian Lin, being the younger disciples, felt their abilities paled in comparison to Xian Kong and thus remained silent. The other 6, however, were less restrained. Xian Kong, how can this tattered paper possibly be our master's decree? Could it not be a fabrication of your own design, a deceit to mislead us? Xian Li exclaimed, jabbing his fingers at Xian Kong in a fit of rage. Indeed, Xian Kong, none were present when our master departed. Your timely return raises suspicions. The stout Taoist. Xian Ling snatched the paper from Xian Kong's grasp, his eyes wide with indignation. At that moment, Xian Jin produced a similar piece of parchment. Oh, Xian Kong. It appears to be quite the coincidence. This is a confidential letter our master entrusted to me before my descent, indicating that the leadership position is to be bestowed upon me, not you. What? Xian Kong rushed forward, seizing the paper from him. This is a forgery. I too possess a letter, though it was delivered to me just yesterday by a Taoist acolyte, and in my view, yours is the counterfeit. The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic as Xian Sheng raised his voice. The normally silent disciples, witnessing this commotion, joined in the ruckus. Observing the disgraceful squabble among the brothers for the position of the sect leader, Xian Yuan, who had remained silent until now, let out a deep sigh. He approached the sacrificial altar, lit 3 incense sticks, and bowed 3 times towards the coffin. With a thud, he knelt upon the mat, bowing heavily 3 times before the coffin of his master. Master, your remains are yet to cool, and Xian Lei and the others are still unaccounted for. Yet your disciples are engaged in such a disgraceful contention for the leadership. If your spirit were to witness this scene from beyond, how would you lament? You once said that whoever captures Xian Feng and locates the 7-star dragon abyss sword shall inherit the position of sect leader, did you not? Everyone's eyes widened as they gazed upon Xin Yuan. Yet now, whether it be Xin Kong, Xin Jin, or Xin Xing, they all claimed to possess your last will, each asserting their right to be the new sect leader. Clearly, demonic beasts continue to ravage the Great Alliance, and the resurgence of spiritual energy is intensifying. Evidently, our Moxiangwan's prestige within the Alliance is waning, even falling below that of smaller sects. Clearly, Xian Feng and the seven-star Dragon Abyss sword remain unfound. And Xian Lei and his companions have gone silent in Jiangnan, their fates unknown. Master, look at them. They disregard all of this and are here, quarreling for the position of sect leader before your coffin. How lamentable, how tragic, how shameful. As Xin Yuan spoke, his anger surged. He rose to his feet, pointing at the crowd. Is this disgraceful display not enough to tarnish the reputation of Moxiangwan? The gathered disciples were momentarily silenced by Xian Yuan's reprimand. But soon, Xian Kong stepped forward and shouted, Xian Yuan, what merit do you possess? However, just then, a sound like the slicing of wind echoed as Xian Yuan brandished his 3-foot-long sword, its tip aimed directly at Xian Kong's throat. Xian Kong, do not be foolish. The urgent matter at hand is to properly enter our master, and then send someone to find Xian Lei and the others at the West Huangta Hill near Lake City. Is it not? Xian Yuan, lower your weapon. Have you lost your mind? The other brothers surrounded Xian Yuan, swords drawn at him, questioning the propriety of their actions. Mad. It is you who are mad. Suddenly, Xian Yuan let out a long cry. A powerful shockwave emanated from him, knocking those nearby to the ground. The gathered disciples struggled to rise, their hearts filled with terror. This was the power nearing the third tier of celestial realm. Xian Yuan, when did you? The expressions of the brothers changed drastically. The Xian Yuan they knew, even at full strength, could not have knocked them all down, yet now, he seemed transformed. When it came to the timing, it was irrelevant. In an instant, Xian Yuan unleashed a flurry of sword blossoms, reducing the so-called last will of their master in their hands to mere dust. Brothers, now that our esteemed master has departed from this world, his wishes remain unfulfilled. The whereabouts of Brother Xian Lei and the others are unknown. In this moment, if you still vie for the so-called position of sect leader, disregarding all else, you shall first face me. As Xian Yuan spoke, an overwhelming force erupted from him, and within his palm, a nearly transparent orb radiated with brilliance, an elixir of extraordinary power. With another explosive sound, a visible silver aura coalesced in his palm, enveloping his entire being, and even the grand hall was shrouded in this luminous glow. A breakthrough to the third stage. Xin Kong gasped in astonishment. Xin Yuan had remarkably ascended to the third stage of the celestial realm. The position of sect leader shall undoubtedly be granted to the one who retrieves the Xian Feng and the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. However, before that, Xian Yuan turned to gaze at the coffin of our master. All 15 of us, the brothers, must descend from the mountain and head to Huading Prefecture, to the western part of Lake City, atop Huangtu Ridge. Chapter 85. Take care of yourself as dawn broke and the rooster heralded the day. A desolate stretch of land 4 miles west of Lower Lake City was now surrounded by a dense circle of soldiers. These troops, having gathered from Sioux City, Jia City, and Hang City, numbered a staggering 3,500. The soldiers stood in neat formation, weapons in hand, each one brimming with tension, awaiting the command to advance. At this moment, the county magistrate of Lower Lake, Song Fong, trembled like a leaf, bowing nervously beside the governors of Sioux City, Hang City, and Jia City. A few meters away sat Prince Yin upon a wooden chair. Although the sun had yet to fully rise and a chill lingered in the air, Song Fong was drenched in sweat. He could hardly believe the magnitude of the situation he found himself embroiled in. In recent days, events had escalated dramatically, as if fate had conspired against him. The prodigal son of the Liu family was now imprisoned, awaiting release in a couple of days. Had he not made such a scene, the county magistrate would never have sought to punish him. Yet, the arrival of a well-equipped army from Sioux, Hang, and Jia cities, along with the presence of the esteemed Commander Luo from the Imperial City Estinui and the formidable Prince Yin leading 3,000 border troops, left Song Fong utterly astounded. He had never anticipated that the Liu family wielded such influence. The mere mobilization of troops by 3 governors was astonishing. But the fact that even the prince had come was beyond comprehension. Was it possible that the Liu family was secretly linked to the royal family of Lower Lake City, enjoying such a grand reputation? No wonder they had risen to power in this region over the decades. Their connections were formidable. Now, Song Fong was at a loss. unable to even shed tears over the predicament he had created by preventing the Liu family heir from exhuming a grave and imprisoning him. And now, the consequence was a call to arms involving 6,000 soldiers, 3 governors, and the prince himself. He was certain that his position was untenable, and his head was likely on the chopping block. Glancing nervously at the governors of Su and Hang cities, he dared not meet the gaze of Prince Yan, whose very presence felt overwhelmingly intimidating. Just then, the princess' deep voice resonated, causing Song Fong to kneel in terror. I am guilty. And I deserve to die 1,000 deaths, he stammered. Guilty of what? Prince Yan inquired, raising an eyebrow at the corpulent figure before him. I was unaware of the esteemed Liu family's status. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths, Song Fong pleaded. Prince Yan scoffed, continue. I obstructed Lord Liu from excavating the grave, committing a grave offense. I beseech your highness to impose a severe punishment. Upon hearing this, Prince Yan's expression remained impassive. You may leave. This matter does not concern you any longer. Song Fong was bewildered. What do you mean it does not concern me? Withdraw at once. Ingen commanded sternly. Yes. County Magistrate Song hastily rose to his feet, instinctively bending forward and retreating, utterly perplexed by which of his utterances had provoked such a reaction from the Prince of Yen. However, it seemed he had narrowly escaped with his life. Ingen cast a sidelong glance at Magistrate Song's retreating figure and snorted softly. Your Highness, the confidential missive has arrived from that direction, Ingen announced. Glancing at several governors, the Prince of Yen raised his gaze. Governors Li, Gua, and Jia, you 3 shall return to your ranks and await further orders. Yes, Your Highness. The 3 promptly withdrew with their retinues, making their way towards the distant ranks. What does the missive convey? The Prince of Yan's expression remained inscrutable. With only Ingen and Jin Xian by his side, the Imperial Guards, numbering 1,500, were stationed outside the city under Commander Luo's directives, remaining still. What transpired next? Had the creature been driven to that location? Indeed, it lies merely 5 or 6 hours from Longqing. By evening, we shall be beyond its borders. Ingen replied. The Prince of Yan's countenance betrayed no change. He merely nodded gently, his hand cradling a translucent orb, glistening brilliantly. Where is Commander Luo now? Jin Xian hastily responded. Your Highness, Commander Luo is currently in Shahu City and should return shortly. However, what of it? However, I must say that Commander Luo is indeed formidable. The nearly 1,000 man-eating giant rats that appeared in Beishuan town were eradicated by him alone in such a brief span, which is truly astonishing. He is undoubtedly one of the foremost masters of our time. I believe it would be prudent to cultivate a closer rapport with Commander Luo. After all, his 4th-tier combat prowess is exceedingly rare. Ingen nodded in agreement. Your Highness, this is indeed the case. Commander Luo's capabilities are remarkable. A solitary figure capable of matching thousands in battle. Even if I were to personally engage, I could not hope to conclude the fight so swiftly against the multitude of rat demons last night. This Commander Luo poses a conundrum for your Highness. Commander Luo is not easily swayed, the Prince of Yen remarked, holding the orb closely to his face. He was, after all, a confidant of the Emperor and Huaiwen. Even the slightest advantage would not be easily garnered. Your Highness, should it prove impossible to win him over, then perhaps we should consider. The Prince of Yen glanced up, a sharp look in his eyes. The moment you entertain such thoughts, you have already lost. Yes, Your Highness. Concerning Commander Luo's actions along the way, you and Ingen need not inquire further. Let him seek out what he will, even if he might glean some insight. It would be futile. The Prince of Yen simply clenched the orb in his hand before tossing it to Ingen. Recently, Prince Ning has been rather unruly. Those rat demons were likely his handiwork. Go, eliminate a few of his men, and give him a warning. Yes, Your Highness, I shall not fail in my mission. Ingen exclaimed, mounting a nearby steed and galloping off in another direction. Jin Xian, proceed ahead and procure some items to present to the 3 governors. Otherwise, they may merely offer hollow gestures without contributing anything of substance. Yes, Your Highness. Having given his orders, the Prince of Yin turned his gaze towards the direction of Shahu City. At a quarter past the hour of the Qin, he finally sensed a fierce wind sweep through. And before him, the figure clad in a black fish-scale robe, Luo Fei, knelt upon the ground. Your Highness, I have arrived late, he declared. Rise, commanded the Yin Wang. Standing to gaze towards the direction of the Lust Mound, his eyes reflecting an unusual intensity. Luo Fei lifted his gaze, holding something in his hand. Your Highness, I fear we may not require any battle. Why is that? The Yin Wang inquired. The obsidian coffin atop the Lust Mound, at this moment, is likely no longer there. The Yin Wang did not respond immediately, but instead approached Luo Fei's side. Commander Luo, some matters are not as complex as you perceive. Yet others are not as simple as you assume. Do you understand? A tempest raged within Luo Fei's heart, yet his exterior remained remarkably composed. Your Highness, I shall first verify the situation atop the Lust Mount. Afterward, you may issue the order to fire. The Yin Wang returned to his seat. Commander Luo, act wisely. Chapter 86. Unfamiliar territory within the cemetery of Sioux City, Lin Yu found himself enveloped by an atmosphere of the unknown. In comparison to the yellow earth mound in the western part of Lower Lake City, the 10-mile slope of Sioux City was indeed vast beyond measure. Countless graves dotted the landscape, and there were even more corpses wrapped in tattered straw mats. However, Lin Yu had little time that night to command the undead to dig graves. His responsibilities were evidently far greater. After an arduous journey from Lower Lake City to this place, Lin Yu's foremost task was to conceal himself completely. Without the old man watching over the graves, he no longer needed to worry about being discovered, allowing him to proceed without trepidation. Moreover, he had the advantage of the 8 Gates Gold Lock formation, which he had honed to the 3rd stage as a protective barrier. As he manipulated the corpses to wield shovels, Lin Yu made his way to a location near the center of the cemetery, where he sought a relatively flat patch of land. With the shovels flying up and down, a sizable pit was swiftly unearthed. At this moment, Lin Yu was not merely accompanied by himself. Beneath him lay a cart. To simplify matters, he chose to lower both his own coffin and the cart into the pit together. Of course, to facilitate a potential need for a stroll or a change of scenery. He crafted a gently sloping earthen ramp at one side of the pit, allowing the skeletal horse to pull him out with ease. This was a necessary measure, as he still lacked a method for swift relocation. Once the primary body was nestled within the pit, Lin Yu felt a slight sense of relief. Time was of the essence. Although he believed his pace to be sufficiently swift, he noticed that the sky seemed to brighten. Indeed, summer was approaching, causing daylight to stretch longer while nights grew ever shorter. For him, this posed a rather unfavorable situation. Yet, being a matter governed by the laws of nature, it was beyond his control. He could only adapt, grow stronger, and disregard its implications. After covering the coffin and cart with soil, Lin Yu instructed the undead to flatten the surface with shovels. Subsequently, utilizing his artistic power, he planted some grass identical to that of the surrounding area, rendering the surface nearly indistinguishable from its original state. As long as no deranged individual ventured here with a shovel to excavate graves, no one would discover him buried half a meter underground. With his own presence effectively concealed, it was now time to attend to the burial of the undead, the skeletal horse, and other belongings. This time, Lin Yu did not insist on the corpses lying in the coffin. Instead, he found another spot nearby to dig several pits, interring the 40 or so corpses along with the skeletal horse within. This was a necessary course of action. Further delays would risk the arrival of dawn. Who could say whether the common folk of Sioux City might enjoy an early morning stroll? Given the multitude of graves, the likelihood was not entirely negligible. If these corpses desired a more suitable environment for repose, they would have to wait for the next night to descend. Having properly interred the mummified corpses and skeletal steeds, he once again adorned the scene with a guise of artistry, marking the completion of his task. Thus, it became impossible for anyone to discern the events that had transpired here. Naturally, prior to his arrival, he had meticulously erased any traces along the way with a spade. Having learned from his previous encounter with the cold peak that had followed his tracks, Lin Yu dared not become complacent again. From the moment he departed from Beishuan Town to this gravesite at Nan Shirley Pa in Sioux City, he diligently cleansed the imprints left by his wheels. Moreover, he certainly did not neglect to thoroughly cleanse the blood spilled from the old man who guarded the graves. Now that he had arrived, Lin Yu was in no rush to leave. The path of survival he had once yearned for must be realized here. At Huangshigang, he had revealed far too much. Not out of desire, but rather necessity. His initial abilities had been far too feeble. Otherwise, how could he have allowed Guisan to depart so easily? Were it to happen now, Lin Yu possessed the confidence to orchestrate 30 different methods of demise for Guisan. Indeed, it was this very Guisan who had inadvertently summoned a cascade of subsequent events, leading him to encounter formidable adversaries. Figures such as the 5 Paths of Matian Pavilion, the second transcendence of the Zhuke sect, the enigmatic Chu Hongye, and the demon-slaying Luo Fei of the Jinui, all these great powers came forth. Shattering the veil of mystery he sought to maintain, ultimately bringing an end to his aspirational journey of survival. In the end, Even the mighty Emperor Han Wu dispatched both the Yin King and Luo Fei to hunt him down, accompanied by 3,000 border troops, including numerous firearmed soldiers and bronze cannons. Not to mention the countless soldiers dispatched from various provinces. Lin Yu surmised that by now, the entire alliance must be aware of the emergence of a black lacquered coffin demon at Huangqigang in West Lake City. While his notoriety certainly elevated his standing, the furtive development he had once envisioned was now rendered impossible. Nevertheless, Lin Yu was unwilling to concede defeat. In Sioux City, as long as he refrained from repeating past mistakes and ensured that no one who might perceive his true presence could depart, no one would suspect that the black lacquered demon coffin had traversed from Huangqigang in West Lake City to this southern stretch of Nan Shirley Pu in Sioux City. As for Chu Hongye, Lin Yu was now quite certain that this individual was no longer surveilling him. Had there been any true intent to monitor? The signs would have undoubtedly surfaced long ago. After all, his current perception range of 200 meters was no trifling matter. It stood in stark contrast to the mere 10 or 20 meters of the past. It was highly probable that Chu Hongye ceased monitoring him after he set his course directly for Sioux City. Otherwise, amidst the myriad events that had unfolded along the way, it would have been impossible for Chu Hongye to leave no trace of his presence. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu also sensed an increase in the radiance surrounding him. A new day had dawned, and all that remained for him was to await the return of nightfall. Taking advantage of this moment, he was not entirely idle. Glancing at the flickering words in his mind, Lin Yu also discerned that his various abilities had undergone yet another transformation. Puppet manipulation technique, level 6, excavation shovel, level 6, perception of danger, level 3, water sovereign, level 5, agricultural art, level 6, thunder rainbow, level 2, explosive fire, level 3. Body forging, level 4, 8 gates golden lock formation, level 3, punishment of greed, level 2, craftsman, level 2, metal quenching technique, level 2, original repair technique, level 1. It appeared he had indeed grown stronger. Just as Lin Yu was experimenting with his myriad abilities, a series of thunderous roars suddenly emanated from the east. Could it be that King Yin had commenced his assault? Chapter 87. The imaginary enemy. The resounding roar reached Lin Yu even from over 100 miles away in Sioux City. A testament to the absence of obstacles in the terrain. The distance between Sioux City and the lower Lake City was not as vast as one might think. Perhaps there existed some extraordinary individual capable of amplifying the might of that brass cannon? Such a possibility could not be dismissed. Simultaneously, Lin Yu envisioned the current state of the yellow earth mound. Tombs uprooted, gravestones shattered, coffins scattered. What if he were still there? Even if the digging shovel could fend off the incoming shells, it would eventually succumb to damage, leaving vulnerabilities that could be exploited by subsequent assaults, resulting in grievous harm. Of course, this scenario hinged on the premise that the shells could indeed inflict injury upon him. The shovel's capability was not one of complete defense, but rather a passive depletion of force. Even after ascending to the 6th tier, there was merely an increase in quantity, with no enhancement in material or defensive strength. This adhered to fundamental principles. If complete defense were achievable, it would entail altering the very fabric of reality and causality. Moreover, if total protection were possible, what need would there be for his coffin? He could stroll freely among the crowds in broad daylight, reveling in the joy of invincibility. Rather than obsessing over defensive measures, Lin Yu believed it prudent to place his hopes in alchemical fortification. Should alchemy attain a certain level of proficiency, the entire coffin could mimic the resilience of metal, complemented by the shovel's defenses. Yet, this would only yield the most rudimentary protection, far from sufficient. What if the enemy's artillery could breach his defenses? Such a scenario was entirely plausible. Although there had been no direct confrontation thus far, Lin Yu understood that the day of reckoning would inevitably arrive. Should that day come without preparation, the consequences would be dire. It appeared necessary to shift his focus toward offensive strategies instead. After all, there exists a saying, the best defense is a good offense. If the Yin King were to serve as the hypothetical adversary, then it would be wise to devise more strategies in that regard. From the flickering lanterns of those around him, Lin Yu discerned that the once mighty Hongwu Emperor, who had commanded respect and fear, was now but a shadow of his former self. The delicate balance of the Great Alliance rested solely on the surface, upon the Emperor's demise. If his successor lacked the requisite abilities, chaos would swiftly ensue. The Yin King would undoubtedly be a formidable force in such turmoil. Even if Lin Yu sought to take advantage of the ensuing chaos, he had to consider the Yin King's influence and power. After all, this imposing figure possessed not only the fearsome brass cannon that could resonate across miles, but also the intimidating firearms brigade, along with a cadre of extraordinary individuals led by the likes of Zhen Xian and Ingon. Had it not been for the so-called protective abilities of the town guardian, he could have unexpectedly and effortlessly eliminated one of the most vital figures of the Great Alliance at that moment. The King of Yen, in his audacity to lead an expedition, must have had meticulous strategies in place. Furthermore, besides the town guardian, the king was flanked by the visible Ingon, as well as countless other extraordinary individuals hidden from sight. Adding to this, there was the formidable fourth-tier Luo Fei. It must be said that the King of Yin was exceedingly cautious. Even when leading troops to assault a burial site, he prioritized his safety above all else. As the sound of cannon fire finally subsided, Lin Yu noted that it was not a continuous barrage, but rather a rhythmic pattern, for shots fired, followed by a brief pause. Then another 4. It seemed deliberate, intended to maintain an uninterrupted cannonade. This was quite understandable. Even the mightiest brass cannon required time for reloading and ignition, and these intervals were often the most vulnerable moments. However, if one were to meticulously calculate the timing for reloading and firing, taking full advantage of these pauses, the brass cannon would possess a cooldown period that could almost be disregarded. Lin Yu recalled passing by the main road where the number of brass cannons drawn by horses was around 10. Even with such a modest quantity, the King of Yin had devised this method. If there were several hundred cannons, the scene would be capable of overwhelming a troop of thousands in an instant. Not to mention the cumbersome black coffin that moved at a sluggish pace. Lin Yu believed that in order to grow stronger, such hypothetical adversaries were essential. Initially, he had viewed the Taoists from the Sky Tower as his imagined foes, but after dispatching 4 of them in one breath at night, he ceased to regard them as worthy opponents. Why? They were simply too feeble. With their second-tier strength, even in unison, he could dismantle them with his own diverse abilities. Moreover, their hearts were far from unified. Each harbored ulterior motives. Had it not been for this, he would not have concluded the battle so swiftly. If that was the case then, how much more so now, after significant enhancement of his abilities? Presently, even if the remaining 14 disciples of Xian Lei rushed to confront him, he was utterly confident that none would escape. Among those of comparable strength to the 4 Taoists were the Paper Kite and Yang Yu, though he had only allowed Yang Yu to flee, which subsequently led to the emergence of his second hypothetical adversary, Luo Fei, in an encounter that could be deemed evenly matched. He had already brought the so-called 4th-tier Luo Fei to a staggering defeat, leaving him with only the capacity to defend, devoid of any means to counterattack. The reason lay not only in his own increased strength, but also in the fact that even 4th-tier individuals were powerless against him. While there was indeed an element of Lin Yu being concealed in the shadows while Luo Fei was exposed, fundamentally, both were in plain sight. Lin Yu was confident in his ability to withstand Luo Fei's fierce onslaught with various skills, while employing a myriad of clever tactics to wear Luo Fei down. Now, Lin Yu has once again regarded the King of Yin as a hypothetical adversary. The king himself is presumably an ordinary individual, and to Lin Yu, an ordinary person poses little significance. However, the king possesses the capability to wield modern weaponry effectively and can manipulate extraordinary beings. Given Lin Yu's current perception range of 200 meters, he finds himself at a loss for any method to counter long-range attacks from such weaponry. Unless he possesses a means of swift relocation, he remains nothing more than a target. Should he wish to launch an offensive, he must also remain vigilant of the protective domain's capabilities. At present, none of Lin Yu's assaults can penetrate this protective shield. The protective domain undoubtedly harbors its own weaknesses. Yet the specifics of its duration and potential for future enhancement remain unknown to Lin Yu. Moreover, it is conceivable that a considerable number of extraordinary individuals are gathered around the King of Yin. Redirecting his focus, Lin Yu's attention falls upon the luminous text within his mind. During the daylight hours, his most fruitful endeavor is contemplation, pondering whether he can devise the most efficient and clever strategies to vanquish each of these hypothetical foes. Ultimately, his gaze lingers upon the ability of the restoration technique. The power acquired from the ancient soldier at the gravesite should not merely be a restorative ability. Lin Yu channels his spiritual energy, directing his gaze towards the mummified corpse of the old man with a missing chunk of his head, and simultaneously activates this ability. Suddenly, an inexplicable phenomenon transpires. What is happening? Lin Yu cannot help but express his astonishment. Chapter 88. Unsteady. Sitting outside the gates of Huangwu Temple, 2 elderly men clad in gray robes stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, gazing at the distant mountains while softly conversing. From their attire alone, they appeared to be unremarkable old men. Yet, One of them, despite his pallid complexion and weariness etched upon his features, emanated an undeniable aura of imperial authority, as if he were a sovereign surveying his realm. The presence of the old dragon engaging in meditation was unbeknownst to the temple's inhabitants. The golden stupa shimmered magnificently, and the morning bells tolled, as if heralding the arrival of this venerable figure, a stark contrast to the usual tranquility. This visit by Emperor Hanwu to Huangwu Temple was far less ostentatious than his previous one. He had not summoned a grand retinue, but rather brought along a few guards and some remnants of the imperial jinui. The guards and jinui were stationed at the foot of the mountain, including several extraordinary individuals of considerable prowess, ensuring that any unforeseen circumstances could be managed without excessive concern. The absence of Luo Fei left Emperor Hanwu somewhat uneasy, yet he understood the necessity of this pilgrimage. At present, he and his companion, Gung Ying, had donned the garb of commoners, rendering them indistinguishable from the ordinary folk of the temple, concealing the fact that one was the illustrious emperor and the other the Duke of Xianghua, who had fought alongside him to establish this realm. Reflecting on his youth spent here as a mere novice monk, he marveled at how he had transformed into a figure of such prominence over the decades. Now, in his advanced years, he returned to what felt like his homeland. Each visit evoked a myriad of sentiments, yet it had been 16 years since his last sojourn. Time had taken its toll, and he realized that if he delayed any longer, he might never return. With a sudden sigh, he shook his head. Gung Ying, do you believe the realm is stable? Without hesitation, Gung Ying replied, Your Majesty, the realm is secure, united for generations to come. Emperor Hanwu shook his head once more. Went outside. We must refrain from such discussions. Gung Ying, is the realm truly stable? Gung Ying hesitated briefly. Your Majesty, if you harbor any concerns, please share them with me, so that I may alleviate your worries. Emperor Hanwu sighed deeply again. The realm was stable several years ago, but now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, it has become precarious. Gung Ying quickly responded, Your Majesty need not fret. Although the emergence of monstrous beasts appears threatening, Commander Luo is unmatched in skill. And with 2,000 Jinui adept in slaying demons, alongside the forces of extraordinary individuals and the combined efforts of local princes, they will surely eradicate the threat. Emperor Hanwu coughed lightly. According to your assessment, the beasts are manageable, yet the true challenges lie with those you mentioned. Gung Ying was taken aback, realizing the impropriety of his words. Gung Ying is but a fool. I humbly request your guidance, Your Majesty. The esteemed envoys of the Jinui. Many among them are extraordinary individuals, each endowed with formidable supernatural powers. Although I have placed their families under strict surveillance and have mandated mutual reporting to ensure their loyalty, it is inevitable that there exists some among them who are audacious and reckless. Gung Ying nodded in agreement, acknowledging the emperor's words. That Luo Fei has attained the 4th tier of power and possesses the ability to subdue them. I trust in Luo Fei's loyalty. Yet it seems that his allegiance extends beyond just myself. Gung Ying's mind buzzed with realization. Is Luo Fei truly so bold? Unbeknownst to me, Luo Fei has become a trusted confidant of Huaiwen, assisting him in seeking my counsel, requesting that I dispatch 3,000 troops under Yongchang's command to locate and eradicate the ominous Black Coffin. As the emperor spoke, the furrows on his brow deepened. I do not perceive this as entirely negative. The Crown Prince and Commander Luo are of similar age, and fostering a friendship between sovereign and subject is indeed fortunate. Commander Luo's martial prowess is exceptional, and he can ensure the safety of the Crown Prince. Gung Ying found himself at a loss for words. The complexities of the situation were overwhelming. Whether concerning the emperor, the Crown Prince, or the formidable Yongchang, he felt the weight of caution. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. In the 31 years since the founding of the Great Alliance, only he and 2 others remained from the initial cohort of distinguished generals. The rest had either succumbed to illness by sheer chance or had been executed by this old dragon for errors in judgment or allegiance. None had been spared. If one were to insist, there was still the former General Sun Hong, once revered as the General of the West, who mysteriously vanished, abandoning his high position and wealth just before the emperor's ascendance to power. In the early years of the Great Alliance, the emperor had exerted considerable effort to locate him, yet to no avail. The passage of over 30 years had rendered his fate uncertain. Perhaps he had perished in obscurity. Gung Ying speculated that Sun Hong had discerned the emperor's ruthlessness and thus chose to depart resolutely. Reflecting upon his own journey, Gung Ying had once achieved great military acclaim and remained fiercely loyal to the emperor, exercising utmost caution in speech and action, never having committed a blunder. His close ties with the emperor's favored concubine, who was also his sister, had granted him a measure of survival. Now, however, at this critical juncture, The emperor had presented him with a life-threatening dilemma, leaving him with little room for retreat, compelling him to respond accordingly. After all, following the emperor, the crown prince Huaiwen would ascend the throne, while Yao Chang, the strongest among the princes, wielded the greatest influence. Offending any of them would lead to disastrous repercussions. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, extraordinary individuals have emerged across the lands, some readily submitting while others harboring doubts. For those who express skepticism, I have no choice but to eliminate them, naturally delegating the task to those who have submitted, allowing them to contend amongst themselves. Such is the nature of necessity. They are both the pillars of our alliance's stability and potential threats to it. Those who have submitted shall be rewarded with gold, land, or provisions as they request. Yet, should they seek more, they shall be deemed skeptics and swiftly dealt with. Emperor Hongwu spoke, gesturing towards the Huangwu Temple, and remarked, "The masters within this temple are all forthright individuals. Those who are not have long since turned to dust. Your Majesty has executed wisely. The seeds sown by our predecessors now bear fruit for future generations. You have considered the well-being of the crown prince, removing the thorns and leveling the brambles, so that he may find tranquility in the years to come. The stability of the great alliance, cherished by the people, is indeed a blessing for both the realm and its citizens." Emperor Hanwu shook his head, saying, "What thorns can be removed? There are some that remain stubbornly entrenched. If all thorns were uprooted, the great alliance would find itself in peril. Do you recall how Waiwen once posed a question to me? What if the feudal lords neglect their duties, amass power, and become restless?" At that moment, I was left speechless. Gung Ying, unsure of how to respond, could only listen in silence. The enfeoffment of the princes was intended to guard the northern frontiers and secure the borders. At the time, my intentions were noble, indeed. Even when the Jinfu's Yujushin cautioned against it, I disregarded his warnings and had him imprisoned to starve. In retrospect, I deeply regret those decisions. My sons are all formidable, capable of deterring threats from the north and safeguarding the nation while ensuring the tranquility of the populace. Yet, after 30 years, though the northern forces have been repelled, their influence has grown. The military expenditures and grain supplies have never ceased. They are strong, yet Huaiwen is weak. And that cannot be allowed. Huaiwen envisions benevolence and the welfare of the common people. He will undoubtedly be a good emperor in the future. But how can he maintain his position? Gung Ying could only nod in agreement. Once the spiritual energy is revived, the threat from the north will fade. Yet, new dangers emerge from the feral beasts. They are crafting firearms and assembling armies, seeking extraordinary individuals and consolidating power. It continues. With that, Emperor Hongwu let out a deep sigh once more. Chapter 89. The heavens must change. At some unknown moment, a gentle breeze began to rise. Lifting the silvery beard of Emperor Hongwu, I permitted Yao Chang to come to the imperial city, and on that day you also heard him say that firearms are heavy, and extraordinary individuals are even heavier. Yet he forgot to mention how to assist who went in supporting the nation. At that time, my heart was filled with a chilling sense of foreboding. Later, I discovered that he had brought nearly 5,000 border troops into the capital city, ostensibly to serve as a guard. Initially, I contemplated punishing him, but upon reflection, with both King Qin and King Jin deceased, he stood as the leader among the princes. My intention was to have him safeguard the nation and support Huan. He is indeed the most discerning and loyal of allies, so I ultimately chose to forgive him. However, when that ominous black coffin emerged, Luo Fei requested 3,000 of his border troops, and he dispatched them without a second thought to Dragon City to slay the demon beasts, showing little regard for Huan. Alas, perhaps I was mistaken in my judgment of him. While I am present, they heed my commands, but in my absence, can Huan truly keep them in check? Gung Ying quickly shook his head, saying, "Your Majesty, you are blessed with immense fortune, a true dragon descended to the mortal realm, destined for longevity. Do not dwell on future concerns." Gung Ying, have you also grown confused in your old age? The divine turtle may live long, yet all things have their end. The soaring serpent may ride the mist, but will ultimately return to dust. There is no such being as one who enjoys endless longevity. I am aware that my time is limited, and I must consider the long term. Though the Great Alliance appears stable now, it is fraught with hidden dangers. Upon my return from meditating at the Royal Enlightenment Temple, I shall initiate the process of granting power to the princes, disbanding the armored troops, reducing the use of firearms, and redistributing the territories. I will also adopt the ancient practice of bestowing favors to render them non-threatening. I had just remarked that it is better to retain some thorns. Yet now I believe I must remove these thorns from Huan, even if my hands are stained with blood and my body is bruised. Gung interjected, Your Majesty. Is it truly necessary to act with such urgency? The present is important, but so is the future. When I am engaged in affairs, I focus on the immediate. However, once the tasks are completed, I often contemplate the long-term implications. At this moment, my sole thought revolves around reducing the fiefdoms. Gung Ying's pupils quivered, his hands stiffening. Your Majesty, you. He understood that if Emperor Han Wu pursued this line of thought and acted upon it, a storm of bloodshed and turmoil would surely follow. I have taken the lives of many throughout my existence, and even now, it seems I have not finished. Should any of the princes disobey or harbor ill thoughts, I will not hesitate to execute them, no matter how closely related they may be to me. For the sake of the Great Alliance and its people for who win, certain actions must be taken. Your Majesty contemplates the well-being of the realm, Gung Ying comprehended. We have lingered outside this mountain gate for half a day, seeking a venerable monk to attain enlightenment. It is time to attend to this matter. Gung Ying wished to prevent Emperor Han Wu from continuing his discourse. The emperor had aged, and the weight of his thoughts bore heavily upon him. The notion of sacrificing his own sons for the sake of the realm was, in any case, excessive. He could neither advise nor speak against it, for any misstep would cost him his life before the fief reduction could even unfold. With a long sigh, Emperor Han Wu nodded. Appearing even older than before, his cough growing more pronounced. At that moment, a young novice monk hastened from the mountain gate, making his way directly toward the two men. Gung Ying placed a hand on the short sword at his waist and inquired, Young monk, what brings you here? To benefactors, the master ancestor has brought a letter, addressed to the venerable gentleman with the white beard. I shall take my leave, the young monk said as he handed a note to Emperor Han Wu, then turned to depart. Emperor Han Wu chuckled. Look at him. His face is pockmarked, resembling me in my youth. Gung Ying inquired, Your Majesty, what does the letter say? Emperor Han Wu opened it, only to find it devoid of any writing. Strange, did that young monk make a mistake? Gung Ying exclaimed angrily, Your Majesty, wait here. I shall fetch him. No need. Emperor Han Wu, his eyes devoid of light, shook his head. This conveys to me that all is but emptiness. Gung Ying was rendered speechless, standing in a daze. Emptiness is but an empty discourse. Old Dragon sighed. My life, fraught with exhaustion, is also void. A lifetime of honor, nobility, and the power of life and death ultimately culminates in the same fate as that of a beggar. For me, this too is emptiness. Gung Ying advised. Perhaps that esteemed monk truly forgot. However, at that moment, the two suddenly heard a cacophony of battle cries emanating from below the mountain. Your Majesty, quickly, into the gates of Huangwu Temple. Gung Ying sensed an ominous presence, grasping his sword with one hand while supporting Emperor Han Wu with the other. They hurried towards the mountain gate, but suddenly, with a resounding thud, the gate slammed shut. Gung Ying's mind went blank as he pounded on the gate. What are you doing? Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor. Yet, the gates remained tightly locked, and a low voice resonated from within. Heaven, it is time for change. Gung Ying shouted frantically. What are you doing? Do you not know who we are? Do you not realize this is the current sovereign? Are you plotting rebellion? When we return, we shall ensure your entire temple faces execution. However, no response came from within. Gung Ying glanced around, both sides flanked by sheer cliffs, offering no escape. As the sounds of battle grew ever closer, his heart raced with urgency. An assassination attempt. A revolt is underway. Who could it be who indeed? Gung Ying rushed to the precipice, peering down at the tumult below. Witnessing a sea of soldiers surging up the mountain, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of explosions. Those advancing wore black garb, unmistakably rebels. Gung Ying. Given the gravity of the situation, why still panic? Emperor Han Wu's complexion suddenly flushed with vitality. Gung Ying widened his eyes, believing he beheld the same figure from the battlefield. Calm and mighty, Emperor Han Wu drew his sword, bracing against the gate. Life and death are inevitable. Your Majesty. Gung Ying's face was streaked with tears. Vowing to carve a bloody path. Please, allow me to lead. I have lived to a ripe old age. That is not an insignificant achievement. Is it? A smile graced Emperor Han Wu's face. If we truly break through, Gung Ying, I shall bestow upon you the title of king. How does that sound? Gung Ying rejected. No, not for rewards. All Gung Ying desires is for your Majesty to reclaim the throne and vanquish the traitors. At over 60 years old. Why still weep? Emperor Han Wu chuckled heartily, reflecting on his life of warfare. In his youth, he had traversed the battlefield without ever witnessing your tears. What a sight this is, Gung Ying. I never imagined that, in this moment, I would behold your aged visage weep. It seems life has not been in vain after all. Gung Ying wiped away his tears and took a deep breath. Your Majesty. I have followed you since my youth to drive back the northern marauders and confront the rebels. I have never known fear. Now, I shall lead you down the mountain. Your Majesty, please follow me." Suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the air, and a slender black arrow pierced Gung Ying's forehead, pinning him against the mountain gate. His eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as if to speak, but he hung there, his sword clattering to the ground. Emperor Hanwu bent down to retrieve the fallen sword, staring blankly at Gung Ying's lifeless form, the white-feathered arrow embedded in his brow. He heard footsteps approaching from behind, and the sounds of battle had faded away. From the depths of the old dragon's body came a thunderous roar. Who dares? Was it Yong Chong? He swiftly turned, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Father, do your eyes hold only your royal brother?" The figure beside him was surrounded by dark-clad warriors wielding bloody blades. Perhaps there was some merit in this affair after all. Emperor Hongwu's heart raced as he pointed at the figure. You treacherous son. How deeply have you concealed your true self? I never imagined it would be you. Cough, cough, you ungrateful wretch. What are you planning? Do you even comprehend your actions?" He coughed violently as he spoke. "What am I doing? Nothing at all. Father, you have lived far too long. Your royal brothers and I have long since grown impatient. It is time for the Great Alliance to change hands. Humph, you ungrateful wretch. Do you believe that by slaying me, you can usurp the realm from Huaiwen? Huaiwen he. The title of royal nephew? I have no desire for it. What did you say?" Emperor Hanwu thought he had misheard. "I cannot contend with my royal brothers. So let the nephew ascend the throne first. He can confront them while I wait for them to weaken each other. Would that not be more advantageous?" The figure grinned and chuckled dryly. "Speaking of which, I must express my gratitude to that enigmatic black coffin, wherever it may be, were it not for that entity. How could the imperial city be so desolate? If Luo Fei were truly present, these men under my command would not prevail." Emperor Hongwu coughed violently. The prince before him felt like a complete stranger. "The black coffin," he murmured, never imagining that such a thing would ultimately ruin the realm. Albeit in this manner. "Father, you may rest easy. You have served the Great Alliance diligently. Why not embrace a swift end?" Emperor Hanwu let out a bitter laugh. "I have long advised you to study diligently, yet it seems you have never heeded my words. Is this how you repay the Great Alliance? You will only bring about its ruin." The figure, enraged, commanded, "Kill this old fool." In a flash of cold light, Emperor Hongwu's dual sword shattered. Immediately, a surge of warmth enveloped his heart. With his last breath, he exclaimed, "You ungrateful child, ultimately you shall not." Yet, the boundless darkness gradually encroached upon his consciousness, engulfing him entirely. The old dragon has fallen,